Foreword of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Schenker. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. Foreword. Naturally, there are chapters of my autobiography which cannot now be written. It seems to me that, for the nation as for the individual, what is most important is to insist on the vital need of combining certain sets of qualities which separately are common enough, and alas, useless enough. Practical efficiency is common, and lofty idealism not uncommon. It is the combination which is necessary, and the combination is rare. Love of peace is common among weak, short-sighted, timid, and lazy persons, and on the other hand, courage is found among many men of evil temper and bad character. Neither quality shall by itself avail. Justice among the nations of mankind, and the uplifting of humanity, can be brought about only by those strong and daring men who with wisdom love peace, but who love righteousness more than peace. Facing the immense complexity of modern social and industrial conditions, there is need to use freely and unhesitatingly the collective power of all of us, and yet no exercise of collective power will ever avail if the average individual does not keep his or her sense of moral duty, initiative, and responsibility. There is need to develop all the virtues that of the state for their sphere of action. But these virtues are as dust in a windy street, unless back of them lie the strong and tender virtues of a family life based on the love of the one man for the one woman, and on their joyous and fearless acceptance of their common obligation to the children that are theirs. There must be the keenest sense of duty, and with it must go the joy of living. There must be shame at the thought of shirking the hard work of the world, and at the same time delight in the many-sided beauty of life. With soul of flame and temper of steel, we must act as our cool judgment bids us. We must exercise the largest charity towards the wrongdoer that is compatible with relentless war against the wrongdoing. We must be just to others, generous to others, and yet we must realize that it is shameful and a wicked thing not to withstand oppression with high heart and heady hand. With gentleness and tenderness we must go dauntless bravery, and grim acceptance of labor and hardship and peril. All for each, and each for all, is a good motto, but only on condition that each works with might and main to so maintain himself as not to be a burden to others. We of the great modern democracies must strive unceasingly to make our several countries lands in which a poor man who works hard can live comfortably and honestly, and in which a rich man cannot live dishonestly nor in slothful avoidance of duty. And yet we must judge rich man and poor man alike by a standard which rests on conduct and not on caste. And we must frown with the same stern severity on the mean and vicious envy which hates and would plunder a man because he is well off, and on the brutal and selfish arrogance which looks down on and exploits the man with whom life has gone hard. Theodore Roosevelt, Sagamore Hill, October 1st, 1913, end of Foreword. Recording by Mark Schenker, Wexford, PA, audiou.com.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 1 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 1. Boyhood and Youth. My grandfather, on my father's side, was of almost purely Dutch blood. When he was young he still spoke some Dutch, and Dutch was last used in the services of the Dutch Reformed Church in New York while he was a small boy. About 1644 his ancestor, Claes Martensen van Roosevelt, came to New Amsterdam as a settler, the euphemistic name for an immigrant who came over in the steerage of a sailing ship in the 17th century, instead of the steerage of a steamer in the 19th century. From that time for the next 7 generations, from father to son, Every one of us was born on Manhattan Island. My father's paternal ancestors were of Holland stock, except that there was one named Waldron, a wheelwright, who was one of the Pilgrims who remained in Holland when the others came over to found Massachusetts, and who then accompanied the Dutch adventurers to New Amsterdam. My father's mother was a Pennsylvanian. Her forebears had come to Pennsylvania with William Penn, some in the same ship with him. They were of the usual type of the immigration of that particular place and time. They included Welsh and English Quakers, an Irishman with a Celtic name, and apparently not a Quaker, and peace-loving Germans, who were among the founders of Germantown, having been driven from their Rhineland homes when the armies of Louis XIV ravaged the Palatinate, and, in addition, representatives of a by no means altogether peaceful people, the Scotch-Irish, who came to Pennsylvania a little later, early in the 18th century. My grandmother was a woman of singular sweetness and strength, the keystone of the arch in her relations with her husband and sons. Although she was not herself Dutch, it was she who taught me the only Dutch I ever knew, a baby song of which the first line ran, "Trip-a-trop patronjes." I always remembered this, and when I was in East Africa it proved a bond of union between me and the Boer settlers, not a few of whom knew it, although at first they always had difficulty in understanding my pronunciation, at which I do not wonder. It was interesting to meet these men whose ancestors had gone to the Cape about the time that mine went to America 2 centuries and a half previously, and to find that the descendants of the 2 streams of emigrants still crooned to their children some at least of the same nursery songs. Of my great-grandfather Roosevelt and his family life a century and over ago, I knew little beyond what is implied in some of his books and have come down to me. The Letters of Junius, a biography of John Paul Jones, Chief Justice Marshall's Life in Washington. They seem to indicate that his library was less interesting than that of my wife's great-grandfather at the same time, which certainly included such volumes as the original Edinburgh Review, for we have them now on our own bookshelves. Of my grandfather Roosevelt, my most vivid childish reminiscence is not something I saw, but a tale that was told me concerning him. In his boyhood, Sunday was as dismal a day for small Calvinistic children of Dutch descent as if they had been of Puritan or Scotch Covenanting or French Huguenot descent, and I speak as one proud of his Holland, Huguenot, and Covenanting ancestors, and proud that the blood of that stark Puritan divine Jonathan Edwards flows in the veins of his children. One summer afternoon, after listening to an unusually long Dutch Reformed sermon for the second time that day, my grandfather, a small boy, running home before the congregation had dispersed, ran into a party of pigs, which then wandered free in New York streets. He promptly mounted a big boar, which no less promptly bolted and carried him at full speed through the midst of the outraged congregation. By the way, one of the Roosevelt documents which came down to me illustrates the change that has come over certain aspects of public life since the time which pessimists term the earlier and better days of the Republic. Old Isaac Roosevelt was a member of an auditing committee which, shortly after the close of the Revolution, approved the following bill. The State of New York to John Cape, Doctor. To a dinner given by His Excellency the Governor and Council to their Excellencies the Minister of France and General Washington and Company, 1783, December. To 120 dinners at £48. To 135 bottles Madeira, £54. To 36 bottles of port, £10, 16 shillings. To 16 bottles English beer, £9. To 30 boules punch, £9. To 8 dinners for music, £1, 12 shillings. To 10 dinners for servants, £2. To 60 wine glasses broken, £4, 10 shillings. To 8 cut decanters broken, £3. To coffee for 8 gentlemen, £1, 12 shillings. To music fees, etc., £8. To fruit and nuts, £5. Total, £156, 10 shillings. By cash, £100, 16 shillings. £55, 14 shillings. We, a committee of council, having examined the above account, do certify it, amounting to £156, 10 shillings, to be just. December 17th, 1783. Isaac Roosevelt, James Duane, Egbert Benson, Frederick J. Received the above contents in full. New York, 17th December, 1783. John Cape. Think of the Governor of New York now submitting such a bill for such an entertainment of the French ambassador and the President of the United States. Falstaff's views of the proper proportion between sack and bread are borne out by the proportion between the number of bowls of punch and bottles of port, Madeira, and beer consumed, and the coffee for 8 gentlemen, apparently the only ones who lasted through to that stage of the dinner. Especially admirable is the nonchalant manner in which, obviously as a result of the drinking of said bottles of wine and bowls of punch, it is recorded that 8 cut-glass decanters and 60 wine-glasses were broken. During the Revolution, some of my forefathers, North and South, served respectably, but without distinction, in the army, and others rendered similar service in the Continental Congress or in various local legislatures. By that time, those who dwelt in the North were for the most part merchants, and those who dwelt in the South, planters. My mother's people were predominantly of Scotch, but also of Huguenot and English descent. She was a Georgian, her people having come to Georgia from South Carolina before the Revolution. The original Bullock was a lad from near Glasgow, who came hither a couple of centuries ago, just as hundreds of thousands of needy, enterprising Scotchmen have gone to the 4 quarters of the globe in the intervening 200 years. My mother's great-grandfather, Archibald Bullock, was the first revolutionary president of Georgia. My grandfather, her father, spent the winters in Savannah and the summers at Roswell in the Georgia uplands near Atlanta, finally making Roswell his permanent home. He used to travel thither with his family and their belongings in his own carriage, followed by a baggage wagon. I never saw Roswell until I was president, but my mother told me so much about the place that when I did see it, I felt as if I already knew every nook and corner of it, and as if it were haunted by the ghosts of all the men and women who have lived there. I do not mean merely my own family, I mean the slaves. My mother and her sister, my aunt, used to tell us children all kinds of story about the slaves. One of the most fascinating referred to a very old darky called Bear Bob, because in the early days of settlement he had been partially scalped by a black bear. Then there was Mom Grace, who was for a time my mother's nurse, and whom I had supposed to be dead, but who greeted me when I did come to Roswell, very respectable and apparently with years of life before her. The 2 chief personages of the drama that used to be repeated to us were Daddy Luke, the Negro overseer, and his wife, Mom Charlotte. I never saw either Daddy Luke or Mom Charlotte, but I inherited the care of them when my mother died. After the close of the war, they resolutely refused to be emancipated or leave the place. The only demand they made upon us was enough money annually to get a new critter, that is, a mule. With a certain lack of ingenuity, the mule was reported each Christmas as having passed away, or at least as having become so infirm as to necessitate a successor. A solemn fiction which neither deceived nor was intended to deceive, but which furnished a gauge for the size of the Christmas gift. My maternal grandfather's house was on the line of Sherman's march to the sea, and pretty much everything in it that was portable was taken by the boys in blue, including most of the books in the library. When I was president, the facts about my ancestry were published, and a former soldier in Sherman's army sent me back one of the books with my grandfather's name in it. It was a little copy of the poems of Mr. Gray, an 18th century edition printed in Glasgow. On October 27th, 1858, I was born at number 28 East 20th Street, New York City, in a house in which we lived during the time that my two sisters and my brother and I were small children. It was furnished in the canonical taste of the New York which George William Curtis described in the Potiphar Papers. The black haircloth furniture in the dining room scratched the bare legs of the children when they sat on it. The middle room was a library, with tables, chairs, and bookcases of gloomy respectability. It was without windows, and so was available only at night. The front room, the parlor, seemed to us children to be a room of much splendor, but was open for general use only on Sunday evening or on rare occasions when there were parties. The Sunday evening family gathering was the redeeming feature in a day which otherwise we children did not enjoy, chiefly because we were all of us made to wear clean clothes and keep neat. The ornaments of that parlor I remember now, including the gas chandelier decorated with a great quantity of cut-glass prisms. These prisms struck me as possessing peculiar magnificence. One of them fell off one day, and I hastily grabbed it and stowed it away, passing several days of furtive delight in the treasure, a delight always alloyed with fear that I would be found out and convicted of larceny. There was a Swiss wood carving, representing a very big hunter on one side of an exceedingly small mountain, and a herd of chamois, disproportionately small for the hunter and large for the mountain, just across the ridge. This always fascinated us, but there was a small chamois kid, for which we felt agonies, lest the hunter might come on it and kill it. There was also a Russian moujik drawing a gilt sledge on a piece of malachite. Someone mentioned in my hearing that malachite was a valuable marble. This fixed in my mind that it was valuable exactly as diamonds are valuable. I accepted that moujik as a priceless work of art, and it was not until I was well in middle age that it occurred to me that I was mistaken. Now and then we children were taken round to our grandfather's house, a big house for the New York of those days, on the corner of 14th Street and Broadway, fronting Union Square. Inside there was a large hall running up to the roof. There was a tessellated black and white marble floor, and a circular staircase round the sides of the hall, from the top floor down. We children much admired both the tessellated floor and the circular staircase. I think we were right about the latter, but I am not so sure as to the tessellated floor. The summers we spent in the country, now at one place, now at another. We children, of course, loved the country beyond anything. We disliked the city. We were always wildly eager to get to the country when spring came, and very sad when, in the late fall, the family moved back to town. In the country we of course had all kinds of pets: cats, dogs, rabbits, a coon, and a sorrel Shetland pony named General Grant. When my younger sister first heard of the real General Grant, by the way, she was much struck by the coincidence that someone should have given him the same name as the pony. 30 years later my own children had their pony Grant. In the country we children ran barefoot much of the time, and the seasons went by in a round of uninterrupted and enthralling pleasures, supervising the haying and harvesting, picking apples, hunting frogs successfully and woodchucks unsuccessfully, gathering hickory nuts and chestnuts for sale to patient parents, building wigwams in the woods, and sometimes playing Indians in the too realistic manner by staining ourselves, and incidentally our clothes, in liberal fashion with poke-cherry juice. Thanksgiving was an appreciated festival, but in no way came up to Christmas. Christmas was an occasion of literally delirious joy. In the evening we hung up our stockings, or rather the biggest stockings we could borrow from the grown-ups, and before dawn we trooped in to open them while sitting on father's and mother's bed. And the bigger presents were arranged, those for each child on its own table, in the drawing-room, the doors to which were thrown open after breakfast. I never knew anyone else have what seemed to me such attractive Christmases, and in the next generation I tried to reproduce them exactly for my own children. My father, Theodore Roosevelt, was the best man I ever knew. He combined strength and courage with gentleness, tenderness, and great unselfishness. He would not tolerate in us children selfishness or cruelty, idleness, cowardice, or untruthfulness. As we grew older, he made us understand that the same standard of clean living was demanded for the boys as for the girls, that what was wrong in a woman could not be right in a man. With great love and patience, and the most understanding sympathy and consideration, he combined insistence on discipline. He never physically punished me, but once. But he was the only man of whom I was ever really afraid. I do not mean that it was a wrong fear, for he was entirely just, and we children adored him. We used to wait in the library in the evening until we could hear his key rattling in the latch on the front hall, and then rush out to greet him. And we would troop into his room while he was dressing, to stay there as long as we were permitted, eagerly examining anything which came out of his pockets which could be regarded as an attractive novelty. Every child has fixed in his memory various details which strike it as of grave importance. The trinkets he used to keep in a little box on his dressing table we children always used to speak of as treasures. The word, and some of the trinkets themselves, passed on to the next generation. My own children, when small, used to troop into my room while I was dressing, and the gradually accumulating trinkets in the ditty box, the gift of an enlisted man in the Navy, always excited rapturous joy. On occasions of solemn festivity, each child would receive a trinket for his or her very own. My children, by the way, enjoyed one pleasure I do not remember enjoying myself. When I came back from riding, the child who brought the boot-jack would itself promptly get into the boots and clump up and down the room with a delightful feeling of kinship with Jack of the 7-league strides. The punishing incident I have referred to happened when I was 4 years old. I bit my elder sister's arm. I do not remember biting her arm, but I do remember running down to the yard, perfectly conscious that I had committed a crime. From the yard I went into the kitchen, got some dough from the cook, and crawled under the kitchen table. In a minute or two my father entered from the yard and asked where I was. The warm-hearted Irish cook had a characteristic contempt for informers, but although she said nothing, she compromised between informing and her conscience by casting a look under the table. My father immediately dropped on all fours and darted for me. I feebly heaved the dough at him, and having the advantage of him because I could stand up under the table, got a fair start for the stairs, but was caught halfway up them. The punishment that ensued fitted the crime, and I hope and believe that it did me good. I never knew anyone who got greater joy out of living than did my father, or anyone who more wholeheartedly performed every duty, and no one whom I have ever met approached his combination of enjoyment of life and performance of duty. He and my mother were given to a hospitality that at that time was associated more commonly with southern than northern households, and especially in their later years when they had moved uptown, in the neighborhood of Central Park, they kept a charming, open house. My father worked hard at his business, for he died when he was 46, too early to have retired. He was interested in every social reform movement, and he did an immense amount of practical, charitable work himself. He was a big, powerful man, with a leonine face, and his heart filled with gentleness for those who needed help or protection, and with the possibility of much wrath against a bully or an oppressor. He was very fond of riding both on the road and across the country, and was also a great whip. He usually drove 4 in hand, or else a spike team, that is, a pair with a third horse in the lead. I do not suppose that such a team exists now. The trap that he drove we always called the high phaeton. The wheels turned under in front. I have it yet. He drove long-tailed horses, harnessed loose in light American harness, so that the whole rig had no possible resemblance to anything that would be seen now. My father always excelled in improving every spare half-hour or 3/4 of an hour, whether for work or enjoyment. Much of his 4-in-hand driving was done in the summer afternoons when we would come out on the train from his business in New York. My mother and 1 or perhaps 2 of us children might meet him at the station. I can see him now getting out of the car in his linen duster, jumping into the wagon, and instantly driving off at a rattling pace, the duster sometimes bagging like a balloon. The four-in-hand, as can be gathered from the above description, did not in any way in his eyes represent possible pageantry. He drove it because he liked it. He was always preaching caution to his boys, but in this respect he did not practice his preaching overmuch himself, and being an excellent whip, he liked to take chances. Generally they came out all right. Occasionally they did not. But he was even better at getting out of a scrape than into it. Once, when we were driving into New York late at night, the leaders stopped. He flicked them, and the next moment we could dimly make out that they had jumped. It then appeared that the street was closed, and that a board had been placed across it, resting on two barrels, but without a lantern. Over this board the leaders had jumped, and there was considerable excitement before we got the board taken off the barrels and resumed our way. When in the city on Thanksgiving or Christmas, my father was very apt to drive my mother and a couple of friends up to the racing park to take lunch. But he was always back in time to go to the dinner at the newsboys' lodging-house, and not infrequently also to Miss Sattery's night school for little Italians. At a very early age we children were taken with him and were required to help. He was a staunch friend of Charles Loring Brace, and was particularly interested in the newsboys' lodging-house, and in the night schools, and in getting the children off the streets and out on farms in the West. When I was president, the governor of Alaska under me, Governor Brady, was one of these ex-newsboys who had been sent from New York out west by Mr. Brace and my father. My father was greatly interested in the societies to prevent cruelty to children and cruelty to animals. On Sundays he had a mission class. On his way to it, he used to drop us children at our Sunday school in Dr. Adams's Presbyterian Church on Madison Square. I remember hearing my aunt, my mother's sister, saying that when he walked along with us children, he always reminded her of Greatheart in Bunyan. Under the spur of his example, I taught a mission class myself for 3 years before going to college, and for all 4 years that I was in college. I do not think I made much of a success of it. But the other day, on getting out of a taxi in New York, the chauffeur spoke to me and told me that he was one of my old Sunday school pupils. I remembered him well, and was much pleased to find that he was an ardent bull mooser. My mother, Martha Bullock, was a sweet, gracious, beautiful Southern woman, a delightful companion, and beloved by everybody. She was entirely unreconstructed to the day of her death. Her mother, my grandmother, one of the dearest of old ladies, lived with us, and was distinctly overindulgent to us children, being quite unable to harden her heart towards us even when the occasion demanded it. Towards the close of the Civil War, although a very small boy, I grew to have a partial but alert understanding of the fact that the family were not one in their views about that conflict, my father being a strong Lincoln Republican, and once, when I felt that I had been wronged by maternal discipline during the day, I attempted a partial vengeance by praying with loud fervor for the success of the Union arms, when we all came to say our prayers before my mother in the evening. She was not only a most devoted mother, but was also blessed with a strong sense of humor, and she was too much amused to punish me. But I was warned not to repeat the offense under penalty of my father's being informed, he being the dispenser of serious punishment. Morning prayers were with my father. We used to stand at the foot of the stairs, and when father came down, we called out, "I speak for you and the cubbyhole too." There were 3 of us young children, and we used to sit with father on the sofa while he conducted morning prayers. The place between father and the arm of the sofa we called the cubbyhole. The children who got that place we regarded as especially favored, both in comfort and somehow or other in rank and title. The 2 who were left to sit on the much wider expanse of sofa on the other side of father were outsiders for the time being. My Aunt Anna, my mother's sister, lived with us. She was as devoted to us children as was my mother herself, and we were equally devoted to her in return. She taught us our lessons while we were little. She and my mother used to entertain us by the hour with tales of life on the Georgia plantations. of hunting fox, deer, and wildcat, of the long-tailed driving horses, Boone and Crockett, and of the riding horses, one of which was named Buena Vista in a fit of patriotic exultation during the Mexican War, and of the queer goings-on in the Negro quarters. She knew all the Brer Rabbit stories, and I was brought up on them. One of my uncles, Robert Roosevelt, was much struck with them, and he took them down from her dictation, publishing them in Harper's, where they fell flat. This was a good many years before a genius arose who, in Uncle Remus, made the stories immortal. My mother's two brothers, James Dunwoody Bullock and Irvine Bullock, came to visit us shortly after the close of the war. Both came under assumed names, as they were among the Confederates who were at that time exempted from the amnesty. Uncle Jimmy Bullock was a dear old retired sea captain, utterly unable to get on in the worldly sense of that phrase, as valiant and simple and upright a soul as ever lived, a veritable Colonel Newcomb. He was an admiral in the Confederate Navy, and was the builder of the famous Confederate war vessel Alabama. My Uncle Irvine Bullock was a midshipman on the Alabama, and fired the last gun discharged from her batteries in the fight with the Kearsarge. Both of these uncles lived in Liverpool after the war. My Uncle Jimmy Bullock was forgiving and just in reference to the Union forces, and could discuss all phases of the Civil War with entire fairness and generosity. But in English politics he promptly became a Tory of the most ultra-conservative school. Lincoln and Grant he could admire, but he would not listen to anything in favor of Mr. Gladstone. The only occasions on which I ever shook his faith in me were when I would venture meekly to suggest that some of the manifestly preposterous falsehoods about Mr. Gladstone could not be true. My uncle was one of the best men I have ever known, and when I have sometimes been tempted to wonder how good people can believe of me the unjust and impossible things they do believe, I have consoled myself by thinking of Uncle Jimmy Bullock's perfectly sincere conviction that Gladstone was a man of quite exceptional and nameless infamy in both public and private life. I was a sickly, delicate boy, suffered much from asthma, and frequently had to be taken away on trips to find a place where I could breathe. One of my memories is of my father walking up and down the room with me in his arms at night when I was a very small person, and of sitting up in bed gasping, with my father and mother trying to help me. I went very little to school. I never went to the public schools, as my own children later did, both at the Cove School at Oyster Bay and at the Ford School in Washington. For a few months I attended Professor McMullen's school in 20th Street near the house where I was born, but most of the time I had tutors. As I have already said, my aunt taught me when I was small. At one time we had a French governess, a loved and valued Mamselle in the household. When I was 10 years old I made my first journey to Europe. My birthday was spent in Cologne, and in order to give me a thoroughly party feeling, I remember that my mother put on full dress for my birthday dinner. I do not think I gained anything from this particular trip abroad. I cordially hated it, as did my younger brother and sister. Practically all the enjoyment we had was in exploring any ruins or mountains when we could get away from our elders, and in playing in the different hotels. Our one desire was to get back to America, and we regarded Europe with the most ignorant chauvinism and contempt. 4 years later, however, I made another journey to Europe, and was old enough to enjoy it thoroughly and profit by it. While still a small boy, I began to take an interest in natural history. I remember distinctly the first day that I started on my career as zoologist. I was walking up Broadway, and as I passed the market to which I used sometimes to be sent before breakfast to get strawberries, I suddenly saw a dead seal laid out on a slab of wood. That seal filled me with every possible feeling of romance and adventure. I asked where it was killed, and was informed in the harbor. I had already begun to read some of Mayne Reid's books, and other boys' books of adventure, and I felt that this seal brought all these adventures in realistic fashion before me. As long as that seal remained there, I haunted the neighborhood of the market day after day. I measured it, and I recall that, not having a tape measure, I had to do my best to get its girth with a folding pocket foot rule, a difficult undertaking. I carefully made a record of the utterly useless measurements, and at once began to write a natural history of my own on the strength of that seal. This and subsequent natural histories were written down in blank books in simplified spelling, wholly unpremeditated and unscientific. I had vague aspirations of, in some way or another, owning and preserving that seal, but they never got beyond the purely formless stage. I think, however, I did get the seal's skull, and with two of my cousins promptly started what we ambitiously called the Roosevelt Museum of Natural History. The collections were at first kept in my room, until a rebellion on the part of the chambermaid received the approval of the higher authorities of the household, and the collection was moved up to a kind of bookcase in the back hall upstairs. It was the ordinary small boy's collection of curios, quite incongruous and entirely valueless except from the standpoint of the boy himself. My father and mother encouraged me warmly in this, as they always did in anything that could give me wholesome pleasure or help to develop me. The adventure of the seal and the novels of Mayne Reid together strengthened my instinctive interest in natural history. I was too young to understand much of Mayne Reid, excepting the adventure part and the natural history part. These enthralled me. But of course my reading was not wholly confined to natural history. There was very little effort made to compel me to read books, my father and mother having the good sense not to try to get me to read anything I did not like, unless it was in the way of study. I was given the chance to read books that they thought I ought to read, but if I did not like them, I was then given some other good book that I did like. There were certain books that were taboo. For instance, I was not allowed to read dime novels. I obtained some surreptitiously and did read them, but I do not think that the enjoyment compensated for the feeling of guilt. I was also forbidden to read the only one of Ouida's books which I wished to read, Under Two Flags. I did read it, nevertheless, with greedy and fierce hope of coming on something unhealthy, but as a matter of fact all the parts that might have seemed unhealthy to an older person made no impression on me whatever. I simply enjoyed, in a rather confused way, the general adventures. I think there ought to be children's books. I think that the child will like grown-up books also, and I do not believe a child's book is really good unless grown-ups get something out of it. For instance, there is a book I did not have when I was a child because it was not written. It is Laura E. Richards' Nursery Rhymes. My own children loved them dearly, and their mother and I loved them almost equally. The delightfully light-hearted Man from New Mexico Who Lost His Grandmother Out in the Snow, the adventures of the owl, the eel, and the warming pan, and the extraordinary genealogy of the kangaroo whose father was a whale with a feather in his tail who lived in the Greenland Sea, while his mother was a shark who kept very dark in the Gulf of Caribbee. As a small boy I had Our Young Folks, which I then firmly believed to be the very best magazine in the world. A belief, I may add, which I have kept to this day unchanged, for I seriously doubt if any magazine for old or young has ever surpassed it. Both my wife and I have the bound volumes of Our Young Folks, which we preserved from our youth. I have tried to read again the Mayne Reid books which I so dearly loved as a boy, only to find, alas, that it is impossible. But I really believe that I enjoy going over Our Young Folks now clearly as much as ever. Castaway in the Cold, Grandfather's Struggle for a Homestead, the William Henry Letters, and a dozen others like them were first class, good healthy stories, interesting in the first place, and in the next place teaching manliness, decency, and good conduct. At the cost of being deemed effeminate, I will add that I greatly liked the girls' stories, Pussy Willow and A Summer in Leslie Goldthwaite's Life, just as I worshipped Little Men and Little Women and An Old-Fashioned Girl. This enjoyment of the gentler side of life did not prevent my reveling in such tales of adventure as Ballantyne's stories or Marryat's Midshipman Easy. I suppose everybody has kinks in them, and even as a child there were books which I ought to have liked and did not. For instance, I never cared at all for the first part of Robinson Crusoe, and although it is unquestionably the best part, I do not care for it now. Whereas the second part, containing the adventures of Robinson Crusoe, with the wolves in the Pyrenees and out in the Far East, simply fascinated me. What I did like in the first part were the adventures before Crusoe finally reached his island, the fight with the Sally Rover, and the allusion to the strange beasts at night taking their improbable bath in the ocean. Thanks to being already an embryozoologist, I disliked The Swiss Family Robinson because of the wholly impossible collection of animals met by that worthy family as they ambled inland from the wreck. Even in poetry, it was the relation of adventures that most appealed to me as a boy. At a pretty early age, I began to read certain books of poetry, notably Longfellow's poem, The Saga of King Olaf, which absorbed me. This introduced me to Scandinavian literature, and I have never lost my interest in and affection for it. Among my first books was a volume of a hopelessly unscientific kind by Mayne Reid, about mammals, illustrated with pictures no more artistic than, but quite as thrilling as, those in the typical school geography. When my father found how deeply interested I was in this not very accurate volume, he gave me a little book by J.G. Wood, the English writer of popular books on natural history, and then a larger one of his called Homes Without Hands. Both of these were cherished possessions. They were studied eagerly, and they finally descended to my children. The Homes Without Hands, by the way, grew to have an added association in connection with a pedagogical failure on my part. In accordance with what I believed was some kind of modern theory of making education interesting and not letting it become a task, I endeavored to teach my eldest small boy one or two of his letters from the title page. As the letter H appeared in the title an unusual number of times, I selected that to begin on, my effort being to keep the small boy interested, not to let him realize that he was learning a lesson, and to convince him that he was merely having a good time. Whether it was the theory or my method of applying it that was defective, I do not know. But I certainly absolutely eradicated from his brain any ability to learn what H was, and long after he had learned all the other letters of the alphabet in the old-fashioned way, he proved wholly unable to remember H under any circumstances. Quite unknown to myself, I was, while a boy, under a hopeless disadvantage in studying nature. I was very nearsighted, so that the only things I could study were those I ran against or stumbled over. When I was about 13, I was allowed to take lessons in taxidermy from a Mr. Bell, a tall, clean-shaven, white-haired old gentleman, as straight as an Indian, who had been a companion of Audubon's. He had a musty little shop, somewhat in the order of Mr. Venus's shop in Our Mutual Friend, a little shop in which he had done very valuable work for science. This vocational study, as I suppose it would be called by modern educators, spurred and directed my interest in collecting specimens for mounting and preservation. It was this summer that I got my first gun, and it puzzled me to find that my companions seemed to see things to shoot at which I could not see at all. One day they read aloud an advertisement in huge letters on a distant billboard, and I then realized that something was the matter, for not only was I unable to read the sign, but I could not even see the letters. I spoke of this to my father, and soon afterwards got my first pair of spectacles, which literally opened an entirely new world to me. I had no idea how beautiful the world was until I got those spectacles. I had been a clumsy and awkward little boy, and while much of my clumsiness and awkwardness was doubtless due to general characteristics, a good deal of it was due to the fact that I could not see, and yet was wholly ignorant of what I was not seeing. The recollection of this experience gives me a keen sympathy with those who are trying in our public schools and elsewhere to remove the physical causes of deficiency in children, who are often unjustly blamed for being obstinate or unambitious, or mentally stupid. This same summer, too, I obtained various new books on mammals and birds, including the publications of Spencer Baird, for instance, and made an industrious book study of the subject. I did not accomplish much in outdoor study because I did not get spectacles until late in the fall, a short time before I started with the rest of the family for a second trip to Europe. We were living at Dobbs Ferry on the Hudson. My gun was a breech-loading, pin-fire double-barrel of French manufacture. It was an excellent gun for a clumsy and often absent-minded boy. There was no spring to open it, and if the mechanism became rusty, it could be opened with a brick without serious damage. When the cartridges stuck, they could be removed in the same fashion. If they were loaded, however, the result was not always happy, and I tattooed myself with partially unburned grains of powder more than once. When I was 14 years old, in the winter of '72 and '73, I visited Europe for the second time, and this trip formed a really useful part of my education. We went to Egypt, journeyed up the Nile, traveled through the Holy Land and part of Syria, visited Greece and Constantinople, and then we children spent the summer in a German family in Dresden. My first collecting as a student of natural history was done in Egypt during this journey. By this time I had a good working knowledge of American bird life from the superficially scientific standpoint. I had no knowledge of the ornithology of Egypt, but I picked up in Cairo a book by an English clergyman, whose name I have now forgotten, who described a trip up the Nile, and in an appendix to his volume gave an account of his bird collection. I wish I could remember the name of the author now, for I owe that book very much. Without it I should have been collecting entirely in the dark, whereas with its aid I could generally find out what the birds were. My first knowledge of Latin was obtained by learning the scientific names of the birds and mammals which I collected and classified by the aid of such books as this one. The birds I obtained up the Nile and in Palestine represented merely the usual boy's collection. Some years afterward I gave them, together with the other ornithological specimens I had gathered, to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, and I think some of them also to the American Museum of Natural History in New York. I am told that the skins are to be found yet in both places and in other public collections. I doubt whether they have my original labels on them. With great pride, the directors of the Roosevelt Museum, consisting of myself and the two cousins aforesaid, had printed a set of Roosevelt Museum labels in pink ink preliminary to what was regarded as my adventurous trip to Egypt. This bird collecting gave what was really the chief zest to my Nile journey. I was old enough and had read enough to enjoy the temples and the desert scenery and the general feeling of romance, but this in time would have palled if I had not also had the serious work of collecting and preparing my specimens. Doubtless the family had their moments of suffering, especially on one occasion when a well-meaning maid extracted from my taxidermist's outfit the old toothbrush with which I put in the skins the arsenical soap necessary for their preservation, partially washed it, and left it with the rest of my wash kit for my own personal use. I suppose that all growing boys tend to be grubby, but the ornithological small boy, or indeed the boy with the taste for natural history of any kind, is generally the very grubbiest of all. An added element in my case was the fact that while in Egypt I suddenly started to grow. As there were no tailors up the Nile, when I got back to Cairo I needed a new outfit. But there was one suit of clothes too good to throw away, which we kept for a change, and which was known as my Smike suit, because it left my wrists and ankles as bare as those of poor Smike himself. When we reached Dresden, we younger children were left to spend the summer in the house of Herr Minkwitsch, a member of either the municipal or the Saxon government, I have forgotten which. It was hoped that in this way we would acquire some knowledge of the German language and literature. They were the very kindest family imaginable. I shall never forget the unwearied patience of the two daughters. The father and mother, and a shy, thin, student cousin who was living in the flat, were no less kind. Whenever I could get out into the country, I collected specimens industriously, and enlivened the household with hedgehogs and other small beasts and reptiles, which persisted in escaping from partially closed bureau drawers. The two sons were fascinating students from the University of Leipzig, both of them belonging to dueling corps, and much scarred in consequence. One, a famous swordsman, was called Der Rotherzog, the Red Duke, and the other was nicknamed Er Nashorn, Sir Rhinoceros, because the tip of his nose had been cut off in a duel and sewn on again. I learned a good deal of German here, in spite of myself, and above all I became fascinated with the Nibelungenlied. German prose never became really easy to me in the sense that French prose did, but for German poetry I cared as much as for English poetry. Above all, I gained an impression of the German people which I never got over. From that time to this, it would have been quite impossible to make me feel that the Germans were really foreigners. The affection, the Gemütlichkeit, a quality which cannot be exactly expressed by any single English word, the capacity for hard work, the sense of duty, the delight in studying literature and science, the pride in the new Germany, the more than kind and friendly interest in three strange children, all these manifestations of the German character and of German family life made a subconscious impression upon me which I did not in the least define at the time, but which is very vivid still, 40 years later. When I got back to America, at the age of 15, I began serious study to enter Harvard under Mr. Arthur Cutler, who later founded the Cutler School in New York. I could not go to school because I knew so much less than most boys of my age in some subjects and so much more in others. In science and history and geography and in unexpected parts of German and French I was strong, but lamentably weak in Latin and Greek and mathematics. My grandfather had made his summer home in Oyster Bay a number of years before, and my father now made Oyster Bay the summer home of his family also. Along with my college preparatory studies, I carried on the work of a practical student of natural history. I worked with greater industry than either intelligence or success, and made very few additions to the sum of human knowledge. But to this day, certain obscure ornithological publications may be found in which are recorded such items as, for instance, that on one occasion a fish crow, and on another an Ipswich sparrow, were obtained by one Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., at Oyster Bay, on the shore of Long Island Sound. In the fall of 1876 I entered Harvard, graduating in 1880. I thoroughly enjoyed Harvard, and I am sure it did me good, but only in the general effect, for there was very little in my actual studies which helped me in after life. More than one of my own sons have already profited by their friendship with certain of their masters in school or college. I certainly profited by my friendship with one of my tutors, Mr. Cutler, and in Harvard I owed much to the professor of English, Mr. A. S. Hill. Doubtless through my own fault, I saw almost nothing of President Eliot and very little of the professors. I ought to have gained much more than I did gain from writing the themes and forensics. My failure to do so may have been partly due to my taking no interest in the subjects. Before I left Harvard, I was already writing 1 or 2 chapters of a book I afterwards published on the Naval War of 1812. Those chapters were so dry that they would have made a dictionary seem light reading by comparison. Still, they represented purpose and serious interest on my part, not the perfunctory effort to do well enough to get a certain mark. And corrections of them by a skilled older man would have impressed me and have commanded my respectful attention. But I was not sufficiently developed to make myself take an intelligent interest in some of the subjects assigned me, the character of the Gracchi, for instance. A very clever and studious lad would no doubt have done so, but I personally did not grow up to this particular subject until a good many years later. The frigate and sloop actions between the American and British sea tigers of 1812 were much more within my grasp. I worked drearily at the Gracchi because I had to. My conscientious and much to be pitied professor dragged me through the theme by main strength, with my feet firmly planted in dull and totally idea-proof resistance. I had at the time no idea of going into public life, and I never studied elocution or practiced debating. This was a loss to me in one way; in another way it was not. Personally, I have not the slightest sympathy with debating contests in which each side is arbitrarily assigned a given proposition and told to maintain it without the least reference to whether those maintaining it believe in it or not. I know that under our system this is necessary for lawyers, but I emphatically disbelieve in it as regards general discussion of political, social, and industrial matters. What we need is to turn out of our colleges young men with ardent convictions on the side of the right, not young men who can make a good argument for either right or wrong as their interest bids them. The present method of carrying on debates on such subjects as our colonial policy, or the need of a navy, or the proper position of the courts in constitutional questions, encourages precisely the wrong attitude among those who take part in them. There is no effort to instill sincerity and intensity of conviction. On the contrary, the net result is to make the contestants feel that their convictions have nothing to do with their arguments. I am sorry I did not study elocution in college, but I am exceedingly glad that I did not take part in the type of debate in which stress is laid, not upon getting a speaker to think rightly, but on getting him to talk glibly on the side to which he is assigned, without regard either to what his convictions are or to what they ought to be. I was a reasonably good student in college, standing just within the first tenth of my class, if I remember rightly, although I am not sure whether this means the tenth of the whole number that entered or of those that graduated. I was given a Phi Beta Kappa key. My chief interests were scientific. When I entered college, I was devoted to out-of-doors natural history, and my ambition was to be a scientific man of the Audubon or Wilson or Baird or Coué type, a man like Hart Merriam or Frank Chapman or Hornaday today. My father had from the earliest days instilled into me the knowledge that I was to work and to make my own way in the world, and I had always supposed that this meant that I must enter business. But in my freshman year, he died when I was a sophomore, he told me that if I wished to become a scientific man I could do so. He explained that I must be sure that I really intensely desired to do scientific work, because if I went into it I must make it a serious matter, that he had made enough money to enable me to take up such a career and do non-remunerative work of value if I intended to do the very best work there was in me, but that I must not dream of taking it up as a dilettante. He also gave me a piece of advice that I have always remembered, namely, that if I was not going to earn money, I must even things up by not spending it. As he expressed it, I had to keep the fraction constant, and if I was not able to increase the numerator, then I must reduce the denominator. In other words, if I went into a scientific career, I must definitely abandon all thought of the enjoyment that would accompany a money-making career, and must find my pleasures elsewhere. After this conversation I fully intended to make science my life work. I did not, for the simple reason that at that time Harvard, and I suppose our other colleges, utterly ignored the possibilities of the faunal naturalist, the outdoor naturalist, and observer of nature. They treated biology as purely a science of the laboratory and the microscope, a science whose adherents were to spend their time in the study of minute forms of marine life, or else in section cutting and the study of the tissues of the higher organisms under the microscope. This attitude was, no doubt, in part due to the fact that in most colleges then there was a not always intelligent copying of what was done in the great German universities. The sound revolt against superficiality of study had been carried to an extreme. Thoroughness in minutiae as the only end of study had been erected into a fetish. There was a total failure to understand the great variety of kinds of work that could be done by naturalists, including what could be done by outdoor naturalists, the kind of work which Hart Merriam and his assistants in the Biological Survey have carried to such a high degree of perfection as regards North American mammals. In the entirely proper desire to be thorough and to avoid slipshod methods, the tendency was to treat as not serious, as unscientific, any kind of work that was not carried on with laborious minuteness in the laboratory. My taste was specialized in a totally different direction, and I had no more desire or ability to be a microscopist and section cutter than to be a mathematician. Accordingly, I abandoned all thought of becoming a scientist. Doubtless this meant that I really did not have the intense devotion to science which I thought I had, for if I had possessed such devotion I would have carved out a career for myself somehow without regard to discouragements. As regards political economy, I was, of course, while in college, taught the laissez-faire doctrines, one of them being free trade, then accepted as canonical. Most American boys of my age were taught both by their surroundings and by their studies certain principles which were very valuable from the standpoint of national interest, and certain others which were very much the reverse. The political economists were not especially to blame for this. It was the general attitude of the writers who wrote for us of that generation. Take my beloved Our Young Folks, the magazine of which I have already spoken, and which taught me much more than any of my textbooks. Everything in this magazine instilled the individual virtues, and the necessity of character as the chief factor in any man's success, a teaching in which I now believe as sincerely as ever, for all the laws that the wit of man can devise will never make a man a worthy citizen unless he has within himself the right stuff, unless he has self-reliance, energy, courage, the power of insisting on his own rights, and the sympathy that makes him regardful of the rights of others. All this individual morality I was taught by the books I read at home and the books I studied at Harvard. But there was almost no teaching of the need for collective action, and of the fact that in addition to, not as a substitute for, individual responsibility, there is a collective responsibility. Books such as Herbert Croly's Promise of American Life and Walter E. Weil's New Democracy would generally at that time have been treated either as unintelligible or else as pure heresy. The teaching which I received was genuinely democratic in one way. It was not so democratic in another. I grew into manhood thoroughly imbued with the feeling that a man must be respected for what he made of himself. But I had also, consciously or unconsciously, been taught that socially and industrially pretty much the whole duty of the man lay in thus making the best of himself, that he should be honest in his dealings with others, and charitable in the old-fashioned way to the unfortunate, but that it was no part of his business to join with others in trying to make things better for the many by curbing the abnormal and excessive development of individualism in a few. Now, I do not mean that this training was by any means all bad. On the contrary, the insistence upon individual responsibility was, and is, and always will be, a prime necessity. Teaching of the kind I absorbed, from both my textbooks and my surroundings, is a healthy anti-scorbutic to the sentimentality which by complacency excusing the individual for all his shortcomings would finally hopelessly weaken the spring of moral purpose. It also keeps alive that virile vigor for the lack of which in the average individual no possible perfection of law or of community action can ever atone. But such teaching, if not corrected by other teaching, means acquiescence in a riot of lawless business individualism which would be quite as destructive to real civilization as the lawless military individualism of the Dark Ages. I left college and entered the big world owing more than I can express to the training I had received, especially in my own home, but with much else also to learn if I were to become really fitted to do my part in the work that lay ahead for the generation of Americans to which I belonged. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 2, The Vigor of Life, Part 1. Looking back, a man really has a more objective feeling about himself as a child than he has about his father or mother. He feels as if that child were not the present he, individually, but an ancestor, just as much an ancestor as either of his parents. The saying that the child is the father to the man may be taken in a sense almost the reverse of that usually given to it. The child is father to the man in the sense that his individuality is separate from the individuality of the grown-up into which he turns. This is perhaps one reason why a man can speak of his childhood and early youth with a sense of detachment. Having been a sickly boy, with no natural bodily prowess, and having lived much at home, I was at first quite unable to hold my own when thrown into contact with other boys of rougher antecedents. I was nervous and timid. Yet from reading of the people I admired, ranging from the soldiers of Valley Forge and Morgan's riflemen to the heroes of my favorite stories, and from hearing of the feats performed by my Southern forefathers and kinsfolk, and from knowing my father, I felt a great admiration for men who were fearless and who could hold their own in the world, and I had a great desire to be like them. Until I was nearly 14, I let this desire take no more definite shape than daydreams. Then an incident happened that did me real good. Having an attack of asthma, I was sent off by myself to Moosehead Lake. On the stagecoach ride thither, I encountered a couple of other boys who were about my own age, but very much more competent, and also much more mischievous. I have no doubt they were good-hearted boys, but they were boys. They found that I was a foreordained and predestined victim, and industriously proceeded to make life miserable for me. The worst feature was that when I finally tried to fight them, I discovered that either one singly could not only handle me with easy contempt, but handle me so as not to hurt me much, and yet to prevent my doing any damage whatever in return. The experience taught me what probably no amount of good advice could have taught me. I made up my mind that I must try to learn so that I would not again be put in such a helpless position, and having become quickly and bitterly conscious that I did not have the natural prowess to hold my own, I decided that I would try to supply its place by training. Accordingly, with my father's hearty approval, I started to learn to box. I was a painfully slow and awkward pupil, and certainly worked 2 or 3 years before I made any perceptible improvement whatever. My first boxing master was John Long, an ex-prize fighter. I can see his rooms now, with colored pictures of the fights between Tom Heyer and Yankee Sullivan, and Heenan and Sayers, and other great events in the annals of the squared circle. On one occasion, to excite interest among his patrons, he held a series of championship matches for the different weights, the prizes being, at least in my own class, pewter mugs of a value, I should suppose, approximating 50 cents. Neither he nor I had any idea that I could do anything, but I was entered in the lightweight contest, in which it happened that I was pitted in succession against a couple of reedy striplings who were even worse than I was. Equally to their surprise and to my own, and to John Long's, I won, and the pewter mug became one of my most prized possessions. I kept it, and alluded to it, and I fear bragged about it, for a number of years, and I only wish I knew where it was now. Years later I read an account of a little man who once in a 5th-rate handicap race won a worthless pewter medal, and joyed in it ever after. Well, as soon as I read that story, I felt that that little man and I were brothers. This was, as far as I remember, the only one of my exceedingly rare athletic triumphs which would be worth relating. I did a good deal of boxing and wrestling in Harvard, but never attained to the first rank in either, even at my own weight. Once in the big contests in the gym, I got either into the finals or semi-finals, I forget which, but aside from this, the chief part I played was to act as trial horse for some friend or classmate who did have a chance of distinguishing himself in the championship contests. I was fond of horseback riding, but I took to it slowly and with difficulty, exactly as with boxing. It was a long time before I became even a respectable rider, and I never got much higher. I mean by this that I never became a first-flight man in the hunting field, and never even approached the bronco-busting class in the West. Any man, if he chooses, can gradually school himself to the requisite nerve, and gradually learn the requisite seat and hands that will enable him to do respectably across country, or to perform the average work on a ranch. Of my ranch experiences I shall speak later. At intervals after leaving college, I hunted on Long Island with the Meadowbrook hounds. Almost the only experience I ever had in this connection that was of any interest was on one occasion when I broke my arm. My purse did not permit me to own expensive horses. On this occasion I was riding an animal, a buggy horse originally, which its owner sold because now and then it insisted on thoughtfully lying down when in harness. It never did this under the saddle, and when he turned it out to grass it would solemnly hop over the fence and get somewhere where it did not belong. The last trait was what converted it into a hunter. It was a natural jumper, although without any speed. On the hunt in question I got along very well until the pace winded my ex-buggy horse, and it turned a somersault over a fence. When I got on it after the fall, I found I could not use my left arm. I supposed it was merely a strain. The buggy horse was a sedate animal, which I rode with a snaffle. So we pounded along at the tail of the hunt, and I did not appreciate that my arm was broken for 3 or 4 fences. Then we came to a big drop, and the jar made the bones slip past one another so as to throw the hand out of position. It did not hurt me at all, and as the horse was as easy to sit as a rocking chair, I got in at the death. I think August Belmont was master of the hunt when the above incident occurred. I know he was master on another occasion on which I met with a mild adventure. On one of the hunts, when I was out, a man was thrown, dragged by one stirrup, and killed. In consequence, I bought a pair of safety stirrups, which I used the next time I went out. Within 5 minutes after the run began, I found that the stirrups were so very safe that they would not stay in at all. First one went off at one jump, and then the other at another jump, with a fall for me on each occasion. I hated to give up the fun so early, and accordingly finished the run without any stirrups. My horse never went as fast as on that run. Doubtless a first-class horseman can ride as well without stirrups as with them, but I was not a first-class horseman. When anything unexpected happened, I was apt to clasp the solemn buggy horse firmly with my spurred heels, and the result was that he laid himself out to do his best in the way of galloping. He speedily found that, thanks to the snaffle bit, I could not pull him in, so when we came to a downgrade he would usually put on steam. Then, if there was a fence at the bottom and he checked at all, I was apt to shoot forward, and in such event we went over the fence in a way that reminded me of Leech's picture, in Punch, of Mr. Tom Noddy and his mare jumping a fence in the following order: Mr. Tom Noddy 1, his mare 2. However, I got in at the death this time also. I was fond of walking and climbing. As a lad I used to go to the North Woods, in Maine, both in fall and winter. There I made life friends of 2 men, Will Dow and Bill Sewell. I canoed with them and tramped through the woods with them, visiting the winter logging camps on snowshoes. Afterward they were with me in the West. Will Dow is dead. Bill Sewell was collector of customs under me, on the Aroostook border. Except when hunting, I never did any mountaineering, save for a couple of conventional trips up the Matterhorn and the Jungfrau on one occasion when I was in Switzerland. I never did much with the shotgun, but I practiced a good deal with the rifle. I had a rifle range at Sagamore Hill, where I often took friends to shoot. Once or twice, when I was visited by parties of released Boer prisoners after the close of the South African War, they and I held shooting matches together. The best man with both pistol and rifle who ever shot there was Stuart Edward White. Among the many other good men was a staunch friend, Baron Speck von Sternberg, afterwards German ambassador at Washington during my presidency. He was a capital shot, rider, and walker, a devoted and most efficient servant of Germany, who had fought with distinction in the Franco-German War when barely more than a boy. He was the hero of the story of the pig dog in Archibald Forbes's volume of reminiscences. It was he who first talked over with me the raising of a regiment of horse riflemen from among the ranchmen and cowboys of the plains. When ambassador, the poor, gallant, tender-hearted fellow was dying of a slow and painful disease, so that he could not play with the rest of us, but the agony of his mortal illness never in the slightest degree interfered with his work. Among the other men who shot and rode and walked with me was Cecil Spring Rice, who has just been appointed British ambassador to the United States. He was my groomsman, my best man, when I was married, at St. George's, Hanover Square, which made me feel as if I were living in one of Thackeray's novels. My own experience as regards marksmanship was much the same as my experience as regards horsemanship. There are men whose eye and hand are so quick and so sure that they achieve a perfection of marksmanship to which no practice will enable ordinary men to attain. There are other men who cannot learn to shoot with any accuracy at all. In between come the mass of men of ordinary abilities who, if they choose resolutely to practice, can by sheer industry and judgment make themselves fair rifle shots. The men who show this requisite industry and judgment can without special difficulty raise themselves to the second class of respectable rifle shots, and it is to this class that I belong. But to have reached this point of marksmanship with the rifle at a target by no means implies ability to hit game in the field, especially dangerous game. All kinds of other qualities, moral and physical, enter into being a good hunter, and especially a good hunter after dangerous game, just as all kinds of other qualities, in addition to skill with the rifle, enter into being a good soldier. With dangerous game, after a fair degree of efficiency with the rifle has been attained, the prime requisites are cool judgment and that kind of nerve which consists in avoiding being rattled. Any beginner is apt to have buck fever, and therefore no beginner should go at dangerous game. Buck fever means a state of intense nervous excitement which may be entirely divorced from timidity. It may affect a man the first time he has to speak to a large audience, just as it affects him the first time he sees a buck or goes into battle. What such a man needs is not courage, but nerve control, cool-headedness. This he can get only by actual practice. He must, by custom and repeated exercise of self-mastery, get his nerves thoroughly under control. This is largely a matter of habit, in the sense of repeated effort and repeated exercise of willpower. If the man has the right stuff in him, his will grows stronger and stronger with each exercise of it, and if he has not the right stuff in him, he had better keep clear of dangerous game hunting, or indeed of any other form of sport or work in which there is bodily peril. After he has achieved the ability to exercise wariness and judgment and the control over his nerves, which will make him shoot as well at the game as at a target, he can begin his essays at dangerous game hunting, and he will then find that it does not demand such abnormal prowess as the outsider is apt to imagine. A man who can hit a soda-water bottle at the distance of a few yards can brain a lion or a bear or an elephant at that distance, and if he cannot brain it when it charges, he can at least bring it to a standstill. All he has to do is to shoot as accurately as he would at a soda-water bottle, and to do this requires nerve, at least as much as it does physical address. Having reached this point, the hunter must not imagine that he is warranted in taking desperate chances. There are degrees in proficiency, and what is a warrantable and legitimate risk for a man to take when he has reached a certain grade of efficiency may be a foolish risk for him to take before he has reached that grade. A man who has reached the degree of proficiency indicated above is quite warranted in walking in at a lion at bay, in an open plain, to, say, within 100 yards. If the lion has not charged, the man ought, at that distance, to knock him over and prevent his charging. And if the lion is already charging, the man ought, at that distance, to be able to stop him. But the amount of prowess which warrants a man in relying on his ability to perform this feat does not by any means justify him in thinking that, for instance, he can crawl after a wounded lion into thick cover. I have known men of indifferent prowess to perform this latter feat successfully, but at least as often they have been unsuccessful, and in these cases the result has been unpleasant. The man who habitually follows wounded lions into thick cover must be a hunter of the highest skill, or he can count with certainty on an ultimate mauling. The first 2 or 3 bucks I ever saw gave me buck fever badly, but after I had gained experience with ordinary game, I never had buck fever at all with dangerous game. In my case, the overcoming of buck fever was the result of conscious effort and a deliberate determination to overcome it. More happily constituted men never have to make this determined effort at all, which may perhaps show that the average man can profit more from my experiences than he can from those of the exceptional man. I have shot only 5 kinds of animals which can fairly be called dangerous game, that is, the lion, elephant, rhinoceros, and buffalo in Africa, and the big grizzly bear a quarter of a century ago in the Rockies. Taking into account not only my own personal experience, but the experiences of many veteran hunters, I regard all the 4 African animals, but especially the lion, elephant, and buffalo, as much more dangerous than the grizzly. As it happened, however, the only narrow escape I personally ever had was from a grizzly, and in Africa the animal killed closest to me as it was charging was a rhinoceros, all of which goes to show that a man must not generalize too broadly from his own personal experiences. On the whole, I think the lion the most dangerous of all these 5 animals. That is, I think that, if fairly hunted, there is a larger percentage of hunters killed or mauled for a given number of lions killed than for a given number of any one of the other animals. Yet, I personally had no difficulties with lions. I twice killed lions which were at bay and just starting to charge, and I killed a heavy-maned male while it was in full charge. But in each instance I had plenty of leeway, the animal being so far off that even if my bullet had not been fatal, I should have had time for a couple more shots. The African buffalo is undoubtedly a dangerous beast, but it happened that the few that I shot did not charge. A bull elephant, a vicious rogue which had been killing people in the native villages, did charge before being shot at. My son Kermit and I stopped it at 40 yards. Another bull elephant, also unwounded, which charged, nearly got me, as I had just fired both cartridges from my heavy double-barreled rifle in killing the bull I was after, the first wild elephant I had ever seen. The second bull came through the thick brush to my left like a steam plow through a light snowdrift, everything snapping before his rush, and was so near that he could have hit me with his trunk. I slipped past him behind a tree. People have asked me how I felt on this occasion. My answer has always been that I suppose I felt as most men of like experience feel on such occasions. At such a moment, a hunter is so very busy that he has no time to get frightened. He wants to get in his cartridges and try another shot. Rhinoceros are truculent, blustering beasts, much the most stupid of all the dangerous game I know. Generally, their attitude is one of mere stupidity and bluff, but on occasions they do charge wickedly, both when wounded and when entirely unprovoked. The first I ever shot I mortally wounded at a few rods' distance, and it charged with the utmost determination, whereat I and my companion both fired, and more by good luck than anything else, we brought it to the ground just 13 paces from where we stood. Another rhinoceros may or may not have been meaning to charge me. I never have been certain which. It heard us and came at us through rather thick brush, snorting and tossing its head. I am by no means sure that it had fixedly hostile intentions, and indeed with my present experience I think it likely that if I had not fired, it would have flinched at the last moment and either retreated or gone by me. But I am not a rhinoceros mind-reader, and its actions were such as to warrant my regarding it as a suspicious character. I stopped it with a couple of bullets, and then followed it up and killed it. The skins of all these animals, which I thus killed, are in the National Museum at Washington. But, as I said above, the only narrow escape I met with was not from one of these dangerous African animals, but from a grizzly bear. It was about 24 years ago. I had wounded the bear just at sunset in a wood of lodgepole pines, and following him I wounded him again as he stood on the other side of a thicket. He then charged through the brush, coming with such speed and with such an irregular gait that, try as I would, I was not able to get the sight of my rifle on the brain pan, though I hit him very hard with both the remaining barrels of my magazine Winchester. It was in the days of black powder, and the smoke hung. After my last shot, the first thing I saw was the bear's left paw as he struck at me, so close that I made a quick movement to one side. He was, however, practically already dead, and after another jump, and while in the very act of trying to turn to come at me, he collapsed like a shot rabbit. By the way, I had a most exasperating time trying to bring in his skin. I was alone, travelling on foot with one very docile little mountain mare for a pack pony. The little mare cared nothing for bears or anything else, so there was no difficulty in packing her. But the man without experience can hardly realize the work it was to get that bearskin off the carcass, and then to pack it, wet, slippery, and heavy, so that it would ride evenly on the pony. I was at the time fairly well versed in packing with a diamond hitch, the standby of Rocky Mountain packers in my day, but the diamond hitch is a two-man job, and even working with a squaw hitch, I got into endless trouble with that wet and slippery bearskin. With infinite labor I would get the skin on the pony and run the ropes over it until, to all seeming, it was fastened properly. Then off we would start, and after going about 100 yards I would notice the hide beginning to bulge through between two ropes. I would shift one of them, and then the hide would bulge somewhere else. I would shift the rope again, and still the hide would flow slowly out as if it was lava. The first thing I knew it would come down on one side, and the little mare, with her feet planted resolutely, would wait for me to perform my part by getting that bearskin back in its proper place on the McClellan saddle, which I was using as a makeshift pack saddle. The feat of killing the bear the previous day sank into nothing compared with the feat of making the bearskin ride properly as a pack on the following 3 days. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on April 17, 2008, in San Diego, California.
Chapter 2, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Amos. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 2. The Vigor of Life. Part 2. The reason why I was alone in the mountains on this occasion was because, for the only time in all my experience, I had a difficulty with my guide. He was a crippled old mountain man with a profound contempt for tenderfeet, a contempt that in my case was accentuated by the fact that I wore spectacles, which at that day and in that region were usually held to indicate a defective moral character in the wearer. He had never previously acted as a guide, or as he expressed it, trundled a tenderfoot, and though a good hunter who showed me much game, our experience together was not happy. He was very rheumatic, and liked to lie abed late, so that I usually had to get breakfast, and in fact do most of the work around camp. Finally, one day he declined to go out with me, saying that he had a pain. When that afternoon I got back to camp, I speedily found what the pain was. We were traveling very light indeed, I having practically nothing but my buffalo sleeping bag, my wash kit, and a pair of socks. I had also taken a flask of whiskey for emergencies. Although as I found that the emergencies never arose, and that tea was better than whiskey when a man was cold or done out, I abandoned the practice of taking whiskey on hunting trips 20 years ago. When I got back to camp, the old fellow was sitting on a tree trunk, very erect, with his rifle across his knees, and in response to my nod of greeting, he merely leered at me. I leaned my rifle against a tree, walked over to where my bed was lying, and happening to rummage in it for something, I found the whiskey flask was empty. I turned on him at once and accused him of having drunk it, to which he merely responded by asking what I was going to do about it. There did not seem much to do, so I said that we would part company. We were only 4 or 5 days from a settlement, and I would go in alone, taking one of the horses. He responded by cocking his rifle and saying that I could go alone and be damned to me, but I could not take any horse. I answered, all right, that if I could not, I could not, and began to move around to get some flour and salt pork. He was misled by my quietness and by the fact that I had not in any way resented either his actions or his language during the days we had been together, and did not watch me as closely as he ought to have done. He was sitting with the cocked rifle across his knees, the muzzle to his left. My rifle was leaning against a tree near the cooking things to his right. Managing to get near it, I whipped it up and threw the bead on him, calling, "Hands up!" He, of course, put up his hands, and then said, "Oh, come, I was only joking." To which I answered, "Well, I am not. Now straighten your legs and let your rifle go to the ground." He remonstrated, saying the rifle would go off, and I told him to let it go off. However, he straightened his legs in such a fashion that it came to the ground without a jar. I then made him move back and picked up the rifle. By this time he was quite sober, and really did not seem angry, looking at me quizzically. He told me that if I would give him back his rifle, he would call it quits and we could go on together. I did not think it best to trust him, so I told him that our hunt was pretty well through anyway, and that I would go home. There was a blasted pine on the trail, in plain view of the camp, about a mile off, and I told him that I would leave his rifle at that blasted pine if I could see him in camp, but that he must not come after me, for if he did I should assume that it was with hostile intent and would shoot. He said he had no intention of coming after me, and as he was very much crippled with rheumatism, I did not believe he would do so. Accordingly, I took the little mare, with nothing but some flour, bacon, and tea, and my bedroll, and started off. At the blasted pine I looked round, and as I could see him in camp, I left his rifle there. I then traveled till dark, and that night, for the only time in my experience, I used in camping a trick of the old-time trappers in the Indian days. I did not believe I would be followed, but still it was not possible to be sure. So after getting supper, while my pony fed round, I left the fire burning, repacked the mare, and pushed ahead until it literally became so dark that I could not see. Then I picketed the mare, slept where I was without a fire until the first streak of dawn, and then pushed on for a couple of hours before halting to take breakfast and to let the little mare have a good feed. No plainsman needs to be told that a man should not lie near a fire if there is danger of an enemy creeping up on him, and that above all a man should not put himself in a position where he can be ambushed at dawn. On the second day I lost the trail, and toward nightfall gave up the effort to find it, camped where I was, and went out to shoot a grouse for supper. It was while hunting in vain for a grouse that I came on the bear and killed it as above described. When I reached the settlement and went into the storekeeper identified me by remarking, "You're the tenderfoot that old Hank was trundling, ain't you?" I admitted that I was. A good many years later, after I had been elected vice president, I went on a cougar hunt in northwestern Colorado with Johnny Goff, a famous hunter and mountain man. It was midwinter. I was rather proud of my achievements, and pictured myself as being known to the few settlers in the neighborhood as a successful mountain lion hunter. I could not help grinning when I found out that they did not even allude to me as the vice president-elect, let alone as a hunter, but merely as Johnny Goff's tourist. Of course, during the years when I was most busy at serious work, I could do no hunting, and even my riding was of a decorous kind. But a man whose business is sedentary should get some kind of exercise if he wishes to keep himself in as good physical trim as his brethren who do manual labor. When I worked on a ranch, I needed no form of exercise except my work. But when I worked in an office, the case was different. A couple of summers I played polo with some of my neighbors. I shall always believe we played polo in just the right way for middle-aged men with stables of the general utility order. Of course it was polo which was chiefly of interest to ourselves, the only onlookers being the members of our faithful families. My 2 ponies were the only occupants of my stable, except a cart-horse. My wife and I rode and drove them, and they were used for household errands and for the children, and for 2 afternoons a week they served me as polo ponies. Polo is a good game, infinitely better for vigorous men than tennis or golf or anything of that kind. There is all the fun of football with the horse thrown in, and if only people would be willing to play it in a simple fashion, it would be almost as much within their reach as golf. But at Oyster Bay our great and permanent amusements were rowing and sailing. I do not care for the latter, and am fond of the former. I suppose it sounds archaic, but I cannot help thinking that the people with motorboats miss a great deal. If they would only keep to rowboats or canoes, and use oar or paddle themselves, they would get infinitely more benefit than by having their work done for them by gasoline. But I rarely took exercise merely as exercise. Primarily I took it because I liked it. Play should never be allowed to interfere with work, and a life devoted merely to play is, of all forms of existence, the most dismal. But the joy of life is a very good thing, and while work is the essential in it, play also has its place. When obliged to live in cities, I for a long time found that boxing and wrestling enabled me to get a good deal of exercise in condensed and attractive form. I was reluctantly obliged to abandon both as I grew older. I dropped the wrestling earliest. When I became governor, the champion middleweight wrestler of America happened to be in Albany, and I got him to come round 3 or 4 afternoons a week. Incidentally, I may mention that his presence caused me a difficulty with the controller, who refused to audit a bill I put in for a wrestling mat, explaining that I could have a billiard table, billiards being recognized as a proper gubernatorial amusement, but that a wrestling mat symbolized something unusual and unheard of and could not be permitted. The middleweight champion was, of course, so much better than I was that he could not only take care of himself, but of me too, and see that I was not hurt, for wrestling is a much more violent amusement than boxing. But after a couple of months he had to go away, and he left as a substitute a good-humored, stalwart professional oarsman. The oarsman turned out to know very little about wrestling. He could not even take care of himself, not to speak of me. By the end of our second afternoon, one of his long ribs had been caved in, and 2 of my short ribs badly damaged, and my left shoulder blade so nearly shoved out of place that it creaked. He was nearly as pleased as I was when I told him I thought we would vote the war a failure and abandon wrestling. After that I took up boxing again. While president, I used to box with some of the aides, as well as play single-stick with General Wood. After a few years I had to abandon boxing as well as wrestling, for in one bout a young captain of artillery cross-countered me on the eye, and the blow smashed the little blood vessels. Fortunately it was my left eye, but the sight has been dim ever since, and if it had been the right eye I should have been entirely unable to shoot. Accordingly I thought it better to acknowledge that I had become an elderly man, and would have to stop boxing. I then took up jiu-jitsu for a year or 2. When I was in the legislature and was working very hard, with little chance of getting out of doors, all the exercise I got was boxing and wrestling. A young fellow turned up who was a second-rate prize fighter, the son of one of my old boxing teachers. For several weeks I had him come round to my rooms in the morning to put on the gloves with me for half an hour. Then he suddenly stopped, and some days later I received a letter of woe from him from the jail. I found that he was by profession a burglar, and merely followed boxing as the amusement of his lighter moments, or when business was slack. Naturally, being fond of boxing, I grew to know a good many prize fighters, and to most of those I knew I grew genuinely attached. I have never been able to sympathize with the outcry against prize fighters. The only objection I have to the prize ring is the crookedness that has attended its commercial development. Outside of this, I regard boxing, whether professional or amateur, as a first-class sport, and I do not regard it as brutalizing. Of course, matches can be conducted under conditions that make them brutalizing, but this is true of football games and of most other rough and vigorous sports. Most certainly prize fighting is not half as brutalizing or demoralizing as many forms of big business, and of the legal work carried on in connection with big business. Powerful, vigorous men of strong animal development must have some way in which their animal spirits can find vent. When I was police commissioner, I found, and Jacob Reese will back me up in this, that the establishment of a boxing club in a tough neighborhood always tended to do away with knifing and gunfighting among the young fellows who would otherwise have been in murderous gangs. Many of these young fellows were not naturally criminals at all, but they had to have some outlet for their activities. In the same way, I have always regarded boxing as a first-class sport to encourage in the Young Men's Christian Association. I do not like to see young Christians with shoulders that slope like a champagne bottle. Of course, boxing should be encouraged in the Army and Navy. I was first drawn to 2 naval chaplains, Fathers Chadwick and Rainey, by finding that each of them had brought half a dozen sets of boxing gloves and encouraged their crews in boxing. When I was police commissioner, I heartily approved the effort to get boxing clubs started in New York on a clean basis. Later I was reluctantly obliged to come to the conclusion that the prize ring had become hopelessly debased and demoralized, and as governor I aided in the passage of and signed the bill putting a stop to professional boxing for money. This was because some of the prize fighters themselves were crooked, while the crowd of hangers-on who attended and made up and profited by the matches had placed the whole business on a basis of commercialism and brutality that was intolerable. I shall always maintain that boxing contests themselves make good, healthy sport. It is idle to compare them with bullfighting. The torture and death of the wretched horses in bullfighting is enough of itself to blast the sport, no matter how great the skill and prowess shown by the bullfighters. Any sport in which the death and torture of animals is made to furnish pleasure to the spectators is debasing. There should always be the opportunity provided in a glove fight or bare fist fight to stop it when one competitor is hopelessly outclassed or too badly hammered. But the men who take part in these fights are hard as nails, and it is not worthwhile to feel sentimental about their receiving punishment, which as a matter of fact they do not mind. Of course the men who look on ought to be able to stand up with the gloves or without them themselves. I have scant use for the type of sportsmanship which consists merely in looking on at the feats of someone else. Some as good citizens as I know are or were prize-fighters. Take Mike Donovan of New York. He and his family represent a type of American citizenship of which we have a right to be proud. Mike is a devoted temperance man, and can be relied upon for every moment in the interest of good citizenship. I was first immediately thrown with him when I was police commissioner. One evening he and I, both in dress suits, attended a temperance meeting of Catholic societies. It culminated in a lively set-to between myself and a Tammany senator who was a very good fellow, but whose ideas of temperance differed radically from mine, and as the event proved, from those of the majority of the meeting. Mike evidently regarded himself as my backer. He was sitting on the platform beside me, and I think felt as pleased and interested as if the set-to had been physical instead of merely verbal. Afterward I grew to know him well, both while I was governor and while I was president, and many a time he came on and boxed with me. Battling Nelson was another staunch friend, and he and I think alike on most questions of political and industrial life, although he once expressed to me some commiseration, because as president I did not get anything like the money returned for my services that he aggregated during the same term of years in the ring. Bob Fitzsimmons was another good friend of mine. He has never forgotten his early skill as a blacksmith, and among the things that I value and always keep in use is a pen holder made by Bob out of a horseshoe, with an inscription saying that it is made for and presented to President Theodore Roosevelt by his friend and admirer, Robert Fitzsimmons. I have for a long time had the friendship of John L. Sullivan, than whom in his prime no better man ever stepped into the ring. He is now a Massachusetts farmer. John used occasionally to visit me at the White House, his advent always causing a distinct flutter among the waiting senators and congressmen. When I went to Africa, he presented me with a gold-mounted rabbit's foot for luck. I carried it through my African trip, and I certainly had good luck. On one occasion, one of my prize-fighting friends called on me at the White House on business. He explained that he wished to see me alone, sat down opposite me, and put a very expensive cigar on the desk, saying, "Have a cigar." I thanked him and said I did not smoke, to which he responded, "Put it in your pocket." He then added, "Take another. Put both in your pocket." This I accordingly did. Having thus shown at the outset the necessary formal courtesy, my visitor, an old and valued friend, proceeded to explain that a nephew of his had enlisted in the Marine Corps, but had been absent without leave, and was threatened with dishonorable discharge on the ground of desertion. My visitor, a good citizen and patriotic American, was stung to the quick at the thought of such an incident occurring in his family, and he explained to me that it must not occur, that there must not be the disgrace to the family, although he would be delighted to have the offender handled rough, to teach him a needed lesson. He added that he wished I would take him and handle him myself, for he knew that I would see that he got all that was coming to him. Then a look of pathos came into his eyes, and he explained, "That boy I just cannot understand. He was my sister's favorite son, and I always took a special interest in him myself. I did my best to bring him up the way he ought to go. But there was just nothing to be done with him. His tastes were naturally low. He took to music." What form this debasing taste for music assumed I did not inquire, and I was able to grant my friend's wish. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Recording by Chris Amos. www.chrisamos.net. Chapter 2, Part 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Amos. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 2. The Vigor of Life. Part 3. While in the White House, I always tried to get a couple of hours exercise in the afternoons. Sometimes tennis, more often riding, or else a rough cross-country walk, perhaps down Rock Creek, which was then as wild as a stream in the White Mountains, or on the Virginia side along the Potomac. My companions at tennis, or on these rides and walks, we gradually grew to style the tennis cabinet, and then we extended the term to take in many of my old-time Western friends, such as Ben Daniels, Seth Bullock, Luther Kelly, and others who had taken part with me in more serious outdoor adventures than walking and riding for pleasure. Most of the men who were oftenest with me on these trips, men like Major General Leonard Wood, or Major General Thomas Henry Barry, or Presley Marion Rixey, Surgeon General of the Navy, or Robert Bacon, who was afterwards Secretary of State, or James Garfield, who was Secretary of the Interior, or Gifford Pinchot, who was Chief of the Forest Service, were better men physically than I was, but I could ride and walk well enough for us all thoroughly to enjoy it. Often, especially in the winters and early springs, we would arrange for a point-to-point walk, not turning aside for anything. For instance, swimming Rock Creek, or even the Potomac if it came in our way. Of course, under such circumstances, we had to arrange that our return to Washington should be when it was dark, so that our appearance might scandalize no one. On several occasions we thus swam Rock Creek in the early spring, when the ice was floating thick upon it. If we swam the Potomac, we usually took off our clothes. I remember one such occasion when the French ambassador Jusserand, who was a member of the tennis cabinet, was along, and just as we were about to get in to swim, somebody said, Mr. Ambassador, you haven't taken off your gloves," to which he promptly responded, "I think I will leave them on. We might meet ladies." We liked Rock Creek for these walks because we could do so much scrambling and climbing along the cliffs. There was almost as much climbing when we walked down the Potomac to Washington from the Virginia end of the chain bridge. I would occasionally take some big game friend from abroad, Sellis or St. George Littledale or Captain Radcliffe or Paul Nidick on these walks. Once I invited an entire class of officers who were attending lectures at the War College to come on one of these walks. I chose a route which gave us the hardest climbing along the rocks and the deepest crossings of the creek, and my army friends enjoyed it hugely, being the right sort to a man. On March 1st, 1909, 3 days before leaving the presidency, various members of the tennis cabinet lunched with me at the White House. Tennis cabinet was an elastic term, and of course many who ought to have been at the lunch were, for one reason or another, away from Washington. But to make up for this, a goodly number of out-of-town honorary members, so to speak, were present. For instance, Seth Bullock, Luther Kelly, better known as Yellowstone Kelly in the days when he was an Army scout against the Sioux, and Abernathy, the wolf hunter. At the end of the lunch, Seth Bullock suddenly reached forward, swept aside a mass of flowers which made a centerpiece on the table, and revealed a bronze cougar by Proctor, which was a parting gift to me. The lunch party and the cougar were then photographed on the lawn. Some of the younger officers, who were my constant companions on these walks and rides, pointed out to me the condition of utter physical worthlessness into which certain of the elder ones had permitted themselves to lapse, and the very bad effect this would certainly have if ever the army were called into service. I then looked into the matter for myself, and was really shocked at what I found. Many of the older officers were so unfit physically that their condition would have excited laughter, had it not been so serious, to think that they belonged to the military arm of the government. A cavalry colonel proved unable to keep his horse at a smart trot for even half a mile when I visited his post. A major general proved afraid even to let his horse canter when he went on a ride with us. And certain otherwise good men proved as unable to walk as if they had been sedentary brokers. I consulted with men like Major Generals Wood and Bell, who were themselves of fine physique, with bodies fit to meet any demand. It was late in my administration, and we deemed it best only to make a beginning. Experience teaches the most inveterate reformer how hard it is to get a totally non-military nation to accept seriously any military improvement. Accordingly, I merely issued directions that each officer should prove his ability to walk 50 miles or ride 100 in 3 days. This is, of course, a test which many a healthy middle-aged woman would be able to meet, but a large portion of the press adopted the view that it was a bit of capricious tyranny on my part, and a considerable number of elderly officers, with desk rather than field experience, intrigued with their friends in Congress to have the order annulled. So one day I took a ride of a little over 100 miles myself, in company with Surgeon General Rixey and 2 other officers. The Virginia roads were frozen and in ruts, and in the afternoon and evening there was a storm of snow and sleet, and when it had been thus experimentally shown, under unfavorable conditions, how easy it was to do in 1 day the task for which the army officers were allowed 3 days, all open objections ceased. But some bureau chiefs still did as much underhanded work against the order as they dared, and it was often difficult to reach them. In the Marine Corps, Captain Leonard, who had lost an arm at Tianjin with 2 of his lieutenants, did the 50 miles in 1 day, for they were vigorous young men who laughed at the idea of treating a 50-mile walk as over-fatiguing. Well, the Navy Department officials rebuked them and made them take the walk over again in 3 days, on the ground that taking it in 1 day did not comply with the regulations. This seems unbelievable, but Leonard assures me it is true. He did not inform me at the time, being afraid to get in wrong with his permanent superiors. If I had known of the order, short work would have been made of the bureaucrat who issued it. One of our best naval officers sent me the following letter after the above had appeared. I note in your autobiography now being published in the Outlook that you refer to the reasons which led you to establish a physical test for the Army and to the action you took, your 100-mile ride, to prevent the test being abolished. Doubtless you did not know the following facts. Number 1. The first annual Navy test of 50 miles in 3 days was subsequently reduced to 25 miles in 2 days in each quarter. Number 2. This was further reduced to 10 miles each month, which is the present test, and there is danger lest even this utterly insufficient test be abolished. I enclose a copy of a recent letter to the Surgeon General, which will show our present deplorable condition and the worst condition into which we are slipping back. The original test of 50 miles in 3 days did a very great deal of good. It decreased by thousands of dollars the money expended on streetcar fare, and by a much greater sum the amount expended over the bar. It eliminated a number of the wholly unfit. It taught officers to walk. It forced them to learn the care of their feet and that of their men, and it improved their general health and was rapidly forming a taste for physical exercise. The enclosed letter ran in part as follows. I am returning under separate cover, The Soldier's Foot and the Military Shoe. The book contains knowledge of a practical character that is valuable for the men who have to march, who have suffered from foot troubles, and who must avoid them in order to attain efficiency. The words in capitals express, according to my idea, the gist of the whole matter as regards military men. The Army officer whose men break down on test gets a black eye. The one whose men show efficiency in this respect gets a bouquet. To such men the book is invaluable. There is no danger that they will neglect it. They will actually learn it, for exactly the same reasons that our fellows learn the gunnery instructions, or did learn them before they were withdrawn and burned. But I have not been able to interest a single naval officer in this fine book. They will look at the pictures and say it is a good book, but they won't read it. The marine officers, on the contrary, are very much interested, because they have to teach their men to care for their feet, and they must know how to care for their own. But the naval officers feel no such necessity, simply because their men do not have to demonstrate their efficiency by practice marches, and they themselves do not have to do a stunt that will show up their own ignorance and inefficiency in the matter. For example, some time ago I was talking with some chaps about shoes, the necessity of having them long enough and wide enough, etc., and one of them said, I have no use for such shoes, as I never walk except when I have to, and any old shoes will do for the 10-mile-a-month stunt. So there you are. When the first test was ordered, Edmonston, Washington shoeman, told me that he sold more real walking shoes to naval officers in 3 months than he had in the 3 preceding years. I know 3 officers who lost both big toenails after the first test, and another who walked 9 miles in practice with a pair of heavy walking shoes that were too small and was laid up for 3 days, could not come to the office. I know plenty of men who after the first test had to borrow shoes from larger men until their feet went down to their normal size. This test may have been a bit too strenuous for old hearts, of men who have never taken any exercise, but it was excellent as a matter of instruction and training of handling feet, and in an emergency, such as we soon may have in Mexico, sound hearts are not much good if the feet won't stand. However, the 25-mile test in 2 days each quarter answered the same purpose, for the reason that 12.5 miles will produce sore feet with bad shoes, and sore feet and lame muscles even with good shoes if there has been no practice marching. It was the necessity of doing 12.5 more miles on the second day with sore feet and lame muscles that made him sit up and take notice, made him practice walking, made him avoid streetcars, buy proper shoes, show some curiosity about socks and the care of the feet in general. All this passed out with the introduction of the last test of 10 miles a month. As one fellow said, I can do that in sneakers, but he couldn't if the second day involved a tramp on the sore feet. The point is that whereas formerly officers had to practice walking a bit and give some attention to proper footgear, now they don't have to, and the natural consequence is that they don't do it. There are plenty of officers who do not walk any more than is necessary to reach a streetcar that will carry them from their residences to their offices. Some who have motors do not so much. They take no exercise. They take cocktails instead and are getting beefy and paunchy, and something should be done to remedy this state of affairs. It would not be necessary if service opinion required officers to so order their lives that it would be common knowledge that they were hard, in order to avoid the danger of being selected out. We have no such service opinion, and it is not in process of formation. On the contrary, it is known that the principal dignitaries unanimously advised the secretary to abandon all physical tests. He, a civilian, was wise enough not to take the advice. I would like to see a test established that would oblige officers to take sufficient exercise to pass it without inconvenience. For the reasons given above, 20 miles in 2 days every other month would do the business, while 10 miles each month does not touch it, simply because nobody has to walk on next-day feet. As for the proposed test of so many hours exercise a week, the flatfoots of the pendulous belly muscles are delighted. They are looking into the question of pedometers, and will hang one of these on their wheezy chests and let it count every shuffling step they take out of doors. If we had an adequate test throughout 20 years, there would at the end of that time be few, if any, sacks of blubber at the upper end of the list, and service opinion against that sort of thing would be established. These tests were kept during my administration. They were afterwards abandoned, not through perversity or viciousness, but through weakness and inability to understand the need of preparedness in advance, if the emergencies of war are to be properly met, when or if they arrive. In no country with an army worth calling such is there a chance for a man physically unfit to stay in the service. Our countrymen should understand that every army officer and every marine officer ought to be summarily removed from the service unless he is able to undergo far severer tests than those which, as a beginning, I imposed. To follow any other course is to put a premium on slothful incapacity, and to do the gravest wrong to the nation. I have mentioned all these experiences, and I could mention scores of others, because out of them grew my philosophy, perhaps they were in part caused by my philosophy, of bodily vigor as a method of getting that vigor of the soul, without which vigor of the body counts for nothing. The dweller in cities has less chance than the dweller in the country to keep his body sound and vigorous, but he can do so, if only he will take the trouble. Any young lawyer, shopkeeper, or clerk, or shop assistant can keep himself in good condition if he tries. Some of the best men who have ever served under me in the National Guard and in my regiment were former clerks or floor walkers. Why, Johnny Hayes, the marathon victor and at one time world champion, one of my valued friends and supporters, was a floor walker in Bloomingdale's big department store. Surely with Johnny Hayes as an example, any young man in a city can hope to make his body all that a vigorous man's body should be. I once made a speech to which I gave the title, The Strenuous Life. Afterwards I published a volume of essays with this for a title. There were 2 translations of it which always especially pleased me. One was by a Japanese officer who knew English well, and who had carried the essay all through the Manchurian campaign, and later translated it for the benefit of his countrymen. The other was by an Italian lady, whose brother, an officer in the Italian army who had died on duty in a foreign land, had also greatly liked the article and carried it round with him. In translating the title, the lady rendered it in Italian as Vigor de Vita. I thought this translation a great improvement on the original, and have always wished that I myself used the Vigor of Life as a heading to indicate what I was trying to preach, instead of the heading I actually did use. There are 2 kinds of success, or rather 2 kinds of ability displayed in the achievement of success. There is first the success either in big things or small things which comes to the man who has in him the natural power to do what no one else can do, and what no amount of training, no perseverance or willpower will enable any ordinary man to do. This success, of course, like every other kind of success, may be on a very big scale or on a small scale. The quality which the man possesses may be that which enables him to run 100 yards in 9 3/5 seconds, or to play 10 separate games of chess at the same time, blindfolded, or to add 5 columns of figures at once without effort, or to write the Ode to a Grecian Urn, or to deliver the Gettysburg speech, or to show the ability of Frederick at Leuthen or Nelson at Trafalgar. No amount of training of body or mind would enable any good, ordinary man to perform any one of these feats. Of course, the proper performance of each implies much previous study or training, but in no one of them is success to be attained save by the altogether exceptional man who has in him the something additional which the ordinary man does not have. This is the most striking kind of success, and it can be attained only by the man who has in him the quality which separates him in kind, no less than in degree, from his fellows. but much the commoner type of success in every walk of life and in every species of effort, is that which comes to the man who differs from his fellows not by the kind of quality which he possesses, but by the degree of development which he has given that quality. This kind of success is open to a large number of persons, if only they seriously determine to achieve it. It is the kind of success which is open to the average man of sound body and fair mind, who has no remarkable mental or physical attributes, but who gets just as much as possible in the way of work out of the aptitudes that he does possess. It is the only kind of success that is open to most of us. Yet some of the greatest successes in history have been those of this second class. When I call it second class, I am not running it down in the least. I am merely pointing out that it differs in kind from the first class. To the average man, it is probably more useful to study the second type of success than to study the first. From the study of the first, he can learn inspiration. He can get uplift and lofty enthusiasm. From the study of the second, he can, if he chooses, find out how to win a similar success himself. I need hardly say that all the successes I have ever won have been of the second type. I never won anything without hard labor and the exercise of my best judgment and careful planning and working long in advance. Having been a rather sickly and awkward boy, I was as a young man at first both nervous and distrustful of my own prowess. I had to train myself painfully and laboriously, not merely as regards my body, but as regards my soul and spirit. When I was a boy, I read a passage in one of Marryat's books which always impressed me. In this passage, the captain of some small British man-of-war is explaining to the hero how to acquire the quality of fearlessness. He says that at the outset almost every man is frightened when he goes into action, but that the course to follow is for man to keep such a grip on himself that he can act just as if he was not frightened. After this is kept up long enough, it changes from pretense to reality, and the man does in very fact become fearless by sheer dint of practicing fearlessness when he does not feel it. I am using my own language, not Marryat's. This was the theory upon which I went. There were all kinds of things which I was afraid at first, ranging from grizzly bears to mean horses and gunfighters, but by acting as if I was not afraid, I gradually ceased to be afraid. Most men can have the same experience if they choose. They will first learn to bear themselves well in trials which they anticipate and which they school themselves in advance to meet. After a while the habit will grow on them, and they will behave well in sudden and unexpected emergencies which come upon them unawares. It is, of course, much pleasanter if one is naturally fearless, and I envy and respect the men who are naturally fearless, but it is a good thing to remember that the man who does not enjoy this advantage can nevertheless stand beside the man who does, and can do his duty with a like efficiency if he chooses to. Of course, he must not let his desire take the form merely of a daydream. Let him dream about being a fearless man, and the more he dreams the better he will be, always provided he does his best to realize the dream in practice. He can do his part honorably and well, provided only he sets fearlessness before himself as an ideal, schools himself to think of danger merely as something to be faced and overcome, and regards life itself as he should regard it, not as something to be thrown away, but as a pawn to be promptly hazarded whenever the hazard is warranted by the larger interests of the great game in which we are all engaged. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Chris Amos. www.chrisamos.net.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 3, Practical Politics, Part 1. When I left Harvard, I took up the study of law. If I had been sufficiently fortunate to come under Professor Thayer, of the Harvard Law School, it may be well that I would have realized that the lawyer can do a great work for justice and against legalism. But, doubtless chiefly through my own fault, some of the teaching of the law books and of the classroom seemed to me to be against justice. The caveat emptor side of the law, like the caveat emptor side of business, seemed to me repellent. It did not make for social fair dealing. The let the buyer beware maxim, when translated into actual practice, whether in law or business, tends to translate itself further into the seller making his profit at the expense of the buyer, instead of by a bargain which shall be a profit of both. It did not seem to me that the law was framed to discourage, as it should, sharp practice, and other kinds of bargains except those which are fair and of benefit to both sides. I was young, There was much in the judgment which I then formed on this matter which I should now revise. But, then as now, many of the big corporation lawyers, to whom the ordinary members of the bar then as now looked up, held certain standards which were difficult to recognize as compatible with the idealism I supposed every high-minded young man is apt to feel. If I had been obliged to earn every cent I spent, I should have gone wholeheartedly into the business of making both ends meet, and should have taken up the law or any other respectable occupation, for I then held, and now hold, the belief that a man's first duty is to pull his own weight, and to take care of those dependent upon him. And I then believed, and now believe, that the greatest privilege and greatest duty for any man is to be happily married, and that no other form of success or service, for either man or woman, can be wisely accepted as a substitute or alternative. But it happened that I had been left enough money by my father not to make it necessary for me to think solely of earning bread for myself and my family. I had enough to get bread. What I had to do, if I wanted butter and jam, was to provide the butter and jam, but to count their cost as compared with other things. In other words, I made up my mind that, while I must earn money, I could afford to make earning money the secondary instead of the primary object of my career. If I had had no money at all, then my first duty would have been to earn it in any honest fashion. As I had some money, I felt that my need for more money was to be treated as a secondary need, and that while it was my business to make more money where I legitimately and properly could, yet that it was also my business to treat other kinds of work as more important than money-making. Almost immediately after leaving Harvard in 1880, I began to take an interest in politics. I did not then believe, and I do not now believe, that any man should ever attempt to make politics his only career. It is a dreadful misfortune for a man to grow to feel that his whole livelihood and whole happiness depend upon his staying in office. Such a feeling prevents him from being of real service to the people while in office, and always puts him under the heaviest strain of pressure to barter his convictions for the sake of holding office. A man should have some other occupation. I had several other occupations, to which he can resort if at any time he is thrown out of office, or if at any time he finds it necessary to choose a course which will probably result in his being thrown out, unless he is willing to stay in at cost to his conscience. At that day, in 1880, a young man of my bringing up and convictions could join only the Republican party, and join it I accordingly did. It was no simple thing to join it then. That was long before the era of ballot reform and the control of primaries, long before the era when we realized that the government must take official notice of the deeds and acts of party organization. The party was still treated as a private corporation, and in each district the organization formed a kind of social and political club. A man had to be regularly proposed for and elected into this club, just as into any other club. As a friend of mine picturesquely phrased it, I had to break into the organization with a jimmy. Under these circumstances there was some difficulty in joining the local organization, and considerable amusement and excitement to be obtained out of it after I had joined. It was over 33 years ago that I thus became a member of the 21st District Republican Association in the city of New York. The men I knew best were the men in the clubs of social pretension and the men of cultivated taste and easy life. When I began to make inquiries as to the whereabouts of the local Republican Association and the means of joining it, these men, and the big business men and lawyers also, laughed at me, and told me that politics were low, that the organizations were not controlled by gentlemen, that I would find them run by saloon-keepers, horse-car conductors, and the like, and not by men with any of whom I would come in contact outside, and moreover they assured me that the men I met with would be rough and brutal and unpleasant to deal with. I answered that if this were so it merely meant that the people I knew did not belong to the governing class, and that the other people did, and that I intended to be one of the governing class, that if they proved too hard bit for me I supposed I would have to quit, but that I certainly would not quit until I had made the effort and found out whether I was really too weak to hold my own in the rough and tumble. The Republican Association of which I became a member held its meetings in Morton Hall, a large barn-like room over a saloon. Its furniture was of the canonical kind, dingy benches, spittoons, a dais at one end with a table and chair and a stout pitcher for iced water, and on the walls pictures of General Grant and of Levi P. Morton, to whose generosity we owed the room. We had regular meetings once or twice a month, and between times the place was treated, at least on certain nights, as a kind of club room. I went around there often enough to have the men get accustomed to me, and have me get accustomed to them, so that we began to speak the same language, and so that each could begin to live down in the other's mind what Bret Harte has called the defective moral quality of being a stranger. It is not often that a man can make opportunities for himself, but he can put himself in such shape that when or if the opportunities come he is ready to take advantage of them. This was what happened to me in connection with my experiences in Morton Hall. I soon became on good terms with members of the ordinary healers and even some of the minor leaders. The big leader was Jake Hess, who treated me with rather distant affability. There were prominent lawyers and businessmen who belonged, but they took little part in the actual meetings. What they did was done elsewhere. The running of the machine was left to Jake Hess and his captains of tens and of hundreds. Among these lesser captains I soon struck up a friendship with Joe Murray, a friendship which is as strong now as it was 33 years ago. He had been born in Ireland, but brought to New York by his parents when he was 3 or 4 years old, and, as he expressed it, raised a barefooted boy on First Avenue. When not 18 he had enlisted in the Army of the Potomac and taken part in the campaign that closed the Civil War. Then he came back to First Avenue, and being a fearless, powerful, energetic young fellow, careless and reckless, speedily grew to some prominence as a leader of a gang. In that district, and at that time, politics was a rough business, and Tammany Hall held unquestioned sway. The district was overwhelmingly Democratic, and Joe and his friends were Democrats, who on election day performed the usual gang work for the local Democratic leader, whose business it was to favor and reward them in return. This same local leader, like many other great leaders, became puffed up by prosperity, and forgot the instruments through which he had achieved prosperity. After one election he showed a callous indifference to the hard work of the gang and complete disregard of his before-election promises. He counted upon the resentment wearing itself out, as usual, in threats and bluster. But Joe Murray was not a man who forgot. He explained to his gang his purposes and the necessity of being quiet. Accordingly, they waited for their revenge until the next election day. They then, as Joe expressed it, decided to vote furthest away from the leader. I am using the language of Joe's youth, and the best way to do this was to vote the Republican ticket. In those days each party had a booth near the polling place in each election district, where the party representative dispensed the party ballots. This had been a district in which, as a rule, very early in the day the Republican election leader had his hat knocked over his eyes, and his booth kicked over, and his ballots scattered, and then the size of the Democratic majority depended on an elastic appreciation of exactly how much was demanded from headquarters. But on this day things went differently. The gang, with a Roman sense of duty, took an active interest in seeing that the Republican was given his full rights. Moreover, they made the most energetic reprisals on their opponents, and as they were distinctly the tough and fighting element, justice came to her own with a whoop. Would-be repeaters were thrown out on their heads. Every person who could be cajoled or, I fear, intimidated was given the Republican ticket, and the upshot was that at the end of the day a district which had never hitherto polled more than 2 or 3% of its vote Republican broke about even between the two parties. To Joe it had merely been an act of retribution so far as it was not simply a spree. But the leaders at the Republican headquarters did not know this, and when they got over their paralyzed astonishment at the returns, they investigated to find out what it meant. Somebody told them that it represented the work of a young man named Joseph Murray. Accordingly they sent for him. The room in which they received him was doubtless some place like Morton Hall, and the men who received him were akin to those who had leadership in Morton Hall, but in Joe's eyes they stood for a higher civilization, for opportunity, for generous recognition of successful effort, in short, for all the things that an eager young man desires. He was received and patted on the back by a man who was a great man to the world in which he lived. He was introduced to the audience as a young man whose achievement was such as to promise much for the future, and, moreover, he was given a place in the post office. As I have said, this was long before the day of civil service reform. Now, to the wrong kind of man all this might have meant nothing at all, but in Joe Murray's case it meant everything. He was by nature as straight a man, as fearless and as staunchly loyal as any one whom I have ever met, a man to be trusted in any position demanding courage, integrity, and good faith. He did his duty in the public service, and became devotedly attached to the organization which he felt had given him his chance in life. When I knew him he was already making his way up. one of the proofs and evidences of which was the fact that he owned a first-class racing trotter, Alice Lane, behind which he gave me more than one spin. During this first winter I grew to like Joe and his particular cronies. But I had no idea that they especially returned the liking, and in the first row we had in the organization, which arose over a movement that I backed, to stand by a non-partisan method of street cleaning, Joe and all his friends stood stiffly with the machine, and my side, the reform side, was left with only some half-dozen votes out of 300 or 400. I had expected no other outcome, and took it good-humouredly, but without changing my attitude. Next fall, as the elections drew near, Joe thought he would like to make a drive at Jake Hess, and after considerable planning decided that his best chance lay in the fight for the nomination to the Assembly, the lower house of the legislature. He picked me as the candidate with whom he would be most likely to win, and win he did. It was not my fight, it was Joe's, and it was to him that I owe my entry into politics. I had at that time neither the reputation nor the ability to have won the nomination for myself, and indeed would never have thought of trying for it. Jake Hess was entirely good-humoured about it. In spite of my being anti-machine, my relations with him had been friendly and human, and when he was beaten he turned in to help Joe elect me. At first they thought they would take me on a personal canvass through the saloons along 6th Avenue. The canvass, however, did not last beyond the first saloon. I was introduced with proper solemnity to the saloon-keeper, a very important personage, for this was before the days when saloon-keepers became merely the mortgaged chattels of the brewers, and he began to cross-examine me, a little too much in the tone of one who was dealing with a suppliant for his favour. He said he expected that I would of course treat the liquor business fairly, to which I answered, none too cordially, that I hoped I should treat all interests fairly. He then said that he regarded the licenses as too high, to which I responded that I believed they were not really high enough, and that I should try to have them made higher. The conversation threatened to become stormy. Messrs. Murray and Hess, on some hastily improvised plea, took me out into the street, and then Joe explained to me that it was not worth while my staying in 6th Avenue any longer, that I had better go right back to 5th Avenue and attend to my friends there, and that he would look after my interests on 6th Avenue. I was triumphantly elected. Once before Joe had interfered in a similar fashion and secured the nomination of an assemblyman, and shortly after election he had grown to feel toward this assemblyman that he must have fed on the meat which rendered Caesar proud, as he became inaccessible to the ordinary mortals whose place of resort was Morton Hall. He eyed me warily for a short time to see if I was likely, in this respect, to follow in my predecessor's footsteps. Finding that I did not, he and all my other friends and supporters assumed toward me the very pleasantest attitude that it was possible to assume. They did not ask me for a thing. They accepted as a matter of course the view that I was absolutely straight, and was trying to do the best I could in the legislature. They desired nothing except that I should make a success, and they supported me with hearty enthusiasm. I am a little at a loss to know quite how to express the quality in my relationship with Joe Murray and my other friends of this period, which rendered that relationship so beneficial to me. When I went into politics at this time I was not conscious of going in with the set purpose to benefit other people, but of getting for myself a privilege to which I was entitled in common with other people. So it was in my relationship with these men. If there had lurked in the innermost recesses of my mind anywhere the thought that I was in some way a patron or benefactor, or was doing something noble by taking part in politics, or that I expected the smallest consideration save what I could earn on my own merits, I am certain that somehow or other the existence of that feeling would have been known and resented. As a matter of fact, there was not the slightest temptation on my part to have any such feeling, or any one of such feelings. I no more expected special consideration in politics than I would have expected it in the boxing ring. I wished to act squarely to others, and I wished to be able to show that I could hold my own against others. The attitude of my new friends toward me was first one of polite reserve, and then that of friendly alliance. Afterwards I became admitted to comradeship, and then to leadership. I need hardly say how earnestly I believe that men should have a keen and lively sense of their obligations in politics, of their duty to help forward great causes, and to struggle for the betterment of conditions that are unjust to their fellows, the men and women who are less fortunate in life. But in addition to this feeling there must be a feeling of real friendship with the other men and women engaged in the same task, fellowship of work, with fun to vary the work, for unless there is this feeling of fellowship, of common effort on an equal plane for a common end, it will be difficult to keep the relations wholesome and natural. To be patronized is as offensive as to be insulted. No one of us cares permanently to have someone else conscientiously striving to do him good. What we want is to work with that someone else for the good of both of us. Any man will speedily find that other people can benefit him just as much as he can benefit them. Neither Joe Murray nor I, nor any of our associates at that time were alive to social and industrial needs, which we now all of us recognize. But we then had very clearly before our eyes the need of practically applying certain elemental virtues, the virtues of honesty and efficiency in politics, the virtue of efficiency side by side with honesty in private and public life alike, the virtues of consideration and fair dealing in business as between man and man, and especially as between the man who is an employer and the man who is an employee. On all fundamental questions, Joe Murray and I thought alike. We never parted company excepting on the question of civil service reform, where he sincerely felt that I showed doctrinaire affinities, that I sided with the Pharisees. We got back again into close relations as soon as I became police commissioner under Mayor Strong, for Joe was then made excise commissioner, and was, I believe, the best excise commissioner the city of New York ever had. He is now a farmer, his boys have been through Columbia College, and he and I look at the questions, political, social, and industrial, which confront us in 1913 from practically the same standpoint, just as we once looked at the questions that confronted us in 1881. There are many debts that I owe Joe Murray, and some for which he was only unconsciously responsible. I do not think that a man is fit to do good work in our American democracy unless he is able to have a genuine fellow-feeling for, understanding of, and sympathy with his fellow Americans, whatever their creed or their birthplace, the section in which they live, or the work which they do, provided they possess the only kind of Americanism that really counts, the Americanism of the spirit. It was no small help to me, in the effort to make myself a good citizen and good American, that the political associate with whom I was on closest and most intimate terms during my early years was a man born in Ireland, by creed a Catholic, with Joe Murray's upbringing, just as it helped me greatly at a later period to work for certain vitally necessary public needs with Arthur von Briesen, in whom the spirit of the unwavering, Idealist was embodied, just as my whole life was influenced by my long association with Jacob Riis, whom I am tempted to call the best American I ever knew, although he was already a young man when he came hither from Denmark. I was elected to the legislature in the fall of 1881, and found myself the youngest man in that body. I was re-elected the 2 following years. Like all young men and inexperienced members, I had considerable difficulty in teaching myself to speak. I profited much by the advice of a hard-headed old countryman, who was unconsciously paraphrasing the Duke of Wellington, who was himself doubtless paraphrasing somebody else. The advice ran, "Don't speak until you are sure you have something to say, and know just what it is, then say it and sit down." My first days in the legislature were much like those of a boy in a strange school. My fellow legislators and I eyed one another with mutual distrust. Each of us chose his seat, each began by following the lead of some veteran in the first routine matters, and then in a week or two we began to drift into groups according to our several affinities. The legislature was Democratic. I was a Republican from the Silk Stocking District, the wealthiest district in New York, and I was put, as one of the minority members, on the Committee of Cities. It was a coveted position. I did not make any effort to get on, and as far as I know, was put there merely because it was felt to be in accordance with the fitness of things. A very short experience showed me that, as the legislature was then constituted, the so-called party contest had no interest whatever for me. There was no real party division on most of the things that were of concern in state politics, both Republicans and Democrats being for and against them. My friendships were made, not with regard to party lines, but because I found, and my friends found, that we had the same convictions on questions of principle and questions of policy. The only difference was that there was a larger proportion of these men among the Republicans than among the Democrats, and that it was easier for me at the outset to scrape acquaintance, among the men who felt as I did, with the Republicans. They were, for the most part, from the country districts. My closest friend for the 3 years I was there was Billy O'Neill, from the Adirondacks. He kept a small crossroads store. He was a young man, although a few years older than I was, and like myself had won his position without regard to the machine. He had thought he would like to be an assemblyman, so he had taken his buggy and had driven around Franklin County visiting everybody, and had upset the local ring, and came to the legislature as his own master. There is surely something in American traditions that does tend toward real democracy in spite of our faults and shortcomings. In most other countries 2 men of as different antecedents, ancestry, and surroundings as Billy O'Neill and I would have had far more difficulty in coming together. I came from the biggest city in America and from the wealthiest ward of that city, and he from a backwoods county where he kept a store at a crossroads. In all the unimportant things we seemed far apart. But in all the important things we were close together. We looked at all questions from substantially the same point of view, and we stood shoulder to shoulder in every legislative fight during those 3 years. He abhorred demagogy just as he abhorred corruption. He had thought much on political problems. He admired Alexander Hamilton as much as I did, being a strong believer in a powerful national government, and we both of us differed from Alexander Hamilton in being stout adherents of Abraham Lincoln's views wherever the rights of the people were concerned. Any man who has met with success, if he will be frank with himself, must admit that there has been a big element of fortune in the success. Fortune favored me, whereas her hand was heavy against Billy O'Neill. All his life he had to strive hard to wring his bread from harsh surroundings and a reluctant fate. If fate had been but a little kinder, I believe he would have had a great political career, and he would have done good service for the country in any position in which he might have been put. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 3. Practical Politics, Part 2. There were other Republicans, like Isaac Hunt and Jonas Van Duzer and Walter Howe and Henry Sprague, who were among my close friends and allies, and a gigantic one-eyed veteran of the Civil War, a gallant general, Curtis from St. Lawrence County, and a capital fellow, whom afterwards, when governor, I put on the bench, Cruz, from Cattaraugus County. Cruz was a German by birth, as far as I know, the only German from Cattaraugus County at that time, and besides being a German, he was also a prohibitionist. Among the Democrats were Hamden Robb and Thomas Newbold, and Tom Welch of Niagara, who did a great service in getting the state to set aside Niagara Falls Park, after a discouraging experience with the first governor before whom we brought the bill, who listened with austere patience to our arguments in favor of the state establishing a park, and then conclusively answered us by the question, "But, gentlemen, why should we spend the people's money when just as much water will run over the falls without a park as with it?" Then there were a couple of members from New York and Brooklyn, Mike Costello and Pete Kelly. Mike Costello had been elected as a Tammany man. He was as fearless as he was honest. He came from Ireland, and had accepted the Tammany 4th of July orations as indicating the real attitude of that organization towards the rights of the people. A month or 2 in Albany converted him to a profound distrust of applied Tammany methods. He and I worked hand in hand with equal indifference to our local machines. His machine leaders warned him fairly that they would throw him out at the next election, which they did, but he possessed a seasoned hickory toughness of ability to contend with adverse circumstances, and kept his head well above water. A better citizen does not exist, and our friendship has never faltered. Peter Kelly's fate was a tragedy. He was a bright, well-educated young fellow, an ardent believer in Henry George. At the beginning he and I failed to understand each other or get on together, for our theories of government were radically opposed. After a couple of months spent in active contest with men whose theories had nothing whatever to do with their practices, Kelly and I found in our turn that it really did not make much difference what our abstract theories were on questions that were not before the legislature, in view of the fact that on the actual matters before the legislature, the most important of which involved questions of elementary morality, we were heartily at one. We began to vote together and act together, and by the end of the session found that in all practical matters that were up for action, we thought together. Indeed, each of us was beginning to change his theories, so that even in theory we were coming closer together. He was ardent and generous. He was a young lawyer, with a wife and children, whose ambition had tempted him into politics, and who had been befriended by the local bosses under the belief that they could count upon him for anything they really wished. Unfortunately, what they really wished was often corrupt. Kelly defied them, fought the battles of the people with ardor and good faith, and when the bosses refused him a renomination, he appealed from them to the people. When we both came up for re-election, I won easily in my district, where circumstances conspired to favor me, and Kelly, with exactly the same record that I had, except that it was more creditable because he took his stand against greater odds, was beaten in his district. Defeat to me would have meant merely chagrin. To Kelly it meant terrible material disaster. He had no money. Like every rigidly honest man, he had found that going into politics was expensive and that his salary as assemblyman did not cover the financial outgo. He had lost his practice and he had incurred the ill will of the powerful, so that it was impossible at the moment to pick up his practice again, and the worry and disappointment affected him so much that shortly after election he was struck down with sickness. Just before Christmas some of us were informed that Kelly was in such financial straits that he and his family would be put out into the street before New Year. This was prevented by the action of some of his friends who had served with him in the legislature, and he recovered, at least to a degree, and took up the practice of his profession. But he was a broken man. In the legislature in which he served, one of his fellow Democrats from Brooklyn was the Speaker, Alfred C. Chapin, the leader and the foremost representative of the reform democracy, whom Kelly zealously supported. A few years later, Chapin, a very able man, was elected mayor of Brooklyn on a reform Democratic ticket. Shortly after his election I was asked to speak at a meeting in a Brooklyn club at which various prominent citizens, including the mayor, were present. I spoke on civic decency, and toward the close of my speech I sketched Kelly's career for my audience, told them how he had stood up for the rights of the people of Brooklyn, and how the people had failed to stand up for him, and the way he had been punished precisely because he had been a good citizen who acted as a good citizen should act. I ended by saying that the reform democracy had now come into power, that Mr. Chapin was mayor, and that I very earnestly hoped recognition would at last be given to Kelly for the fight he had waged at such bitter cost to himself. My words created some impression, and Mayor Chapin at once said that he would take care of Kelly and see that justice was done him. I went home that evening much pleased. In the morning, at breakfast, I received a brief note from Chapin in these words: "It was at 9 last evening when you finished speaking of what Kelly had done, and when I said that I would take care of him. At 10 last night Kelly died." He had been dying while I was making my speech, and he never knew that at last there was to be a tardy recognition of what he had done, a tardy justification for the sacrifices he had made. The man had fought, at heavy cost to himself and with entire disinterestedness, for popular rights, but no recognition for what he had done had come to him from the people, whose interest he had so manfully upheld. Where there is no chance of statistical or mathematical measurement, it is very hard to tell just the degree to which conditions change from one period to another. This is peculiarly hard to do when we deal with such a matter as corruption. Personally, I am inclined to think that in public life we are on the whole a little better and not a little worse than when we were 30 years ago, when I was serving in the New York legislature. I think the conditions are a little better in national, in state, and in municipal politics. Doubtless there are points in which they are worse, and there is an enormous amount that needs reformation, but it does seem to me as if, on the whole, things had slightly improved. When I went into politics, New York City was under the control of Tammany, which was from time to time opposed by some other, and evanescent, city Democratic organization. The up-country Democrats had not yet fallen under Tammany's sway, and were on the point of developing a big country political boss in the shape of David B. Hill. The Republican Party was split into the stalwart and half-breed factions. Accordingly, neither party had one dominant boss, or one dominant machine, each being controlled by jarring and warring bosses and machines. The corruption was not what it had been in the days of Tweed, when outside individuals controlled the legislators like puppets. Nor was there any such centralization of the boss system as occurred later. Many of the members were under the control of local bosses or local machines. But the corrupt work was usually done through the members directly. Of course I never had anything in the nature of legal proof of corruption, and the figures I am about to give are merely approximate. but 3 years' experience convinced me, in the first place, that there were a great many thoroughly corrupt men in the legislature, perhaps a third of the whole number, and in the next place, that the honest men outnumbered the corrupt men, and that if it were ever possible to get an issue of right or wrong put vividly and unmistakably before them, in a way that would arrest their attention, and that would arrest the attention of their constituents, we could count on the triumph of the right. The trouble was that in most cases the issue was confused. To read some kinds of literature one would come to the conclusion that the only corruption in legislative circles was in the form of bribery by corporations, and that the line was sharp between the honest man who was always voting against corporations and the dishonest man who was always bribed to vote for them. My experience was the direct contrary of this. For every one bill introduced, not passed, corruptly to favor a corporation, there were at least 10 introduced, not passed, and in this case not intended to be passed, to blackmail corporations. The majority of the corrupt members would be found voting for the blackmailing bills if they were not paid, and would also be found voting in the interests of the corporation if they were paid. The blackmailing, or as they were always called, the strike bills, could themselves be roughly divided into 2 categories: bills which it would have been proper to pass, and those that it would not have been proper to pass. Some of the bills aimed at corporations were utterly wild and improper, and of these a proportion might be introduced by honest and foolish zealots, whereas most of them were introduced by men who had not the slightest intention of passing them, but who wished to be paid not to pass them. The most profitable type of bill to the accomplished blackmailer, however, was a bill aimed at real corporate abuse, which the corporation, either from wickedness or folly, was unwilling to remedy. Of the measures introduced in the interest of corporations, there were also some that were proper and some that were improper. The corrupt legislators, the black horse cavalry as they were termed, would demand payment to vote as the corporations wished, no matter whether the bill was proper or improper. Sometimes, if the bill was a proper one, the corporation would have the virtue or the strength of mind to refuse to pay for its passage, and sometimes it would not. A very slight consideration of the above state of affairs will show how difficult it was at times to keep the issue clear, for honest and dishonest men were continually found side by side voting now against and now for a corporation measure, the one set from proper and the other set from grossly improper motives. Of course, part of the fault lay in the attitudes of the outsiders. It was very early borne in upon me that almost equal harm was done by indiscriminate defense of, and indiscriminate attack on, corporations. It was hard to say whether the man who prided himself upon always antagonizing the corporations, or the man who, on the plea that he was a good conservative, always stood up for them, was the more mischievous agent of corruption and demoralization. In one fight in the House over a bill as to which there was a bitter contest between 2 New York City street railway organizations, I saw lobbyists come down on the floor itself and draw venal men out into the lobbies with almost no pretense of concealing what they were doing. In another case, in which the elevated railway corporations of New York City, against the protest of the mayor and the other local authorities, rushed through a bill remitting over half their taxes, some of the members who voted for the measure probably thought it was right, but every corrupt man in the House voted with them, and the man must indeed have been stupid who thought that these votes were given disinterestedly. The effective fight against this bill for the revision of the elevated railway taxes, perhaps the most openly crooked measure which, during my time, was pushed at Albany, was waged by Mike Costello and myself. We used to spend a good deal of time in industrious research into the various bills introduced, so as to find out what their authors really had in mind. This research, by the way, being highly unappreciated and much resented by the authors. In the course of his researches, Mike had been puzzled by an unimportant bill, seemingly related to a constitutional amendment introduced by a local saloon keeper, whose interests, as far as we knew, were wholly remote from the Constitution, or from any form of abstract legal betterment. However, the measure seemed harmless, we did not interfere, and it passed the House. Mike, however, followed its career in the Senate, and at the last moment, almost by accident, discovered that it had been amended by the simple process of striking out everything after the enacting clause, and unobtrusively substituting the proposal to remit the elevated railway taxes. The authors of the change wished to avoid unseemly publicity. Their hope was to slip the measure through the legislature and have it instantly signed by the governor, before any public attention was excited. In the Senate, their plan worked to perfection. There was in the Senate no fighting leadership of the forces of decency, and for such leadership of the non-fighting type, the representatives of corruption cared absolutely nothing. By bold and adroit management the substitution in the Senate was effected without opposition or comment. The bill, in reality of course an absolutely new and undebated bill, then came back to the House nominally as a merely amended measure, which, under the rules, was not open to debate unless the amendment was first, by vote, rejected. This was the great bill of the session for the lobby, and the lobby was keenly alive to the need of quick, wise action. No public attention whatever had so far been excited. Every measure was taken to secure immediate and silent action. A powerful leader, whom the beneficiaries of the bill trusted, a fearless and unscrupulous man, of much force and great knowledge of parliamentary law, was put in the chair. Costello and I were watched, and when for a moment we were out of the House, the bill was brought over from the Senate, and the clerk began to read it, all the Black Horse Cavalry, in expectant mood, being in their seats. But Mike Costello, who was in the clerk's room, happened to catch a few words of what was being read. In he rushed, dispatched a messenger for me, and began a single-handed filibuster. The Speaker pro tem called him to order. Mike continued to speak in protest. The Speaker hammered him down. Mike continued his protest, the sergeant-at-arms was sent to arrest and remove him, and then I bounced in and continued the protest, and refused to sit down or be silent. Amid wild confusion the amendment was declared adopted, and the bill was ordered engrossed and sent out to the Governor. But we had carried our point. The next morning the whole press rang with what had happened. Every detail of the bill, and every detail of the way it had been slipped through the legislature, were made public. All the slow and cautious men in the House, who had been afraid of taking sides, now came forward in support of us. Another debate was held on the proposal to rescind the vote. The city authorities waked up to protest. The Governor refused to sign the bill. 2 or 3 years later, after much litigation, the taxes were paid. In the newspapers it was stated that the amount was over $1,500,000. It was Mike Costello to whom primarily was due the fact that this sum was saved the public, and that the forces of corruption received a stinging rebuff. He did not expect recognition or reward for his services, and he got none. The public, if it knew of what he had done, promptly forgot it. The machine did not forget it, and turned him down at the next election. One of the standby strikes was a bill for reducing the elevated railway fare, which at that time was 10 cents, to 5 cents. In one legislature the men responsible for the introduction of the bill suffered such an extraordinary change of heart that when the bill came up, being pushed by zealous radicals who really were honest, the introducers actually voted against it. A number of us who had been very doubtful about the principle of the bill voted for it simply because we were convinced that money was being used to stop it, and we hated to seem to side with the corruptionists. Then there came a wave of popular feeling in its favor. The bill was reintroduced at the next session. The railways very wisely decided that they would simply fight it on its merits, and the entire Black Horse Cavalry contingent, together with all the former friends of the measure, voted against it. Some of us, who in our anger at their methods formerly resorted to for killing the bill, had voted for it the previous year, with much heart-searching again voted for it, as I now think unwisely, and the bill was vetoed by the then Governor, Grover Cleveland. I believe the veto was proper, and those who felt as I did supported the veto, for although it was entirely right that the fare should be reduced to 5 cents, which was soon afterwards done, the method was unwise, and would have set a mischievous precedent. An instance of an opposite kind occurred in connection with a great railway corporation which wished to increase its terminal facilities in one of our great cities. The representatives of the railway brought the bill to me and asked me to look into it, saying that they were well aware that it was the kind of bill that lent itself to blackmail, and that they wished to get it through on its merits, and invited the most careful examination. I looked carefully into it, found that the municipal authorities and the property owners whose property was to be taken favored it, and also found that it was an absolute necessity from the standpoint of the city no less than from the standpoint of the railway. So I said I would take charge of it if I had guarantees that no money should be used and nothing improper done in order to push it. This was agreed to. I was then acting as chairman of the committee before which the bill went. A very brief experience proved what I had already been practically sure of, that there was a secret combination of the majority of the committee on a crooked basis. On one pretext or another the crooked members of the committee held the bill up, refusing to report it either favorably or unfavorably. There were one or two members of the committee who were pretty rough characters, and when I decided to force matters I was not sure that we would not have trouble. There was a broken chair in the room, and I got a leg of it loose and put it down beside me where it was not visible, but where I might get at it in a hurry if necessary. I moved that the bill be reported favourably. This was voted down without debate by the combine, some of whom kept a wooden stolidity of look, while others leered at me with sneering insolence. I then moved that it be reported unfavourably, and again the motion was voted down by the same majority and in the same fashion. I then put the bill in my pocket and announced that I would report it anyhow. This almost precipitated a riot, especially when I explained, in answer to some statements that my conduct would be exposed on the floor of the legislature, that in that case I should give the legislature the reasons why I suspected that the men holding up all report of the bill were holding it up for purposes of blackmail. The riot did not come off, partly, I think, because the opportune production of the chair leg had a sedative effect, and partly owing to wise counsels from one or two of my opponents. Accordingly I got the bill reported to the legislature and put on the calendar. But here it came to a dead halt. I think this was chiefly because most of the newspapers which noticed the matter at all treated it in such a cynical spirit as to encourage the men who wished to blackmail. These papers reported the introduction of the bill, and said that all the hungry legislators were clamouring for their share of the pie, and they accepted as certain the fact that there was going to be a division of pie. This succeeded in frightening honest men, and also in relieving the rogues. The former were afraid they would be suspected of receiving money if they voted for the bill, and the latter were given a shield behind which to stand until they were paid. I was wholly unable to move the bill forward in the legislature, and finally a representative of the railway told me that he thought he would like to take the bill out of my hands, that I did not seem able to get it through, and that perhaps some older and more experienced leader could be more successful. I was pretty certain what this meant, but of course I had no kind of proof, and moreover I was not in a position to say that I could promise success. Accordingly the bill was given into the charge of a veteran, whom I believed to have been personally an honest man, but who was not inquisitive about the motives influencing his colleagues. This gentleman, who went by a nickname which I shall incorrectly call the Bald Eagle of Weehawken, was efficient and knew his job. After a couple of weeks a motion to put the bill through was made by the Bald Eagle. The Black Horse Cavalry, whose feeling had undergone a complete change in the intervening time, voted unanimously for it, in company with all the decent members, and that was the end. Now here was a bit of work in the interest of a corporation and in the interest of a community, which the corporation at first tried honestly to have put through on its merits. The blame for the failure lay primarily in the supine indifference of the community to legislative wrongdoing, so long as only the corporations were blackmailed. Except as above mentioned, I was not brought in contact with big business, save in the effort to impeach a certain judge. This judge had been used as an instrument in their business by certain of the men connected with the elevated railways and other great corporations at that time. We got hold of his correspondence with one of these men, and it showed a shocking willingness to use the judicial office in any way that one of the kings of finance of that day desired it. He had actually held court in one of the financier's rooms. One expression in one of the judge's letters to this financier I shall always remember: "I am willing to go to the very verge of judicial discretion to serve your vast interests." The curious thing was that I was by no means certain that the judge himself was corrupt. He may have been, but I am inclined to think that, aside from his being a man of coarse moral fibre, the trouble lay chiefly in the fact that he had a genuine, if I had not so often seen it, I would say a wholly inexplicable, reverence for the possessor of a great fortune as such. He sincerely believed that business was the end of existence, and that judge and legislator alike should do whatever was necessary to favour it, and the bigger the business the more he desired to favour it. Big business of the kind that is allied with politics thoroughly appreciated the usefulness of such a judge, and every effort was strained to protect him. We fought hard. By we, I mean some 30 or 40 legislators, both Republicans and Democrats, but the Black Horse Cavalry, amid the timid good men, and the dull conservative men, were all against us, and the vote in the legislature was heavily against impeachment. The minority of the committee that had investigated him, with Chapin at its head, recommended impeachment. The argument for impeachment before the committee was made by Francis Lynde Stetson. It was my first experience of the kind. Various men whom I had known well socially, and had been taught to look up to, prominent businessmen and lawyers, acted in a way which not only astounded me, but which I was quite unable to reconcile with the theories I had formed as to their high standing. I was a little more than a year out of college at the time. Generally, as has always been the case since, they were careful to avoid any direct conversation with me on a concrete case of what we now call privilege in business and in politics, that is, of the alliance between business and politics which represents improper favors rendered to some men in return for improper conduct on the part of others being ignored or permitted. One member of a prominent law firm, an old family friend, did, however, take me out to lunch one day, evidently for the purpose of seeing just what it was that I wished and intended to do. I believe he had a genuine personal liking for me. He explained that I had done well in the legislature, that it was a good thing to have made the reform play, that I had shown that I possessed ability such as would make me useful in the right kind of law office or business concern, but that I must not overplay my hand, that I had gone far enough, and that now was the time to leave politics and identify myself with the right kind of people, the people who would always in the long run control others and obtain the real rewards which were worth having. I asked him if that meant that I was to yield to the ring in politics. He answered, somewhat impatiently, that I was entirely mistaken, as in fact I was, about there being merely a political ring, of the kind of which the papers were fond of talking, that the ring, if it could be called such, that is, the inner circle, included certain big businessmen, and the politicians, lawyers, and judges who were in alliance with, and to a certain extent dependent upon them, and that the successful man had to win his success by the backing of the same forces, whether in law, business, or politics. This conversation not only interested me, but made such an impression that I always remembered it, for it was the first glimpse I had of that combination between business and politics which I was in after years so often to oppose. In the America of that day, and especially among people whom I knew, the successful businessman was regarded by everybody as preeminently the good citizen. The orthodox books on political economy, not only in America but in England, were written for his especial glorification. The tangible rewards came to him, the admiration of his fellow citizens of the respectable type was apt to be his, and the severe newspaper moralists who were never tired of denouncing politicians and political methods were wont to hold up business methods as the ideal which we were to strive to introduce into political life. Herbert Crawley, in The Promise of American Life, has set forth the reasons why our individualistic democracy, which taught that each man was to rely exclusively on himself, was in no way to be interfered with by others, and was to devote himself to his own personal welfare, necessarily produced the type of businessman who sincerely believed, as did the rest of the community, that the individual who amassed a big fortune was the man who was the best and most typical American. In the legislature, the problems which I dealt with were mainly problems of honesty and decency, and of legislative and administrative efficiency. They represented the effort, the wise, the vitally necessary effort, to get efficient and honest government. But as yet I understood little of the effort which was already beginning, for the most part under very bad leadership, to secure a more genuine social and industrial justice. Nor was I especially to blame for this. The good citizens I then knew best, even when themselves men of limited means, men like my colleague Billy O'Neill, and my backwoods friends Sewell and Dow, were no more awake than I was to the changing needs the changing times were bringing. Their outlook was as narrow as my own, and within its limits as fundamentally sound. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 3. Practical Politics, Part 3. I wish to dwell on the soundness of our outlook on life, even though as yet it was not broad enough. We were no respecters of persons. Where our vision was developed to a degree that enabled us to see crookedness, we opposed it, whether in great or small. As a matter of fact, we found that it needed much more courage to stand up openly against labor men when they were wrong than against capitalists when they were wrong. The sins against labor are usually committed, and the improper services to capitalists are usually rendered, behind closed doors. Very often the man with the moral courage to speak in the open against labor when it is wrong is the only man anxious to do effective work for labor when labor is right. The only kinds of courage and honesty which are permanently useful to good institutions anywhere are those shown by men who decide all cases with impartial justice on grounds of conduct, and not on grounds of class. We found that in the long run the men who in public blatantly insisted that labor was never wrong were the very men who in private could not be trusted to stand for labor when it was right. We grew heartily to distrust the reformer who never denounced wickedness unless it was embodied in a rich man. Human nature does not change, and that type of reformer is as noxious now as he ever was. The loud-mouthed upholder of popular rights who attacks wickedness only when it is allied with wealth, and who never publicly assails any misdeed, no matter how flagrant, if committed nominally in the interest of labor, has either a warped mind or a tainted soul, and should be trusted by no honest man. It was largely the indignant and contemptuous dislike aroused in our minds by the demagogues of this class which then prevented those of us whose instincts at bottom were sound from going as far as we ought to have gone along the lines of governmental control of corporations and governmental interference on behalf of labor. I did, however, have one exceedingly useful experience. A bill was introduced by the Cigar Makers' Union to prohibit the manufacture of cigars in tenement houses. I was appointed one of a committee of 3 to investigate conditions in the tenement houses and see if legislation should be had. Of my 2 colleagues on the committee, one took no interest in the measure and privately said he did not think it was right, but that he had to vote for it because the labor unions were strong in his district and he was pledged to support the bill. The other, a sporting Tammany man who afterwards abandoned politics for the race-track, was a very good fellow. He told me frankly that he had to be against the bill because certain interests which were all-powerful and with which he had dealings required him to be against it, but that I was a free agent, and that if I would look into the matter he believed I would favor the legislation. As a matter of fact, I had supposed I would be against the legislation, and I rather think that I was put on the committee with that idea, for the respectable people I knew were against it. It was contrary to the principles of political economy of the laissez-faire kind, and the businessmen who spoke to me about it shook their heads and said that it was designed to prevent a man doing as he wished, and as he had a right to do with what was his own. However, my first visits to the tenement house districts in question made me feel that, whatever the theories might be, as a matter of practical common sense I could not conscientiously vote for the continuance of the conditions which I saw. These conditions rendered it impossible for the families of the tenement house workers to live so that the children might grow up fitted for the exacting duties of American citizenship. I visited the tenement houses once with my colleagues of the committee, once with some of the labor union representatives, and once or twice by myself. In a few of the tenement houses there were suites of rooms ample in number, where the work on the tobacco was done in rooms not occupied for cooking or sleeping or living. In the overwhelming majority of cases, however, there were 1, 2, or 3 room apartments, and the work of manufacturing the tobacco by men, women, and children went on day and night in the eating, living, and sleeping rooms, sometimes in one room. I have always remembered one room in which 2 families were living. On my inquiry as to who the 3rd adult male was, I was told that he was a boarder with one of the families. There were several children, 3 men and 2 women in this room. The tobacco was stowed about everywhere, alongside the foul bedding, and in a corner where there were scraps of food. The men, women, and children in this room worked by day and far on into the evening, and they slept and ate there. They were Bohemians, unable to speak English, except that one of the children knew enough to act as interpreter. Instead of opposing the bill, I ardently championed it. It was a poorly drawn measure, and the governor, Grover Cleveland, was at first doubtful about signing it. The Cigar Makers' Union then asked me to appear before the governor and argue for it. I accordingly did so, acting as spokesman for the battered, undersized foreigners who represented the union and the workers. The governor signed the bill. Afterwards this tenement house cigar legislation was declared invalid by the Court of Appeals in the Jacobs decision. Jacobs was one of the rare tenement house manufacturers of cigars who occupied quite a suite of rooms, so that in his case the living conditions were altogether exceptional. What the reason was which influenced those bringing the suit to select the exceptional instead of the average worker I do not know. Of course such action was precisely the action which those most interested in having the law broken down were anxious to see taken. The Court of Appeals declared the law unconstitutional, and in their decision the judges reprobated the law as an assault upon the hallowed influences of home. It was this case which first waked me to a dim and partial understanding of the fact that the courts were not necessarily the best judges of what should be done to better social and industrial conditions. The judges who rendered this decision were well-meaning men. They knew nothing whatever of tenement house conditions. They knew nothing whatever of the needs or of the life and labor of 3/4 of their fellow citizens in great cities. They knew legalism but not life. Their choice of the words hallowed and home, as applicable to the revolting conditions attending the manufacture of cigars in tenement houses, showed that they had no idea what it was that they were deciding. Imagine the hallowed associations of a home consisting of one room where two families, one of them with a boarder, live, eat, and work. This decision completely blocked tenement house reform legislation in New York for a score of years, and hampers it to this day. It was one of the most serious setbacks which the cause of industrial and social progress and reform ever received. I had been brought up to hold the courts in a special reverence. The people with whom I was most intimate were apt to praise the courts for just such decisions as this, and to speak of them as bulwarks against disorder and barriers against demagogic legislation. These were the same people with whom the judges who rendered these decisions were apt to foregather at social clubs, or dinners, or in private life. Very naturally, they all tended to look at things from the same standpoint. Of course, it took more than one experience, such as this tenement cigar case, to shake me out of the attitude in which I was brought up. But various decisions, not only of the New York court but of certain other state courts, and even of the United States Supreme Court, during the quarter of a century following the passage of this tenement house legislation, did at last thoroughly waken me to the actual fact. I grew to realize that all that Abraham Lincoln had said about the Dred Scott decision could be said with equal truth and justice about the numerous decisions which in our own day were erected as bars across the path of social reform, and which brought to naught so much of the effort to secure justice and fair dealing for working men and working women, and for plain citizens generally. Some of the wickedness and inefficiency in public life was then displayed in simpler fashion than would probably now be the case. Once or twice I was a member of committees which looked into gross and widely ramifying governmental abuses. On the whole, the most important part I played was in the third legislature in which I served, when I acted as chairman of a committee which investigated various phases of New York City official life. The most important of the reform measures our committee recommended was the bill taking away from the aldermen their power of confirming over the mayor's appointments. We found that it was possible to get citizens interested in the character and capacity of the head of the city, so that they would exercise some intelligent interest in his conduct and qualifications. But we found that as a matter of fact it was impossible to get them interested in the aldermen and other subordinate officers. In actual practice the aldermen were merely the creatures of the local ward bosses or of the big municipal bosses, and where they controlled the appointments the citizens at large had no chance whatever to make their will felt. Accordingly we fought for the principle, which I believe to be of universal application, that what is needed in our popular government is to give plenty of power to a few officials, and to make these few officials genuinely and readily responsible to the people for the exercise of that power. Taking away the confirming power of the Board of Aldermen did not give the citizens of New York good government. We knew that if they chose to elect the wrong kind of mayor they would have bad government, no matter what the form of the law was. But we did secure to them the chance to get good government if they desired, and this was impossible as long as the old system remained. The change was fought in the way in which all similar changes always are fought. The corrupt and interested politicians were against it, and the battle cries they used, which rallied to them most of the unthinking conservatives, were that we were changing the old constitutional system, that we were defacing the monuments of the wisdom of the founders of the government, that we were destroying that distinction between legislative and executive power which was the bulwark of our liberties, and that we were violent and unscrupulous radicals with no reverence for the past. Of course the investigations, disclosures, and proceedings of the investigating committee of which I was chairman brought me into bitter personal conflict with very powerful financiers, very powerful politicians, and with certain newspapers which these financiers and politicians controlled. A number of able and unscrupulous men were fighting, some for their financial lives, and others to keep out of unpleasantly close neighborhood to State's prison. This meant there were blows to be taken as well as given. In such political struggles, those who went in for the kind of things that I did speedily excited animosities among strong and cunning men who would stop at little to gratify their animosity. Any man engaged in this particular type of militant and practical reform movement was soon made to feel that he had better not undertake to push matters home unless his character was unassailable. On one of the investigating committees on which I served there was a countryman, a very able man, who, when he reached New York City, felt as certain Americans do when they go to Paris, that the moral restraints of his native place no longer applied. With all his ability, he was not shrewd enough to realize that the police department was having him, as well as the rest of us, carefully shadowed. He was caught red-handed by a plain-clothesman doing what he had no business to do, and from that time on he dared not act save as those who held his secret permitted him to act. Thenceforth those officials who stood behind the police department had one man on the committee on whom they could count. I never saw terror more ghastly on a strong man's face than on the face of this man on one or two occasions when he feared that events in the committee might take such a course as to force him into a position where his colleagues would expose him, even if the city officials did not. However, he escaped, for we were never able to get the kind of proof which would warrant our asking for the action in which this man could not have joined. Traps were set for more than one of us, and if we had walked into these traps our public careers would have ended, at least so far as following them under the conditions which alone make it worth while to be in public life at all. A man can of course hold public office, and many a man does hold public office, and lead a public career of a sort, even if there are other men who possess secrets about him which he cannot afford to have divulged. But no man can lead a public career really worth leading. No man can act with rugged independence in serious crises, nor strike at great abuses, nor afford to make powerful and unscrupulous foes, if he is himself vulnerable in his private character. Nor will clean conduct by itself enable a man to render good service. I have always been fond of Josh Billings's remark that it is much easier to be a harmless dove than a wise serpent. There are plenty of decent legislators, and plenty of able legislators, but the blamelessness and the fighting edge are not always combined. Both qualities are necessary for the man who is to wage active battle against the powers that prey. He must be clean of life, so that he can laugh when his public or his private record is searched, and yet being clean of life will not avail him if he is either foolish or timid. He must walk warily and fearlessly, and while he should never brawl if he can avoid it, he must be ready to hit hard if the need arises. Let him remember, by the way, that the unforgivable crime is soft hitting. Do not hit at all if it can be avoided, but never hit softly. Like most young men in politics, I went through various oscillations of feeling before I found myself. At one period I became so impressed with the virtue of complete independence that I proceeded to act on each case purely as I personally viewed it, without paying any heed to the principles and prejudices of others. The result was that I speedily and deservedly lost all power of accomplishing anything at all, and I thereby learned the invaluable lesson that in the practical activities of life no man can render the highest service unless he can act in combination with his fellows, which means a certain amount of give and take between him and them. Again, I at one period began to believe that I had a future before me, and that it behooved me to be very far-sighted and scan each action carefully with a view to its possible effect on the future. This speedily made me useless to the public and an object of aversion to myself, and then I made up my mind that I would try not to think of the future at all, but would proceed on the assumption that each office I held would be the last I ever should hold, and that I would confine myself to trying to do my work as well as possible while I held that office. I found that for me personally this was the only way in which I could either enjoy myself or render good service to the country, and I never afterwards deviated from this plan. As regards political advancement the bosses could of course do a good deal. At that time the warring stalwart and half-breed factions of the Republican party were supporting respectively President Arthur and Senator Miller. Neither side cared for me. The first year in the legislature I rose to a position of leadership, so that in the second year, when the Republicans were in a minority, I received the minority nomination for Speaker, although I was still the youngest man in the House, being 24 years old. The third year the Republicans carried the legislature, and the bosses at once took a hand in the speakership contest. I made a stout fight for the nomination, but the bosses of the two factions, the stalwarts and the half-breeds, combined, and I was beaten. I was much chagrined for the moment. But the fact that I had fought hard and efficiently, even though defeated, and that I had made the fight single-handed, with no machine back of me, assured my standing as a floor leader. My defeat in the end materially strengthened my position, and enabled me to accomplish far more than I could have accomplished as Speaker. As so often I found that the titular position was of no consequence. What counted was the combination of the opportunity with the ability to accomplish results. The achievement was the all-important thing. The position, whether titularly high or low, was of consequence only in so far as it widened the chance for achievement. After the session closed, 4 of us, who looked at politics from the same standpoint, were known as Independent or Anti-Machine Republicans, were sent by the State Convention as delegates at large to the Republican National Convention of 1884, where I advocated, as vigorously as I knew how, the nomination of Senator George F. Edmunds. Mr. Edmunds was defeated and Mr. Blaine nominated. Mr. Blaine was clearly the choice of the rank and file of the party. His nomination was won in fair and above-board fashion, because the rank and file of the party stood back of him, and I supported him to the best of my ability in the ensuing campaign. The speakership contest enlightened me as regards more things than the attitude of the bosses. I had already had some exasperating experiences with the silk-stocking reformer type, as Abraham Lincoln called it, the gentlemen who were very nice, very refined, who shook their heads over political corruption and discussed it in drawing-rooms and parlors, but who were wholly unable to grapple with real men in real life. They were apt vociferously to demand reform as if it were some concrete substance, like cake, which could be handed out at will, in tangible masses, if only the demand were urgent enough. These parlor reformers made up for inefficiency in action by zeal in criticizing, and they delighted in criticizing the men who really were doing the things which they said ought to be done, but which they lacked the sinewy power to do. They often upheld ideals which were not merely impossible, but highly undesirable, and thereby played into the hands of the very politicians to whom they professed to be the most hostile. Moreover, if they believed that their own interests, individually or as a class, were jeoparded, they were apt to show no higher standards than did the men they usually denounced. One of their shibboleths was that the office should seek the man, and not the man the office. This is entirely true of certain offices at certain times. It is entirely untrue when the circumstances are different. It would have been unnecessary and undesirable for Washington to have sought the presidency. But if Abraham Lincoln had not sought the presidency, he never would have been nominated. The objection in such a case as this lies not to the seeking the office, but to seeking it in any but an honorable and proper manner. The effect of the shibboleth in question is usually merely to put a premium on hypocrisy, and therefore to favor the creature who is willing to rise by hypocrisy. When I ran for Speaker, the whole body of machine politicians was against me, and my only chance lay in arousing the people in the different districts. To do this I had to visit the districts, put the case fairly before men whom I saw, and make them understand that I was really making a fight and would stay in the fight to the end. Yet there were reformers who shook their heads and deplored my activity in the canvass. Of course, the one thing which corrupt machine politicians most desire is to have decent men frown on the activity, that is, on the efficiency of the honest man who genuinely wishes to reform politics. If inefficiency is left solely to bad men, and if virtue is confined solely to inefficient men, the result cannot be happy. When I entered politics there were, as there always had been, and as there always will be, any number of bad men in politics who were thoroughly efficient, and any number of good men who would have liked to have done lofty things in politics, but who were thoroughly inefficient. If I wished to accomplish anything for the country, my business was to combine decency and efficiency, to be a thoroughly practical man of high ideals, who did his best to reduce those ideals to actual practice. This was my ideal, and to the best of my ability I strove to live up to it. To a young man, life in the New York legislature was always interesting and often entertaining. There was always a struggle of some kind on hand. Sometimes it was on a naked question of right and wrong. Sometimes it was on a question of real, constructive statesmanship. Moreover, there were all kinds of humorous incidents, the humor being usually of the unconscious kind. In one session of the legislature the New York City Democratic representatives were split into two camps, and there were two rivals for leadership. One of these was a thoroughly good-hearted, happy-go-lucky person who was afterwards for several years in Congress. He had been a local magistrate and was called Judge. Generally he and I were friendly, but occasionally I did something that irritated him. He was always willing to vote for any other member's bill himself, and he regarded it as narrow-minded for anyone to oppose one of his bills, especially if the opposition was upon the ground that it was unconstitutional, for his views of the Constitution were so excessively liberal as to make even me feel as if I belonged to the straightest sect of strict constructionalists. On one occasion he had a bill to appropriate money, with obvious impropriety, for the relief of some miscreant whom he styled one of the honest yeomanry of the state. When I explained to him that it was clearly unconstitutional, he answered, "Me friend, the Constitution don't touch little things like that," and then he added, with an ingratiating smile, "Anyhow, I'd never allow the Constitution to come between friends." At the time I was looking over the proofs of Mr. Bryce's American Commonwealth, and I told him the incident. He put it into the first edition of the Commonwealth. Whether it is in the last edition or not, I cannot say. On another occasion the same gentleman came to an issue with me in a debate, and wound up his speech by explaining that I occupied what lawyers would call a quasi-position on the bill. His rival was a man of a totally different type, a man of great natural dignity, also born in Ireland. He had served with gallantry in the Civil War. After the close of the war he organized an expedition to conquer Canada. The expedition, however, got so drunk before reaching Albany that it was there incarcerated in jail, whereupon its leader abandoned it and went into New York politics instead. He was a man of influence, and later occupied in the police department the same position as commissioner which I myself at one time occupied. He felt that his rival had gained too much glory at my expense, and walking over with ceremonious solemnity to where the said rival was sitting close beside me, he said to him, "I would like you to know, Mr. Cameron," Cameron, of course, was not the real name, "that Mr. Roosevelt knows more law in a week than you do in a month, and more than that, Michael Cameron, what do you mean by quoting Latin on the floor of this house when you don't know the alpha and omega of the language?" This was in the legislature, during the deadlock above mentioned. There was in the legislature, during the deadlock above mentioned, a man whom I will call Brogan. He looked more like a serious, elderly frog. I never heard him speak more than once. It was before the legislature was organized, or had adopted any rules, and each day the only business was for the clerk to call the roll. One day Brogan suddenly rose, and the following dialogue occurred. Brogan: "Mr. Clerk!" The Clerk: "The gentleman from New York." Brogan: "I rise to a point of order under the rules." The Clerk: "There are no rules." Brogan: "Then I object to them." The Clerk: "There are no rules to object to." Brogan: "Oh," nonplussed, but immediately recovering himself, "then I move that they be amended until there are." The deadlock was tedious, and we hailed with joy such enlivening incidents as the above. During my 3 years' service in the legislature I worked on a very simple philosophy of government. It was that personal character and initiative are the prime requisites in political and social life. It was not only a good but an absolutely indispensable theory as far as it went, but it was defective in that it did not sufficiently allow for the need of collective action. I shall never forget the men with whom I worked, hand in hand, in these legislative struggles, not only my fellow legislators, but some of the newspaper reporters, such as Spiney and Cunningham, and then in addition the men in the various districts who helped us. We had made up our minds that we must not fight fire with fire, that on the contrary, the way to win out was to equal our foes in practical efficiency, and yet to stand at the opposite plane from them in applied morality. It was not always easy to keep the just middle, especially when it happened that on one side there were corrupt and unscrupulous demagogues, and on the other side corrupt and unscrupulous reactionaries. Our effort was to hold the scales even between both. We tried to stand with the cause of righteousness, even though its advocates were anything but righteous. We endeavored to cut out the abuses of property, even though good men of property were misled into upholding those abuses. We refused to be frightened into sanctioning improper assaults upon property, although we knew that the champions of property themselves did things that were wicked and corrupt. We were as yet by no means as thoroughly awake as we ought to have been to the need of controlling big business, and to the damage done by the combination of politics with big business. In this matter I was not behind the rest of my friends. Indeed, I was ahead of them, for no serious leader in political life then appreciated the prime need of grappling with these questions. One partial reason, not an excuse or a justification, but a partial reason, for my slowness in grasping the importance of action in these matters was the corrupt and unattractive nature of so many of the men who championed popular reforms, their insincerity, and the folly of so many of the actions which they advocated. Even at that date I had neither sympathy with nor admiration for the man who was merely a money king, and I did not regard the money touch, when divorced from other qualities, as entitling a man to either respect or consideration. As recited above, we did on more than one occasion fight battles, in which we neither took nor gave quarter against the most prominent and powerful financiers and financial interests of the day. But most of the fights in which we were engaged were for pure honesty and decency, and they were more apt to be against that form of corruption which found its expression in demagogy than against that form of corruption which defended or advocated privilege. Fundamentally, our fight was part of the eternal war against the powers that prey, and we cared not a whit in what rank of life these powers were found. To play the demagogue for purposes of self-interest is a cardinal sin against the people in a democracy, exactly as to play the courtier for such purposes is a cardinal sin against the people under other forms of government. A man who stays long in our American political life, if he has in his soul the generous desire to do effective service for great causes, inevitably grows to regard himself merely as one of many instruments, all of which it may be necessary to use, one at a time, one at another, in achieving the triumph of those causes, and whenever the usefulness of any one has been exhausted, it is to be thrown aside. If such a man is wise, he will gladly do the thing that is next, when the time and the need come together, without asking what the future holds for him. Let the half-god play his part well and manfully, and then be content to draw aside when the god appears. Nor should he feel vain regrets that to another it is given to render greater services and reap a greater reward. Let it be enough for him that he too is served, and that by doing well he has prepared the way for the other man who can do better. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 4, in Cowboy Land, Part 1. Though I had previously made a trip into the then territory of Dakota beyond the Red River, it was not until 1883 that I went to the Little Missouri, and there took hold of 2 cattle ranches, the Chimney Butte and the Elkhorn. It was still the Wild West in those days, the Far West, the West of Owen Wister's stories and Frederick Remington's drawings, the West of the Indian and the buffalo hunter, the soldier and the cowpuncher. That land of the West has gone now. Gone, gone with lost Atlantis. Gone to the Isle of Ghosts and of strange dead memories. It was a land of vast silent spaces, of lonely rivers and of plains where the wild game stared at the passing horseman. It was a land of scattered ranches, of herds of longhorn cattle, and of reckless riders who, unmoved, looked into the eyes of life, or of death. In that land we led a free and hardy life, with horse and with rifle. We worked under the scorching midsummer sun, when the wide plains shimmered and wavered in the heat, and we knew the freezing misery of riding night guard round the cattle in the late fall roundup. In the soft springtime the stars were glorious in our eyes each night before we fell asleep, and in the winter we rode through blinding blizzards, when the driver snow dust burned our face. There were monotonous days, as we guided the trail cattle, or the beef herds hour after hour at the slowest of walks, and minutes or hours teeming with excitement, as we stopped stampedes, or swam the herds across rivers, treacherous with quicksands, or brimmed with running ice. We knew toil and hardship, and hunger and thirst, and we saw men die violent deaths as they worked among horses and cattle, or fought in evil feuds with one another, but we felt the beat of hardy life in our veins, and ours was the glory of work and the joy of living. It was right and necessary that this life should pass, for the safety of our country lies in being made the country of the small homemaker. The great unfenced ranches and the days of free grass necessarily represented a temporary stage in our history. The large migratory flocks of sheep, each guarded by the hired shepherds of absentee owners, were the first enemies of the cattlemen, and owing to the way they ate out the grass and destroyed all other vegetation, these roving sheep bands represented little of permanent good to the country. But the homesteaders, the permanent settlers, the men who took up each his own farm on which he lived and brought up his family, these represented, from the national standpoint, the most desirable of all possible users of and dwellers on the soil. Their advent meant the breaking up of the big ranches, and the change was a national gain, although to some of us an individual loss. I first reached the Little Missouri on a Northern Pacific train about 3 in the morning on a cool September day in 1883. Aside from the station, the only building was a ramshackle structure called the Pyramid Park Hotel. I dragged my duffel bag thither and hammered at the door until the drowsy proprietor appeared, muttering oaths. He ushered me upstairs, where I was given one of the 14 beds in the room which by itself constituted the entire upper floor. Next day I walked over to the abandoned army post, and after some hours among the gray log shacks, a ranchman who had driven into the station agreed to take me out to his ranch, the Chimney Butte Ranch, where he was living with his brother and their partner. The ranch was a log structure with a dirt roof, a corral for the horses nearby, and a chicken house jabbed against the rear of the ranch house. Inside, there was only one room, with a table, 3 or 4 chairs, a cooking stove, and 3 bunks. The owners were Sylvain and Joe Ferris, and William J. Merrifield. Later, all 3 of them held my commissions while I was president. Merrifield was Marshal of Montana, and as presidential elector cast the vote of that state for me in 1904. Sylvain Ferris was the land officer in North Dakota, and Joe Ferris postmaster at Medora. There was a 4th man, Joe Meyer, who also worked for me later. That evening we all played Old Sledge round the table, and at one period the game was interrupted by a frightful squawking outside which told us that a bobcat had made a raid on the chicken house. After a buffalo hunt with my original friend Joe Ferris, I entered into partnership with Merrifield and Sylvain Ferris, and we started a cow ranch with the Maltese Cross brand, always known as Maltese Cross, by the way, as the general impression along the Little Missouri was that Maltese must be a plural. 29 years later, my 4 friends of that night were delegates to the first Progressive National Convention at Chicago. They were among my most constant companions for the few years next succeeding the evening when the bobcat interrupted the game of Old Sledge. I lived and worked with them on the ranch, and with them, and many others like them, on the roundup, and I brought out from Maine, in order to start the Elkhorn Ranch lower down the river, my 2 backwoods friends, Sewell and Dow. My brands for the lower ranch were the Elkhorn and the Triangle. I do not believe there was any more life attractive to a vigorous young fellow than life on a cattle ranch in those days. It was a fine, healthy life, too. It taught a man self-reliance, hardihood, and the value of instant decision. In short, the virtues that ought to come from life in the open country. I enjoyed the life to the full. After the first year, I built on the Elkhorn Ranch a long, low ranch house of hewn logs with a veranda and with, in addition to the other rooms, a bedroom for myself and a sitting room with a big fireplace. I got out a rocking chair. I am very fond of rocking chairs, and enough books to fill 2 or 3 shelves, and a rubber bathtub so I could get a bath. And then I do not see how anyone could have lived more comfortably. We had buffalo robes and bearskins of our own killing. We always kept the house clean, using the word in a rather large sense. There were at least 2 rooms that were always warm, even in the bitterest weather, and we had plenty to eat. Commonly the mainstay of every meal was game of our own killing, usually antelope or deer, sometimes grouse or ducks, and occasionally, in the earlier days, buffalo or elk. We also had flour and bacon, sugar, salt, and canned tomatoes. And later, when some of the men married and brought out their wives, we had all kinds of good things, such as jams and jellies made from the wild plums and the buffalo berries, and potatoes from the forlorn little garden patch. Moreover, we had milk. Most ranchmen at that time never had milk. I knew more than one ranch with 10,000 head of cattle, and there was not a cow that could be milked. We made up our minds that we would be more enterprising. Accordingly, we started to domesticate some of the cows. Our first efforts were not successful, chiefly because we could not devote the needed time and patience to the matter, and we found that to race a cow 2 miles at full speed on horseback, then rope her, throw her, and turn her upside down to milk her, while exhilarating as a pastime, was not productive of results. Gradually, we accumulated tame cows, and after we had thinned out the bobcats and coyotes, more chickens. The ranch house stood on the brink of a low bluff overlooking the broad, shallow bed of the Little Missouri, through which at most seasons there ran only a trickle of water, while at times of freshet it was filled brimful with the boiling, foaming, muddy torrent. There was no neighbor for 10 or 15 miles on either side of me. The river twisted down in long curves between narrow bottoms bordered by sheer cliff walls, for the Badlands, a chaos of peaks, plateaus, and ridges, rose abruptly from the edges of the level, tree-clad, or grassy alluvial meadows. In front of the ranch house veranda was a row of cottonwood trees, with gray-green leaves which quivered all day long if there was a breath of air. From these trees came the far-away, melancholy cooing of mourning doves, and little owls perched in them and called tremulously at night. In the long summer afternoons we would sometimes sit on the piazza when there was no work to be done, and for an hour or two at a time, watching the cattle on the sandbars and the sharply channeled and strangely carved amphitheater of cliffs across the bottom opposite, while the vultures wheeled overhead, their black shadows gliding across the glaring white of the dry riverbed. Sometimes from the ranch we saw deer, and once when we needed meat, I shot one across the river as I stood on the piazza. In the winter, in the days of iron cold, when everything was white under the snow, the river lay in its bed, fixed and immovable, as a bar of bent steel, and then, at night, wolves and lynxes traveled up and down it, as if it had been a highway passing in front of the ranch house. Often, in the late fall or early winter, after a hard day's hunting, or when returning from one of the winter line camps, we did not reach the ranch until hours after sunset, and after the first weary tramping in the cold, it was a keen pleasure to catch the first red gleam of the firelit windows across the snowy wastes. The Elkhorn ranch house was built mainly by Sewell and Dow, who, like most men from the Maine woods, were mighty with the axe. I could chop fairly well for an amateur, but I could not do 1/3 of the work they could. One day, when we were cutting down the cottonwood trees to begin our building operations, I heard someone ask Dow what the total cut had been, and Dow, not realizing that I was within hearing, answered, "Well, Bill cut down 53, I cut down 49, and the boss, he beavered down 17. Those who have seen the stump of a tree which has been gnawed down by a beaver will understand the exact force of the comparison. In those days, on a cow ranch, the men were apt to be away on the various roundups at least half the time. It was interesting and exciting work, and except for the lack of sleep on the spring and summer roundups, it was not exhausting work. Compared to lumbering or mining or blacksmithing, to sit in the saddle is an easy form of labor. The ponies were of course grass-fed and unshod. Each man had his own string of 9 or 10. One pony would be used for the morning work, one for the afternoon, and neither would be used for the next 3 days. A separate pony was kept for night riding. The spring and early summer roundups were especially for the branding of calves. There was much hard work and some risk on the roundup, but also much fun. The meeting place was appointed weeks beforehand, and all the ranchmen of the territory to be covered by the roundup sent their representatives. There were no fences in the West that I knew, and their place was taken by the cowboy and the branding iron. The cattle wandered free. Each calf was branded with the brand of the cow it was following. Sometimes in winter, there was what we call line riding. That is, camps were established and the line riders traveled a definite beat across the desolate wastes of snow, to and fro from one camp to another, to prevent the cattle from drifting. But as a rule, nothing was done to keep the cattle in any one place. In the spring, there was a general roundup in each locality. Each outfit took part in its own roundup, and all the outfits of a given region combined to send representatives to the 2 or 3 roundups that covered the neighborhoods nearby into which the cattle might drift. For example, our little Missouri roundup generally worked down the river for a distance some 50 or 60 miles above my ranch toward the Killdeer Mountains, about the same distance below. In addition, we would usually send representatives to the Yellowstone roundup, and to the roundup along the upper Little Missouri, and moreover, if we heard that cattle had drifted, perhaps towards the Indian reservation southeast of us, we would send a wagon and rider after them. In the meeting point, which might be in the valley of a half-dry stream, or in some broad pattern of the river itself, or perchance by a couple of ponds under which some queerly shaped butte was the landmark for the region round about, we would all gather on the appointed day. The chuck wagons, containing the bedding and food, each drawn by 4 horses and driven by the teamster cook, would come jolting and rattling over the uneven sward. Accompanying each wagon was 8 or 10 riders. The cowpunchers, while their horses, a band of 100 or so, were driven by the 2 herders, one of whom was known as the day wrangler and the other as the night wrangler. The men were lean, sinewy fellows, accustomed to riding half-broken horses at any speed over any country, by day or by night. They wore flannel shirts with loose handkerchiefs knotted round their necks, broad hats, high-heeled boots with jingling spurs, and sometimes leather chaps, although often they merely had their trousers tucked into the tops of their high boots. There was a great deal of rough horseplay, and as with any gathering of men or boys of high animal spirits, the horseplay sometimes became very rough indeed, and as men usually carried revolvers, and as there were occasionally 1 or 2 noted gunfighters among them, there were now and then a shooting affray. A man who was a coward, or who shirked his work, had a bad time, of course. A man could not afford to let himself be bullied or treated as a butt. And on the other hand, if he was looking for a fight, he was certain to find it. But my own experience was that if a man did not talk until his associates knew him well and liked him, and if he did his work, he never had any difficulty in getting on. In my own roundup district, I speedily grew to be friends with most of the men. When I went among strangers, I always had to spend 24 hours in living down the fact that I wore spectacles, remaining as long as I could, judiciously deaf to any side remarks about 4 eyes, until it became evident that my being quiet was misconstrued, and that it was better to bring matters to a head at once. If, for instance, I was sent off to represent the Little Missouri brands on some neighboring roundup, such as the Yellowstone, I usually showed that kind of diplomacy which consists in not uttering one word that can be avoided. I would probably have a couple of days' solitary ride, mounted on one horse, and driving 8 or 10 others before me, one of them carrying my bedding. Loose horses drive best at a trot, or canter, and if a man is traveling alone in this fashion, it is a good thing to have them reach the campground sufficiently late to make them desire to feed and sleep where they are until morning. In consequence, I never spent more than 2 days on the journey, from whatever point it was which I left the Little Missouri, sleeping the one night for as limited a number of hours as possible. As soon as I reached the meeting place, I would find out the wagon to which I was assigned. Riding to it, I turned my horses into the saddle band and reported to the wagon boss, or, in his absence, to the cook, always a privileged character, who was allowed and expected to order men around. He would usually grumble savagely and profanely about my having been put with his wagon, but this was merely conventional on his part, and if I sat down and said nothing, he would probably soon ask me if I wanted anything to eat, to which the correct answer was, I was not hungry and I would wait until mealtime. The bedding rolls of the riders would be strewn round the grass, and I would put mine down a little outside the ring, where I would not be in anyone's way, with my 6 or 8 branding irons beside it. The men would ride in, laughing and talking with one another, and perhaps nodding to me. One of their number, usually the wagon foreman, might put some questions to me as to which brands I represented, but no other word would be addressed to me, nor would I be expected to volunteer any conversation. Supper would consist of bacon, Dutch oven bread, and possibly beef. Once I won the good graces of my companions at the outset by appearing with 2 antelope which I had shot. After supper, I would roll up my bedding as soon as possible, and the others would follow suit at their pleasure. At 3 in the morning or thereabouts, at a yell from the cook, All hands would turn hurriedly out. Dressing was a simple affair. Then each man rolled and corded his bedding. If he did not, the cook would leave it behind, and he would go without any for the rest of the trip, and came to the fire, where he picked out a tin cup, tin plate, and knife and fork, and helped himself to coffee and whatever food there was, and ate it standing or squatted as best suited him. Dawn was probably breaking at this time, and the tramping of unshod hooves showed that the night wrangler was bringing in the pony herd. Two of the men would then run ropes from the wagon at right angles to one another, and into this, as a corral, the horses would be driven. Each man might rope one of his own horses, or more often point it out to the most skillful roper of the outfit, who would rope it for him. For if the man was an unskillful roper, and roped the wrong horse, or roped the horse in the wrong place, there was a whole chance of the whole herd stampeding. Each man then saddled and bridled his horse. This was usually followed by some resolute bucking on the part of 2 or 3 of the horses, especially in the early days of the roundup. The bucking was always a source of amusement to all the men whose horses did not buck, and these fortunate ones would gather round once giving ironical advice, and especially adjuring the rider not to go to leather, that is, not to steady himself in the saddle by catching hold of the saddle horn. As soon as the men had mounted, the whole outfit started on the long circle, the morning circle. Usually the ranch foreman who bossed a given wagon was put in charge of the men of one group by the round-up foreman. He might keep his men together until they had gone some 10 or 15 miles from camp, and then drop them in couples at different points. Each couple made its way towards the wagon, gathering all the cattle it could find. The morning's ride might last 6 or 8 hours, and it was still longer before some men got in. Singly and in 2s and 3s they appeared from every quarter on the horizon, the dust rising from the hooves of the steers and bulls, the cows and calves they had collected. 2 or 3 of the men were left to take care of the herd, while the others changed horses, ate a hasty dinner, and then came out to the afternoon work. This consisted of each man in succession being sent into the herd, usually with a companion, to cut out the cows of his brand or brands, which were followed by unbranded calves, and also to cut out any mavericks or unbranded yearlings. We worked each animal gently out to the edge of the herd, and then with a sudden dash took it off at a run. It was always desperately anxious to break back and rejoin the herd. There was much breakneck galloping and twisting and turning before its desire was thwarted, and it was driven out to join the rest of the cut, that is, the other animals which had been cut out, and were being held by 1 or 2 of the other men. Cattle hate being alone, and it was no easy matter to hold the first 1 or 2 that were cut out. But soon they got a little herd of their own, and then they were contented. When the cutting out had been all done, the calves were branded, and all misadventures of the calf wrestlers, the men who seized, threw, and held each calf when roped by the mounted roper, were hailed with yelling laughter. Then the animals which, for one reason or another, it was desired to drive along with the roundup, were put into one herd and left in charge of a couple of night guards, and the rest of us would loaf back to the wagons for supper and bed. By this time I would have been accepted as one of the rest of the outfit, and all strangeness would have passed off, and the attitude of my fellow cowpunchers being one of friendly forgiveness even towards my spectacles. Night guards for the cattle herd were then assigned by the captain of the wagon, or perhaps by the round-up foreman, according to the needs of the case, the guard standing for 2 hours at a time from 8 in the evening till 4 in the morning. The first and last of the watches were preferable, because sleep was not broken, as in both of the other 2. If things went well, the cattle would soon bed down, and nothing further would occur till morning, when there was a repetition of the work, the wagon moving each day 8 or 10 miles to some appointed camping place. Each man would picket his night horse near the wagon, usually choosing the quietest animal in his string for that purpose, because to saddle and mount a mean horse at night is not pleasant. When utterly tired, it was hard to have to get up for one's trick at the night herd. Nevertheless, on ordinary nights, the 2 hours round the cattle in still darkness were pleasant. The loneliness, under the vast empty sky, and the silence, in which the breathing of the cattle sounded loudly, and the alert readiness to meet any emergency might suddenly arise out of the formless night, all combined to give one a sense of subdued interest. Then one soon got to know the cattle of marked individuality, the ones that led the others into mischief, and one who also grew to recognize the traits they all possessed in common, and the impulses which, for instance, made a whole herd get up towards midnight, each beast turning round, then lying down again. By the end of the watch each rider had studied the cattle until it grew monotonous, and heartily welcomed his relief guard. A newcomer, of course, had any amount to learn, and sometimes the simplest things were those which brought him to grief. One night, early in my career, I failed satisfactorily to identify the direction in which I was to go in order to reach the night herd. It was a pitch-dark night. I managed to get started wrong, and I never found either the herd or the wagon again until sunrise, when I was greeted with withering scorn by the injured cowpuncher, who had been obliged to stand double guard because I failed to relieve him. There were other misadventures that I met with where the excuse was greater. The punchers on night guard usually rode toward the cattle in reverse directions, calling and singing to them if the beasts seemed restless to keep them quiet. On rare occasions something happened that made the cattle stampede, and then the duty of the riders was to keep them as long as possible and try gradually to get control of them. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 4, In Cowboy Land, Part 2. One night there was a heavy storm, and all of us who were at the wagons were obliged to turn out hastily to help the night herders. After a while there was a terrific peal of thunder. The lightning struck right by the herd, and away all the beasts went, heads and horns and tails in the air. For a minute or two I could make out nothing except the dark forms of the beasts running on every side of me, and I should have been very sorry if my horse had stumbled, for those behind would have trodden me down. Then the herd split, part going to one side while the other part seemingly kept straight ahead, and I galloped as hard as ever beside them. I was trying to reach the point, the leading animals, in order to turn them, when suddenly there was a tremendous splashing in front. I could dimly make out that the cattle immediately ahead and to one side of me were disappearing, and the next moment the horse and I went off a cut bank into the Little Missouri. I bent away back in the saddle, and though the horse almost went down, he just recovered himself, and plunging and struggling through water and quicksand, we made the other side. Here I discovered that there was another cowboy with the same part of the herd that I was with, but almost immediately we separated. I galloped hard through a bottom covered with big cottonwood trees, and stopped the part of the herd that I was with, but very soon they broke on me again, and repeated this twice. Finally, toward the morning, the few I had left came to a halt. It had been raining hard for some time. I got off my horse and leaned against the tree, but before long the infernal cattle started on again, and I had to ride after them. Dawn came soon after this, and I was able to make out where I was and head the cattle back, collecting other little bunches as I went. After a while I came on a cowboy on foot, carrying his saddle on his head. He was my companion of the previous night. His horse had gone full speed into a tree and killed itself, the man, however, not being hurt. I could not help him, as I had all I could do to handle the cattle. When I got them to the wagon, most of the other men had already come in, and the riders were just starting on the long circle. One of the men changed my horse for me, while I ate a hasty breakfast, and then we were off for the day's work. As only about half of the night herd had been brought back, the circle riding was particularly heavy, and it was 10 hours before we were back at the wagon. We then changed horses again and worked the whole herd until after sunset, finishing just as it grew too dark to do anything more. By this time I had been nearly 40 hours in the saddle, changing horses 5 times, and my clothes had thoroughly dried on me, and I fell asleep as soon as I touched the bedding. Fortunately, some men who had gotten in late in the morning had had their sleep during the daytime, so the rest of us escaped night guard and were not called until 4 next morning. Nobody ever gets enough sleep on a round trip. The above was the longest number of consecutive hours I ever had to be in the saddle. But, as I have said, I changed horses 5 times, and it is a great lightening of labor for a rider to have a fresh horse. Once, with Sylvain Ferris, I spent about 16 hours on one horse, riding 70 or 80 miles. The roundup had reached a place called the Oxbow of the Little Missouri, and we had to ride there, do some work around the cattle, and ride back. Another time I was 24 hours on horseback in the company with Merrifield without changing horses. On this occasion we did not travel fast. We had been coming back with the wagon from a hunting trip in the Big Horn Mountains. The team was fagged out, and we were tired of walking at a snail's pace beside it. When we reached country that the driver thoroughly knew, we thought it safe to leave him, and we loped in one night across a distance which it took the wagon the 3 following days to cover. It was a beautiful moonlit night, and the ride was delightful. All day long we had plodded at a walk, weary and hot. At supper time we had rested 2 or 3 hours, and the tough little riding horses seemed as fresh as ever. It was in September. As we rode out of the circle of the firelight, the air was cool in our faces. Under the bright moonlight, and then under the starlight, we loped and cantered mile after mile over the high prairie. We passed bands of antelope and herds of long-horned Texas cattle. And at last, just as the first red beams of the sun flamed over the bluffs in front of us, we rode down into the valley of the Little Missouri, where our ranch house stood. I never became a good roper, nor more than an average rider, according to ranch standards. Of course, a man on a ranch has to ride a good many bad horses, and is bound to encounter a certain number of accidents, and of these I had my share, at one time cracking a rib, and on another occasion the point of my shoulder. We were hundreds of miles from a doctor, and each time, as I was on the roundup, I had to get through my work for the next few weeks as best I could, until the injury healed of itself. When I had the opportunity, I broke my own horses, doing it gently and gradually, and spending much time over it, and choosing the horses that seemed gentle to begin with. With these horses I never had any difficulty, but frequently there was neither time nor opportunity to handle our mounts so elaborately. We might get a band of horses, each having been bridled and saddled 2 or 3 times, but none of them having been broken beyond the extent implied in this bridling and saddling. Then each of us in succession would choose a horse for his string, I, as the owner of the ranch, being given the first choice on each round, so to speak. The first time I was ever on a roundup, Sylvain Ferris, Merrifield, Meyer, and I each chose his string in this fashion. 3 or 4 of the animals I got were not easy to ride. The effort both to ride them and to look as if I were enjoying doing so, on some cool morning when my grinning cowboy friends had gathered round to see whether the high-headed bay could buck the boss off, doubtless was of benefit to me, but lacked much of being enjoyable. The time I smashed my rib I was bucked off on a stone. The time I hurt the point of my shoulder I was riding a big, sulky horse named Ben Butler, which went over backwards with me. When we got up, it still refused to go anywhere. So, while I sat it, Sylvain Ferris and George Meyer got their ropes on its neck and dragged it a few hundred yards, choking but stubborn, all 4 feet firmly planted and plowing the ground. When they released the ropes, it lay down and wouldn't get up. The roundup had started, so Sylvain gave me his horse, Baldy, which sometimes bucked out but never went backwards, and he got on the now rear's end, Ben Butler. To my discomfiture, Ben started quietly beside us, while Sylvain remarked, "Well, there's nothing the matter with this horse. He's a plumb gentle horse." Then Ben fell slightly behind, and I heard Sylvain again, "That's all right. Come along. Here, you. Go on, you. Ha-ha, fellows. Help me out. He's lying on me." Sure enough, he was, and when we dragged Sylvain from under him, the first thing the rescued Sylvain did was to execute a war dance, spurs and all, on the iniquitous Ben. We could do nothing with him that day. Subsequently we got him so that we could ride him, but he never became a nice saddle horse. As with all other forms of work, so, on the roundup, a man of ordinary power, who nevertheless does not shirk things merely because they are disagreeable or irksome, soon earns his place. There were crack riders and ropers who, just because they felt such overweening pride in their own prowess, were not really very valuable men. Continually on the circles, a cow or a calf would get into some thick patch of bulberry bush and refuse to come out, or when it was getting late we would pass some bad lands that would probably not contain cattle, but might, or a steer would turn fighting mad, or a calf grow tired and want to lie down. If in such a case the man steadily persists in doing the unattractive thing, and after 2 hours of exasperation and harassment, does finally get the cow out, and keep her out of the bulberry bushes, and drives her to the wagon, or finds some animals that have passed by in the 4th or 5th patch of badlands he hunts through, or gets the calf up on his saddle and takes it in anyhow, the foreman soon grows to treat him as having his uses and as being an asset of worth in the roundup, even though neither a fancy roper nor a fancy rider. When at the Progressive Convention last August I met George Meyer for the first time in many years, and he recalled to me an incident on one roundup where we happened to be thrown together while driving some cows and calves to camp. When the camp was only just across the river, 2 of the calves positively refused to go any further. He took one of them in his arms, and after some hazardous maneuvering managed to get on his horse, in spite of the objections of the latter, and rode into the river. My calf was too big for such treatment, so in despair I roped it, intending to drag it over. However, as soon as I roped it, the calf started bouncing and bleeding, and owing to some lack of dexterity on my part, suddenly swung round the rear of the horse, bringing the rope under his tail. Down went the tail tight, and the horse went into figures, as the cowpuncher phrase of the day was. There was a cut bank about 4 feet high on the hither side of the river, and over this the horse bucked. We went into the water with a splash. With pluck, the calf followed, described a parabola in the air, and landed beside us. Fortunately, this took the rope out from under the horse's tail, but left him thoroughly frightened. He could not do much bucking in the stream, for there was 1 or 2 places where we had to swim, and the shallows were either sandy or muddy. But across we went, at speed, and the calf made a wake like Pharaoh's army in the Red Sea. On several occasions we had to fight fire. In the geography books of my youth, prairie fires were always portrayed as taking place in long grass, and all living things ran before them. On the northern cattle plains, the grass was never long enough to be a source of danger to man or beast. The fires were nothing like the forest fires in the northern woods, but they destroyed large quantities of feed, and we had to stop them where possible. The process we usually followed was to kill a steer, split it into 2 lengthwise, and have 2 riders drag each half steer, the rope of one running from his saddle horn to the front leg, and that of the other to the hind leg. One of the men would spur his horse over or through the line of fire, and 2 would then ride forward, dragging the steer, bloody side downward, along the line of flame, men following on foot with slickers or wet horse blankets, to beat out any flickering blaze that was still left. It was exciting work, for the fire and the twitching and the plucking of the ox carcass over the uneven ground maddened the fierce little horses, so that it was necessary to do some riding in order to keep them to their work. After a while, it also became very exhausting, the thirst and fatigue being great as, with parched lips and blackened from head to foot, we toiled at our task. In those years, the Stockmen's Association of Montana was a powerful body. I was the delegate to it from the Little Missouri. The meetings that I attended were held in Miles City, at that time a typical cow town. Stockmen of all kinds attended, including the biggest men in the stock business. Men like old Conrad Coors, who was, and is, the finest type of pioneer in all the Rocky Mountain country, and Granville Stewart, who was afterwards appointed minister by Cleveland, I think, to the Argentine, and Hash-Knife Simpson, a Texan who had brought his cattle, the Hash-Knife brand, up the trail into our country. He and I grew to be great friends. I can see him now, the first time we met, grinning to me as none too comfortable. I sat a half-broken horse at the edge of a cattle herd we were working. His son, Sloan Simpson, went to Harvard and was one of the first-class men in my regiment, and afterwards held my commission as postmaster at Dallas. At the stockmen's meeting in Miles Cities, in addition to the big stockmen, there were always hundreds of cowboys galloping up and down the wide dusty streets at every hour of the day and night. It was a picturesque sight during the 3 days the meeting lasted. There was always at least one big dance at the hotel. There were few dress suits, but there was perfect decorum at the dance, and in the square dances most of the men knew the figures far better than I did. With such a crowd in town, sleeping accommodations of any sort were at a premium, and in the hotel there were 2 men in every bed. On one occasion I had a roommate whom I never saw, because he always went to bed much later than I did, and I always got up much earlier than he did. On the last day, however, he rose at the same time, and I saw that he was a man I knew named Carter, nicknamed Modesty Carter. He was a stalwart, good-looking fellow, and I was sorry when later I heard that he had been killed in a shooting row. When I went west, the last great Indian wars had just come to an end, but there were still sporadic outbreaks here and there, and occasionally bands of marauding young braves were a menace to outlying and lonely settlements. Many of the white men were themselves lawless and brutal, and prone to commit outrages on the Indians. Unfortunately, each race tended to hold all the members of the other race responsible for the misdeeds of a few, so that the crime of the miscreant, red or white, who committed the original outrage, too often invited retaliation upon entirely innocent people, and this action would in its turn arouse bitter feeling which found vent in still more indiscriminate retaliation. The first year I was on the Little Missouri, some Sioux bucks ran off all the horses of a buffalo hunter's outfit. One of the buffalo hunters tried to get even by stealing the horses of a Cheyenne hunting party, and when pursued, made for a cow camp, with, as a result, a long-range skirmish between the cowboys and the Cheyennes. One of the latter was wounded, but this particular wounded man seemed to have had more sense than the other participants in the chain of wrongdoing, and discriminated among the whites. He came into our camp and had his wound dressed. A year later, I was at a desolate little mud road ranch on the Deadwood Trail. It was kept by a very capable and very forceful woman, with sound ideas of justice and abundantly well able to hold her own. Her husband was a worthless devil, who finally got drunk on some whiskey he obtained from an outfit of Missouri bullwhackers, that is, freighters driving ox wagons. Under the stimulus of the whiskey, he picked a quarrel with his wife and attempted to beat her. She knocked him down with a stove-lid lifter, and the admiring bullwhackers bore him off, leaving the lady in full possession of the ranch. When I visited her, she had a man named Crow Joe working for her, a slab-sided, shifty-eyed person who later, as I heard my foreman explain, skipped the country with a bunch of horses. The mistress of the ranch made first-class buckskin shirts of great durability. The one she made for me, and which I used for years, was used by one of my sons in Arizona a couple of winters ago. I had ridden down into the country after some lost horses and visited the ranch to get her to make me the buckskin shirt in question. There were at the moment 3 Indians there, Sioux, well-behaved and self-respecting, and she explained to me that they had been resting there waiting for dinner, and that a white man had come along and tried to run off their horses. The Indians were on the lookout, however, and, running out, they caught the man, but, after retaking their horses and depriving him of his gun, they let him go. "I don't see why they let him go," exclaimed my hostess. "I don't believe in stealing Indians' horses any more than white folks. So I told 'em they can go along and hang 'em. I'd never cheap. Anyway, I won't charge them anything for their dinner," concluded my hostess. She was in advance of the usual morality of the time and place, which drew a sharp line between stealing citizens' horses and stealing horses from the government or the Indians. A fairly decent citizen, Jap Hunt, who long ago met a violent death, exemplified this attitude towards Indians in some remarks I once heard him make. He had started a horse ranch and had quite honestly purchased a number of broken-down horses of different brands with the view of doctoring them and selling them again. About this time there had been much horse-stealing and cattle-killing in our territory and in Montana, and under the direction of some of the big cattle growers, a committee of vigilantes had been organized to take action against the rustlers, as the horse thieves and cattle thieves were called. The vigilantes, or stranglers as they were locally known, did their work thoroughly, but, as always happens with bodies of the kind, toward the end they grew reckless in their actions, paid off private grudges, and hung men on slight provocation. Riding in to Jap Hunt's ranch, they nearly hung him because he had so many horses of different brands. He was finally let off. He was much upset by the incident, and explained again and again, "The idea of saying that I was a horse thief. Why, I never stole a horse in my life, leastways from a white man. I don't count Indians or the government, of course." Jap had been reared among men still in the stages of tribal morality, and while they recognized their obligations to one another, both the government and the Indians seemed alien bodies, in regard to which the laws of morality did not apply. On the other hand, parties of savage young bucks would treat lonely settlers just as badly, and in addition sometimes murder them. Such a party was generally composed of young fellows burning to distinguish themselves. Some one of their number would have obtained a pass from the Indian agent allowing him to travel off the reservation, which pass would be flourished whenever their action was questioned by bodies of whites of equal strength. I once had a trifling encounter with such a band. I was making my way along the edge of the Badlands, northward from my lower ranch, and was just crossing the plateau when 5 Indians rode up over the further rim. The instant they saw me, they whipped out their guns and raced full speed at me, yelling and flogging their horses. I was on a favorite horse, Manitou, who was a wise old fellow, with nerves not to be shaken by anything. I at once leapt off him and stood with my rifle ready. It was possible that the Indians were merely making a bluff and intended no mischief, but I did not like their actions, and I thought it likely that if I allowed them to get a hold of me, they would at least take my horse and rifle, and possibly kill me. So I waited there until they were 100 yards off, and then drew a bead on the first. Indians, and for the matter of that, white men, do not like to ride in on a man who is cool and means shooting, and in a twinkling every man was lying over the side of his horse, and all 5 had turned and were galloping backwards, having altered their course as quickly as so many teal ducks. After this, one of them made the peace sign with his blanket first, and then as he rode towards me with his open hand. I halted him at a fair distance and asked him what I wanted. He exclaimed, "How? Me good Injun, me good Injun," and tried to show me the dirty piece of paper on which his agency pass was written. I told him with sincerity that I was glad that he was a good Injun, but he must not come any closer. He then asked for sugar and tobacco. I told him I had none. Another Indian began drifting slowly toward me in spite of my calling out to keep back, so I once more aimed with my rifle, whereupon both Indians slipped to the other side of their horses and galloped off, with oaths that did not credit at least one side of their acquaintance with English. I now mounted and pushed over the plateau to the open prairie. In those days an Indian, although not as good a shot as a white man, was infinitely better at crawling under and taking advantage of cover, and the worst thing a white man could do was to get into cover, whereas out in the open, if he kept his head, he had a good chance of standing off even 6 assailants. The Indians accompanied me for a couple of miles. Then I reached the open prairie and resumed my northward ride, not being further molested. In the old days, in the ranch country, we depended upon game for fresh meat. Nobody liked to kill a beef, and although now and then a maverick yearling might be killed on the roundup, most of us looked askance at the deed, because if the practice of beef killing were ever allowed to start, the rustlers, the horse thieves, and cattle thieves would be sure to seize on it as an excuse for general slaughter. Getting meat for the ranch usually devolved upon me. I almost always carried a rifle when I rode, either in a scabbard under my thigh or across the pommel. Often I would pick up a deer or antelope while about my regular work, when visiting a line camp or riding after the cattle. At other times I would make a day's trip after them. In the fall we sometimes took a wagon and made a week's hunt, returning with 8 or 10 deer carcasses, perhaps an elk or a mountain sheep as well. I never became more than a fair hunter, and at times I had the most exasperating experiences, either failing to see game which I ought to have seen, or committing some blunder in the stalk, or failing to kill when I fired. Looking back, I am inclined to say that if I had any good quality as a hunter, it was that of perseverance. It is dogged that does it, in hunting as in many other things. Unless in wholly exceptional cases when we were very hungry, I never killed anything but bucks. Occasionally, I made long trips away from the ranch and among the Rocky Mountains with my ranch foreman Merrifield, or in later years with Tazewell Woody, John Willis, or John Goff. We hunted bears, both the black and the grizzly, cougars and wolves, and moose, wapiti, and white goat. On one of these occasions I killed a bison bull, and I also killed a bison bull on the Little Missouri some 50 miles south of my ranch on a trip which Joe Ferris and I took together. It was rather a rough trip. Each of us carried only his slicker behind him on the saddle, with some flour and bacon done up in it. We met with all kinds of misadventures. Finally one night, when we were sleeping by a slimy little prairie pool where there was not a stick of wood, we had to tie the horses to the horns of our saddles, and then we went to sleep with our heads on the saddles. In the middle of the night, something stampeded the horses, and away they went with the saddles after them. As we jumped to our feet, Joe eyed me with an evident suspicion that I was the Jonah of the party, and said, "Oh, Lord, I've never done anything to deserve this. Did you ever do anything to deserve this?" End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Part 4, Chapter 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 4, in Cowboy Land, Part 3. In addition to my private duties, I sometimes served as deputy sheriff for the northern end of our county. The sheriff and I crisscrossed on our public and private relations. He often worked for me as a hired hand at the same time that I was his deputy. His name, or at least the name he went by, was Bill Jones. And as there were in the neighborhood several Bill Joneses, 7 Bill Joneses, Texas Bill Jones, and the like, the sheriff was known as Hell-Roaring Bill Jones. He was a thorough frontiersman, excellent in all kinds of emergencies, and a very game man. I became much attached to him. He was a thoroughly good citizen when sober, but he got a little wild when drunk. Unfortunately, towards the end of his life, he got to drinking very heavily. When, in 1905, John Burroughs and I visited the Yellowstone Park, poor Bill Jones, very much down in the world, was driving a team in Gardner outside the park. I had looked forward to seeing him, and he was equally anxious to see me. He kept telling his cronies of our intimacy, and of what we were going to do together, and then got drinking, and the result was by the time I reached Gardner, he had to be carried out and left in the sagebrush. When I came out of the park, I sent on in advance to tell them to be sure to keep him sober, and they did so. But it was a rather sad interview. The old fellow had gone to pieces, and soon after I left he got lost in a blizzard and was dead when they found him. Bill Jones was a gunfighter, and also a good man with his fists. On one occasion there was an election in town. There had been many threats that the party of disorder would impart section hands from the neighboring railroad stations to down our side. I did not reach Medora, the forlorn little cattle town which was our county seat, until the election was well under way. I then asked one of my friends if there had been any disorder. Bill Jones was standing by. "Disorder? Hell!" said my friend. Bill Jones just stood there with one hand on his gun and the other pointing over towards the new jail whenever any man who didn't have a right to vote came near the polls. There was only one of them who tried to vote, and Bill knocked him down. "Lord," said my friend meditatively, "the way that man fell." "Well," struck in Bill Jones, "if he hadn't fell, I'd have walked round behind him to see what was propping him up." In the days when I lived on the ranch, I usually spent most of the winter in the East, and when I returned in the early spring I was always interested in finding out what had happened since my departure. On one occasion I was met by Bill Jones and Sylvain Ferris, and in the course of our conversation they mentioned the lunatic. This led to a question on my part, and Sylvain Ferris began the story. "Well, you see, he was on a train, and he shot the newsboy. At first they weren't going to do anything to him, for they thought that he just had it in for the newsboy. But then somebody said, 'Why, he's plumb crazy, and he's liable to shoot any of us.' And then they threw him off the train. It was here at Medora, and they asked if anyone would take care of him, and Bill Jones said he would, because he was the sheriff, and the jail had 2 rooms, and he was living in one, and would put the lunatic in the other." Here Bill Jones interrupted. "Yes, and more fool me. I wouldn't take charge of another lunatic if the whole county asked me. Why," with the air of a man announcing an astonishing discovery, "that lunatic didn't have his right senses. He wouldn't eat till me and Snyder got him down on the shavings and made him eat." Snyder was a huge, happy-go-lucky, kind-hearted Pennsylvanian Dutchman, and was Bill Jones' chief deputy. Bill continued, "You know, Snyder's soft-hearted, he is, and he'd been thinking that the lunatic looked peaked, and he'd take him out for an airing. Then the boys would get joshing him as to how much start he had given him over the prairie, and catch him again." Apparently, the amount of the start given the lunatic depended on the amount of the bet to which the joshing led up. I asked Bill what he would have done if Snyder hadn't have caught the lunatic. This was evidently a new idea, and he responded that Snyder always did catch him. "Well, but suppose he hadn't caught him?" "Well," said Bill Jones, "if Snyder hadn't have caught the lunatic, I'd have whaled hell out of Snyder." Under these circumstances, Snyder ran his best, and always did catch the patient. It must not be gathered from this that the lunatic was badly treated. He was well treated. He became greatly attached to both Bill Jones and Snyder, and he objected strongly when, after the frontier theory of treatment of the insane had reached a full trial, he was finally set off to the territorial capital. It was merely that all the relations of life in that place and day were so managed as to give ample opportunity for the expressions of individuality, whether in sheriff or ranchman. The local practical joker once attempted to have some fun at the expense of the lunatic, and Bill Jones described the result. "You know Bixby, don't you?" "Well," with deep disapproval, "Bixby thinks he is funny, he does. He'd come up, and he'd wake up that lunatic at night, and I'd have to get up and soothe him. I fixed Bixby all right, though. I fastened a rope on the latch, and next time Bixby came, I let the lunatic out on him. He bit off most Bixby's nose, and I learned Bixby." Bill Jones had been unconventional in other relations besides that of sheriff. He had once casually mentioned to me that he had served on the police force of Bismarck, but he had left because he beat the mayor over the head with his gun one day. He added, "The mayor, he didn't mind it, but the superintendent of the police said he guessed I'd better resign." His feeling, obviously, was that the superintendent of police was a marionette, unfit to take the large views of life. It was while with Bill Jones that I first made acquaintance with Seth Bullock. Seth was at that time sheriff in the Black Hills district, and a man he had wanted, a horse thief, I finally got. I was being, at the time, deputy sheriff 200 or 300 miles to the north. The man came by a nickname which I will call Crazy Steve. A year or two afterwards I received a letter asking about him from his uncle, a thoroughly respectable man in a western state, and later this uncle and I met at Washington when I was president and he was a United States senator. It was some time after Steve's capture that I went down to Deadwood on business. Sylvain Ferris and I on horseback, while Bill Jones drove the wagon. At a little town, Spearfish, I think, after crossing the last 80 or 90 miles of gumbo prairies, we met Seth Bullock. We had had rather a rough trip and had lain out for a fortnight, so I suppose we looked somewhat unkempt. Seth received us with rather distant courtesy at first, but unbent when he found out who we were, remarking, "You see, by your looks, I thought you were some sort of tin-horn gambling outfit, and that I might have to keep an eye on you." He then inquired after the capture of Steve, with a little of the air of one sportsman, when another has shot a quail that either might have claimed. "My bird, I believe." Later, Seth Bullock became, and has ever remained, one of my staunchest and most valued friends. He served as marshal for South Dakota under me as president. When, after the close of my term, I went to Africa, on getting back to Europe I cabled Seth Bullock to bring over Mrs. Bullock and meet me in London, which he did. By that time I felt I had just had to meet my own people, who spoke my neighborhood dialect. After serving as deputy sheriff, I was impressed with the advantage the officer of the law has over ordinary wrongdoers, provided he thoroughly knows his own mind. There are exceptional outlaws, men with a price on their heads and of remarkable prowess, who are utterly indifferent to taking life, and whose warfare against society is as open as that of a savage on the warpath. The law officer has no advantage whatever over these men save what his own prowess may or may not give him. Such a man was Billy the Kid, the notorious man-killer and desperado of New Mexico, who was himself finally slain by a friend of mine, Pat Garrett, whom, when I was president, I made collector of customs at El Paso. But the ordinary criminal, even when murderously inclined, feels just a moment's hesitation as to whether he cares to kill an officer of the law engaged in his duty. I took in more than one man who was probably a better man than I was with both rifle and revolver, but in each case I knew just what I wanted to do, and, like David Harum, I did it first. Whereas the fraction of a second that the other man hesitated put him in a position where it was useless for him to resist. I owe more than I can ever express to the West, which of course means to the men and women I met in the West. There were a few people of bad type in my neighborhood, and that would be true of every group of men, even in a theological seminary, but I could not speak with too great affection and respect of the great majority of my friends, the hard-working men and women who dwelt for a space of perhaps 150 miles along the Little Missouri. I was always as welcome at their houses as they were at mine. Everybody worked, everybody was willing to help everybody else, and yet nobody asked any favors. The same thing was true of the people whom I got to know 50 miles east and 50 miles west of my own range, and of the men I met on the roundups. they soon accepted me as a friend and fellow worker who stood on an equal footing with them, and I believe that most of them have kept their feeling for me ever since. No guests were ever more welcome at the White House than these old friends of the cattle ranches and the cow camps, the men with whom I had ridden the long circle and eaten at the tailboard of a chuck wagon, whenever they turned up at Washington during my presidency. I remember one of them who appeared at Washington one day just before lunch, a huge, powerful man whom, when I knew him, had been distinctly a fighting character. It happened that, on that day, another old friend, the British ambassador, Mr. Bryce, was among those coming to lunch. Just before I went in, I turned to my cowpuncher friend and said to him with great solemnity, "Remember, Jim, that if you shot at the feet of the British ambassador to make him dance, it would be likely to cause international complications." To which Jim responded with unaffected horror, "Why, Colonel, I shouldn't think of it. I shouldn't think of it." Not only did the men and women whom I met in the cow country quite unconsciously help me by the insight which working and living with them enabled me to get into the mind and soul of the average American of the right type, but they helped me in another way. I made up my mind that the men were of just the kind whom would be well to have with me if ever it became necessary to go to war. When the Spanish War came, I gave this thought practical realization. Fortunately, Worcester and Remington, with pen and pencil, have made these men live as long as our literature does. I have sometimes been asked if Worcester's Virginian is not overdrawn. Why, one of the men I have mentioned in this chapter was in all essentials the Virginian in real life, not only in his force, but in his charm. Half of the men I worked with or played with, and half of the men who soldiered with me afterwards in my regiment, might have walked out of Worcester's stories or Remington's pictures. There were bad characters in the Western country at that time, of course, and under the conditions of life they were probably more dangerous than if they had been elsewhere. I hardly ever had any difficulty, however. I never went into a saloon, and in the little hotels I kept out of the bar-room, unless, as sometimes happened, the bar-room was the only room on the lower floor except the dining-room. I always endeavored to keep out of a quarrel, until self-respect forbade me my making any further effort to avoid it, and I rarely had even the semblance of trouble. Of course, amusing incidents occurred now and then. Usually, these took place when I was hunting lost horses, for in hunting lost horses I was ordinarily alone, and occasionally had to travel 100 or 150 miles away from my own country. On one such occasion I reached a little cow town long after dark, stabled my horse in an empty outbuilding, and when I reached the hotel was informed in response to my request for a bed that I could have the last one left, as there was only one other man in it. The room to which I had shown contained 2 double beds. One contained 2 men fast asleep, the other only 1 man, also asleep. This man proved to be a friend, one of the Bill Joneses whom I had previously mentioned. I undressed according to the fashion of the day and place. That is, I put my trousers, boots, chaps, and gun down next to the bed, and turned in. A couple of hours later I was awakened by the door being thrown open and a lantern flashing in my face. The light gleamed on the muzzle of a cocked .45. Another man said to the lantern-bearer, "It ain't him." The next moment my bedfellow was covered with 2 guns and addressed, "Now, Bill, don't make a fuss, but come along quiet." "I'm not thinking of making a fuss," said Bill. "That's right," was the answer. "We're your friends. We don't want to hurt you. We just want you to come along. You know why." And Bill pulled up his trousers and boots and walked out with them. Up to this time there had not been a sound from the other bed. Now a match was scratched, a candle lit, and one of the men in the other bed looked round the room. At this point I committed the breach of etiquette of asking questions. "I wonder why they took Bill," I said. There was no answer. I repeated, "I wonder why they took Bill." "Well," the man said with the candle dryly, "I reckon they wanted him." And with that he blew out the candle, and conversation ceased. Later I discovered that Bill, in a fit of playfulness, had held up the Northern Pacific train at a nearby station by shooting at the feet of the conductor to make him dance. This was purely a joke on Bill's part, but the Northern Pacific people possessed a less robust sense of humor, and on their complaint the United States Marshal was sent after Bill, on the ground that by delaying the train he had interfered with the mails. The only time I ever had serious trouble was at an even more primitive little hotel than the one in question. It was also on an occasion when I was out after lost horses. Below, the hotel had merely a bar-room, a dining-room, and a lean-to kitchen. Above was a loft with 15 or 20 beds in it. It was late in the evening when I reached the place. I heard 1 or 2 shots in the bar room as I came up, and I disliked going in. But there was nowhere else to go, and it was a cold night. Inside the room were several men who, including the bartender, were wearing the kind of smile worn by men who are making believe to like what they don't like. A shabby individual in a broad hat with a cocked gun in each hand was walking up and down the floor, talking with strident profanity. He had evidently been shooting at the clock, which had 2 or 3 holes in its face. He was not a bad man of the really dangerous type, the true man-killer, but he was an objectionable character, a would-be bad man, a bully who for the moment was having things all his own way. As soon as he saw me, he hailed me as Four Eyes, in reference to my spectacles, and said, "Four Eyes is going to treat." I joined in the laugh, and got behind the stove and sat down, thinking to escape notice. He followed me, however, and though I tried to pass it off as a jest, this merely made him more offensive, and he stood leaning over me, a gun in each hand, using very foul language. He was foolish to stand so near, and, moreover, his heels were close together, so that his position was unstable. Accordingly, in response to his reiterated command that I should set up the drinks, I said, "Well, if I've got to, I've got to," and rose, looking past him. As I rose, I struck, quick and hard, with my right, just to one side of the point of his jaw, hitting with my left as I straightened out, and then again with my right. He fired his guns, but I did not know whether this was merely a convulsive action of his hands, or whether he was trying to shoot at me. When he went down, he struck the corner of the bar with his head. It was not a case in which you could afford to take chances, and if he had moved, as I was about to drop on his ribs with my knees, but he was senseless. I took away his guns, and the other people in the room, who were now loud in their denunciation of him, hustled him out and put him in a shed. I got dinner as soon as possible, sitting in a corner of the dining room away from the windows, and then went upstairs to the bed where it was so dark that there would be no chance of anyone shooting at me from the outside. However, nothing happened. When my assailant came to, he went down to the station and left on a freight. As I have said, most of the men in my regiment were just such men as those I knew in the ranch country. Indeed, some of my ranch friends were in the regiment. Fred Herrig, the forest ranger, for instance, in whose company I shot my biggest mountain ram. After the regiment was disbanded, the careers of certain of the men were diversified by odd incidents. Our relations were of the friendliest, and, as they explained, they felt that as if I was a father to them. The manifestations of this feeling were sometimes less attractive than the phrase sounded, as it was chiefly used by the few who were behaving like very bad children indeed. The great majority of the men, when the regiment disbanded, took up the businesses of their lives, where they had dropped it a few months previously, and these men merely tried to help me, or help one another as the occasion arose. No man ever had more cause to be proud of his regiment than I had of mine, both in war and in peace. But there was a minority among them who, in certain ways, were unsuited for a life of peaceful regularity, although often enough they had been first-class soldiers. It was from one of these men that letters came with the stereotyped opening which always caused my heart to sink. "Dear Colonel, I write to you because I am in trouble." The trouble might take almost any form. One correspondent continued, "I did not take the horse, but they say I did." Another complained that his mother-in-law had put him in jail for bigamy. In the case of another, the incident was more mark-worthy. I will call him Grito. He wrote me a letter beginning, "Dear Colonel, I write to you because I am in trouble. I have shot a lady in the eye. But, Colonel, I was not shooting at the lady. I was shooting at my wife," which he apparently regarded as sufficient excuse as between men of the world. I answered that I drew the line at shooting at ladies, and did not hear any more of the incident for several years. Then, while I was president, a member of the regiment, Major Llewellyn, who was federal district attorney under me in New Mexico, wrote me a letter filled, as his letters usually were, with bits of interesting gossip about the comrades. It ran in part as follows. "Since I last wrote to you, Commander Ritchie has killed a man in Colorado. I understand that the comrade was playing a poker game, and the man sat into the game and used such language that Comrade Ritchie had to shoot. Comrade Webb has killed 2 men in Beaver, Arizona. Comrade Webb is in the Forest Service, and the killing was in the line of professional duty. I was out at the penitentiary the other day and saw Comrade Grito, who, you may remember, was put there for shooting his sister-in-law. This was the first information I had as to the identity of the lady who was shot in the eye. Since he was in there, Comrade Boyne has run off to Old Mexico with his, Grito's, wife, and the people of Grant County think he ought to be let out. Evidently, the sporting instincts of the people of Grant County had been roused, and they felt that, as Comrade Boyne had had a fair start, the other comrades should be let out to see what would happen. The men of the regiment always enthusiastically helped me when I was running for office. On one occasion, Buck Taylor of Texas accompanied me on a trip and made a speech for me. The crowd took to his speech from the beginning, and so did I, until the peroration, which ran as follows. My fellow citizens, vote for my colonel. Vote for my colonel, and he will lead you, as he led us, like sheep to the slaughter. This hardly seemed a tribute to my military skill, but it delighted the crowd, and as far as I could tell, did nothing but good. On another tour, when I was running for vice president, a member of the regiment who was along on the train got into a discussion with a populist editor who had expressed an unfavorable estimate of my character, and in the course of the discussion shot the editor, not fatally. We had to leave him to be tried, and as he had no money, I left him $150 to hire counsel, having borrowed the money from Senator Walcott of Colorado, who was also with me. After election, I received from my friend a letter running, Dear Colonel, I find I will not have to use that $150 you lent me, as we have elected our candidate for district attorney, so I have used it to settle a horse transaction in which I unfortunately became involved. A few weeks later, however, I received a heartbroken letter setting forth the fact that the district attorney, whom he evidently felt to be a cold-blooded formalist, had put him in jail. Then the affair dropped out of sight until 2 or 3 years later, when, as president, I visited a town in another state, and the leaders of the delegation which received me included both my correspondent and the editor, now fast friends, and both of them ardent supporters of mine. At one of the regimental reunions, a man, who had been an excellent soldier, in greeting me mentioned how glad he was that the judge had let him out in time to get to the reunion. I asked what was the matter, and he replied with some surprise, Why, Colonel, don't you know? I had a difficulty with a gentleman, and, I killed the gentleman. But you could see that the judge thought it was all right, or he wouldn't have let me go. Waiving the latter point, I said, How did it happen? How did you do it? Misinterpreting my question as showing an interest only in the technique of the performance, the ex-puncher replied, With a 38 on a 45 frame, Colonel. I chuckled over the answer, and it became proverbial with my family and some of my friends, including Seth Bullock. When I was shot at Milwaukee, Seth Bullock wired an inquiry to which I responded that it was all right, that the weapon was merely a 38 on a 45 frame. The telegram in some way became public and puzzled outsiders. By the way, both the men of my regiment and the friends I had made in the old days in the West were themselves a little puzzled at the interest shown in my making my speech after being shot. This is what they expected, what they accepted as the right thing for a man to do under the circumstances, a thing the non-performance of which would have been discreditable, rather than the performance being creditable. They would not have expected a man to leave a battle, for instance, because of being wounded in such fashion. They saw no reason why he should abandon a less important and less risky duty. One of the best soldiers in my regiment was a huge man whom I made marshal of a Rocky Mountain state. He had spent his hot and lusty youth on the frontier during its Viking age, and at that time had naturally taken part in incidents which seemed queer to men accustomed to die decently of zymotic diseases. I told him that an effort would doubtless be made to prevent his confirmation by the Senate, and therefore that I wanted to know all the facts in his case. Had he played faro? He had, but it was when everybody played faro, and he had never played a brace game. Had he killed anybody? Yes, but it was in Dodge City, on occasions when he was deputy marshal or town marshal, at a time when Dodge City, now the most peaceful of communities, was the toughest town on the continent, and crowded with man-killing outlaws and road agents, and he produced telegrams from judges of high character testifying to the need of the actions he had taken. Finally, I said, Now, Ben, how did you lose that half of your ear? To which, looking rather shy, he responded, Well, Colonel, it was bit off. How did that happen, Ben? Well, you see, I was sent to arrest a gentleman, and him and me mixed it up, and he bit off my ear. What did you do to the gentleman, Ben? And Ben, looking more coy than ever, responded, "Well, Colonel, we broke about even." I forbore to inquire what variety of mayhem he had committed on the gentleman. After considerable struggle I got him confirmed by the Senate, and he made one of the best marshals in the entire service, exactly as he had already made one of the best soldiers in the regiment, and I never wished to see a better citizen, nor a man in whom I would more implicitly trust in every way. When, in 1900, I was nominated for vice president, I was sent by the National Committee on a trip into the states of the High Plains and the Rocky Mountains. These had all gone overwhelmingly for Mr. Bryan on the free silver issue 4 years previously, and it was thought that I, because of my knowledge of and acquaintanceship with the people, might accomplish something towards bringing them back into line. It was an interesting trip, and the monotony usually attendant upon such a campaign of political speaking was diversified in vivid fashion by occasional hostile audiences. 1 or 2 of the meetings ended in riots. One meeting was finally broken up by a mob. Everybody fought so that the speaking had to stop. Soon after this, we reached another town where we were told there might be trouble. Here the local committee included an old and valued friend, a two-gun man of repute, who was not in the least quarrelsome, but who always kept his word. We marched round to the local opera house, which was packed with a mass of men, many of them rather rough-looking. My friend, the two-gun man, sat immediately behind me, a gun on each hip, his arms folded, looking at the audience, fixing his gaze with instant intentness on any section of the house from which there came so much as a whisper. The audience listened to me with rapt attention. At the end, with a pride in my rhetorical powers which proceeded from a misunderstanding of the situation, I remarked to the chairman, "I held that audience well. There wasn't an interruption." To which the chairman replied, "Interruption? Well, I guess not. Seth sent round word that if any son of a gun peeped, he'd kill him." There was one bit of frontier philosophy which I would like to see imitated in more advanced communities. Certain crimes of revolting baseness and cruelty were never forgiven, but in the case of ordinary offenses, the man who had served his term and who then tried to make good was given a fair chance, and of course this was equally true of the women. Every one who had studied the subject at all is only too well aware that the world offsets the readiness with which it condones a crime for which a man escapes punishment by its unforgiving relentlessness to the often far less guilty man who is punished, and who therefore has made his atonement. On the frontier, if the man honestly tried to behave himself, there was generally a disposition to give him fair play and a decent show. Several of the men I knew, and whom I particularly liked, came in this class. There was one such man in my regiment, a man who had served a term for robbery under arms, and who had atoned for it by many years of fine performance of duty. I put him in a high official position, and no man under me rendered better service to the state, nor was there any man whom, as soldier, as civil officer, as citizen, and as friend, I valued and respected, and now value and respect more. Now, I suppose some good people will gather from this that I favor men who commit crimes. I certainly do not favor them. I have not a particle of sympathy with the sentimentality, as I deem it, the mawkishness, which overflows with foolish pity for the criminal and cares not at all for the victim of the criminal. I am glad to see wrongdoers punished. The punishment is an absolute necessity from the standpoint of society, and I put the reformation of the criminal second to the welfare of society. But I do not desire to see the man or woman who has paid the penalty and who wishes to reform given a helping hand. Surely every one of us who knows his own heart must know that he too may stumble, and should be anxious to help his brother or sister who has stumbled. When the criminal has been punished, if he then shows a sincere desire to lead a decent and upright life, he should be given the chance. He should be helped and not hindered, and if he makes good, he should receive that respect from others, which so often aids in creating self-respect, the most invaluable of all possessions. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ian Hatley. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 5, Applied Idealism, Part 1. The spring of 1889, I was appointed by President Harrison Civil Service Commissioner. For nearly 5 years I had not been very active in political life, although I had done some routine work in the organization and had made campaign speeches, and in 1886 I had run for mayor of New York against Abram S. Stewart, Democrat, and Henry George, Independent, and had been defeated. I served 6 years as Civil Service Commissioner, 4 years under President Harrison, then 2 years under President Cleveland. I was treated by both presidents with the utmost consideration. Among my fellow commissioners, there was at one time ex-Governor Hugh Thompson of South Carolina, and at another time John R. Proctor of Kentucky. They were Democrats and ex-Confederate soldiers, and became deeply attached to both. We stood shoulder to shoulder in every contest in which the commission was forced to take part. Civil service reform had two sides. There is first, the effort to secure a more efficient administration of the public service. And second, the even more important effort to withdraw the administrative offices of the government from the domain of spoils politics, thereby cut out of American political life a fruitful source of corruption and degradation. The spoils theory of politics is that public office is so much plunder which the victorious political party is entitled to appropriate to the use of its adherents. Under this system, the work of the government was often done well, even in those days when civil service reform was only an experiment, because the man running an office, if himself an able and far-sighted man, knew that any deficiency in administration would be visited on his head in the long run, and therefore insisted upon most of his subordinates doing good work. And moreover, the men appointed under the spoils system were necessary men of a certain initiative and power, because those who lacked these qualities were not able to soldier themselves to the front. Yet there are many flagrant instances of inefficiency where a powerful chief quartered friend, lieutenant, or kinsman upon the government. Moreover, the necessary haphazard nature of the employment, the need of attaining and holding the office by service, wholly unconnected with the fixed duty, inevitably tended to lower the standard of public morality, alike among the office holders and among the politicians who rendered party service with the hope of reward in office. Indeed, the doctrine that to the victor belongs the spoils, the cynical battle cry of the spoils politician in America for the 60 years preceding my own entrance into public life, is so nakedly vicious that few right-thinking men of trained mind defend it. To appoint, promote, reduce, and expel from the public service letter carriers, stenographers, women typewriters, clerks, because of the politics of themselves or the friends without regard to their own service, is from the standpoint of the people at large as foolish and degrading as it is wicked. Such being the case, it would seem at first sight extraordinary that it should be so difficult to uproot the system. Unfortunately, it was permitted to become habitual and traditional in American life, so that the conception of public office as something to be used primarily for the good of the dominant political party became ingrained in the mind of the average American. He grew so accustomed to the whole process that it seemed part of the order of nature. Not merely the politicians, but the bulk of the people accepted this in a matter-of-course way, as the only proper attitude. There were plenty of communities where the citizens themselves did not think it natural, or indeed proper, that the post office should be held by a man belonging to the defeated party. Moreover, in which both sides were forbidden to use the offices for purposes of political reward, the side that did use them possessed such an advantage over the other that in the long run it was out of the question for the other not to follow the bad example that had been set. Each party profited by the offices when in power, and when in opposition, each party insincerely denounced its opponents for doing exactly what itself had done and intended to do again. It was necessary in order to remedy the evil, both gradually to change the average citizen's mental attitude toward the question, and also to secure the proper laws and the proper administration of the laws. The work is far from finished even yet. There are still masses of office holders who can be used by unscrupulous administration to debauch political conventions and finally overcome public sentiment, especially in the rotten bureau districts where the party is not strong, where the office holders, in consequence, have a disproportionate influence. This was done by the Republican administration in 1912 to the ruin of the Republican Party. Moreover, there are a number of states and municipalities where very little has yet been done to do away with the spoil system. But in the national government, scores of thousands of offices have been put under the merit system, chiefly through the action of the National Civil Service Commission. The use of government offices as patronage is a handicap, difficult to overestimate from the standpoint of those who strive to get good government. Any effort for reform of any sort, national, state, municipal, results in the reformers immediately finding themselves face to face with an organized band of drilled mercenaries who are paid out of the public checks to train themselves with such skill that ordinary good citizens, when they meet them at the polls, are in much the position of much amassed against regular troops. Yet these citizens themselves support and pay their opponents in such a way that they are drilled to overthrow the very men who support them. Civil service reform is designed primarily to give the average American citizen a fair chance in politics, to give to this citizen the same weight in politics that the war dealer has. Patronage does not really help a party. It helps the bosses to get control of the machinery of the party, as in 1912 was true of the Republican Party, but it does not help the party. On the average, the most sweeping party victories in our history have been won when the patronage was against the victors. All that the patronage does is to help the worst element in the party retain control of the party organization. Two of the evil elements in government in which good citizens have to contend are: 1. The lack of continuous activity on the part of these good citizens themselves, and 2. The ever-present activity of those who have only a self-interest in political life. It is difficult to interest the average citizen in any particular movement to the degree of getting him to take an efficient part in it. He wishes the movement well, but he will not, or often cannot, take the time and the trouble to serve it efficiently. This whether he happens to be a mechanic or a banker, a telegraph operator or a storekeeper. He has his own interests, his own business, and it is difficult for him to spare the time to go to the primaries, to see to the organization, to see to getting out the vote, to tend to all the thousand details of political management. On the other hand, the spoiled citizen breeds a class of men whose financial interest it is to take this necessary time and trouble. They are paid for so doing, and they are paid out of the public chest. Under the spoiled system, a man is appointed to an ordinary clerical or ministerial position in municipal, federal, or state government, not primarily because he is expected to be a good servant, but because he has endured help to some big boss, or to the henchmen of some big boss. His stay in office depends not upon how he performs service, but upon how he retains his influence in the party. This naturally means that his attention to the interests of the public at large, even though real, is secondary to his devotion to his organization, or to the interests of the war dealer who put him in his place. So he and his fellows attend to the politics not once a year, not 2 or 3 times a year, like the average citizen, but every day in the year. This is one thing they talk about, for it's their bread and butter. They plan about it and they scheme about it. They do it because it is their business. I do not blame them in the least. I blame us, the people, for we ought to make it clear as the bell that the business of serving the people in one of the ordinary ministerial government positions, which have nothing to do with deciding the policy of the government, should have no necessary connection with the management of primaries, of caucuses, and of nominating conventions. As a result of our wrong thinking and supineness, we American citizens tend to breed a mass of men whose interests in governmental matters are often adverse to ours, who are thoroughly drilled, thoroughly organized, who make their livelihood out of politics, and frequently make their livelihood out of bad politics. They know every little twist and turn, no matter how intricate, in the politics of their several wards. And when the election day comes, the ordinary citizen has married the interests that all good men, all decent citizens should have in political life, finds himself as helpless before these men as if he were a solitary volunteer in the presence of a band of drilled mercenaries on the field of battle. There are a couple of 100,000 federal offices, not to speak of state and municipal offices. The men who fill these offices, and the men who wish to fill them, within and without the dominant party for the time being, make a regular army, whose interest it is that the system of bread and butter politics shall continue. Against their concrete interests, we have married the generally unorganized sentiment of the committee in favor of putting things on a decent basis. The large number of men who believe vaguely in good are pitted against the smaller, but still large number of men whose interests it often becomes to act very concretely and actively for evil. And it is small wonder that the struggle is doubtful. During my 6 years' service as commissioner, the field of the merit system was extended at the expense of the spoil system, so as to include several times the number of offices that had originally been included. Generally, this was done by the introduction of competitive entrance examinations, sometimes, as in the Navy Yards, by a system of registration. This of itself was a good work. Even better work was the making of the law efficient and genuine where it applied, as was inevitable in the introduction of such a system. There was at first only parts of success in its application. For instance, applying to the ordinary employees of the big custom houses and post offices, but not to the heads of these offices. A number of the heads in the offices were shipwrecked politicians of a low moral grade, themselves appointed under the spoil system, and anxious, directly or indirectly, to break down the merit system, to pay their own political debts by appointing their henchmen and supporters to the positions under them. Occasionally these men acted with open and naked brutality. Ordinarily, they sought by cunning to evade the law. The civil service reformers, on the other hand, were in most cases not much used to practical politics, and were often well nigh helpless when pitted against veteran professional politicians. In consequence, I found at the beginning of my experiences that there were many offices in which the execution of the law was a sham. This was very damaging, because it encouraged the politicians to sought the law everywhere, and on the other hand made good people feel that the law was not worthwhile defending. The first effort of myself and my colleagues was to secure the genuine enforcement of the law. This we succeeded after a number of lively fights, but of course these fights we were obliged to strike a large number of influential politicians, some of them in Congress, some of them the supporters and backers of the men who were in Congress, Accordingly, we soon found ourselves engaged in a series of contests with prominent senators and congressmen. There were a number of senators and congressmen, afterward Senator H.C. Lodge of Massachusetts, Senator Coachman K. Davis, Minnesota, Senator Orville H. Platt of Connecticut, Senator Crockwell of Missouri, Congressman afterwards President McHenry of Ohio, and Congressman Dargan of South Carolina, who had war with the business of the spoilsman, who efficiently and resolutely championed the reform at every turn, and without whom the whole reform would certainly have failed. But there were plenty of other senators and congressmen who hated the whole reform, and everything concerned with it, and everybody who championed it. And sometimes, to use a legal phrase, the hatred was for cause, and sometimes it was peremptory, that is, sometimes the commission interfered with their most efficient and incidentally most corrupt and unscrupulous supporters. At other times, there was no such interference. That is, sometimes the commission interfered with their most efficient and incidentally most corrupt and scrupulous supporters. At other times, where there was no such interference, a man nevertheless had an innate dislike of anything that tended to decency in the government. These men were always waging war against us. These we had the more or less open support of a certain number of government officials from cabinet officers down. The senators and congressmen in question opposed us in many different ways. Sometimes, for instance, they had committees appointed to investigate us. During my public career, without and within office, I grew accustomed to accept appearances before investigating committees as a part of the natural order of things. Sometimes they tried to cut off the appropriation for the commission. Occasionally, we would bring to terms these senators or congressmen who fought the commission by the simple expedient of not holding examinations in their districts. This always brought frantic appeals from their constituents, and we would explain that, unfortunately, the appropriations had been cut, so that we could not hold examinations in every district, and that obviously we could not neglect the districts of those congressmen who believed in the reform, and therefore in the examinations. The constituents then turned their attention to the congressmen, and the result was that in the long run we obtained sufficient money to enable us to do our work. On the whole, the most prominent leaders favored us. Any man who is the head of a big department, if he has any fitness at all, wishes to see that the department run well. And a very little practical experience shows him that he cannot be run well if he must make his appointments to please spoils-monger and politicians. As with almost every reform that I have ever undertaken, most of the opposition took the guise of shrewd slander. Our opponents rallied chiefly on the downright misinterpretation of what it was that we were trying to accomplish, and of our methods, acts, and personalities. And more than one lively encounter with the authors and sponsors of these misinterpretations, which at the time were full of interest to me. But it'd be a dreary thing now to go over the record of exploded mendacity, or to expose the meanness and malice shown by some men of high official position. A favorite argument was to call the reform Chinese, because the Chinese had constructed an inefficient governmental system based in part on the theory of written competitive examinations. The argument was simple. There had been written examinations in China. It was proposed to establish examinations in the United States. Therefore, the proposed system was Chinese. The argument might have been applied still further. For instance, the Chinese had used gunpowder for centuries. Gunpowder is used in Springfield rifles. Therefore, Springfield rifles were Chinese. One argument is quite as logical as the other. It's impossible to answer every falsehood about the system, but it was possible to answer certain falsehoods, especially when uttered by some senator or congressman of note. Usually these false statements took the form of assertions that we had asked preposterous questions of applicants. At times, they also included the assertion that we credited people to districts where they did not live, this simply meaning that these persons were not known to the active ward politicians of those districts. One opponent with whom we had rather lively tilt was a Republican congressman from Ohio, Mr. Grosvenor, one of the floor leaders. Mr. Grosvenor made his attack in the House and enumerated our sins in picturesque rather than accurate fashion. There was a congressional committee investigating us at the time, and on my next appearance before them, I asked that Mr. Grosvenor be requested to meet me before the committee. Mr. Grosvenor did not take up the challenge for several weeks, until it was announced that I was leaving for my lance in Dakota, whereupon, deeming it safe, he wrote me a letter expressing his ardent wish that I should appear before the committee to meet him. I promptly cancelled my ticket, waited, and met him. He proved to be a person of happily treacherous memory, so that the simple expedient of arranging his statements in pairs was sufficient to reduce him to confusion. For instance, he had been trapped into making the unwary remark, "I do not want to repeal the civil service law," and I never said so. I produced the following extract from one of his speeches. "I will vote not only to strike out this provision, but I will vote to repeal the whole law." To this, he merely replied that there is no inconsistency between those two statements. He asserted that Rufus P. Putnam, fraudulently credited to Washington County, Ohio, never lived in Washington County, Ohio, or in my congressional district, or in Ohio, as far as I know. Reproduced a letter which, thanks to a beneficent providence, he had himself written about Mr. Rufus P. Putnam, in which he said, "Mr. Rufus P. Putnam is a legal resident of my district, and he has relatives living there now." He explained first that he had not written the letter, second, that he had forgotten he hadn't written the letter, and third, that he was grossly deceived when he wrote it. He said, "I have not been informed of one applicant who has found a place in the classified service for my district." We confronted him with the names of 8. He looked them over and said, "Yes, the 8 men are living in my district as now constituted," but added that his district had been gerrymandered so that he could no longer tell who did and who didn't live in it. When I started to further question him, he accused me of a lack of humor and not approaching that his statements were made in a jesting way, and then announced that a congressman making a speech on the floor of the House of Representatives was perhaps in a little different position from a witness on the witness stand. A frank admission that he did not consider exactitude of statement necessary when he was speaking as a congressman. Finally, he rose with great dignity and said that it was his constitutional right not to be questioned elsewhere as to what he said on the floor of the House of Representatives, and accordingly he left the delighted committee to pursue its investigation without further aid from him. A more important opponent was then the Democratic leader of the Senate, Mr. Gorman. In a speech attacking the commission, Mr. Gorman described with moving pathos how a friend of his, a bright young man from Baltimore, a Sunday school scholar, well recommended by his pastor, wished to be a letter carrier, and how he went before it to be examined. "The first question we asked him," said Mr. Gorman, "was a shortest route from Baltimore to China," to which the bright young man responded, that he didn't want to go to China, never studied up the route. Thereupon, said Mr. Gorman, we asked him about the steamship lines from the United States to Europe, then branched him off into geology, tried him in chemistry, and finally turned him down. Apparently, Mr. Gorman did not know that we kept full records of our examinations. I at once wrote to him saying that I had carefully looked through all our examination papers and had been able to find one question even remotely resembling any of these questions which he alleged had been asked, and that I would be greatly obliged if he could give me the name of the bright young man who had deceived him. However, that bright young man remained permanently without a name. I also asked Mr. Gorman if he did not wish to give us the name of his informant, to give us the date of the examination in which he was supposed to have taken part, and offered, if he would send down a representative to look through our files, to give him all the aid we could in his effort to discover any such questions. But Mr. Gorman, not hitherto known as a sensitive soul, expressed himself as so shocked at the thought that the veracity of the bright young man should be doubted that he could not bring himself to answer my letter. So I made a public statement to the effect that no such question had ever been asked. Mr. Gorman brooded over this, and during the next session of Congress he rose and complained that he received a very imprudent letter from me. My letter was a respectful note calling attention to the fact that if he wished, he could by personal examination satisfy himself that his statements had no foundation in fact. He further stated that he had been cruelly called to account by me because he had been endeavoring to right a great wrong that the Civil Service Commission had committed, but he never, then or afterwards, furnished any clue to the identity of that child of his fondest fancy, the bright young man without a name. This is a condensation of a speech I, at the time, made to the St. Louis Civil Service Reform Association. Senator Gorman was then the Senate leader of the party that had just been victorious in the congressional elections. The incident is of note chiefly as setting light the mental makeup of the man who, at the time, was one of the 2 or 3 most influential leaders of the Democratic Party. Mr. Gorman had been Mr. Cleveland's party manager in the presidential campaign and was the Democratic leader in Congress. It seemed extraordinary that he should be so reckless as to make statements with no foundation in fact, which he might have known that I would not permit to pass unchallenged. Then as now, the ordinary newspaper in New York and elsewhere was quite as reckless in its misstatements of fact about public men and measures, but for a man in Mr. Gorman's position of responsible leadership, such action seemed hardly worthwhile. However, it is at least to be said for Mr. Gorman that he was not trying by falsehood to take away any man's character. It would be well for writers and speakers to bear in mind the remark of Pudd'nhead Wilson to the fact that while there are 999 kinds of falsehood, the only kind is specifically condemned in Scripture, just as murder, theft, and adultery are condemned, is bearing false witness against one's neighbor. One of the worst features of the old spoil system was the ruthless cruelty and brutality it so often bred in the treatment of faithful public servants without political influence. Life is hard enough and cruel enough at best, and this is as true of public service as of private service. Under no system would it be possible to do away with all favoritism and brutality, and meanness and malice, but at least we can try to minimize the exhibition of these qualities. I once came across a case in Washington which very keenly excited my sympathy. Under administration prior to the one which sounds connected, a lady had been ousted from a government position. She came to me to see if she could be reinstated. This was not possible, but by active work I did get her put back in a somewhat lower position, and this only by appeal to the sympathy of a certain official. She was so proud and careworn that she excited my sympathy, and I made inquiries about her. She was a poor woman with 2 children, a widow. She and her 2 children were an actual want. She could barely keep the 2 children decently clad, and she could not give them the food growing children need. 3 years before, she had been employed in the bureau of a department of Washington, doing her work faithfully at a salary about $800. It was enough to keep her and her 2 children in clothing, food, and shelter. One day, the chief of the bureau called her up and told her that he was very sorry, but that he had to dismiss her. In great distress, she asked him why. She thought that she had been doing her work satisfactorily. He answered her that she had been doing very well, and that he wished very much that he could keep her, and that he would do so if he possibly could, but he could not, for a certain senator, given his name, a very influential member of the Senate, who had demanded her place for a friend of his who had influence. The woman told the bureau chief that it meant turning her out to starve. She had been 13 or 14 years in the public service. She had lost all touch with her friends in her native state. The dismissal meant absolute want for her and her children. On this, the chief, who was a kind man, said that he would not have her turned out and sent her back to her work. But 3 weeks afterwards, he called her up again and told her he could not say how sorry he was, but the thing had to be done. The senator had been around in person to know why the change had not been made, and had told the chief that he would himself be removed if the plates were not given him. The senator was an extremely influential man. His wants had to be attended to, and the woman had to go. And go she did, and turned out she was, to suffer with her children, and to starve outright, or to live in semi-starvation, just as might befall. I did not blame the bureau chief, who hated to do what he did, although he lacked the courage to refuse. I do not even very much blame the senator, who did not know the hardship that he was causing, and who had been couched by long training in the spoil system. But this system, a system which permits and encourages such deeds, is a system of brutal iniquity. Any man accustomed to dealing with practical politics can with difficulty keep a straight face when he reads or listens to some of the arguments advanced against civil service reform. One of these arguments, a favorite with machine politicians, takes the form of appeal to party loyalty and filling minor offices. Why, again and again, these very same machine politicians take just as good care of henchmen of the opposite party as those of their own party. In the underworld of politics, the closest ties are sometimes those which knit together the active, professional workers of opposite political parties. A friend of mine, in the New York legislature, the hero of the Alpha and Omega incident, once remarked to me, "When you have been in the public life a little longer, Mr. Roosevelt will understand that there are no politics in politics." And the politics to which he was referring to this remark could be taken literally. Another illustration of this truth was incidentally given me about the same time by an acquaintance, a Tammany man named Constantine. Good fellow according to his lights. I had been speaking to him of fight in one of the New York downtown districts, the Democratic district in which the Republican Party was in the hopeless minority, and more respecting to the half-bred and stalwart factions. It had been an interesting fight in more than one way. For instance, the Republican Party at the general election polled somewhat like 550 votes, and yet, at the primary, the two factions polled 725 all told. The sum of the parts was thus considerably greater than the whole. There had been other little details that made the contest worthy of note. The hall in which the primary was held had been hired by the stalwarts from a conscientious gentleman. To him, the half-breds applied to know whether they could not hire the hall away from their opponents, and offered him a substantial money advance. The conscientious gentleman replied that his word was as good as his bond, that he had hired the hall to the stalwarts, that it must be theirs. But he added that he was willing to hire the doorway, the half-breds, if they paid him the additional sum of money they had mentioned. The bargain was struck, and the meeting of the hostile host was spirited, when the men who had rented the doorway sought to borrow the path for the men who rented the hall. I was asking my friend Constantine about the details of the struggle, as he seemed thoroughly acquainted with them, and he smiled good-naturedly over my surprise at there having been more votes cast than there were members of the party in the whole district. Said I, Mr. Constantine, you seem to have a great deal of knowledge about this. How did it happen? To which he replied, Come now, Mr. Roosevelt. You know it's the same game that folks in all the primaries. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Recording by Ian Hatley, Memphis, Tennessee, USA.
Chapter 5, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 5. Applied Idealism, Part 2. So much for most of the opposition to the reform. There was, however, some honest and at least partially justifiable opposition both to certain of the methods advocated by civil service reformers and to certain of the civil service reformers themselves. The pet shibboleths of the opponents of the reform were that the system we proposed to introduce would give rise to mere red-tape bureaucracy, and that the reformers were Pharisees. Neither statement was true. Each statement contained some truth. If men are not to be appointed by favoritism, wise or unwise, honest or dishonest, they must be appointed in some automatic way, which generally means by competitive examination. The easiest kind of competitive examination is an examination in writing. This is entirely appropriate for certain classes of work, for lawyers, stenographers, typewriters, clerks, mathematicians, and assistants in an astronomical observatory, for instance. It is utterly inappropriate for carpenters, detectives, and mounted cattle inspectors along the Rio Grande, to instance 3 types of employment as to which I had to do battle to prevent well-meaning bureaucrats from insisting on written, competitive entrance examinations. It would be quite possible to hold a very good competitive examination for mounted cattle inspectors by means of practical tests in brand reading and shooting with rifle and revolver, in riding mean horses, and in roping and throwing steers. I did my best to have examinations of this kind instituted, but my proposal was of precisely the type which most shocks the routine official mind, and I was never able to get it put into practical effect. The important point, and the point most often forgotten by zealous civil service reformers, was to remember that the routine competitive examination was merely a means to an end. It did not always produce ideal results. But it was normally better than a system of appointments for spoils purposes. It sometimes worked out very well indeed, and in most big governmental offices it not only gave satisfactory results, but was the only system under which good results could be obtained. For instance, when I was police commissioner we appointed some 2,000 policemen at one time. It was utterly impossible for the commissioners each to examine personally the 6,000 or 8,000 applicants. Therefore they had to be appointed either on the recommendation of outsiders or else by written competitive examination. The latter method, the one we adopted, was infinitely preferable. We held a rigid physical and moral pass examination, and then, among those who passed, we held a written competitive examination, requiring only the knowledge that any good primary common school education would meet, that is, a test of ordinary intelligence and simple mental training. Occasionally a man who would have been a good officer failed, and occasionally a man who turned out to be a bad officer passed, but as a rule, the men with intelligence sufficient to enable them to answer the questions were of a type very distinctly above that of those who failed. The answers returned to some of the questions gave an illuminating idea of the intelligence of those answering them. For instance, one of our questions in a given examination was a request to name 5 of the New England states. One competitor, obviously of foreign birth, answered England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Cork. His neighbour, who had probably looked over his shoulder but who had north of Ireland prejudices, made the same answer, except that he substituted Belfast for Cork. A request for a statement as to the life of Abraham Lincoln elicited, among other less startling pieces of information, the fact that many of the applicants thought that he was a general in the Civil War. Several thought that he was President of the Confederate States. 3 thought that he had been assassinated by Jefferson Davis, 1 by Thomas Jefferson, 1 by Garfield, several by Guiteau, and 1 by Ballington Booth, the last representing a memory of the fact that he had been shot by a man named Booth, to whose surname the writer added the name with which he was most familiar in connection therewith. A request to name 5 of the states that seceded in 1861 received answers that included almost every state in the Union. It happened to be at the time of the silver agitation in the West, and the Rocky Mountain states accordingly figured in a large percentage of the answers. Some of the men thought that Chicago was on the Pacific Ocean. Others, in answer to a query as to who was the head of the United States government, wavered between myself and Recorder Joffe. One brilliant genius, for inscrutable reasons, placed the leadership in the New York Fire Department. Now, of course, some of the men who answered these questions wrong were nevertheless quite capable of making good policemen. But it is fair to assume that on the average the candidate who has a rudimentary knowledge of the government, geography, and history of his country is a little better fitted, in point of intelligence, to be a policeman than the one who has not. Therefore I felt convinced, after full experience, that as regards very large classes of public servants, by far the best way to choose the men for appointment was by means of a written competitive examination. But I absolutely split off from the bulk of my professional civil service reform friends when they advocated written competitive examinations for promotion. In the police department I found these examinations a serious handicap in the way of getting the best men promoted, and never in any office did I find that the written competitive promotion examination did any good. The reason for a written competitive entrance examination is that it is impossible for the head of the office, or the candidate's prospective immediate supervisor, himself to know the average candidate, or to test his ability. But when once in office the best way to test any man's ability is by long experience in seeing him actually at work. His promotion should depend upon the judgment formed of him by his superiors. So much for the objections to the examinations. Now for the objections to the men who advocated the reform. As a rule, these men were high-minded and disinterested. Certain of them, men like the leaders in the Maryland and Indiana Reform Associations, for instance, Messrs. Bonaparte and Rose, Falk and Swift, added common sense, broad sympathy, and practical efficiency to their high-mindedness. But in New York, Philadelphia, and Boston there really was a certain mental and moral thinness among a very many of the leaders in the civil service reform movement. It was this quality which made them so profoundly antipathetic to vigorous and intensely human people of the stamp of my friend Joe Murray, who, as I have said, always felt that my civil service reform affiliations formed the one blot on an otherwise excellent public record. The civil service reform movement was one from above downwards, and the men who took the lead in it were not men who as a rule possessed a very profound sympathy with, or understanding of the ways of thought and life of their average fellow citizen. They were not men who themselves desired to be letter carriers or clerks or policemen, or to have their friends appointed to these positions. Having no temptation themselves in this direction, they were eagerly anxious to prevent other people getting such appointments as a reward for political services. In this they were quite right. It would be impossible to run any big public office to advantage save along the lines of the strictest application of civil service reform principles, and the system should be extended throughout our governmental service far more widely than is now the case. But there are other and more vital reforms than this. Too many civil service reformers, when the trial came, proved tepidly indifferent or actively hostile to reforms that were of profound and far-reaching social and industrial consequence. Many of them were at best lukewarm about movements for the improvement of the conditions of toil and life among men and women who labor under hard surroundings, and were positively hostile to movements which curbed the power of the great corporation magnates and directed into useful instead of pernicious channels the activities of the great corporation lawyers who advised them. Most of the newspapers which regarded themselves as the especial champions of civil service reform and as the highest exponents of civic virtue, and which distrusted the average citizen and shuddered over the coarseness of the professional politicians, were nevertheless given to vices even more contemptible than, although not so gross as, those they denounced and derided. Their editors were refined men of cultivated tastes, whose pet temptations were backbiting, mean slander, and the snobbish worship of anything clothed in wealth and the outward appearances of conventional respectability. They were not robust or powerful men. They felt ill at ease in the company of rough, strong men. They often had in them a vein of physical timidity. They avenged themselves to themselves for an uneasy subconsciousness of their own shortcomings by sitting in cloistered, or rather pleasantly upholstered seclusion, and sneering at and lying about men who made them feel uncomfortable. Sometimes these were bad men, who made them feel uncomfortable by the exhibition of coarse and repellent vice, and sometimes they were men of high character, who held ideals of courage and of service to others, and who looked down and warred against the shortcomings of swollen wealth, and the effortless, easy lies of those whose horizon is bounded by a sheltered and timid respectability. These newspapers, owned and edited by these men, although free from the repulsive vulgarity of the yellow press, were susceptible to influence by the privileged interests, and were almost or quite as hostile to manliness as they were to unrefined vice, and were much more hostile to it than to the typical shortcomings of wealth and refinement. They favored civil service reform, they favored copyright laws, and the removal of the tariff on works of art. They favored all the proper, and even more strongly all the improper, movements for international peace and arbitration. In short, they favored all good, and many goody-goody measures, so long as they did not cut deep into social wrong or make demands on national and individual virility. They opposed, or were lukewarm about, efforts to build up the army and the navy, for they were not sensitive concerning national honor, and above all they opposed every non-milk-and-water effort, however sane, to change our social and economic system in such a fashion as to substitute the ideal of justice towards all for the ideal of kindly charity from the favored few to the possibly grateful many. Some of the men foremost in the struggle for civil service reform have taken a position of honorable leadership in the battle for those other and more vital reforms. But many of them promptly abandoned the field of effort for decency when the battle took the form of, not a fight against the petty grafting of small bosses and politicians, a vitally necessary battle, be it remembered, but of a fight against the great entrenched powers of privilege, a fight to secure justice through the law for ordinary men and women, instead of leaving them to suffer cruel injustice, either because the law failed to protect them, or because it was twisted from its legitimate purposes into a means for oppressing them. One of the many reasons why the boss so often keeps his hold, especially in municipal matters, is, or at least has been in the past, because so many of the men who claim to be reformers have been blind to the need of working in human fashion for social and industrial betterment. Such words as boss and machine now imply evil, but both the implication the words carry and the definition of the words themselves are somewhat vague. A leader is necessary, but his opponents always call him a boss. An organization is necessary, but the men in opposition always call it a machine. Nevertheless, there is a real and deep distinction between the leader and the boss, between organizations and machines. A political leader who fights openly for principles, and who keeps his position of leadership by stirring the consciences and convincing the intellects of his followers, so that they have confidence in him and will follow him because they can achieve greater results under him than under anyone else, is doing work which is indispensable in a democracy. The boss, on the other hand, is a man who does not gain his power by open means, but by secret means, and usually by corrupt means. Some of the worst and most powerful bosses in our political history either held no public office or else some unimportant public office. They made no appeal either to intellect or conscience. Their work was done behind closed doors, and chiefly consisted in the use of that greed which gives in order that they get it in return. A boss of this kind can pull wires in conventions, can manipulate members of the legislature, can control the giving or withholding of office, and serves as the intermediary for bringing together the powers of corrupt politics and corrupt business. If he is at one end of the social scale, he may, through his agents, traffic in the most brutal forms of vice and give protection to the purveyors of shame and sin in return for money bribes. At the other end of the scale, he may be the means of securing favors from high public officials, legislative or executive, to great industrial interests, the transaction being sometimes a naked manner of bargain and sale, and sometimes being carried on in such manner that both parties thereto can more or less successfully disguise it to their consciences as in the public interest. The machine is simply another name for the kind of organization which is certain to grow up in a party or section of a party controlled by such bosses as these and by their henchmen, whereas, of course, an effective organization of decent men is essential in order to secure decent politics. If these bosses were responsible for nothing but pure wickedness, they would probably last but a short time in any community. And in any event, if the men who are horrified by their wickedness were themselves as practical and as thoroughly in touch with human nature, the bosses would have a short shift. The trouble is that the boss does understand human nature, and that he fills a place which the reformer cannot fill unless he likewise understands human nature. Sometimes the boss is a man who cares for political power purely for its own sake, as he might care for any other hobby. More often he has in view some definitely selfish object, such as political or financial advancement. He can rarely accomplish much unless he has another side to him. A successful boss is very apt to be a man who, in addition to committing wickedness in his own interest, also does look after the interest of others, even if not from good motives. There are some communities so fortunate that there are very few men who have private interests to be served, and in these the power of the boss is at a minimum. There are many country communities of this type. But in communities where there is poverty and ignorance, the conditions are ripe for the growth of a boss. Moreover, wherever big business interests are liable either to be improperly favored or improperly discriminated against and blackmailed by public officials, and the result is just as vicious in one case as in the other, the boss is almost certain to develop. The best way of getting at this type of boss is by keeping the public conscience aroused and alert, so that it will tolerate neither improper attack upon nor improper favoritism towards these corporations, and will quickly punish any public servant guilty of either. There is often much good in the type of boss, especially common in big cities, who fulfills toward the people of his district in rough and ready fashion the position of friend and protector. He uses his influence to get jobs for young men who need them. He goes into court for a wild young fellow who has gotten into trouble. He helps out with cash or credit the widow who is in straits, or the breadwinner who is crippled or for some other cause temporarily out of work. He organizes clam bakes and chowder parties and picnics, and is consulted by the local labor leaders when a cut in wages is threatened. For some of his constituents he does proper favors, and for others wholly improper favors, but he preserves human relations with all. He may be a very bad and very corrupt man, a man whose action in blackmailing and protecting vices is of far-reaching damage to his constituents. But these constituents are for the most part men and women who struggle hard against poverty, and with whom the problem of living is very real and very close. They would prefer clean and honest government, if this clean and honest government is accompanied by human sympathy, human understanding. But an appeal made to them for virtue in the abstract, an appeal made by good men who do not really understand their needs, will often pass quite unheeded, if on the other side stands the boss, the friend and benefactor, who may have been guilty of much wrongdoing in things that they are hardly aware concern them, but who appeals to them, not only for the sake of favours to come, but in the name of gratitude and loyalty, and above all of understanding and fellow-feeling. They have a feeling of clan loyalty to him. His and their relations may be substantially those which are right and proper among primitive people still in the clan stage of moral development. The successful fight against this type of vicious boss, and the type of vicious politics which produces it, can be made only by men who have a genuine fellow-feeling for and understanding of the people for and with whom they are to work, and who in practical fashion seek their social and industrial benefit. There are communities of poor men, whose lives are hard, in which the boss, though he would be out of place in a more advanced community, if fundamentally an honest man, meets a real need which would not otherwise be met. Because of his limitations in other than purely local matters, it may be our duty to fight such a boss, but it may also be our duty to recognize within his limitations both his sincerity and his usefulness. Yet again, even the boss who really is evil, like the business man who really is evil, may on certain points be sound, and be doing good work. It may be the highest duty of the patriotic public servant to work with the big boss or the big businessman on these points, while refusing to work with him on others. In the same way there are many self-styled reformers whose conduct is such as to warrant Tom Reed's bitter remark, that when Johnson defined patriotism as the last refuge of a scoundrel, he was ignorant of the infinite possibilities contained in the word reform. Yet none the less it is our duty to work for the reforms these men champion, without regard to the misconduct of the men themselves on other points. I have known in my life many big businessmen and many big political bosses who often or even generally did evil, but who on some occasions and on certain issues were right. I never hesitated to do battle against these men when they were wrong, and on the other hand, as long as they were going my way I was glad to have them do so. To have repudiated their aid when they were right and were striving for a right end, and for what was a benefit to the people, no matter what their motives might have been, would have been childish, and, moreover, would have itself been misconduct against the people. My duty was to stand with everyone while he was right, and to stand against him when he went wrong, and this I have tried to do as regards individuals and as regards groups of individuals. When a businessman or labor leader, politician or reformer is right, I support him. When he goes wrong, I leave him. When Mr. Lorimer upheld the war for the liberation of Cuba, I supported him. When he became United States Senator by improper methods, I opposed him. The principles or methods which the Socialists advocate and which I believe to be in the interest of the people, I support, and those which I believe to be against the interest of the people, I oppose. Moreover, when a man has done evil, but changes, and works for decency and righteousness, and when, as far as I can see, the change is real and the man's conduct sincere, then I welcome him and work heartily with him, as an equal with an equal. For 30 years after the Civil War the creed of mere materialism was rampant in both American politics and American business, and many, many strong men, in accordance with the prevailing commercial and political morality, did things for which they deserve blame and condemnation. But if they now sincerely change, and strive for better things, it is unwise and unjust to bar them from fellowship. So long as they work for evil, smite them with the sword of the Lord and of Gideon. When they change and show their faith by their works, remember the words of Ezekiel. If the wicked will turn from all the sins he has committed, and keep all my statutes, and do that which is lawful and right, he shall surely live, he shall not die. All his transgressions that he hath committed, they shall not be mentioned unto him. In his righteousness that he hath done, he shall live. Have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die, saith the Lord God, and not that he should return from his ways and live? Every man who has been in practical politics grows to realize that politicians, big and little, are no more all of them bad than they are all of them good. Many of these men are very bad men indeed, but there are others among them, and some among those held up to social obloquy too, who, even although they may have done much that is evil, also show traits of sterling worth which many of their critics wholly lack. There are few men for whom I have ever felt a more cordial and contemptuous dislike than for some of the bosses and big professional politicians with whom I have been brought into contact. On the other hand, in the case of some political leaders who were most bitterly attacked as bosses, I grew to know certain sides of their characters which inspired in me a very genuine regard and respect. To read much of the assault on Senator Hanna, one would have thought that he was a man incapable of patriotism or of far-sighted devotion to the country's good. I was brought into intimate contact with him only during the 2.5 years immediately preceding his death. I was then president, and perforce watched all his actions at close range. During that time he showed himself to be a man of rugged sincerity of purpose, of great courage and loyalty, and of unswerving devotion to the interests of the nation and the people as he saw those interests. He was as sincerely desirous of helping laboring men as of helping capitalists. His ideals were in many ways not my ideals, and there were points which, both by temperament and by conviction, we were far apart. Before this time he had always been unfriendly to me, and I do not think he ever grew to like me, at any rate not until the very end of his life. Moreover, I came to the presidency under circumstances which, if he had been a smaller man, would have inevitably thrown him into violent antagonism to me. He was the close and intimate friend of President McKinley. He was McKinley's devoted ally and follower, and his trusted adviser, who was in complete sympathy with him. Partly because of this friendship, his position in the Senate and in the country was unique. With McKinley's sudden death, Senator Hanna found himself bereft of his dearest friend, while I, who had just come to the presidency, was in his view an untried man, whose trustworthiness on many public questions was at least doubtful. Ordinarily, as has been shown, not only in our history, but in the history of all other countries, in countless instances, over and over again, this situation would have meant suspicion, ill will, and at the last open and violent antagonism. Such was not the result in this case, primarily because Senator Hanna had in him the quality that enabled him to meet a serious crisis with dignity, with power, and with disinterested desire to work for the common good. Within a few days of my accession he called on me, and with the entire friendliness and obvious sincerity, but also with entire self-respect, explained that he mourned McKinley as probably no other man did, that he had not been especially my friend, but that he wished me to understand that thenceforward, on every question where he could conscientiously support me, I could count upon his giving me as loyal aid as it was in his power to render. He added that this must not be understood as committing him to favour me for nomination and election, because that matter must be left to take care of itself as events should decide, but that aside from this, what he said was to be taken literally. In other words, he would do his best to make my administration a success by supporting me heartily on every point on which he conscientiously could, and that this I could count upon. He kept his word absolutely. He never became especially favourable to my nomination, and most of his close friends became bitterly opposed to me and used every effort to persuade him to try to bring about my downfall. Most men in his position would have been tempted to try to make capital at my expense by antagonizing me and discrediting me so as to make my policies fail, just for the sake of making them fail. Senator Hanna, on the contrary, did everything possible to make them succeed. He kept his word in the letter and the spirit, and on every point on which he felt conscientiously able to support me he gave me the heartiest and most effective support, and did all in his power to make my administration a success, and this with no hope of any reward for himself, of any gratitude from me, or of any appreciation by the public at large, but solely because he deemed such action necessary for the well-being of the country as a whole. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 5. Applied Idealism, Part 3. My experience with Senator Quay was similar. I had no personal relations with him before I was president, and knew nothing of him save by hearsay. Soon after I became president, Senator Quay called upon me, told me he had known me very slightly, that he thought most men who claimed to be reformers were hypocrites, but that he deemed me sincere, that he thought conditions had become such that aggressive courage and honesty were necessary in order to remedy them, that he believed I intended to be a good and efficient president, and that to the best of his ability he would support me in making my administration a success. He kept his word with absolute good faith. He had been in the Civil War, and was a Medal of Honor man, and I think my having been in the Spanish War gave him at the outset a kindly feeling toward me. He was also a very well-read man. I owe to him, for instance, my acquaintance with the writings of the Finnish novelist Topelius. Not only did he support me on almost every public question in which I was most interested, including, I am convinced, every one on which he felt he could conscientiously do so, but he also, at the time of his death, gave a striking proof of his disinterested desire to render a service to certain poor people, and this under conditions in which not only would he never know if the service were rendered, but in which he had no reason to expect that his part in it would ever be made known to any other man. Quay was descended from a French voyageur who had some Indian blood in him. He was proud of this Indian blood, took an especial interest in Indians, and whenever Indians came to Washington they always called on him. Once during my administration a delegation of Iroquois came over from Canada to call on me at the White House. Their visit had in it something that was pathetic as well as amusing. They represented the descendants of the Six Nations, who fled to Canada after Sullivan harried their towns in the Revolutionary War. Now, a century and a quarter later, their people thought that they would like to come back into the United States, and these representatives had called upon me with the dim hope that perhaps I could give their tribes land on which they could settle. As soon as they reached Washington they asked Quay to bring them to call on me, which he did, telling me that of course their errand was hopeless, and that he had explained as much to them, but that they would like me to extend the courtesy of an interview. At the close of the interview, which had been conducted with all the solemnities of calumet and wampum, the Indians filed out. Quay, before following them, turned to me with his usual emotionless face and said, "Good-bye, Mr. President. This reminds one of the flight of a Tartar tribe, doesn't it?" I answered, "So you're fond of De Quincey, Senator?" To which Quay responded, "Yes, always liked De Quincey. Good-bye." And away he went with the tribesmen, who seemed to have walked out of a remote past. Quay had become particularly concerned about the Delawares in the Indian Territory. He felt that the Interior Department did not do them justice. He also felt that his colleagues of the Senate took no interest in them. When, in the spring of 1904, he lay in his house mortally sick, he sent me word that he had something important to say to me, and would have himself carried round to see me. I sent back word not to think of doing so, and that on my way back from church next Sunday I would stop in and call on him. This I accordingly did. He was lying in his bed, death written on his face. He thanked me for coming, and then explained that, as he was on the point of death, and knew he would never return to Washington, it was late spring and he was about to leave, he wished to see me to get my personal promise that, after he died, I would myself look after the interests of the Delaware Indians. He added that he did not trust the Interior Department, although he knew that I did not share his views on this point, and that still less did he believe that any of his colleagues in the Senate would exert themselves in the interests of the Delawares, and that therefore he wished my personal assurance that I would personally see that no injustice was done them. I told him I would do so, and then added, in rather perfunctory fashion, that he must not take such a gloomy view of himself, that when he got away for the summer I hoped he would recover and be back all right when Congress opened. A gleam came into the old fighter's eyes, and he answered, "No, I am dying, and you know it. I don't mind dying, but I do wish it were possible for me to get off into the great North Woods and crawl out on a rock in the sun and die like a wolf." I never saw him again. When he died I sent a telegram of sympathy to his wife. A paper which constantly preached reform, and which kept up its circulation by the no less constant practice of slander, a paper which in theory condemned all public men who violated the 8th commandment, and in practice subsisted by incessant violation of the 9th, assailed me for sending my message to the dead man's wife. I knew the editors of this paper, and the editor who was their predecessor. They had led lives of bodily ease and the avoidance of bodily risk. They earned their livelihood by the practice of mendacity for profit, and they derived malignant judgment on a dead man who, whatever his faults, had in his youth freely risked his life for a great ideal, and who, when death was already clutching his breast, had spent almost his last breath on behalf of a humble and friendless people whom he had served with disinterested loyalty. There is no greater duty than to war on the corrupt and unprincipled boss, and on the corrupt and unprincipled business man, and, for the matter of that, on the corrupt and unprincipled labor leader also, and on the corrupt and unprincipled editor, and on any one else who is corrupt and unprincipled. But where the conditions are such, whether in politics or in business, that the great majority of men have behaved in a way which is gradually seen to be improper, but which at one time did not conflict with the generally accepted morality, then the warfare on the system should not include warfare on the men themselves, unless they decline to amend their ways and to disassociate themselves from the system. There are many good, unimaginative citizens who in politics or in business act in accordance with accepted standards, in a matter-of-course way, without questioning these standards, until something happens which sharply arouses them to the situation, whereupon they try to work for better things. The proper course in such event is to let bygones be bygones, and if the men prove by their actions the sincerity of their conversion, heartily to work with them for the betterment of business and political conditions. By the time that I was ending my career as Civil Service Commissioner, I was already growing to understand that mere improvement in political conditions by itself was not enough. I dimly realized that an even greater fight must be waged to improve economic conditions and to secure social and industrial justice, justice between individuals and justice as between classes. I began to see that political effort was largely valuable as it found expression and resulted in such social and industrial betterment. I was gradually puzzling out, or trying to puzzle out, the answers to the various questions, some as yet unsolvable to any of us, but for the solution of which it is the bounden duty of us all to work. I had grown to realize very keenly that the duty of the government to protect women and children must be extended to include the protection of all the crushable elements of labor. I saw that it was the affair of all our people to see that justice obtained between the big corporation and its employees, and between the big corporation and its smaller rivals, as well as customers and the general public. I saw that it was the affair of all of us, and not only of the employer, if dividends went up and wages went down, that it was to the interest of us all that a full share of the benefit of improved machinery should go to the workmen who used the machinery, and also that it was to the interest of all of us that each man, whether brain worker or hand worker, should do the best work of which he was capable, and that there should be some correspondence between the value of the work and the value of the reward. It is these and many similar questions which in their sum make up the great social and industrial problems of today, the most interesting and important of the problems with which our public life must deal. In handling these problems I believe that much can be done by the government. Furthermore, I believe that after all that the government can do has been done, there will remain as the most vital of all factors the individual character of the average man and the average woman. No governmental action can do more than supplement individual action. Moreover, there must be collective action of kinds distinct from governmental action. A body of public opinion must be formed, must make itself felt, and in the end transform, and be transformed by, the gradual raising of individual standards of conduct. It is curious to see how difficult it is to make some men understand that insistence upon one factor does not and must not mean failure to fully recognize other factors. The selfish individual needs to be taught that we must now shackle cunning by law, exactly as a few centuries back we shackled force by law. Unrestricted individualism spells ruin to the individual himself. But so does the elimination of individualism, whether by law or custom. It is a capital error to fail to recognize the vital need of good laws. It is also a capital error to believe that good laws will accomplish anything unless the average man has the right stuff in him. The toiler, the manual laborer, has received less than justice, and he must be protected, both by law, by custom, and by the exercise of his right to increase his wage, and yet to decrease the quantity and quality of his work will work only evil. There must be a far greater need of respect and reward for the hand worker than we now give him, if our society is to be put on a sound basis, and this respect and reward cannot be given him unless he is as ambitious to do the best possible work as is the highest type of brain worker, whether doctor or writer or artist. There must be a raising of standards, and not a leveling down to the standard of the poorest and most inefficient. There is urgent need of intelligent governmental action to assist in making the life of the man who tills the soil all that it should be, and to see that the manual worker gets his full share of the reward for what he helps produce. But if either farmer, mechanic, or day laborer is shiftless or lazy, if he shirks downright hard work, if he is stupid or self-indulgent, then no law can save him, and he must give way to a better type. I suppose that some good people will misunderstand what I say, and will insist on taking only half of it as representing the whole. Let me repeat. When I say that even after we have all the good laws necessary, the chief factor in any given man's success or failure must be that man's own character, it must not be inferred that I am in the least minimizing the importance of these laws, the real and vital need for them. The struggle for individual advancement and development can be brought to naught, or indefinitely retarded, by the absence of law or by bad law. It can be immeasurably aided by organized effort on the part of the state. Collective action and individual action, public law and private character, are both necessary. It is only by a slow and patient inward transformation, such as these laws aid in bringing about, that men are really helped upward in their struggle for a higher and a fuller life. Recognition of individual character as the most important of all factors does not mean failure fully to recognize that we must have good laws, and that we must have our best men in office to enforce these laws. The nation collectively will in this way be able to be of real and genuine service to each of us individually, and on the other hand, the wisdom of the collective action will mainly depend on the high individual average of citizenship. The relationship of man and woman is the fundamental relationship that stands at the base of the whole social structure. Much can be done by law towards putting women on a footing of complete and entire equal rights with man, including the right to vote, the right to hold and use property, and the right to enter any profession she desires on the same terms as a man. Yet when this has been done, it will amount to little unless on the one hand the man himself realizes his duty to the woman, and unless on the other hand the woman realizes that she has no claim to rights unless she performs the duties that go with those rights, and that alone justify her in appealing to them. A cruel, selfish, or licentious man is an abhorrent member of the community, but after all, his actions are no worse in the long run than those of the woman who is content to be a parasite on others, who is cold, selfish, caring for nothing but frivolous pleasure and ignoble ease. The law of worthy effort, the law of service for a worthy end, without regard to whether it brings pleasure or pain, is the only right law of life, whether for man or for woman. The man must not be selfish, nor, if the woman is wise, will she let the man grow selfish, and this not only for her own sake but for his. One of the prime needs is to remember that almost every duty is composed of two seemingly conflicting elements, and that over-insistence on one, to the exclusion of the other, may defeat its own end. Any man who studies the statistics of the birth rate among the native Americans of New England, or among the native French of France, needs not to be told that when prudence and forethought are carried to the point of cold selfishness and self-indulgence, the race is bound to disappear. Taking into account the women who for good reasons do not marry, or who when married are childless or able to have but one or two children, it is evident that the married woman able to have children must, on an average, have 4, or the race will not perpetuate itself. This is the mere statement of a self-evident truth. Yet foolish and self-indulgent people often resent this statement as if it were in some way possible by denunciation to reverse the facts of nature, and on the other hand, improvident and shiftless people, inconsiderate and brutal people, treat the statement as if it justified heads of families in having enormous numbers of badly nourished, badly brought up, and badly cared for children, for whom they make no effort to provide. A man must think well before he marries. He must be a tender and considerate husband, and realize that there is no other human being to whom he owes so much of love and regard and consideration as he does to the woman who, with pain, bears and with labor rears the children that are his. No words can paint the scorn and contempt which must be felt by all right-thinking men, not only for the brutal husband, but for the husband who fails to show full loyalty and consideration to his wife. Moreover, he must work, he must do his part in the world. On the other hand, the woman must realize that she has no more right to shirk the business of wifehood and motherhood than the man has to shirk his business as breadwinner for the household. Women should have free access to every field of labor which they care to enter, and when their work is as valuable as that of a man it should be paid as highly. Yet normally for the man and the woman whose welfare is more important than the welfare of any other human beings, the woman must remain the house-mother, the home-keeper, and the man must remain the breadwinner, the provider for the wife who bears his children and for the children she brings into the world. No other work is as valuable or exacting for either man or woman. It must always, in every healthy society, be for both man and woman the prime work, the most important work. Normally, all other work is of secondary importance, and must come as an addition to, not a substitute for, this primary work. The partnership should be one of equal rights, one of love, of self-respect, and unselfishness, above all a partnership for the performance of the most vitally important of all duties. The performance of duty, and not an indulgence in vapid ease and vapid pleasure, is all that makes life worth while. Suffrage for women should be looked on from this standpoint. Personally, I feel that it is exactly as much a right of women as of men to vote. But the important point with both men and women is to treat the exercise of the suffrage as a duty, which in the long run must be well performed to be of the slightest value. I always favoured women's suffrage, but only tepidly, until my association with women like Jane Addams and Frances Keller, who desired it as one means of enabling them to render better and more efficient service, changed me into a zealous instead of a lukewarm adherent of the cause, in spite of the fact that a few of the best women of the same type, women like Mary Anton, did not favour the movement. A vote is like a rifle; its usefulness depends upon the character of the user. The mere possession of the vote will no more benefit men and women not sufficiently developed to use it than the possession of rifles will turn untrained Egyptian fellaheen into soldiers. This is as true of women as of men, and no more true. Universal suffrage in Haiti has not made the Haitians able to govern themselves in any true sense, and women's suffrage in Utah in no shape or way affected the problem of polygamy. I believe in suffrage for women in America, because I think they are fit for it. I believe for women, as for men, more in the duty of fitting oneself to do well and wisely with the ballot than in the naked right to cast the ballot. I wish that people would read more books like the novels and stories, at once strong and charming, of Henry Bordeaux, books like Kathleen Norris's Mother and Cornelia Cummer's Preliminaries, and would use these and other such books as tracts now and then. Perhaps the following correspondence will give a better idea than I can otherwise give of the problems that in everyday life come before men and women, and of the need that the man shall show himself unselfish and considerate, and do his full share of the joint duty. January 3, 1913. Colonel Theodore Roosevelt. Dear Sir, I suppose you are willing to stand sponsor for the assertion that the women of the country are not doing their duty unless they have large families. I wonder if you know the real reason after all. Society and clubs are largely held to blame, but society really takes in so few people after all. I thought when I got married at 20 that it was the proper thing to have a family, and as we had very little of this world's goods, also thought it the thing to do all the necessary work for them. I have had 9 children, did all my own work, including washing, ironing, house cleaning, and the care of the little ones as they came along, which was about every 2 years. Also sewed everything they wore, including trousers for the boys and caps and jackets for the girls while little. I also helped them in all their school work, and started them in music, etc. But as they grew older I got behind the times. I never belonged to a club or a society or lodge, nor went to anyone's house scarcely; there wasn't time. In consequence I knew nothing that was going on in the town, much less the events of the country, and at the same time my husband kept growing in wisdom and knowledge, from mixing with men and hearing topics of the times discussed. At the beginning of our married life I had just as quick a mind to grasp things as he did, and had more school education, having graduated from a 3 years' high school. My husband more and more declined to discuss things with me, as he said I didn't know anything about it. When I'd ask, he'd say, "Oh, you wouldn't understand if I'd tell you." So here I am at 45 years hopelessly dull and uninteresting, while he can mix with the brightest minds in the country as an equal. He's a strong progressive man, took very active part in the late campaign, etc. I am also progressive, and tried my best, after so many years of shut-in life, to grasp the ideas you stood for, and read everything I could find during the summer and fall. But I've been out of touch with people too long now, and my husband would much rather go and talk to some woman who hasn't had any children, because she knows things. I am not specifying any particular woman. I simply bore him to death because I'm not interesting. Now, tell me, how is it my fault? I was only doing what I thought was my duty. No woman can keep up with things who never talks with anyone but young children. As soon as my children grew up, they took the same attitude as their father and frequently say, "Oh, mother doesn't know." They look up to and admire their father because he's a man of the world and knows how to act when he goes out. How can I urge my daughters now to go and raise large families? It means by the time you have lost your figure and charm for them, they are all ashamed of you. Now, as a believer in woman's rights, do a little talking to the men as to their duties to their wives, or else refrain from urging us women to have children. I am only one of thousands of middle-class, respectable women who give their lives to raise a nice family, and then who become bitter from the injustice done us. Don't let this go into the waste-basket, but think it over. Yours respectfully, blank. New York, January 11th, 1913. My dear Mrs. Blank, most certainly your letter will not go into the waste paper basket. I shall think it over and show it to Mrs. Roosevelt. Will you let me say, in the first place, that a woman who can write such a letter is certainly not hopelessly dull and uninteresting. If the facts are as you state, then I do not wonder that you feel bitterly, and that you feel that the gravest kind of injustice has been done to you. I have always tried to insist to men that they should do their duty to the women even more than the women to them. Now, I hardly like to write specifically about your husband, because you might not like it yourself. It seems to me almost incredible that any man who is the husband of a woman who has borne him 9 children should not feel that they and he are lasting her debtors. You say that you have had 9 children, that you did all your own work, including washing, ironing, house-cleaning, and the care of the little ones as they came along, that you sewed everything they wore, including trousers for the boys and caps and jackets for the girls while little, that you helped them in all their school work and started them in music, but that as they grew older you got behind the times, that you never belonged to a club or society or lodge, nor went to anyone's house, as you hardly had time to do so, and that in consequence your husband outgrew you, and that your children look up to him and not to you, and feel that they have outgrown you. If these facts are so, you have done a great and wonderful work, and the only explanation I can possibly give of the attitude you describe on the part of your husband and children is that they do not understand what it is that you have done. I emphatically believe in unselfishness, but I also believe that it is a mistake to let other people grow selfish, even when the other people are husband and children. Now, I suggest that you take your letter to me, of which I send you back a copy, and this letter, and then select out of your family the one with whom you feel most sympathy, whether it is your husband or one of your children. Show the 2 letters to him or her, and then have a frank talk about the matter. If any man, as you say, becomes ashamed of his wife because she has lost her figure in bearing his children, then that man is a hound, and has every cause to be ashamed of him. I am sending you a little book called Mother, by Kathleen Norris, which will give you my views on the matter. Of course there are base and selfish men, just as there are, although I believe in smaller numbers, base and selfish women. Man and woman alike should profit by the teachings in such a story as this of Mother. Sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. January 21st, 1913. Colonel Theodore Roosevelt. My dear Sir, your letter came as a surprise, for I wasn't expecting an answer. The next day the book came, and I thank you for your ready sympathy and understanding. I feel as though you and Mrs. Roosevelt would think I was hardly loyal to my husband and children, but knowing of no other way to bring the idea which was so strong in my mind to your notice, I told my personal story. If it will in a small measure be the means of helping someone else by moulding public opinion through you, I shall be content. You have helped me more than you know. Just having you interested is as good as a tonic, and braces me up till I feel as though I shall refuse to be laid on the shelf. To think that you'd bother to send me a book! I shall always treasure it both for the text of the book and the sender. I read it with absorbing interest. The mother was so splendid, she was ideal. The situations are so startlingly real, just like what happens here every day with variations. Blank. A narrative of facts is often more convincing than a homily, and these 2 letters of my correspondent carry their own lesson. Parenthetically, let me remark that whenever a man thinks that he has outgrown the woman who is his mate, he will do well to consider whether his growth has not been downward instead of upward, whether the facts are not merely that he has fallen away from his wife's standard of refinement and of duty. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 6. The New York Police, Part 1. In the spring of 1895 I was appointed by Mayor Strong Police Commissioner, and I served as President of the Police Commission of New York for the 2 following years. Mayor Strong had been elected mayor the preceding fall, when the general anti-democratic wave of that year coincided with one of the city's occasional insurrections of virtue and consequent turning out of Tammany from municipal control. He had been elected on a non-partisan ticket, usually, although not always, the right kind of ticket in municipal affairs, provided it represents not a bargain among factions, but genuine non-partisanship with the genuine purpose to get the right men in control of the city government on a platform which deals with the needs of the average men and women, the men and women who work hard and who too often live hard. I was appointed with the distinct understanding that I was to administer the police department with entire disregard of partisan politics, and only from the standpoint of a good citizen interested in promoting the welfare of all good citizens. My task, therefore, was really simple. Mayor Strong had already offered me the street cleaning department. For this work I did not feel that I had any especial fitness. I resolutely refused to accept the position, and the mayor ultimately got a far better man for his purpose in Colonel George F. Waring. The work of the police department, however, was in my line, and I was glad to undertake it. The man who was closest to me throughout my 2 years in the police department was Jacob Riis. By this time, as I have said, I was getting our social, industrial, and political needs into pretty fair perspective. I was still ignorant of the extent to which big men of great wealth played a mischievous part in our industrial and social life, but I was well awake to the need of making ours in good faith both an economic and an industrial as well as a political democracy. I already knew Jake Riis, because his book, How the Other Half Lives, had been to me both an enlightenment and an inspiration for which I felt I could never be too grateful. Soon after it was written I had called at his office to tell him how deeply impressed I was by the book, and that I wished to help him in any practical way to try to make things a little better. I have always had a horror of words that are not translated into deeds, of speech that does not result in action. In other words, I believe in realizable ideals and in realizing them, in preaching what can be practiced and then in practicing it. Jacob Riis had drawn an indictment of the things that were wrong, pitifully and dreadfully wrong, with the tenement homes and the tenement lives of our wage workers. In his book he had pointed out how the city government, and especially those connected with the Department of Police and Health, could aid in remedying some of the wrongs. As president of the police board I was also a member of the health board. In both positions I felt that with Jacob Riis's guidance I would be able to put a goodly number of its principles into actual effect. He and I looked at life and its problems from substantially the same standpoint. Our ideals and principles and purposes, and our beliefs as to the methods necessary to realize them, were alike. After the election in 1894 I had written him a letter which ran in part as follows. It is very important to the city to have a business man's mayor, but it is more important to have a working man's mayor, and I want Mr. Strong to be that also. It is an excellent thing to have rapid transit, but it is a good deal more important, if you look at matters with a proper perspective, to have ample playgrounds in the poorer quarters of the city, and to take the children off the streets so as to prevent them growing up toughs. In the same way, it is an admirable thing to have clean streets. Indeed, it is an essential thing to have them, but it would be a better thing to have our schools large enough to give ample accommodation to all who should be pupils, and to provide them with proper playgrounds. And I added, while expressing my regret that I had not been able to accept the street cleaning commissionership, that I would have been delighted to smash up the corrupt contractors, and put the street cleaning force absolutely out of the domain of politics. This was 19 years ago, but it makes a pretty good platform in municipal politics even today. Smash corruption, take the municipal service out of the domain of politics, insist upon having a mayor who shall be a working man's mayor even more than a business man's mayor, and devote all the attention possible to the welfare of the children. Therefore, as I viewed it, there were 2 sides to the work. First, the actual handling of the police department. Second, using my position to help in making the city a better place in which to live and work for those to whom the conditions of life and labor were the hardest. The two problems were closely connected, for one thing never to be forgotten in striving to better the conditions of the New York police force is the connection between the standards of morals and behavior in that force and the general standard of morals and behavior in the city at large. The form of government of the police department at that time was such as to make it a matter of extreme difficulty to get good results. It represented that device of old-school American political thought, the desire to establish checks and balances so elaborate that no man shall have power enough to do anything very bad. In practice, this always means that no man has power enough to do anything good, and that what is bad is done anyhow. In most positions, the division of powers theory works unmitigated mischief. The only way to get good service is to give somebody power to render it, facing the fact that power which will enable a man to do a job well will also necessarily enable him to do it ill if he is the wrong kind of man. What is normally needed is the concentration in the hands of one man, or a very small body of men, of ample power to enable him or them to do the work that is necessary, and then the devising of means to hold these men fully responsible for the exercise of that power by the people. This of course means that, if the people are willing to see power misused, it will be misused. But it also means that, as we hold, the people are fit for self-government. If, in other words, our talk and our institutions are not shams, we will get good government. I do not contend that my theory will automatically bring good government. I do contend that it will enable us to get as good government as we deserve, and that the other way will not. The then government of the police department was so devised as to render it most difficult to accomplish anything good, while the field for intrigue and conspiracy was limitless. There were 4 commissioners, 2 supposed to belong to one party and 2 to the other, although as a matter of fact they never divided on party lines. There was a chief, appointed by the commissioners, but whom they could not remove without a regular trial, subject to review by the courts of law. This chief and any one commissioner had power to hold up most of the acts of the other 3 commissioners. It was made easy for the 4 commissioners to come to a deadlock among themselves, and if this danger was avoided, it was easy for one commissioner, by intriguing with the chief, to bring the other 3 to a standstill. The commissioners were appointed by the mayor, but he could not remove them without the consent of the governor, who was usually politically opposed to him. In the same way the commissioners could appoint the patrolmen, but they could not remove them, save after a trial which went up for review to the courts. As was inevitable under our system of law procedure, this meant that the action of the court was apt to be determined by legal technicalities. It was possible to dismiss a man from the service for quite insufficient reasons, and to provide against the reversal of the sentence, if the technicalities of procedure were observed. But the worst criminals were apt to be adroit men, against whom it was impossible to get legal evidence which a court could properly consider in a criminal trial, and the mood of the court might be to treat the case as if it were a criminal trial, although it was easy to get evidence which would render it not merely justifiable, but necessary for a man to remove them from his private employ, and surely the public should be as well treated as a private employer. Accordingly, most of the worst men put out were reinstated by the courts, and when the mayor attempted to remove one of my colleagues, who made it his business to try to nullify the work done by the rest of us, the governor sided with the recalcitrant commissioner and refused to permit his removal. Nevertheless, an astounding quantity of work was done in reforming the force. We had a good deal of power anyhow, we exercised it to the full, and we accomplished some things by assuming the appearance of power which we did not really possess. The first fight I made was to keep politics absolutely out of the force, and not only politics, but every kind of improper favoritism. Doubtless in making thousands of appointments and hundreds of promotions there were men who contrived to use influence of which I was ignorant. But these cases must have been few and far between. As far as was humanly possible, the appointments and promotions were made without regard to any question except the fitness of the man and the needs of the service. As Civil Service Commissioner I had been instructing heads of departments and bureaus how to get men appointed without regard to politics, and assuring them that by following our methods they would obtain first-class results. As Police Commissioner I was able practically to apply my own teachings. The appointments to the police force were made as I have described in the last chapter. We paid not the slightest attention to a man's politics or creed, or where he was born, so long as he was an American citizen, and on average we obtained far and away the best men that had ever come into the police department. It was, of course, very difficult at first to convince both the politicians and the people that we really meant what we said, and that every one really would have a fair trial. There had been in previous years the most widespread and gross corruption in connection with every activity in the police department, and there had been a regular tariff for appointments and promotions. Many powerful politicians and many corrupt outsiders believed that in some way or other it would still be possible to secure appointments by corrupt and improper methods, and many good citizens felt the same conviction. I endeavored to remove the impression from the minds of both sets of people by giving the widest publicity to what we were doing and how we were doing it, by making the whole process open and above board, and by making it evident that we would probe to the bottom every charge of corruption. For instance, I received visits at one time from a Catholic priest and at another time from a Methodist clergyman, who had parishioners who wished to enter the police force, but who did not believe they could get in save by the payment of money or through political pressure. The priest was running a temperance lyceum in connection with his church, and he wished to know if there would be a chance for some of the young men who belonged to that lyceum. The Methodist clergyman came from a little patch of old native America, which by a recent extension had been taken within the limits of the huge, polyglot, pleasure-loving city. His was a small church, most of the members being shipwrights, mechanics, and sailormen from the local coasters. In each case I assured my visitor that we wanted on the force men of the exact type which he said he could furnish. I also told him that I was as anxious as he was to find out if there was any improper work being done in connection with the examinations, and that I would like him to get 4 or 5 of his men to take the examinations without letting me know their names. Then, whether the men failed or succeeded, he and I would take their papers and follow them through every stage, so that we could tell at once whether they had been improperly favored or improperly discriminated against. This was accordingly done, and in each case my visitor turned up a few weeks later, his face wreathed in smiles, to say that his candidates had passed and that everything was evidently all straight. During my 2 years as president of the commission, I think I appointed 12 or 15 members of that little Methodist congregation, and certainly twice that number of men from the temperance lyceum of the Catholic Church in question. They were all men of the very type I most wished to see on the force, men of strong physique and resolute temper, sober, self-respecting, self-reliant, with a strong wish to improve themselves. Occasionally I would myself pick out a man and tell him to take the examination. Thus, one evening I went down to speak in the Bowery at the Young Men's Institute, a branch of the Young Men's Christian Association, at the request of Mr. Cleveland H. Dodge. While there, he told me he wished to show me a young Jew who had recently, by an exhibition of marked pluck and bodily prowess, saved some women and children from a burning building. The young Jew, whose name was Otto Raphael, was brought up to see me, a powerful fellow, with a good-humoured, intelligent face. I asked him about his education, and told him to try the examination. He did, passed, was appointed, and made an admirable officer, and he and all his family, wherever they may dwell, have been close friends of mine ever since. Otto Raphael was a genuine East Sider. He and I were both straight New York City, to use the vernacular of our native city. To show our community of feeling and our grasp of the facts of life, I may mention that we were almost the only men in the police department who picked Fitzsimmons as a winner against Corbett. Otto's parents had come over from Russia, and not only in social standing but in pay, a policeman's position meant everything to him. It enabled Otto to educate his little brothers and sisters who had been born in this country, and to bring over from Russia 2 or 3 kinsfolk who had perforce been left behind. Rather curiously, it was by no means as easy to keep politics and corruption out of the promotions as out of the entrance examinations. This was because I could take complete charge of the entrance examinations myself, and, moreover, they were largely automatic. In promotions, on the other hand, the prime element was the record and capacity of the officer, and for this we had largely to rely upon the judgments of the man's immediate superiors. This doubtless meant that in certain cases that judgment was given for improper reasons. However, there were cases where I could act on personal knowledge. One thing that we did was to endeavour to recognize gallantry. We did not have to work a revolution in the force as to courage in the way that we had to work a revolution in honesty. They had always been brave in dealing with riotous and violent criminals, but they had gradually become very corrupt. Our great work, therefore, was the stamping out of dishonesty, and this work we did thoroughly, so far as the ridiculous bipartisan law under which the department was administered would permit. But we were anxious that, while stamping out what was evil in the force, we should keep and improve what was good. While warring on dishonesty, we made every effort to increase efficiency. It has unfortunately been shown by sad experience that at times a police organization which is free from the taint of corruption may yet show itself weak in some great crisis or unable to deal with the more dangerous kinds of criminals. This we were determined to prevent. Our efforts were crowned with entire success. The improvement in the efficiency of the force went hand in hand with the improvement in its honesty. The men in uniform and the men in plain clothes, the detectives, did better work than ever before. The aggregate of crimes where punishment followed the commission of the crime increased, while the aggregate of crimes where the criminal escaped punishment decreased. Every discredited politician, every sensational newspaper, and every timid fool who could be scared by clamor was against us. All three classes strove by every means in their power to show that in making the force honest we had impaired its efficiency, and by their utterances they tended to bring about the very condition of things against which they professed to protest. But we went steadily along the path we had marked out. The fight was hard, and there was plenty of worry and anxiety, but we won. I was appointed in May, 1895. In February, 1897, 3 months before I resigned to become Assistant Secretary of the Navy, the judge who charged the grand jury of New York County was able to congratulate them on the phenomenal decrease in crime, especially of the violent sort. This decrease was steady during the 2 years. The police, after the reform policy was thoroughly tried, proved more successful than ever in protecting life and property, and in putting down crime and criminal vice. The part played by the recognition and reward of actual personal prowess among the members of the police force in producing this state of affairs was appreciable, though there were many other factors that combined to bring about the betterment. The immense improvement in discipline, by punishing all offenders without mercy, no matter how great their political or personal influence, the resolute warfare against every kind of criminal who had hitherto been able corruptly to purchase protection, the prompt recognition of ability, even where it was entirely unconnected with personal prowess, all these were elements which had enormous weight in producing the change. Mere courage and daring, and the rewarding of courage and daring, cannot supply the lack of discipline, of ability, of honesty. But they are of vital consequence nevertheless. No police force is worth anything if its members are not intelligent and honest, but neither is it worth anything unless its members are brave, hardy, and well disciplined. We showed recognition of daring and of personal prowess in 2 ways. First, by awarding a medal or a certificate in remembrance of the deed, and second, by giving it weight in making any promotion, especially to the lower grades. In the higher grades, in all promotions above that of sergeant, for instance, resolute and daring courage cannot normally be considered as a factor of determining weight in making promotions. Rather, it is a quality the lack of which unfits a man for promotion. For the higher places we must assume the existence of such a quality in any fit candidate, and must make the promotion with a view to the man's energy, executive capacity, and power of command. In the lower grades, however, marked gallantry should always be taken into account in deciding among different candidates for any given place. During our 2 years' service we found it necessary over 100 times to single out men for special mention because of some feat of heroism. The heroism usually took one of 4 forms: saving somebody from drowning, saving somebody from a burning building, stopping a runaway team, or arresting some violent lawbreaker under exceptional circumstances. To illustrate our method of action, I will take 2 of the first promotions made after I became commissioner. One case was that of an old fellow, a veteran of the Civil War, who was at the time a roundsman. I happened to notice one day that he had saved a woman from drowning, and had him summoned, so that I might look into the matter. The old fellow brought up his record before me, and showed not a little nervousness and agitation, for it appeared that he had grown grey in the service, and had performed feat after feat of heroism, but had no political backing of any account. No heed had ever been paid him. He was one of the quiet men who attend solely to duty, and although a grand army man, he had never sought to use influence of any kind. Now, at last, he thought there was a chance for him. He had been 22 years on the force, and during that time he had saved some 25 persons from death by drowning, varying the performance 2 or 3 times by saving persons from burning buildings. Twice Congress had passed laws especially to empower the then Secretary of the Treasury, John Sherman, to give him a medal for distinguished gallantry in saving life. The Life Saving Society had also given him its medal, and so had the Police Department. There was not a complaint in all his record against him for any infraction of duty, and he was sober and trustworthy. He was entitled to his promotion, and he got it, there and then. It may be worth mentioning that he kept on saving life after he was given his sergeantcy. On October 21, 1896, he again rescued a man from drowning. It was at night, nobody else was in the neighborhood, and the dock from which he jumped was in absolute darkness, and he was 10 minutes in the water, which was very cold. He was 55 years old when he saved this man. It was the 29th person whose life he had saved during his 23 years' service in the department. The other man was a patrolman, whom we promoted to roundsman for activity in catching a burglar under rather peculiar circumstances. I happened to note his getting a burglar one week. Apparently he had fallen into the habit, for he got another next week. In the latter case the burglar escaped from the house soon after midnight, and ran away toward Park Avenue, with the policeman in hot chase. The New York Central Railroad runs under Park Avenue, and there is a succession of openings in the top of the tunnel. Finding that the policeman was gaining on him, the burglar took a desperate chance and leaped down one of these openings at the risk of breaking his neck. Now the burglar was running for his liberty, and it was the part of wisdom for him to imperil life or limb, but the policeman was merely doing his duty, and nobody could have blamed him for not taking the jump. However, he jumped, and in this particular case the hand of the Lord was heavy upon the unrighteous. The burglar had the breath knocked out of him, and the cop didn't. When his victim could walk, the officer trotted him around to the station house, and a week after I had the officer up and promoted him, for he was sober, trustworthy, and strictly attentive to duty. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 6. The New York City Police, Part 2. Now, I think that any decent man of reasonable intelligence will agree that we were quite right in promoting men in cases like these, and quite right in excluding politics from promotions. Yet it was because of our consistency acting in this manner, resolutely warring on dishonesty and on that peculiar form of baseness which masquerades as practical politics, and steadily refusing to pay heed to any consideration except the good of the service in the city and the merits of the men themselves, that we drew down upon our heads the bitter and malignant animosity of the bread-and-butter spoils politicians. They secured the repeal of the civil service law by the state legislature. They attempted and almost succeeded in the effort to legislate us out of office. They joined with the baser portion of the sensational press in every species of foul, indecent falsehood and slander as to what we were doing. They attempted to seduce or frighten us by every species of intrigue and cajolery, of promise of political reward and threat of political punishment. They failed in their purpose. I believe in political organizations, and I believe in practical politics. If a man is not practical, he is of no use anywhere. But when politicians treat practical politics as foul politics, and when they turn what ought to be a necessary and useful political organization into a machine run by professional spoilsmen of low morality in their own interest, then it is time to drive the politician from public office, and either to mend or destroy the machine, according as the necessity may determine. We promoted to roundsman a patrolman, with an already excellent record, for gallantry shown in a fray which resulted in the death of his antagonist. He was after a gang of toughs who had just waylaid, robbed, and beaten a man. They scattered, and he pursued the ringleader. Running hard, he gained on his man, whereupon the latter suddenly turned and fired full in his face. The officer already had his revolver drawn, and the two shots rang out almost together. The policeman was within a fraction of death, for the bullet from his opponent's pistol went through his helmet and just broke the skin of his head. His own aim was truer, and the man he was after fell dead, shot through the heart. I may explain that I have not the slightest sympathy with any policy which tends to put the policeman at the mercy of a tough, or which deprives him of efficient weapons. While police commissioner, we punished any brutality by the police with such immediate severity that all cases of brutality practically came to an end. No decent citizen had anything to fear from the police during the 2 years of my service. But we consistently encouraged the police to prove that the violent criminal who endeavored to molest them or to resist arrest, or to interfere with them in the discharge of their duty, was himself in grave jeopardy, and we had every gang broken up and the members punished with whatever severity was necessary. Of course, where possible, the officer merely crippled the criminal who was violent. One of the things that we did while in office was to train the men in the use of the patrol. A school of pistol practice was established, and the marksmanship of the force was wonderfully improved. The man in charge of the school was a roundsman, Petty, whom we promoted to sergeant. He was one of the champion revolver shots of the country, and could hit just about where he aimed. Twice he was forced to fire at criminals who resisted arrest, and in each case he hit his man in the arm or leg, simply stopping him without danger to his life. In May 1896 a number of burglaries occurred far uptown, in the neighborhood of 156th Street and Union Avenue. 2 officers were sent out each night to patrol the streets in plain clothes. About 2 o'clock on the morning of May 8th they caught a glimpse of 2 men loitering about a large corner house, and determined to make them explain their actions. In order to cut off their escape, one officer went down one street and one the other. The first officer, whose name was Ryan, found the 2 men at the gateway of the side entrance of the house, and hailed to know what they were doing. Without answering, they turned and ran toward Prospect Avenue, with Ryan in close pursuit. After running about 100 feet, one of them turned and fired 3 shots at Ryan, but failed to hit him. The 2 then separated, and the man who had done the shooting escaped. The other man, whose name proved to be O'Connor, again took to his heels, with Ryan still after him. They turned the corner and met the other officer, whose name was Reed, running as hard as he could toward the shooting. When O'Connor saw himself cut off by Reed, he fired at his new foe, the bullet cutting Reed's overcoat on the left shoulder. Reed promptly fired in return, his bullet going into O'Connor's neck and causing him to turn a complete somersault. The 2 officers then cared for their prisoner until the ambulance arrived, when he was taken to the hospital and pronounced mortally wounded. His companion was afterwards caught, and they turned out to be the very burglars for whom Reed and Ryan had been on the lookout. In December 1896 one of our officers was shot. A row occurred in a restaurant, which ended in 2 young toughs drawing their revolvers and literally running amuck, shooting 2 or 3 men. A policeman, attracted by the noise, ran up and seized one of them, whereupon the other shot him in the mouth, wounding him badly. Nevertheless, the officer kept his prisoner and carried him to the station house. The tough who had done the shooting ran out and was seized by another officer. The tough fired at him, the bullet passing through the officer's overcoat, but he was promptly knocked down, disarmed, and brought to the station house. In this case neither policeman used his revolver, and each brought in his man, although the latter was armed and resisted arrest, one of the officers taking in his prisoner after having been himself severely wounded. A lamentable feature of the case was that this same officer was a man who, though capable of great gallantry, was also given to shirking his work, and we were finally obliged to dismiss him from the force, after passing over 2 or 3 glaring misdeeds in view of his record for courage. We promoted another man on account of finding out accidentally that he had performed a notable feat, which he had forborne even to mention, so that his name never came out on the rolls of honor. Late at night, while patrolling a lonely part of his post, he came upon 3 young toughs who had turned highwaymen and were robbing a peddler. He ran at once with his nightstick, whereupon the toughs showed fight, and one of them struck at him with a bludgeon, breaking his left hand. The officer, however, made such good use of his nightstick that he knocked down 2 of his assailants, whereupon the third ran away, and he brought both of his prisoners to the station house. Then he went round to the hospital, had his broken hand set in plaster, and actually reported for duty at the next tour, without losing 1 hour. He was a quiet fellow, with a record free from complaints, and we made him a roundsman. The mounted squad have, of course, many opportunities to distinguish themselves in stopping runaways. In May 1895 a mounted policeman named Heyer succeeded in stopping a runaway at Kingsbridge under rather noteworthy circumstances. 2 men were driving in a buggy, when the horse stumbled, and in recovering himself broke the headstall, so that the bridle fell off. The horse was a spirited trotter, and at once ran away at full speed. Heyer saw the occurrence, and followed at a run. When he got alongside the runaway he seized him by the forelock, guided him dexterously over the bridge, prevented him from running into the numerous wagons that were on the road, and finally forced him up a hill and into a wagon shed. 3 months later this same officer saved a man from drowning. The members of the bicycle squad, which was established shortly after we took office, soon grew to show not only extraordinary proficiency on the wheel, but extraordinary daring. They frequently stopped runaways, wheeling alongside of them, and grasping the horses while going at full speed; and what was even more remarkable, they managed not only to overtake, but to jump onto the vehicle and capture, on 2 or 3 different occasions, men who were guilty of reckless driving, and who fought violently in resisting arrest. They were picked men, being young and active, and any feat of daring which could be accomplished on the wheel they were certain to accomplish. 3 of the best riders of the bicycle squad, whose names and records happen to occur to me, were men of the 3 ethnic strains most strongly represented in New York City police force, being respectively of native American, German, and Irish parentage. The German was a man of enormous power, and he was able to stop each of the many runaways he tackled without losing his wheel. Choosing his time, he would get alongside the horse and seize the bit in his left hand, keeping his right on the crossbar of the wheel. By degrees he then got the animal under control. He never failed to stop it, and he never lost his wheel. He also never failed to overtake any scorcher, although many of these were professional riders who deliberately violated the law to see if they could not get away from him, for the wheelmen soon get to know the officers whose beats they cross. The Yankee, though a tall, powerful man and a very good rider, scarcely came up to the German in either respect. He possessed exceptional ability, however, as well as exceptional nerve and coolness, and he also won his promotion. He stopped about as many runaways, but when the horse was really panic-stricken he usually had to turn his wheel loose, getting a firm grip on the horse's reins and kicking his wheel so that it would fall out of the way of injury from the wagon. On one occasion he had a fight with a drunken and reckless driver who was urging to top speed a spirited horse. He first got hold of the horse, whereupon the driver lashed both him and the beast, and the animal, already mad with terror, could not be stopped. The officer had of course kicked away his wheel at the beginning, and after being dragged along for some distance he let go the beast, and made a grab at the wagon. The driver hit him with his whip, but he managed to get in, and after a vigorous tussle overcame his man, and disposed of him by getting him down and sitting on him. This left his hands free for the reins. By degrees he got the horse under control, and drove the wagon round to the station-house, still sitting on his victim. "I jounced up and down on him to keep him quiet when he turned ugly," he remarked to me parenthetically. Having disposed of the wagon, he took the man round to the court, and on the way the prisoner suddenly sprang on him and tried to throttle him. Convinced at last that patience had ceased to be a virtue, he quieted his assailant with a smash on the head that took all the fight out of him until he was brought before the judge and fined. Like the other bicycle cops, this officer made a number of arrests of criminals, such as thieves, highwaymen, and the like, in addition to his natural prey, scorchers, runaway, and reckless drivers. The third member of the trio, a tall, sinewy man with flaming red hair, which rather added to the terror he inspired in evil-doers, was usually stationed in a tough part of the city, where there was a tendency to crimes of violence, and incidentally an occasional desire to harass wheelmen. The officer was as good off his wheel as on it, and he speedily established perfect order on his beat, being always willing to take chances in getting his man. He was no respecter of persons, and when it became his duty to arrest a wealthy man for persistently refusing to have his carriage lamps lighted after nightfall, he brought him in with the same indifference that he displayed in arresting a street-corner tough who had thrown a brick at a wheelman. Occasionally a policeman would perform work which ordinarily comes within the domain of a fireman. In November 1896 an officer who had previously saved a man from death by drowning added to his record by saving 5 persons from burning. He was at the time asleep, when he was roused by a fire in the house a few doors away. Running over the roofs of the adjoining houses until he reached the burning building, he found that on the 4th floor the flames had cut off all exit from an apartment in which there were 4 women, 2 of them over 50, and one of the others with a 6-months-old baby. The officer ran down to the adjoining house, broke open the door of the apartment on the same floor, the 4th, and crept out on the coping, less than 3 inches wide, that ran from one house to the other. Being a large and very powerful and active man, he managed to keep hold of the casing of the window with one hand, and with the other to reach to the window of the apartment where the women and children were. The firemen appeared, and stretched a net underneath. The crowd that was looking on suddenly became motionless and silent. Then, one by one, he drew the women out of their window, and holding them tight against the wall, passed them into the other window. The exertion in such an attitude was great, and he strained himself badly, but he possessed a practical mind, and as soon as the women were saved he began a prompt investigation of the cause of the fire, and arrested 2 men whose carelessness, as was afterwards proved, caused it. Then and now a man, though a brave man, proved to be a slack or stupid or vicious, and we could make nothing out of him, but hardihood and courage were qualities upon which we insisted and which we rewarded. Whenever I see the police force attacked and vilified, I always remember my association with it. The cases I have given above are merely instances chosen almost at random among hundreds of others. Men such as those I have mentioned have the right stuff in them. If they go wrong, the trouble is with the system, and therefore with us, the citizens, for permitting the system to go unchanged. The conditions of New York life are such as to make the police problem therein more difficult than in any other of the world's great capitals. I am often asked if policemen are honest. I believe that the great majority of them want to be honest, and will be honest whenever they are given the chance. The New York police force is a body thoroughly representative of the great city itself. As I have said above, the predominant ethnic strains in it are, first, the men of Irish birth or parentage, and following these, the native Americans, usually from the country districts, and the men of German birth or parentage. There are also Jews, Scandinavians, Italians, Slavs, and men of other nationalities. All soon became welded into one body. They are physically a fine lot. Moreover, their instincts are right. They are game, they are alert and self-reliant, they prefer to act squarely if they are allowed to so act. All that they need is to be given the chance to prove themselves honest, brave, and self-respecting. The law at present is much better than in our day, so far as governing the force is concerned. There is now a single commissioner, and the mayor has complete power over him. The mayor, through his commissioner, now has power to keep the police force on a good level of conduct, if with resolution and common sense he insists on absolute honesty within the force, and at the same time heartily supports it against the criminal classes. To weaken the force in its dealings with gangs and toughs, and criminals generally, is as damaging as to permit dishonesty, and, moreover, works towards dishonesty. But while under the present law very much improvement can be worked, there is a need of change of the law which will make the police commissioner a permanent, non-partisan official, holding office so long as he proves thoroughly fit for the job, completely independent of the politicians and privileged interests, and with complete power over the force. This means that there must be the right law, and the right public opinion back of the law. The many-sided ethnic character of the force now and then gives rise to, or affords opportunity for, queer happenings. Occasionally it enables one to meet emergencies in the best possible fashion. While I was police commissioner, an anti-Semitic preacher from Berlin, Rector Alvart, came over to New York to preach a crusade against the Jews. Many of the New York Jews were much excited and asked me to prevent him from speaking, and not to give him police protection. This I told him was impossible, and if possible would have been undesirable, because it would have made him a martyr. The proper thing to do was to make him ridiculous. Accordingly, I detailed for his protection a Jew sergeant and a score or two of Jewish policemen. He made his harangue against the Jews under the active protection of some 40 policemen, every one of them a Jew. It was the most effective possible answer, and incidentally it was an object lesson to our people, whose greatest need is to learn that there must be no division by class hatred, whether this hatred be that of creed against creed, nationality against nationality, section against section, or men of one social or industrial condition against men of another social and industrial condition. We must ever judge each individual on his own conduct and merits, and not on his membership in any class, whether that class be based on theological, social, or industrial considerations. Among my political opponents when I was police commissioner was the head of a very influential local Democratic organization. He was a state senator usually known as Big Tim Sullivan. Big Tim represented the morals of another era, That is, his principles and actions were very much those of a Norman noble in the years immediately succeeding the Battle of Hastings. This will seem flattery only to those who are not acquainted with the real histories and antecedents of the Norman nobles of the epoch in question. His application of these 11th-century theories to our 19th-century municipal democratic conditions brought him into sharp contact with me, and with one of my right-hand men of the department, Inspector John McCullough. Under the old dispensation this would have meant that his friends and kinsfolk were under the ban. Now it happened that in the department at that time there was a nephew or cousin of his, Jerry D. Sullivan. I found that Jerry was an uncommonly good man, a conscientious, capable officer, and I promoted him. I do not know whether Jerry or Jerry's cousin, Senator Sullivan, was more astonished. The senator called upon me to express what I am sure was a very genuine feeling of appreciation. Poor Jerry died, I think of consumption, a year or two after I left the department. He was promoted again after I left, and then he showed that he possessed the rare quality of gratitude, for he sent me a telegram dated January 15, 1898, running as follows: "Was made a sergeant today. I thank you for all in my first advancement." And in a letter he said to me, "In the future, as in the past, I will endeavor at all times to perform my duty honestly and fearlessly, and never cause you to feel that you were mistaken in me, so that you will be justly proud of my record." The senator, though politically opposed to me, always kept a feeling of friendship for me after this incident. He served in Congress while I was president. The police can be used to help all kinds of good purposes. While I was police commissioner much difficulty had been encountered in locating illegal and fraudulent practitioners of medicine. Dr. Maurice Louis called on me, with a letter from James Russell Parsons, the Secretary of the Board of Regents at Albany, and asked me if I could not help. After questioning him I found that the local authorities were eager to prosecute these men, but could not locate them, and I made up my mind I would try my hand at it. Accordingly, a sealed order was sent to the commanding officer of each police precinct in New York, not to be opened until just before the morning roll call, previous to the police squad going on duty. This order required that, immediately upon reaching post, each patrolman should go over his beat and enter upon a sheet of paper provided for that purpose the full name and address of every doctor sign there appearing. Immediately upon securing this information, the patrolman was instructed to return the sheet to the officer in charge of the precinct. The latter in turn was instructed to collect and place in one large envelope, and to return police headquarters all the data thus received. As a result of this procedure, within 2 hours the prosecuting officials of the city of New York were in possession of the name and address of every person in New York who announced himself as a physician, and scores of pretended physicians were brought to book or driven from the city. One of the perennially serious and difficult problems, and one of the chief reasons for police blackmail and corruption, is to be found in the excise situation in New York. When I was police commissioner, New York was a city with 12 or 15,000 saloons, with a state law which said that they should be closed on Sundays, and with a local sentiment which put a premium on violating the law by making Sunday the most profitable day in the week to the saloon keeper who was willing to take chances. It was this willingness to take chances that furnished to the corrupt politician and the corrupt police officer their opportunities. There was, in New York City, a strong sentiment in favor of honesty in politics. There was also a strong sentiment in favor of opening the saloons on Sundays, and finally there was a strong sentiment in favor of keeping the saloons closed on Sunday. Unfortunately, many of the men who favored honest government nevertheless preferred keeping the saloons open to having honest government, and many others who among the men who favored honest government put it second to keeping the saloons closed. Moreover, among the men who wished the law obeyed and the saloons closed, there were plenty who objected strongly to every step necessary to accomplish the result, although they also insisted that the result should be accomplished. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 6, The New York City Police, Part 3. Meanwhile, the politicians found an incredible profit in using the law as a club to keep the saloons in line, all except the biggest, the owners of which, or the owners of the breweries back of which, sat in the inner councils of Tammany, or controlled Tammany's allies in the Republican organization. The police used the partial and spasmodic enforcement of the law as a means of collecting blackmail. The result was that the officers of the law, the politicians, and the saloon keepers became inextricably tangled in a network of crime and connivance at crime. The most powerful saloon keepers controlled the politicians and the police, while the latter in turn terrorized and blackmailed all the other saloon keepers. It was not a case of non-enforcement of the law. The law was very actively enforced, but it was enforced with corrupt discrimination. It is difficult for men who have not been brought into contact with that side of political life which deals with the underworld to understand the brazen openness with which this blackmailing of lawbreakers was carried out. A further dark fact was that many of the men responsible for putting the law on the statute books in order to please one element of their constituents also connived at or even profited by the corrupt and partial non-enforcement of the law in order to please another set of their constituents, or to secure profit for themselves. The organ of liquor sellers at that time was the Wine and Spirit Gazette. The editor of this paper believed in selling liquor on Sunday, and felt that it was an outrage to forbid it. But he also felt that corruption and blackmail made too big a price to pay for the partial non-enforcement of the law. He made in his paper a statement, the correctness of which was never questioned, which offers a startling commentary on New York politics of that period. In this statement he recited the fact that the system of blackmail had been brought to such a state of perfection, and had become so oppressive to the liquor dealers themselves, that they communicated at length on the subject with Governor Hill, the state Democratic boss, and then with Mr. Croker, the city Democratic boss. Finally, the matter was formally taken up by a committee of the Central Association of Liquor Dealers in an interview they held with Mr. Martin, my Tammany predecessor as president of the police force. In matter-of-course way the editor's statement continues. An agreement was made between the leaders of Tammany Hall and the liquor dealers according to which the monthly blackmail paid to the force should be discontinued in return for political support. Not only did the big bosses, state and local, treat this agreement, and the corruption to which it was due, as normal and proper, but they never even took the trouble to deny what had been done when it was made public. Tammany and the police, however, did not fully live up to the agreement, and much discrimination of a very corrupt kind, and of a very exasperating kind to liquor sellers who wished to be honest, continued in connection with the enforcing of the law. In short, the agreement was kept only with those who had pull. These men with pull were benefited when their rivals were bullied and blackmailed by the police. The police, meanwhile, who had been bought by appointment or promotion, and the politicians back of them, extended the blackmailing to include about everything from the push-cart peddler and the big or small merchant who wished to use the sidewalk illegally for his goods, up to the keepers of the brothel, the gambling house, and the policy shop. The total blackmail ran into millions of dollars. New York was a wide-open town. The big bosses rolled in wealth, and the corrupt policemen who ran the force lost all sense of decency and justice. Nevertheless, I wish to insist on the facts that the honest men on the patrol posts, the men with the nightsticks, remained desirous to see honesty obtain, although they were losing courage and hope. This was the situation that confronted me when I came to Mulberry Street. The saloon was the chief source of mischief. It was with the saloon that I had to deal, and there was only one way to deal with it. That was to enforce the law. The howl that rose was deafening. The professional politicians raved. The yellow press surpassed themselves in clamour and mendacity. A favourite assertion was that I was enforcing a blue law, an obsolete law that had never before been enforced. As a matter of fact, I was only enforcing, honestly, a law that had hitherto been enforced dishonestly. There was very little increase in the number of arrests made for violating the Sunday law. Indeed, there were weeks when the number of arrests went down. The only difference was that there was no protected class. Everybody was arrested alike, and I took especial pains to see that there was no discrimination, and that the big men and the men with political influence were treated like everyone else. The immediate effect was wholly good. I had been told that it was not possible to close the saloons on Sunday, and that I could not succeed. However, I did succeed. the warden of Bellevue Hospital reported, 2 or 3 weeks after we had begun, that for the first time in its existence there had not been a case due to a drunken brawl in the hospital all Monday. The police courts gave the same testimony, while savings banks recorded increased deposits and pawnshops hard times. The most touching of all things was the fact that we received letters, literally by the hundreds, from mothers in tenement houses who had never been allowed to take their children to the country in the wide open days, and who now found their husbands willing to take them and their families for an outing on Sunday. Jake Reese and I spent one Sunday from morning till night in the tenement districts, seeing for ourselves what had happened. During the 2 years that we were in office, things never slipped back to anything like they had been before, but we did not succeed in keeping them quite as highly keyed as during these first weeks. As regards the Sunday closing law, this was partly because public sentiment was not really with us. The people who had demanded honesty, but who did not like to pay for it by the loss of illegal pleasure, joined the openly dishonest in attacking us. Moreover, all kinds of ways of evading the law were tried, and some of them were successful. The statute, for instance, permitted any man to take liquor with meals. After 2 or 3 months, a magistrate was found who decided judiciously that 17 beers and 1 pretzel made a meal, after which decision joy again became unconfined in at least some of the saloons, and the yellow press gleefully announced that my tyranny had been curbed. But my prime object, that of stopping blackmail, was largely attained. All kinds of incidents occurred in connection with this crusade. One of them introduced me to a friend who remains a friend yet. His name was Edward J. Burke. He was one of the men who entered the police force, through our examinations, shortly after I took office. I had summoned 20 or 30 of the successful applicants to let me look over them, and as I walked into the hall, one of them, a well-set-up man, called out sharply to the others, "Gangway!" making them move to one side. I found he had served in the United States Navy. The incident was sufficient to make me keep him in mind. A month later I was notified by a police reporter, a very good fellow, that Burke was in difficulties, and that he thought I had better look into the matter myself, as Burke was being accused by certain very influential men of grave misconduct in an arrest he had made the night before. Accordingly, I took the matter up personally. I found that on the new patrolman's beat the preceding night, a new beat, there was a big saloon run by a man of great influence in political circles known as King Callahan. After midnight the saloon was still running in full blast, and Burke, stepping inside, told Callahan to close up. It was at the time filled with friends of personal liberty, as Governor Hill used at that time, in moments of pathos, to term everybody who regarded as tyranny any restriction on the sale of liquor. Callahan's saloon had never before in its history been closed, and to have a green cop tell him to close it just seemed so incredible that he regarded it as merely a bad jest. On his next round Burke stepped in and repeated the order. Callahan felt the jest had gone too far, and by way of protest knocked Burke down. This was an error of judgment on his part, for when Burke rose he knocked down Callahan. The two then grappled and fell to the floor, while the friends of personal liberty danced around the fight and endeavored to stamp on everything they thought wasn't Callahan. However, Burke, though pretty roughly handled, got his man and shut the saloon. When he appeared against the lawbreaker in court the next day, he found the courtroom crowded with influential Tammany Hall politicians, backed by 1 or 2 Republican leaders of the same type, for Callahan was a baron of the underworld, and both his feudal superiors and his feudal inferiors gathered to the rescue. His backers in court included a congressman and a state senator, and so deep-rooted was the police belief in pull that his own superiors had turned against Burke and were preparing to sacrifice him. Just at this time I acted on the information given me by my newspaper friend, by starting in person for the court. The knowledge that I knew what was going on, that I meant what I said, and that I intended to make the affair personal, was all that was necessary. Before I reached the court all effort to defend Callahan had promptly ceased, and Burke had come forth triumphant. I immediately promoted him to roundsman. He is a captain now. He has been on the force ever since, save that, when the Spanish War came, he obtained a holiday without pay for 6 months and re-entered the Navy, serving as gun captain in one of the gunboats, and doing his work, as was to be expected, in first-rate fashion, especially when under fire. Let me say again that when men tell me that the police are irredeemably bad, I remember scores and hundreds of cases like this of Burke, like the case I have already mentioned of Raphael, like the other cases I have given above. It is useless to tell me that these men are bad. They are naturally first-rate men. There are no better men anywhere than the men of the New York police force, and when they go bad it is because the system is wrong, and because they are not given the chance to do the good work they can do and would rather do. I never coddled these men. I punished them severely whenever I thought their conduct required it. All I did was try to be just, to reward them when they did well, in short, to act squarely by them. I believe that as a whole they liked me. When in 1912 I ran for president on the Progressive ticket, I received a number of unsigned letters enclosing sums of money for the campaign. One of those enclosed $20. The writer, who did not give his name, said that he was a policeman, that I had once had him before me on charges and had fined him $20, that as a matter of fact he had not committed the offense for which I fined him, but that the evidence was such that he did not wonder I had been misled, and never blamed me for it, because I had acted squarely and had given honest and decent man a chance in the police department, and that now he enclosed a $20 bill, the amount of the fine inflicted on him so many years before. I have always wished I knew who the man was. The disciplinary courts were very interesting, but it was extraordinarily difficult to get the facts in the more complicated cases, as must always be true under similar circumstances, for ordinarily it is necessary to back up the superior officer who makes the charge, and yet it is always possible that this superior officer is consciously or unconsciously biased against his subordinate. In the courts the charges were sometimes brought by police officers and sometimes by private citizens. In the latter case we would get queer insights into twilight phases of New York life. It was necessary to be always on our guard. Often an accusation would be brought against the policeman because he had been guilty of misconduct. Much more often the accusation merely meant that the officer had incurred animosity by doing his duty. I remember one amusing case where the officer was wholly to blame, but had acted in entire good faith. One of the favorite and most demoralizing forms of gambling in New York was policy playing. The policy slips consisted of papers with 3 rows of figures written on them. The officer in question was a huge, pithecoid lout of a creature, with a wooden face and a receding forehead, and his accuser, whom he had arrested the preceding evening, was a little grig of a red-haired man, obviously respectable and almost incoherent with rage. The anger of the little red-headed man was but natural, for he had just come out from a night in the station-house. He had been arrested late in the evening on suspicion that he was a policy player, because of the rows of figures on a piece of paper which he had held in his hand, and because at the time of his arrest he had just stepped into the entrance of a hall of a tenement house in order to read by lamplight. The paper was produced in evidence. There were the 3 rows of figures all right, but as the accused explained, hopping up and down with rage and excitement, they were all of them the numbers of hymns. He was the superintendent of a small Sunday school. He had written down the hymns for several future services, one under the other, and on the way home he was stopping to look at them, under a convenient lamp-post, and finally by the light of the lamp in the tenement-house hallway, and it was this conduct which struck the sagacious man in uniform as suspicious. One of the saddest features of police work is dealing with the social evil, with prostitutes and houses of ill fame. In so far as the law gave me power, I always treated the men taken in any raid on these houses precisely as the women were treated. My experience brought me to the very strong conviction that there ought not to be any toleration by law of the vice. I do not know of any method which will put a complete stop to the evil, but I do know certain things that ought to be done to minimize it. One of these is treating men and women on an exact equality for the same act. Another is the establishment of night courts and of special commissions to deal with this special class of cases. Another is that suggested by the Reverend Charles Stelzle, of the Labor Temple, to publish conspicuously the name of the owner of any property used for immoral purposes, after said owner had been notified of the use and has failed to prevent it. Another is to prosecute the keepers and backers of brothels, men and women, as relentlessly, and punish them as severely, as pickpockets and common thieves. They should never be fined, they should be imprisoned. As for the girls, the very young ones and first offenders should be put in the charge of probation officers or sent to reformatories, and the large percentage of feeble-minded girls and of incorrigible girls and women should be sent to institutions created for them. We would thus remove from this hideous commerce the articles of commerce. Moreover, the federal government must, in ever-increasing measures, proceed against the degraded promoters of this commercialism, for their activities are interstate, and the nation can often deal with them more effectively than the states. Although, as public sentiment becomes aroused, nation, state, and municipality will all cooperate towards the same end of rooting out the traffic. But the prime need is to raise the level of individual morality, and, moreover, to encourage early marriages, the single standard of sex morality, and a strict sense of reciprocal conjugal obligation. The women who preach late marriages are by just so much making it difficult to better the standard of chastity. As regards the white slave traffic, the men engaged in it, and the women too, are far worse criminals than any ordinary murderers can be. For them there is need of such a law as that recently adopted in England through the efforts of Arthur Lee, M.P., a law which includes whipping for the male offenders. There are brutes so low, so infamous, so degraded and bestial in their cruelty and brutality, that the only way to get at them is through their skins. Sentimentality on behalf of such men is really almost as unhealthy and wicked as the criminality of the men themselves. My experience is that there should be no toleration of any tenderloin or red light district, and that, above all, there should be the most relentless war on commercialized vice. The men who profit and make their living by the depravity and the awful misery of other human beings stand far below any ordinary criminals, and no measures taken against them can be too severe. As for the wretched girls who follow the dreadful trade in question, a good deal can be done by a change in economic conditions. This ought to be done. When girls are paid wages inadequate to keep them from starvation, or to permit them to live decently, a certain proportion are forced by their economic misery into lives of vice. The employers and all others responsible for these conditions stand on a moral level not far above the white slavers themselves. But it is a mistake to suppose that either the correction of these economic conditions or the abolition of the white slave trade will wholly correct the evil, or will even reach the major part of it. The economic factor is very far from being the chief factor in inducing girls to go into this dreadful life. As with so many other problems, while there must be governmental action, there must also be strengthening of the average individual character in order to achieve the desired end. Even where economic conditions are bad, girls who are both strong and pure will remain unaffected by temptations to which girls of weak character or lax standards readily yield. Any man who knows the wide variation in the proportions of the different races and nationalities engaged in prostitution must come to the conclusion that it is out of the question to treat economic conditions as the sole conditions, or even as the chief conditions, that determine this question. There are certain races, the Irish are honourably conspicuous among them, which, no matter what the economic pressure, furnish relatively few inmates of houses of ill fame. I do not believe that the differences are due to permanent race characteristics. This is shown by the fact that the best settlement houses find that practically all their long-term graduates, so to speak, all the girls that come for a long period under their influence, no matter what their race or national origin, remain pure. In every race there are some naturally vicious individuals and some weak individuals who readily succumb under economic pressure. A girl who is lazy and hates hard work, a girl whose mind is rather feeble, and who is of subnormal intelligence, as the phrase now goes, or a girl who craves cheap finery and vapid pleasure, is always in danger. A high ideal of personal purity is essential. Where the same pressure under the same economic condition has tenfold the effect on one set of people that it has on another, it is evident that the question of moral standards is even more important than the question of economic standards, very important though this question is. It is important for us to remember that the girl ought to have the chance, not only for the necessaries of life, but for innocent pleasure, and that, even more than the man, she must not be broken by overwork, by excessive toil. Moreover, public opinion and the law should combine to hunt down the flagrant man-swine who himself hunts down poor or silly or unprotected girls. But we must not, in foolish sentimentality, excuse the girl from her duty to keep herself pure. Our duty to achieve the same moral level for the two sexes must be performed by raising the level for the man, not by lowering it for the woman, and the fact that society must recognize its duty in no shape or way relieves, not even to the smallest degree, the individual from doing his or her duty. Sentimentality which grows maudlin on behalf of the wilful prostitute is a curse. To confound her with the entrapped or coerced girl, the real white slave, is both foolish and wicked. There are evil women, just as there are evil men, naturally depraved girls, just as there are naturally depraved young men, and the right and wise thing, the just thing, is to them, and the generous thing to the innocent girls and decent men, is to wage stern war against the evil creatures of both sexes. In company with Jacob Riis, I did much work that was not connected with the actual discipline of the force, or indeed with the actual work of the force. There was one thing which he and I abolished: police lodging-houses, which were simply tramp lodging-houses, and a fruitful encouragement to vagrancy. Those who read Mr. Riis's story of his own life will remember the incidents that gave him, from actual personal experience, his horror of these tramp lodging-houses. As a member of the Health Board, I was brought into very close relations with the conditions of life in the tenement houses. Here again I used to visit the different tenement house regions, usually in company with Riis, to see for myself what the conditions were. It was largely this personal experience that enabled me, while on the Health Board, to struggle not only zealously, but without reasonable efficiency and success, to improve conditions. We did our share in making forward strides in the matter of housing the working people of the city with some regard to decency and comfort. The midnight trips that Riis and I took enabled me to see what the police department was doing, and also gave me personal insight into some of the problems of city life. It is one thing to listen in perfunctory fashion to tales of overcrowded tenements, and it is quite another actually to see what overcrowding means, some hot summer night, by even a single inspection during the hours of darkness. There was a very hot spell one midsummer while I was police commissioner, and most of each night I spent walking through the tenement house districts and visiting police stations to see what was being done. It was a tragic week. We did everything possible to alleviate the suffering. Much of it was heartbreaking, especially the gasping misery of the little children and of the worn-out mothers. Every resource of the health department, of the police department, and even of the fire department, which flooded the hot streets, was taxed in the effort to render service. The heat killed such multitudes of horses that the means at our disposal for removing the poor dead beasts proved to be quite inadequate, although every nerve was strained to the limit. In consequence we received scores of complaints from persons before whose doors dead horses had remained, festering in the heat, for 2 or 3 days. One irascible man sent us furious denunciations, until we were at last able to send a big dray to drag away the horse that lay dead before his shop door. The huge dray already contained 11 other dead horses, and when it reached this particular door it broke down, and it was hours before it could be moved. The unfortunate man, who had thus been cursed with a granted wish, closed his doors in despair, and wrote us a final pathetic letter, in which he requested us to remove either the horses or his shop, he didn't care which. I have spoken before of my experience with the tenement house cigar factory law, which the highest court of New York State declared unconstitutional. My experience in the police department taught me that not a few of the worst tenement houses were owned by wealthy individuals, who hired the best and most expensive lawyers to persuade the courts that it was unconstitutional to insist on the betterment of conditions. These businessmen and lawyers were very adroit in using a word with a fine and noble association to cloak their opposition to vitally necessary movements for industrial fair play and decency. They made it evident that they valued the Constitution, not as a help to righteousness, but as a means for thwarting movements against unrighteousness. After my experience with them I became more set than ever in my distrust of these men, whether businessmen or lawyers, judges, legislators, or executive officers, who seek to make of the Constitution a fetich for the prevention of the work of social reform, for the prevention of work of the interest of those men, women, and children on whose behalf we should be at liberty to employ freely every governmental agency. Occasionally, during the 2 years, we had to put a stop to riotous violence, and now and then on these occasions some of the labor union leaders protested against the actions of the police. By this time I was becoming a strong believer in unions, a strong believer in the rights of labor. For that very reason I was all the more bound to see that lawlessness and disorder were put down, and that no rioter was permitted to masquerade under the guise of being a friend of labor or a sympathizer with labor. I was scrupulous to see that the labor men had fair play. For instance, they were allowed to picket just so far as under the law picketing could be permitted, so that the strikers had ample opportunity peacefully to persuade other labor men not to take their places. But I made it clearly and definitely understood that under no circumstances would I permit violence or fail to insist upon the keeping of order. If there were wrongs, I would join with a full heart in striving to have them corrected. But where there was violence, all other questions had to drop until order was restored. This is a democracy, and the people have the power, if they choose to exercise it, to make conditions as they ought to be made, and to do this strictly within the law, and therefore the first duty of the true democrat, of the man really loyal to the principles of popular government, is to see that law is enforced and order upheld. It was a peculiar gratification to me that so many of the labor leaders with whom I was thrown into contact grew cordially to accept this view. When I left the department, several called on me to say how sorry they were that I was not to continue in office. One, the secretary of the Journeyman Bakers and Confectioners International Union, Henry Wiseman, wrote me expressing his regret that I was going, and his appreciation as a citizen of what I had done as police commissioner. He added, "I am particularly grateful for your liberal attitude toward organized labor, your cordial championship of those speaking in behalf of the toilers, and your evident desire to do the right thing as you saw it at whatever cost." Some of the letters I received on leaving the department were from unexpected sources. Mr. E. L. Godkin, an editor who, in international matters, was not a patriotic man, wrote protesting against my taking the assistant secretaryship of the Navy, and adding, "I have a concern, as the Quakers say, to put on record my earnest belief that in New York you are doing the greatest work of which any American today is capable, and exhibiting to the young men of the country the spectacle of a very important office administered by a man of high character in the most efficient way amid 1,000 difficulties. As a lesson in politics, I cannot think of anything more instructive." About that same time I had a letter from Mr. (afterwards Ambassador) James Bryce, also expressing regret that I was leaving the police department, but naturally with much more appreciation of the work that was to be done in the Navy Department. This letter I quote, with his permission, because it conveys a lesson to those who are inclined always to think that the conditions of the present time are very bad. It was written July 7, 1897. Mr. Bryce spoke of the possibility of coming to America in a month or so, and continued, "I hope I may have a chance of seeing you if I do get over, and of drawing some comfort from you as regards your political phenomena, which, so far as I can gather from those of your countrymen I have lately seen, furnish some good opportunities for a persistent optimist like myself to show that he is not to be lightly discouraged. Don't suppose that things are specially nice, as a lady would say, in Europe, either. They are not." Mr. Bryce was a very friendly and extraordinarily competent observer of things American, and there was this distinct note of discouragement about our future in the intimate letter he was thus sending. Yet this was at the very time when the United States was entering on a dozen years during which our people accomplished more good, and came nearer realizing the possibilities of a great, free, and conscientious democracy than during any other dozen years in our history, save only the years of Lincoln's presidency and the period during which the nation was founded. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7, The War of America the Unready, Part 1. I suppose the United States will always be unready for war, and in consequence will always be exposed to great expense, and to the possibility of the gravest calamity when the nation goes to war. This is no new thing. Americans learn only from catastrophes and not from experience. There would have been no war in 1812 if, in the previous decade, America, instead of announcing that peace was her passion, instead of acting on the theory that unpreparedness averts war, had been willing to go to the expense of providing a fleet of a score of ships of the line. However, in that case, doubtless the very men who in the actual event deplored the loss of life and waste of capital which their own supineness had brought about would have loudly inveighed against the excessive and improper cost of armaments. So it all came about to the same thing in the end. There is no more thoroughgoing international Mrs. Gummidge, and no more utterly useless and often utterly mischievous citizen, than the peace at any price, universal arbitration type of being, who is always complaining either about war or else about the cost of the armaments which act as the insurance against war. There is every reason why we should try to limit the cost of armaments, as these tend to grow excessive, but there is also every reason to remember that in the present stage of civilization a proper armament is the surest guarantee of peace, and is the only guarantee that war, if it does come, will not mean irreparable and overwhelming disaster. In the spring of 1897 President McKinley appointed me Assistant Secretary of the Navy. I owed the appointment chiefly to the efforts of Senator H. C. Lodge of Massachusetts, who doubtless was actuated mainly by his long and close friendship for me, but also, I like to believe, by his keen interest in the Navy. The first book I had ever published, 15 years previously, was the History of the Naval War of 1812, and I have always taken the interest in the Navy which every good American ought to take. At the time I wrote the book, in the early 80s, the Navy had reached its nadir, and we were then utterly incompetent to fight Spain or any other power that had a navy at all. Shortly afterwards we began timidly and hesitatingly to build up a fleet. It is amusing to recall the roundabout steps we took to accomplish our purpose. In the reaction after the colossal struggle of the Civil War, our strongest and most capable men had thrown their whole energy into business, into money-making, into the development, and above all the exploitation and exhaustion at the most rapid rate possible of our natural resources, mines, forests, soil, and rivers. These men were not weak men, but they permitted themselves to grow short-sighted and selfish, and while many of them down at the bottom possessed the fundamental virtues, including the fighting virtues, others were purely of the glorified huckster or glorified pawnbroker type, which, when developed to the exclusion of everything else, makes about as poor a national type as the world has seen. This unadulterated huckster or pawnbroker type is rarely keenly sympathetic in matters of social and industrial justice, and is usually physically timid and likes to cover an unworthy fear of the most just war under high-sounding names. It was reinforced by the large mollycoddle vote. The people who are soft physically and morally, or who have a twist in them which makes them acidly cantankerous and unpleasant, as long as they can be so with safety to their bodies. In addition, there are the good people with no imagination and no foresight, who think war will not come, but that if it does come, armies and navies can be improvised, a very large element, typified by a senator I knew personally, in answer to a question as to what we would do if America were suddenly assailed by a first-class military power, that we would build a battleship in every creek. Then, among the wise and high-minded people who in self-respecting and genuine fashion strive earnestly for peace, there are the foolish fanatics always to be found in such a movement and always discrediting it, the men who form the lunatic fringe in all reform movements. All these elements taken together made a body of public opinion so important during the decades immediately succeeding the Civil War as to put a stop to any serious effort to keep the nation in a condition of reasonable military preparedness. The representatives of this opinion then voted just as they do now when they vote against battleships or against fortifying the Panama Canal. It would have been bad enough if we had been content to be weak, and in our view of weakness not to bluster. But we were not content with such a policy. We wished to enjoy the incompatible luxuries of an unbridled tongue and an unready hand. There was a very large element which was ignorant of our military weakness, or naturally enough unable to understand it, and another large element which liked to please its own vanity by listening to offensive talk about foreign nations. Accordingly, too many of our politicians, especially in Congress, found that the cheap and easy thing to do was to please the foolish peace people by keeping us weak, and to please the foolish violent people by passing denunciatory resolutions about international matters, resolutions which would have been improper even if we had been strong. Their idea was to please both the mollycoddle vote and the vote of the international tail-twisters by upholding, with pretended ardor and mean intelligence, a national policy of peace with insult. I abhor unjust war. I abhor injustice and bullying by the strong at the expense of the weak, whether among nations or individuals. I abhor violence and bloodshed. I believe that war should never be resorted to when, or so long as, it is honorably possible to avoid it. I respect all men and women who, from high motives and with sanity and self-respect, do all they can to avert war. I advocate preparation for war in order to avert war, and I should never advocate war unless it were the only alternative to dishonor. I describe the folly of which so many of our people were formerly guilty, in order that we may in our own day be on our guard against similar folly. We did not at the time of which I write take our foreign duties seriously, and as we combined bluster in speech with refusal to make any preparation whatsoever for action, we were not taken seriously in return. Gradually a slight change for the better occurred, the writings of Captain Mahan playing no small part therein. We built some modern cruisers to start with, the people who felt that battleships were wicked compromising with their misguided consciences by saying that the cruisers could be used to protect our commerce, which they could not be unless they had battleships to back them. Then we attempted to build some more powerful fighting vessels, and as there was a section of the public which regarded battleships as possessing a name immorally suggestive of violence, we compromised by calling the new ships armored cruisers, and making them combine with exquisite nicety all the defects and none of the virtues of both types. But there still remained a public opinion, as old as the time of Jefferson, which thought that in the event of war all our problem ought to be one of coast defense, that we should do nothing except repel attack, an attitude about as sensible as that of a prize-fighter who expects to win merely by parrying instead of hitting. To meet the susceptibilities of this large class of well-meaning people, we provided for the battleships under the name of coast defense battleships, meaning thereby that we did not make them quite as seaworthy as they ought to have been, or with quite as much coal capacity as they ought to have had. Then we decided to build real battleships, but there still remained a lingering remnant of public opinion that clung to the coast defense theory, and we met this in beautiful fashion by providing for sea-going coast defense battleships, the fact that the name was a contradiction in terms being of very small consequence compared to the fact that we did thereby get real battleships. Our men had to be trained to handle the ships singly and in fleet formation, and they had to be trained to use the new weapons of precision with which the ships were armed. Not a few of the older officers, kept in the service under our foolish rule of pure seniority promotion, were not competent for the task, but a proportion of the older officers were excellent, and this was true of almost all the younger officers. They were naturally first-class men, trained in the admirable naval school at Annapolis. They were overjoyed that at last they were given proper instruments to work with, and they speedily grew to handle these ships individually in the best fashion. They were fast learning to handle them in squadron and fleet formation, but when the war with Spain broke out, they had as yet hardly grasped the principles of modern scientific naval gunnery. Soon after I began work as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, I became convinced that the war would come. The revolt in Cuba had dragged its weary length until conditions in the island had become so dreadful as to be a standing disgrace to us for permitting them to exist. There is much that I sincerely admire about the Spanish character, and there are few men for whom I have felt greater respect than for certain gentlemen of Spain whom I have known. But Spain attempted to govern her colonies on archaic principles, which rendered her control of them incompatible with the advance of humanity and intolerable to the conscience of mankind. In 1898, the so-called war in Cuba had dragged along for years with unspeakable horror, degradation, and misery. It was not war at all, but murderous oppression. Cuba was devastated. During those years, while we continued at peace, several hundred times as many lives were lost, lives of men, women, and children, as were lost during the 3 months of war which put an end to this slaughter and opened a career of peaceful progress to the Cubans. Yet there were misguided professional philanthropists who cared so much more for names than for facts that they preferred a peace of continuous murder to a war which stopped the murder and brought real peace. Spain's humiliation was certain, anyhow. Indeed, it was more certain without war than with it, for she could not permanently keep the island, and she minded yielding the Cubans more than yielding to us. Our own direct interests were great, because of the Cuban tobacco and sugar, and especially because of Cuba's relation to the projected Isthmian Canal. But even greater were our interests from the standpoint of humanity. Cuba was at our very doors. It was a dreadful thing for us to sit supinely and watch her death agony. It was our duty, even more from the standpoint of national honor than from the standpoint of national interest, to stop the devastation and destruction. Because of these considerations I favored war, and today, when in retrospect it is easier to see things clearly, there are few humane and honorable men who do not believe that the war was both just and necessary. The big financiers and the men generally who were susceptible to touch on the money nerve, and who cared nothing for national honor if it conflicted even temporarily with business prosperity, were against the war. The more fatuous type of philanthropists agreed with them. The newspapers controlled by, or run in the interests of, these two classes deprecated war, and did everything in their power to prevent any preparation for war. As a whole, the people in Congress were at that time, and are now, a short-sighted set as regards international matters. There were a few men, Senators Cushman K. Davis, for instance, and John Morgan, who did look ahead, and Senator H. C. Lodge, who throughout his quarter of a century of service in the Senate and House has ever stood foremost among those who uphold, with far-sighted fearlessness and strict justice to others, our national honor and interest. But most of the congressmen were content to follow the worst of all possible courses, that is, to pass resolutions which made war more likely, and yet to decline to take measures which would enable us to meet the war if it did come. However, in the Navy Department we were able to do a good deal, thanks to the energy and ability of some of the bureau chiefs, and to the general good tone of the service. I soon found my natural friends and allies in such men as Evans, Taylor, Sampson, Wainwright, Bronson, Schroeder, Bradford, Cowles, Cameron, Winslow, O'Neill, and others like them. I used all the power there was in my office to aid these men in getting the material ready. I also tried to gather from every source information as to who the best men were to occupy the fighting positions. Sound naval opinion was overwhelmingly in favor of Dewey to command one squadron. I was already watching him, for I had been struck by an incident in his past career. It was at a time when there was a threat of trouble with Chile. Dewey was off the Argentine, and was told to get ready to move to the other coast of South America. If the move became necessary, he would have to have coal, and yet if he did not make the move, the coal would not be needed. In such a case, a man afraid of responsibility always acts rigidly by the regulations and communicates with the department at home to get authority for everything he does, and therefore he usually accomplishes nothing whatever, but is able to satisfy all individuals with red-tape minds by triumphantly pointing out his compliance with the regulations. In a crisis, the man worth his salt is the man who meets the needs of the situation in whatever way is necessary. Dewey purchased the coal and was ready to move at once if need arose. The affair blew over. The need to move did not occur, and for some time there seemed to be a chance that Dewey would get into trouble over having purchased the coal, for our people are like almost all others in requiring responsible officers, under such conditions, to decide at their own personal peril, no matter which course they follow. However, the people higher up ultimately stood by Dewey. The incident made me feel that here was a man who could be relied upon to prepare in advance, and to act promptly, fearlessly, and on his own responsibility when the emergency arose. Accordingly, I did my best to get him put in command of the Asiatic fleet, the fleet where it was most essential to have a man who would act without referring things back to the home authorities. An officer senior to him, of the respectable commonplace type, was being pushed by certain politicians who knew I had influence with the Navy Department and with the President. I would have preferred to see Dewey get the appointment, without appealing to any politician at all. But while this was my preference, the essential thing was to get him the appointment. For a naval officer to bring pressure to get himself a soft and easy place is unpardonable, but a large leniency should be observed toward the man who uses influence only to get himself a place in the picture near the flashing of the guns. There was a senator, Proctor of Vermont, who I knew was close to McKinley, and who was very ardent for the war, and desirous to have it fought in the most efficient fashion. I suggested to Dewey that he should enlist the services of Senator Proctor, which was accordingly done. In a fortunate hour for the Navy, Dewey was given command of the Asiatic Squadron. When the Maine was blown up in Havana Harbor, war became inevitable. A number of the peace-at-any-price men of course promptly assumed the position that she had blown herself up, but investigation showed that the explosion was from outside. And in any event it would have been impossible to prevent war. The enlisted men of the Navy, who often grew bored to the point of desertion in peace, became keyed up to a high pitch of efficiency, and crowds of fine young fellows, from the interior as well as from the sea-coast, thronged to enlist. The Navy officers showed alert ability and unwearied industry in getting things ready. There was one deficiency, however, which there was no time to remedy, and of the very existence of which, strange to say, most of our best men were ignorant. Our Navy had no idea how low our standard of marksmanship was. We had not realized that the modern battleship had become such a complicated piece of mechanism that the old methods of training in marksmanship were as obsolete as the old muzzle-loading broadside guns themselves. Almost the only man in the Navy who fully realized this was our naval attaché at Paris, Lieutenant Sims. He wrote letter after letter pointing out how frightfully backward we were in marksmanship. I was much impressed by his letters, but Wainwright was about the only other man who was. And as Sims proved to be mistaken in his belief that the French had taught the Spaniards how to shoot, and as the Spaniards proved to be much worse even than we were, in the service generally Sims was treated as an alarmist. But although I at first partly acquiesced in this view, I grew uneasy when I studied the small proportion of hits to shots made by our vessels in battle. When I was president I took up the matter, and speedily became convinced that we needed to revolutionize our whole training in marksmanship. Sims was given the lead in organizing and introducing the new system, and to him more than to any other one man was due the astonishing progress made by our fleet in this respect, a progress which made the fleet, gun for gun, at least 3 times as effective in point of fighting efficiency in 1908 as it was in 1902. The shots that hit are the shots that count. Like the people, the government was for a long time unwilling to prepare for war, because so many honest but misguided men believed that the preparation itself tended to bring on the war. I did not in the least share this feeling, and whenever I was left as acting secretary, I did everything in my power to put us in readiness. I knew that in the event of war Dewey could be slipped like a wolf-hound from a leash. I was sure that if he were given half a chance he would strike instantly and with telling effect, and I made up my mind that all I could do to give him that half chance should be done. I was in the closest touch with Senator Lodge throughout this period, and either consulted him about or notified him of all the moves I was taking. By the end of February I felt it was vital to send Dewey, as well as each of our other commanders who were not in home waters, instructions that would enable him to be in readiness for immediate action. On the afternoon of Saturday, February 25th, when I was acting secretary, Lodge called on me just as I was preparing the order, which, as it was addressed to a man of the right stamp, was of much importance to the subsequent operations. Admiral Dewey speaks of the incident as follows in his Autobiography. The first real step, as regards active naval preparations, was taken on February 25th, when telegraphic instructions were sent to the Asiatic, European, and South Atlantic squadrons to rendezvous at certain convenient points where, should war break out, they would be most available. The message to the Asiatic squadrons bore the signature of that assistant secretary who had seized the opportunity, while acting secretary, to hasten preparations for a conflict which was inevitable. As Mr. Roosevelt reasoned, precautions for readiness would cost little in time of peace, and yet would be invaluable in case of war. His cablegram was as follows: Washington, February 25th, '98. Dewey, Hong Kong. Order the squadron, except the Monocacy, to Hong Kong. Keep full of coal. In the event of declaration of war Spain, your duty will be to see that the Spanish squadron does not leave the Asiatic coast, and then offensive operations in Philippine Islands. Keep Olympia until further orders. Roosevelt. The reference to keeping the Olympia until further orders was due to the fact that I had been notified she would soon be recalled to the United States. All that was needed with Dewey was to give him the chance to get ready, and then to strike, without being hampered by orders from those not on the ground. Success in war depends very largely upon choosing a man fit to exercise such powers, and then giving him the powers. It would be instructive to remember, if only we were willing to do so, the fairly comic panic which swept in waves over our sea-coast, first when it became evident that war was about to be declared, and then when it was declared. The public waked up to the sufficiently obvious fact that the government was in its usual state, perennial unreadiness for war. Thereupon the people of the seaboard district passed at one bound from unreasoning confidence that war never could come, to unreasoning fear as to what might happen now that it had come. That acute philosopher, Mr. Dooley, proclaimed that in the Spanish War we were in a dream, but that the Spaniards were in a trance. This just about summed up the facts. Our people had for decades scoffed at the thought of making ready for possible war. Now, when it was too late, they not only backed every measure, wise and unwise, that offered a chance of supplying a need that ought to have been met before, but they also fell into a condition of panic apprehension as to what the foe might do. For years we had been saying, just as any number of our people now say, that no nation would venture to attack us. Then, when we did go to war with an exceedingly feeble nation, we, for the time being, rushed to the other extreme of feeling, and attributed to this feeble nation plans of offensive warfare which it never dreamed of making, and which, if made, would have been wholly unable to execute. Some of my readers doubtless remember the sinister intentions and unlimited potentialities for destruction with which the fertile imagination of the yellow press endowed the armored cruiser Vizcaya when she appeared in American waters just before the war was declared. The state of nervousness along much of the sea-coast was funny in view of the lack of foundation for it, but it offered food for serious thought as to what would happen if we ever became engaged with a serious foe. The governor of one state actually announced that he would not permit the National Guard of that state to leave its borders, the idea being to retain it against a possible Spanish invasion. So many of the businessmen of the city of Boston took their securities inland to Worcester that the safe deposit companies of Worcester proved unable to take care of them. In my own neighborhood on Long Island, clauses were gravely put into leases to the effect that if the property were destroyed by the Spaniards, the lease should lapse. As Assistant Secretary of the Navy, I had every conceivable impossible request made to me. Members of Congress, who had actively opposed building any navy, came clamorously around to ask each for a ship for some special purpose of protection connected with his district. It seems incredible, but it is true, that not only these congressmen but the chambers of commerce and boards of trade of different coast cities all lost their heads for the time being, and raised a deafening clamor and brought every species of pressure to bear on the administration to get it to adopt the one most fatal course, that is, to distribute the Navy, ship by ship, at all kinds of points and in all kinds of ports, with the idea of protecting everything everywhere, and thereby rendering it absolutely certain that even the Spanish fleet, poor as it was, would be able to pick up our own Navy ship by ship in detail. One congressman besought me for a ship to protect Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia, an island which derived its sole consequence because it contained the winter homes of certain millionaires. A lady whose husband occupied a very influential position, and who was normally a most admirable and sensible woman, came to insist that a ship should be anchored off a huge seaside hotel because she had a house in the neighborhood. There were many such instances. One stood out above the others. A certain seaboard state contained in its congressional delegation one of the most influential men in the Senate, and one of the most influential men in the lower house. These two men had been worse than lukewarm about building up the Navy, and had scoffed at the idea of there ever being any danger from any foreign power. With the advent of war the feelings of their constituents, and therefore their own feelings, suffered an immediate change, and they demanded that a ship be anchored in the harbor of their city as a protection. Getting no comfort from me, they went higher up, and became a kind of permanent committee in attendance upon the President. They were very influential men in the Houses, with whom it was important for the administration to keep on good terms, and moreover they possessed a pertinacity as great as the widow who won her case from the unjust judge. Finally, the President gave in and notified me to see that a ship was sent to the city in question. I was bound that, as long as a ship had to be sent, it should not be a ship worth anything. Accordingly, a Civil War monitor, with one smooth-bore gun, managed by a crew of about 21 naval militia, was sent to the city in question under convoy of a tug. It was a hazardous trip for the unfortunate naval militiamen, but it was safely accomplished, and joy and peace descended upon the senator and the congressman, and upon the President whom they had jointly harassed. Incidentally, the fact that the protecting war vessel, to any antagonist of much more modern construction than the galleys of Alcibiades, seemed to disturb nobody. This was one side of the picture. The other side was that the crisis at once brought to the front any amount of latent fighting strength. There were plenty of congressmen who showed cool-headed wisdom and resolution. The plain people, the men and women back of the persons who lost their heads, set seriously to work to see that we did whatever was necessary, and made the job a thorough one. The young men swarmed to enlist. In time of peace it had been difficult to fill the scanty regular army and navy, and there were innumerable desertions. Now the ships and regiments were over-enlisted, and so many deserters returned in order to fight that it became difficult to decide what to do with them. England, and to a lesser degree Japan, were friendly. The great powers of continental Europe were all unfriendly. They jeered at our ships and men, and with fatuous partisanship insisted that the Spaniards would prove too much for our mercenaries, because we were a commercial people of low ideals who could not fight, while the men whom we attempted to hire for that purpose were certain to run on the day of battle. End of Chapter 7, Part 1.
Chapter 7, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy55. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7. The War of America, the Unready, Part 2. Among my friends was the then Army Surgeon Leonard Wood. He was a surgeon. Not having an income, he had to earn his own living. He had gone through the Harvard Medical School and had then joined the Army in the Southwest as a contract doctor. He had every physical, moral, and mental quality which fitted him for a soldier's life and for the exercise of command. In the inconceivable wearing and harassing campaigns against the Apaches, he had served normally as a surgeon, really in command of troops in more than one expedition. He was as anxious as I was that if there were war, we should both have our part in it. I had always felt that if there were a serious war, I wished to be in a position to explain to my children why I did take part in it, and not why I did not take part in it. Moreover, I had very deeply felt that it was our duty to free Cuba, and I had publicly expressed this feeling, and when a man takes such a position, he ought to be willing to make his words good by his deeds, unless there is some very strong reason to the contrary. He should pay with his body. As soon as war was upon us, Wood and I began to try for a chance to go to the front. Congress had authorized the raising of 3 national volunteer cavalry regiments, wholly apart from the state contingents. Secretary Alger of the War Department was fond of me personally, and Wood was his family doctor. Alger had been a gallant soldier in the Civil War, and was almost the only member of the administration who felt all along that we would have to go to war with Spain over Cuba. He liked my attitude in the matter, and because of his remembrance of his own experiences, he sympathized with my desire to go to the front. Accordingly, he offered me the command of one of the regiments. I told him that after 6 weeks' service in the field, I would feel competent to handle the regiment, but that I would not know how to equip it or how to get it into the first action. but that Wood was entirely competent at once to take command, and that if he would make Wood colonel, I would accept the lieutenant colonelcy. General Alger thought this an act of foolish self-abnegation on my part, instead of it being what it was, the wisest act I could have formed. He told me to accept the colonelcy and that he would make Wood lieutenant colonel and that Wood would do the work anyway. But I answered that I did not wish to rise on any man's shoulders, that I hoped to be given every chance that my deeds and abilities warranted, but that I did not wish what I did not earn, and that above all I did not wish to hold any position where anyone else did work. He laughed at me a little and said I was foolish, but I do not think he really minded, and he promised to do as I wished. True to his word, he secured the appointment of Wood as colonel and of myself as lieutenant colonel of the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry. This was soon nicknamed, both by the public and by the rest of the army, the Rough Rider. Doubtless because the bulk of the men were from the southwestern ranch country and were skilled in the wild horsemanship of the Great Plains. Wood instantly began the work of raising the regiment. He first assembled several old non-commissioned officers of experience, put them in office, and gave them blanks for requisitions for the full equipment of a cavalry regiment. He selected San Antonio as the gathering place, as it was in a good horse country, where the Gulf from some port on which we could have to embark, and near an old arsenal and an old army post on which we got a good deal of stuff, some of it practically condemned, but we found serviceable at a pinch and much better than nothing. He organized a horse board in Texas and began purchasing all horses that were not too big and were sound. A day or two after he was commissioned, he wrote out in the office of the Secretary of War, under his authority, telegrams to the governors of Arizona, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Indiana Territory, in substance as follows. The President desires to raise volunteers in your territory to form part of a regiment of mounted riflemen to be commanded by Leonard Wood. Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, Lieutenant Colonel. He desires that the men selected should be young, sound, good shots, and good riders, and that you expedite by all means in your power the enrollment of these men. Signed by R. A. Alger, Secretary of War. As soon as he had attended to a few more odds and ends, he left Washington, and the day after his arrival in San Antonio, the troops began to arrive. For several weeks before I joined the regiment, to which Wood went ahead of me, I continued as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, trying to get some coherent plan between the War Department and the Navy Department, and also being used by Wood to finish getting the equipment for the regiment. As regards finding out what the plans of the War Department were, the task was simple. They had no plans. Even during the final months before the outbreak of hostilities, very little was done in the way of efficient preparation. On one occasion, when everyone knew that the declaration of war was sure to come in a few days, I went on the military business to the office of one of the highest line generals of the Army, a man who at that moment ought to have been working 18 hours out of the 24 on the vital problems ahead of him. What he was actually doing was trying on a new type of smart-looking uniform on certain enlisted men. And he called me in to ask my advice as to the position of the pockets of the blouse, with a view to making it look attractive. An aide of this general, funny enough, a good fighting man in actual service, when I consulted him as to what my uniform for the campaign should be, laid special stress upon my purchasing a pair of black top boots for full dress, explaining that they were very effective on hotel piazzas and in parlors. I did not intend to be in any hotel if it could possibly be avoided, and as things turned out, I had no full dress uniform, nothing but my service uniform during my brief experience in the Army. I suppose that war always does bring out what is highest and lowest in human nature. The contractors who furnish war materials to the Army or the Navy in time of war stand on a level of infamy only 1 degree above that of the participants in the white slave traffic themselves. But there is conduct far short of this which yet seems inexplicable to any man who has in him any spirit of disinterested patriotism combined with any power of imagination. Respectable men, who I suppose lack the imagination thoroughly to realize what they were doing, try to make money out of the nation's necessities in war at the very time that other men are making every sacrifice, financial and personal, for the cause. In the closing weeks of my service as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, we were collecting ships for auxiliary purposes. Some men, at cost to their own purses, helped us freely and with efficiency. Others treated the affair as an ordinary business transaction, and yet others endeavored, at some given crisis when our need was great, to sell us inferior vessels at exorbitant prices, and used every pressure through senators and congressmen to accomplish their ends. In 1 or 2 cases they did accomplish them too, until we got a really first-class board established to superintend such purchases. A more curious experience was in connection with the point chosen for the starting of the expedition against Cuba. I had not supposed that any human being could consider this matter save from the standpoint of military need. But one morning, a very wealthy and influential man, a respectable and upright man according to his own lights, called on me to protest against our choice of Tampa, and to put in a plea for a certain other port, on the ground that his railroad was entitled to its share of the profit for hauling the Army and equipment. I happen to know that at this time, this very man had kinsfolk in the Army who served gallantly, and the circumstances of his coming to me were such as to show that he was not acting sick and had no idea that there was anything out of the way in his proposal. I think the facts were merely that he had been trained to regard businesses as the sole object in life, and that he lacked the imagination to enable him to understand the real nature of the request that he was making. And, moreover, he had good reason to believe that one of his business competitors had been unduly favored. The War Department was in far worse shape than the Navy Department. The young officers turned out from West Point are precisely as good as the young officers turned out from Annapolis, and this always has been true. But at that time, something has been done to remedy the worst conditions since, and ever since the close of the Civil War, the conditions were such that after a few years the Army officer stagnated so far as his profession was concerned. When the Spanish War broke out, the Navy really was largely on a war footing, as any Navy which is even respectable, cared for in time of peace must be. The admirals, captains, and lieutenants were continually practicing their profession in almost precisely the way that it has to be practiced in time of war. Except actually shooting at a foe, most of the men on board ship went through in time of peace practically all that they would have to go through in time of war. The heads of bureaus in the Navy Department were for the most part men who had seen sea service, who expected to return to sea service, and who were preparing for needs which they themselves knew by experience. Moreover, the civilian head of the Navy had to provide for keeping the ships in a state of reasonable efficiency, and Congress could not hopelessly misbehave itself about the way the Navy without the fact at once becoming evident. All this was changed so far as the Army was concerned. Not only was it possible to decrease the efficiency of the Army without being called to account for it, but the only way in which the Secretary of War could gain credit for himself or the administration was by economy, and the easiest way to economize was in connection with something that would not be felt unless war should arise. The people took no interest whatever in the Army. Demagogues clamored against it, and inadequate thought it was in size, insisted that it should be still further reduced. Popular orators always appealed to the volunteers. The regulars had no votes, and there was no point in politicians thinking of them. The chief activity shown by congressmen about the Army was in getting special Army posts built in places where there was no need for them. Even the work of the Army in its campaigns against the Indians was of such a character that it was generally performed by small bodies of 50 or 100 men. Until a man ceased being a lieutenant, he is usually had plenty of professional work to attend to and was employed in the field, and in short had the same kind of practice that his brother in the Navy had. And he did his work as well. But once past this stage, he had almost no opportunity to perform any work corresponding to his rank, and but little opportunity to do any military work whatsoever. The very best men like Lawton, Young, Chaffee, Hawkins, and Sumner, to mention only men under or beside whom I served, remained good soldiers, soldiers of the best stamp, in spite of disheartening conditions. But it was not to be expected that the average man could continue to grow when every influence was against him. Accordingly, when the Spanish War suddenly burst upon us, a number of inert elderly captains and field officers were, much against their own wishes, suddenly pitchforked into the command of regiments, brigades, and even divisions and army corps. Often these men failed painfully. This was not their fault. It was the fault of the nation. That is, the fault of all of us, of you, my reader, and of myself, and of those like us, because we had permitted conditions to be such as to render these men unfit for command. Take a stout captain of an out-of-the-way two-company post, where nothing in the world ever occurred, even resembling military action, and where the only military problem that really convulsed the post to its foundations was the quarrel between the captain and the quartermaster as to how high a mule's tail ought to be shaved. I am speaking of an actual incident. What could be expected of such a man, even though 35 years before he had been a gallant second lieutenant in the Civil War? If, after his intervening do-nothing period, he was suddenly put in command of raw troops in a midsummer campaign in the tropics. The bureau chiefs were, for the most part, elderly incompetents, whose idea was to do their routine duties in such way as to escape the censure of routine bureaucratic superiors and to avoid a congressional investigation. They had not the slightest conception of preparing the Army for war. It was impossible that they could have any such conception. The people and the Congress did not wish the Army prepared for war. And those editors and philanthropists and peace advocates who felt vaguely that if the Army were incompetent, their principles were safe, always inveighed against any proposal to make it efficient, on the ground that this showed a natural bloodthirstiness in the proposer. When such were the conditions, it was absolutely impossible that either the War Department or the Army could do well in the event of war. Secretary Alger happened to be secretary when war broke out, and all the responsibility for the shortcomings of the department were visited upon his devoted head. He was made the scapegoat for our national shortcomings. The fault was not his. The fault and responsibility lay with us, the people, who for 33 years had permitted our representatives in Congress and in national executive office to bear themselves so that it was absolutely impossible to avoid the great bulk of all of the trouble that occurred and of all of the shortcomings of which our people complained during the Spanish War. The chief immediate cause was the conditions of red tape bureaucracy which existed in the War Department at Washington, which had prevented any good organization or the preparation of any good plan of operation for using our men and supplies. The recurrence of these conditions, even though in somewhat less aggravated form, in any future emergency is as certain as sunrise unless we bring about the principle of a 4 years detail in the staff corps, a principle which Congress has now for years stubbornly refused to grant. There are nations who only need to have peaceful ideals inculcated and to whom militarism is a curse and a misfortune. There are other nations like our own, so happily situated that the thought of war is never present in their minds. They are wholly free from any tendency improperly to exalt or to practice militarism. These nations should never forget that there must be military ideals no less than peaceful ideals. The exaltation of Nagi's career, set forth so strikingly in Stanley Washburn's little volume on the great Japanese warrior, contains much that is especially needed for us of America, prone as we are to regard the exigencies of a purely commercial and industrial civilization as excusing us from the need of admiring and practicing the heroic and warlike virtues. Our people are not military. We need normally only a small standing army, but there should be behind it a reserve of instructed men big enough to fill it up to full war strength, which is over twice the peace strength. Moreover, the young men of the country should realize that it is the duty of every one of them to prepare himself so that in time of need he may speedily become an efficient soldier. A duty now generally forgotten, but which should be recognized as one of the vitally essential parts of every man's training. In endeavoring to get the Rough Riders equipped, I met with some experiences which were both odd and instructive. There were not enough arms and other necessities to go around, and there was keenly rivalry among the intelligent and zealous commanders of the volunteer organizations as to who should get first choice. Wood's experience was what enabled us to equip ourselves in short order. There was another cavalry organization whose commander was at the War Department about this time, and we had been eyeing him with much alertness as a rival. One day I asked him what his plans were about arming and drilling his troops, who were precisely the type of our own men. He answered what he expected, to give each of the boys 2 revolvers and a lariat and then just turn them loose. I reported the conversation to Wood with the remark that we might feel ourselves safe from rivalry in that quarter, and safe we were. In trying to get the equipment, I met with checks and rebuffs, and in return was the cause of worry and concerns of various bureau chiefs who were unquestionably estimable men in their private and domestic relations, and who no doubtless had been good officers 30 years before, but who were as unfit for modern war as if they were so many smooth bores. One fine old fellow did his best to persuade us to take black powder rifles, explaining with paternal indulgence that no one yet really knew just what smokeless powder might do, and that there was a good deal to be said in favor of having smoke to conceal us from the enemy. I saw this pleasing theory actually worked out in practice later on, for the National Guard regiments with us at Santiago had black powder muskets, and the regular artillery black powder guns, and they really might almost as well have replaced these weapons by crossbows and magnolias. We succeeded, thanks to Wood, in getting the same cavalry carbines that were used by the regulars. We were determined to do this, not only because the weapons were good, but because this would in all probability mean that we were brigaded with the regular cavalry, which it was certain would be sent immediately to the front for the fighting. There was one worthy bureau chief who was continually refusing applications of mine as irregular. In each case, I would appeal to Secretary Auger, who helped me in every way, and get an order from him counterance the irregularity. For instance, I found out that as we were near the July date than the January date for the issuance of clothing, and as it had long been customary to issue the winter clothing in July, so as to give ample leisure for getting it to all of the various posts, it was therefore solemnly proposed to issue the same winter clothing to us who were about to start for a summer campaign in the tropics. This would seem incredible to those who have never dealt with an inert officialdom, a red tape bureaucracy, but such is the fact. I rectified this and got an order for khaki clothing. We were then told we would have to advertise 30 days for horses. This meant that we would have missed the Santiago expedition. So I made another successful appeal to the secretary. Other difficulties came up about wagons and various articles, and in each case the same result followed. On the last occasion, when I came up in triumph with the needed order, the worried office head, who bore me no animosity, but who did feel that fate had been very unkind, threw himself back in his chair and exclaimed with a sigh, "Oh dear, I had this office running in such good shape, and then along came the war and upset everything." His feeling was that war was an illegitimate interruption to the work of the War Department. There were, of course, department heads and bureau chiefs and assistants who, in spite of the worthlessness of the system and of the paralyzing conditions that had prevailed, remained first-class men. An example of these was Commissionary General Weston. His energy, activity, administrative efficiency, and common sense was supplemented by an eager desire to help everybody do the best that could be done. But in Washington, and again down at Santiago, we owed him very much. When I was president, it was my good fortune to repay him in part our debt, which means the debt of the people of the country, by making him a major general. The regiment assembled in Santiago, and when I reached there, the regiment assembled at San Antonio. When I reached there, the men, rifle, and horses, which were the essentials, were coming in fast, and the saddles, blankets, and the like were also accumulating. Thanks to Wood's exertion, when we reached Tampa, we were rather better equipped than most of the regular regiments. We adhered strictly to field equipment, allowing no luxuries or anything else unnecessary, and so we were able to move off the field when ordered, with our own transportation, leaving nothing behind. I suppose every man tends to brag about his regiment, but it does seem to me that there never was a regiment better worth bragging about than ours. Wood was an exceptional commander, of great power with a remarkable gift for organization. The rank and file was as fine natural fighting men as ever carried a rifle or rode a horse in any country or any age. We had a number of first-class young fellows from the East, most of them from colleges like Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. But the great majority of the men were Southwesterners, from the then territories of Oklahoma, Indian Territory, Arizona, and New Mexico. They were accustomed to the use of firearms, accustomed to taking care of themselves in the open. They were intelligent and self-reliant. They possessed hardihood and endurance and physical prowess. And above all, they had a fighting edge, the cool and resolute fighting temper. They went into the war with full knowledge, having deliberately counted the cost. In the great majority of cases, each man was chiefly anxious to find out what he should do to make the regiment a success. They brought first and last about 800 copies of the cavalry drill regulations and studied them industriously. Such men were practically soldiers to start with in all the essentials. It is small wonder that with them as material to work upon, the regiment was raised, armed, equipped, drilled, sent on trains to Tampa, embarked, disembarked, and put through 2 victorious offensive, not defensive, fights in which 1/3 of the officers and 1/5 of the men were killed or wounded, all within 60 days. It is a good record, and it speaks well for the men of the regiment, and it speaks well for Wood. To counterbalance the newspapers which ignorantly and indiscriminately praised all the volunteers, there were others who blamed was of the same intelligent quality. The New York Evening Post on June 18th gave expressions to the following gloomy foreboding. Competent observers have remarked that nothing more extraordinary has been done than the sending to Cuba of the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry, known as the Rough Riders. Organized but 4 weeks, barely given their full complement of officers, and only a week of regular drill, these men have been sent to the front before they have learned the first elements of soldiering and discipline, or have even become acquainted with their officers. In addition to all this, like the regular cavalry, they have been sent with only their carbines and revolvers to meet an enemy armed with long-range rifles. There have been few cases of such military cruelty in our military annals. A week or so after this not wholly happy prophet was promulgated, the cruelty was consummated, first at Las Guasimas and then in the San Juan fighting. Wood was so busy getting the regiment ready that when I reached San Antonio, he turned most of the drilling of it over to me. This was a piece of great good fortune for me, and I drilled the men industriously, mounted and unmounted. I had plenty to learn, and the men and the officers even more, but we went at our work with the heartiest goodwill. We speedily made it evident that there was no room and no mercy for any man who shirked any duty, and we accomplished good results. The fact is that the essentials of drill and work for a cavalry or any infantry regiment are easy to learn, which of course is not true for the artillery or the engineers or for the Navy. The reason why it takes so long to turn the average civilized men into good infantrymen or cavalrymen is because it takes a long while to teach the average untrained man how to shoot, to ride, to march, to take care of himself in the open, to be alert, resourceful, cool, daring, resolute, to obey quickly, as well as to be willing and to fit himself to act on his own responsibility. If he already possesses these qualities, there is very little difficulty in making him a soldier. All the drill that is necessary to enable him to march and to fight is of a simple character. Parade ground and barrack square maneuvers are of no earthly consequence in real war. When men can readily change from line to column and column to line, can form front in any direction and assemble and scatter, and can do these things with speed and precision, they have a fairly good grasp of the essentials. When our regiment reached Tampa, it could already be handled creditably at fast gaits, and in both mass and extended formations, mounted and dismounted. I had served 3 years in the New York National Guard, finally becoming a captain. This experience was invaluable to me. It enabled me at once to train the men in the simple drill without which they would have been a mob. For although the drill requirements are simple, they are also absolutely indispensable. But if I had believed that my experience in the National Guard had taught me all that there was to teach about a soldier's career, it would have been better for me not to have been in it at all. There were in the regiment a number of men who had served in the National Guard, and a number of others who had served in the regular army. Some of these latter had served in the field in the West under campaign conditions, and were accustomed to long marches, privation, risk, and unexpected emergencies. These men were of the utmost benefit to the regiment. They already knew their profession and could teach and help the others. But if the man had merely served in a National Guard regiment or in the regular army at some post in a civilized country where he learned nothing except what could be picked up in the parade ground, in the barracks, and in practice marches of a few miles along good roads, then it depended purely upon his own good sense whether he had been helped or hurt by the experience. If he realized that he had learned only 5% of his profession, that there remained 95% to accomplish before he would be a good soldier, why, he had profited immensely. To start with 5% handicap was a very great advantage, and if the man was really a good man, he could not be overtaken. But if the man thought that he had learned all about the profession of a soldier because he had been in the National Guard or in the regular army under the conditions I have described, then he was actually of less use than if he had never had any military experience at all. Such a man was apt to think that nicety of alignment, precision in wheeling, and correctness in the manual arms were the ends of training and the guarantees of good soldiership, and that from guard mounting to sentry duty, everything in war was to be done in accordance with what he had learned in peace. As a matter of fact, most of what he had learned was never used at all, and some of it had to be unlearned. The only thing, for instance, that a sentry ought never to do in an actual campaign is to walk up and down a line where he would be conspicuous. His business is to lie down somewhere off a ridge crest where he can see any one approaching, but where a man approaching cannot see him. As for the ceremonies, During the really hard part of a campaign, only the barest essentials are necessary, or are kept. Almost all of the junior regular officers and many of the senior regular officers were fine men, but through no fault of their own had been forced to lead lives that fairly paralyzed their efficiency when the strain of modern war came on them. The routine, elderly regular officer who knew nothing whatever of modern war was in most respects nearly as worthless as a raw recruit. The positions and commands prescribed in the textbooks were made into fetishes by some of these men and treated as if they were the ends, instead of the not always important means by which the ends were to be achieved. In the Cuban fighting, for instance, it would have been folly for me to have taken my place in the rear of the regiment, the canonical textbook position. My business was to be where I could keep most command over the regiment, and in a rough and tumble scrambling fight in thick jungle, this had to depend upon the course of events, and usually meant that I had to be at the front. I saw in that fighting more than one elderly regiment commander who unwittingly rendered the only service he could render to his regiment by taking up his proper position several hundred yards in the rear when the fighting began. For then the regiment disappeared in the jungle, and for its good fortune the commanding officer never saw it again until long after the fight was over. After one Cuban fight, a lieutenant colonel of the regulars, in command of a regiment, who had met with just such an experience and had rejoined us at the front several hours after the close of the fighting, asked me what my men were doing when the fight began. I answered that they were following in trance in column of twos, and that the instant the shooting began, I deployed them as skirmishers on both sides of the trail. He answered triumphantly, "You can't deploy men as skirmishers from column formation," to which I responded, "Well, I did, and, what is more, if any captain had made any difficulty about it, I would have sent him to the rear." My critic was quite correct from the parade ground standpoint. The prescribed orders at that time were to deploy the column first into a line of squads at correct intervals, and then to give an order which, if my memory serves correctly, ran as skirmishes by the right and left flanks at 6 yards, take intervals, march. The order I really gave ran more like this: scatter out to the right there, quick cue, scatter to the left, look alive, and they looked alive, and they scattered, and each took advantage of cover, and forward went the line. Now, I do not wish what I have said to be misunderstood. If ever we have a great war, the bulk of our soldiers will not be men who have had any opportunity to train soul and mind and body so as to meet the iron needs of an actual campaign. Long continued and faithful drill will alone put these men in shape to begin to do their duty, and failure to recognize this on the part of the average man will mean laziness and folly, and not the possession of efficiency. Moreover, if men have been trained to believe, for instance, that they can arbitrate questions of vital interest and national honor, if they have been brought up with flabbiness of moral fiber as well as flabbiness of physique, then there will be need of long and laborious and faithful work to give the needed tone to mind and body. But if the men have in them the right stuff, it is not so very difficult. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7, The War of America, the Unready, Part 3. At San Antonio, we entrained for Tampa. In various sociological books by authors of continental Europe, there were jeremiads as to the way in which service in the great European armies, with their minute and machine-like efficiency and regularity, tends to dwarf the capacity for individual initiative among the officers and men. There is no such danger for any officer or man of a volunteer organization in America when our country, with playful light-heartedness, has practiced or has pranced into war without making any preparations for it. I know no larger or finer field for the display of an advanced individualism than that which opened before us as we went from San Antonio to Tampa, camped there, and embarked on a transport for Cuba. Nobody ever had any definite information to give us, and whatever information we unearthed on our own account was usually wrong. Each of us had to show an alert and not over-scrupulous self-reliance in order to obtain food for his men, provender for his horses, or transportation of any kind for any object. One lesson early impressed on me was that if I wanted anything to eat, it was wise to carry it with me. And if any new war should arise, I would earnestly advise the men of every volunteer organization always to proceed upon the belief that their supplies will not turn up, and to take every opportunity of getting food for themselves. Tampa was a scene of the wildest confusion. There were miles of tracks loaded with cars of the contents of which nobody seemed to have any definite knowledge. General Miles, who was supposed to have supervision over everything, and General Schaefer, who had charge of the expedition, were both there. But thanks to the fact that nobody had had any experience in handling even such a small force as ours, about 17,000 men, there was no semblance of order. Wood and I were bound that we should not be left behind when the expedition started. When we were finally informed that it was to leave next morning, we were ordered to go to a certain track to meet a train. We went to the track, but the train never came. Then we were sent to another track to meet another train. Again, it never came. However, we found a coal train of which we took possession, and the conductor, partly under duress and partly in a spirit of friendly helpfulness, took us down to the Equay. All kinds of other organizations, infantry and cavalry, regular and volunteer, were arriving at the quay and wandering around it, and there was no place where we could get any specific information as to what transport we were to have. Finally, Wood was told to get any ship you can get which is not already assigned. He borrowed without leave a small motorboat, and commandeered the transport Yucatan. When asked by the captain what his authority was, he reported that he was acting by orders of General Schaefer and directed the ship to be brought to the dock. He had already sent me word to be ready, as soon as the ship touched the pier, to put the regiment aboard her. I found that she had already been assigned to a regular regiment and to another volunteer regiment, and as it was evident that not more than half of the men assigned to her could possibly get on, I was determined that we should not be among the men left off. The volunteer regiment offered a comparatively easy problem. I simply marched my men past them to the allotted place and held the gangway. With the regulars I had to be a little more diplomatic, because their commander, a lieutenant colonel, was my superior in rank, and also doubtless knew his rights. He sent word to me to make way, to draw my regiment off to one side, and let his take possession of the gangway. I could see the transport coming in, and could dimly make out Wood's figure thereon. Accordingly, I played for time. I sent respectful requests through his officers to the commander of the regulars, entered into parleys, and made protestations until the transport got near enough so that by yelling at the top of my voice I was able to get into a highly constructive communication with Wood. What he was saying, I had no idea, but he was evidently speaking, and my own responsibility I translated into directions to hold the gangway, and so informed the regulars that I was under the orders of my superior and of a ranking officer, and to my great regret, etc., etc., could not give way as they desired. As soon as the transport was fast, we put our men aboard at the double. Half of the regiment got on, and the other half and the other volunteer regiment went somewhere else. We were kept several days on the transport, which was jammed with men, so that it was hard to move about on the deck. Then we got under way, and we steamed slowly down to Santiago. Here we disembarked, higgledy-piggledy, just as we had embarked. Different ports of different outfits were jumbled together, and it was no light labor afterwards to assemble the various batteries. For instance, one transport has guns, and the other locks for the guns, the two not getting together for several days after one of them had been landed. Soldiers went here, provisions there, and who got ashore first largely depended upon individual activity. Fortunately for us, my former naval aide, when I had been Assistant Secretary to the Navy, Lieutenant Commander Sharp, a first-class fellow, was there in command of a little ship to which I had succeeded in getting him appointed before I left the Navy Department. He gave us a black pilot who took our transport right inshore, the others flowing like a flock of sheep, and we disembarked with our rifles, ammunition belts, and not much else. In theory, it was out of our turn, but if we had not disembarked then, heaven only knows when our turn would have come, and we did not intend to be out of the fighting if we could help it. I carried some food in my pockets and a light waterproof coat, which was my sole camp equipment for the next 2 or 3 days. 24 hours after getting ashore, we marched from Dequoy, where we had landed, to Sorbonne, also on the coast, reaching it during a terrific downpour rain. When this was over, we built a fire, dried our clothes, and ate whatever we had brought with us. We were brigaded with the 1st and 10th Regular Cavalry, under Brigadier General Sam Young. He was a fine type of the American regular, like General Chaffee, another of the same type. He had entered the army in the Civil War as a private. Later, when I was president, it was my good fortune to make each of them in succession Lieutenant General of the Army of the United States. When General Young retired and General Chaffee was to take his place, the former sent to the latter his 3 stars to wear on his first official presentation, with a note that they were from Private Young to Private Chaffee. The 2 fine old fellows had served in the ranks, one in the cavalry, one in the infantry. In their golden youth, in the days of the Great War nearly half a century before, each had grown gray in a lifetime of honorable service under the flag, and each closed his active career in command of the army. General Young was one of the few men who had given and taken wounds with the saber. He was an old friend of mine, and when in Washington before starting for the front, he told me that if we got in his brigade, he would put us into the fighting all right. He kept his word. General Young had actively superintended getting his 2 regular regiments, or at least a squadron of each, off the transports, and late that night he sent us word that he had received permission to move at dawn and strike the Spanish advanced position. He directed us to move along a ridge trail with our 2 squadrons, one squadron having been left at Tampa, with the 2 other squadrons of regulars, one of the 1st and one of the 10th. Under his personal supervision, he marched for the Valley Trail. Accordingly, Wood took us along the hill trail early next morning, till we struck the Spaniards and began our fight just as the regulars began the fight in the Valley Trail. It was a mountainous country covered with thick jungle, a most confusing country, and I had an awful time trying to get into the fight and trying to do what was right when in it, and all the while I was thinking that I was the only man who did not know what I was about, and that all the others did. Whereas, as I found out later, pretty much everybody else was as much in the dark as I was. There was no surprise. We struck the Spaniards exactly where we had expected. Then Wood halted us and put us into the fight deliberately and in order. He ordered us to deploy alternately by troops to the right and left of the trail, giving our senior major, Brody, a West Pointer and as good a soldier as ever wore a uniform, the left wing, while I took the right wing. I was told, if possible, to connect with the regulars who were on the right. In theory, this was excellent, but as the jungle was very dense, the first troop that deployed to the right vanished forthwith, and I never saw it again until the fight was over, having a frightful feeling meanwhile that I might be court-martialed for losing it. The next troop deployed to the left under Brody. Then the third came along, and I started to deploy it to the right as before. By the time the first platoon had gotten into the jungle, I realized that it likewise would disappear unless I kept hold of it. I managed to keep possession of the last platoon. One learns fast in a fight, and I marched this platoon and my next 2 troops in column through the jungle without any attempt to deploy until we got on the firing line. This sounds simple, but it was not. I did not know when I had gotten on the firing line. I could hear a good deal of firing, some over to my right at a good distance, and the rest to the left and ahead. I pushed on, expecting to strike the enemy somewhere between. Soon we came to the brink of a deep valley. There was a good deal of crackling of rifles way off in front of us, but as they used smokeless powder, we had no idea as to exactly where they were or who they were shooting at. Then it dawned on us that we were the target. The bullets began to come overhead, making a sound like the ripping of a silk dress, with sometimes a kind of pop. A few of my men fell, and I deployed the rest, making them lie down and get behind trees. Richard Harding Davis was with us, and as we scanned the landscape with our glasses, it was he who first pointed out to us some Spaniards in a trench some 3/4 of a mile off. It was difficult to make them out. There were not many of them. However, we finally did make them out, and we could see their conical hats, for the trench was a poor one. We advanced, firing at them, and drove them off. What to do then, I had not had an idea. The country in front fell away into a very difficult jungle-filled valley. There was nothing but jungle all around, and if I advanced, I was afraid I may get out of touch with everybody and not be going in the right direction. Moreover, as far as I could see, there was now nobody in front who was shooting at us, although some of the men on my left insisted that our own men had fired into us, an allegation which I soon found was almost always made in such a fight, and which in this case was not true. At this moment, some of the regulars appeared across the ravine on our right. The first thing they did was to fire a volley at us, but one of our first sergeants went up a tree and waved a guillotine at them, and they stopped. Firing was still going on to our left, however, and I was never more puzzled to know what to do. I did not wish to take my men out of their position without orders, for fear that I might thereby be leaving a gap if there was a Spanish force which meditated an offensive return. On the other hand, it did not seem to me that I had been doing enough fighting to justify my existence, and there was obviously fighting going on to the left. I remember that I kept thinking of the refrain of the fox hunting song, "Here's to every friend who struggled to the end." In a hunting field, I had always acted on this theory, and no matter how discouraging appearances might be, had never stopped trying to get in at the death until the hunt was actually over. And now that there was work and not play on hand, I intended to struggle as hard as I knew how not to be left out of any fighting into which I could, with any possible priority, get. So I left my men where they were and started off at a trot toward where the firing was, with a couple of orderlies to send back for the men in case that proved advisable. Like most tyros, I was wearing my sword, which in thick jungle now and then got between my legs. From that day on, it always went corded in the baggage. I struck the trail and began to pass occasionally dead men. Pretty soon I reached wood and found, much to my pleasure, that I had done the right thing, for as I came up, word was brought to him that Brodie had been shot, and he at once sent me to take charge of the left wing. It was more open country there, and at least I was able to get a glimpse of my own men and exercise some control over them. There was much firing going on, but for the life of me I could not see any Spaniards, and neither could anyone else. Finally we made up our minds that they were shooting at us from a set of red tile ranch buildings a good way in front, and these I assaulted, finally charging them, before we came anywhere near the Spaniards, who, as it proved, really were inside and around them, abandoned them, leaving a few dead men. By the time I had taken possession of these buildings, all firing had ceased everywhere. I had not the faintest idea what had happened, whether the fight was over, or whether this was merely a lull in the fight, or where the Spaniards were, or whether we might be attacked again, or whether we ought ourselves to attack somebody somewhere else. I got my men in order and sent out small parties to explore the ground in front. Who returned without finding any foe? By this time, as a matter of fact, the Spaniards were in full retreat. Meanwhile, I was extending my line so as to get in touch with our people on the right. Word was brought to me that Wood had been shot, which fortunately proved not to be true. And as, if this were so, it meant that I must take charge of the regiment. I moved over personally to inquire. Soon I learned that he was all right, that the Spaniards had retreated along the main road, and that Colonel Wood and 2 or 3 other officers were a short distance away. Before I reached them, I encountered a captain of the 9th Cavalry, very glum because his troopers had not been in time to take part in the fight, and he congratulated me with visible effort upon my share in our first victory. I thanked him cordially, not confiding in him that till that moment I myself knew exceedingly little about the victory, and proceeded to where Generals Wheeler, Lawton, and Chaffee, who had just come up in company with Wood, were seated on a bank. They expressed appreciation of the way that I had handled my troops, first on the right wing and then on the left. As I was quite prepared to find I had committed some awful sin, I did my best to accept this in a nonchalant manner, and not to look as relieved as I felt, as throughout the morning I had observed a specialist aspect of wisdom, and had commanded first one and then the other wing. The fight was really a capital thing for me, for practically all of the men had served under my actual command, and thenceforth felt an enthusiastic belief that I would lead them all right. It was a week after this skirmish before the army made the advance on Santiago. Just before this occurred, General Young was stricken down with fever. General Wheeler, who had commandeered the cavalry division, was put in general charge of the left wing of the army, which fought before the city itself. Brigadier General Sam Sumner, an excellent officer, who had the 2nd Cavalry Brigade, took command of the cavalry division, and Wood took command of our brigade, while, to my intense delight, I got my regiment. Therefore, I had command of the regiment before the stiffest fighting occurred. Later, when Wood was put in command in Santiago, I became the brigadier commander. Late in the evening, we camped at El Paso. There were 2 regular officers, the brigadier commandeer's aides, Lieutenants A. L. Mills and W. E. Shipp, who were camped by our regiment. Each of my men had food in his haversack, but I had none, and I would have gone supperless to bed if Miles and Shipp had not given me out of their scanty scores of big sandwich, which I shared with my orderly, who also had nothing. Next morning, my body servant Marshall, an ex-soldier of the 9th Colored Cavalry, a fine and faithful fellow, had turned up, and I was able in my turn to ask Mills and Shipp, who had eaten all their food the preceding evening, to take breakfast with me. A few hours later, gallant Shipp was dead, and Mills, an exceptionally able officer, had been shot through the head from side to side, just back of the eyes. Yet he lived, although one eye was blinded, and before I left the presidency I gave him his commission as brigadier general. Early in the morning, our artillery began firing from the hill crest immediately in front of where our men was camped. Several of the regiment were killed and wounded by the shrapnel of the return fire of the Spaniards. One of the shrapnel bullets fell on my waist and my wrist, and raised a bump as big as a hickory nut, but did not even break the skin. Then we were marched down from the hill on a muddy road through the thick jungle towards Santiago. The heat was great, and we strode into the fight with no definite idea on the part of anyone as to what we were to do or what would happen. There was no plan that our left wing was to make a serious fight that day, and as there were no plans, it was naturally exceedingly hard to get orders, and each of us had to act largely on his own responsibility. Lawton's infantry division attacked the little village of Caney, some miles to the right. Kent's infantry division and Sumner's dismounted cavalry division were supposed to detain the Spanish army in Santiago until Lawton had captured El Caney. Spanish towns and villages, however, with their massive buildings, are natural fortifications, as the French found in the Peninsular War, and as both the French and our people found in Mexico. The Spanish troops in El Caney fought very bravely, as did the Spanish troops in front of us, and it was late in the afternoon before Lawton accomplished this task. Meanwhile, we of the left wing had by degrees become involved in a fight which toward the end became not even a colonel's fight, but a squad leader's fight. The cavalry division was put at the head of the line. We were told to march forward, cross a little river in front, and then turning to the right, march up alongside the stream until we connected with Lawton. Incidentally, this movement would not have brought us into touch with Lawton in any event, but we speedily had to abandon any thought of carrying it out. The maneuver brought us within fair range of the Spaniards' entrenchments along the line of hills which we call the San Juan Hills, because on one of them was the San Juan blockhouse. On that day, my regiment had the lead of the 2nd Brigade, and we marched down the trail following in trance behind the 1st Brigade. Apparently, the Spaniards could not make up their minds what to do, as the 3 regular regiments of the 1st Brigade crossed and defied along the other bank of the stream. But when our regiment was crossing, they began to fire at us. Under this flank fire, it soon became impossible to continue the march. The 1st Brigade halted, deployed, and finally began to fire back. Then our brigade was halted. From time to time, some of my men would fall, and I sent repeated word to the rear to try to get authority to attack the hills in front. Finally, General Sumner, who was fighting the division in fine shape, sent word to advance. The word was brought to me by Mills, who said that my orders were to support the regulars in an assault on the hills, and that my objective would be the red tile ranch house in front, on a hill which we afterwards christened Kettle Hill. I mention Mills saying this because it was exactly the kind of definite order the giving of which does so much to ensure success in a fight, as it prevents all obscurity as to what is to be done. The order to attack did not reach the 1st Brigade until after we ourselves reached it, so that at first there was no doubt on the part of their officers whether they were at liberty to join in the advance. I had not enjoyed the Gosemias fight at all, because I had been so uncertain as to what I ought to do. But the San Juan fight was entirely different. The Spaniards had a hard position to attack, it's true, but we could see them, and I knew exactly how to proceed. I kept on horseback, merely because I found it difficult to convey orders along the line as the men were laying down. And it is always hard to get men to start when they cannot see whether their comrades are also going. So I rode up and down the lines, keeping them straightened out, and gradually worked through line after line until I found myself at the head of the regiment. By the time I had reached the lines of the regulars of the 1st Brigade, I had come to the conclusion that it was silly to stay in the valley firing at the hills, because that was really where we were most exposed, and that the thing to do was to try to rush the entrenchment. Where I struck the regulars there was no one of superior rank to mine, and after asking why they did not charge and being answered that they had no orders, I said I would give the order. There was naturally a little reluctance shown by the elderly officer in command to accept my order, so I said, "Then let my men through, sir," and I marched through, followed by my grinning men. The young officers and the enlisted men of the regulars jumped up and joined us. I waved my hat, and we went up the hill in a rush. Having taken it, we looked across at the Spaniards in the trenches under the San Juan blockhouse to our left, which Hawkins' brigade was assaulting. I ordered our men to open fire on the Spaniards in the trenches. Memory plays funny tricks in such a fight, where things happen quickly, and all kinds of mental images succeed one another in a detached kind of way while the work goes on. As I gave the order in question, there slipped through my mind Mahane's account of Nelson's orders that each ship, as it sailed forward, if it saw another ship engaged with an enemy ship, should rake the latter as it passed. When Hawkins' soldiers captured the blockhouse, I, very much elated, ordered a charge on my own hook to a line of hills still farther on. Hardly anybody heard this order. However, only 4 men started with me, 3 of whom were shot. I gave one of them, who was only wounded, my canteen and water, and ran back. Much irritated that I had not been followed, which was quite justifiable because I found that nobody had heard my orders. General Sumner had come up by this time, and I asked his permission to lead the charge. He ordered me to do so, and this time away we went and stormed the Spanish entrenchment. There was some close fighting, and we took a few prisoners. We also captured the Spanish provisions and ate them that night with great relish. One of the items was salted flying fish, by the way. There were also bottles of wines and jugs of fiery spirit, and as soon as possible I had these broken, although not before 1 or 2 of my men had taken too much liquor. Lieutenant Housey of the regulars, an aide of General Sumner's, brought me an order to halt where I was. He could not make up his mind to return until he had spent an hour or 2 with us under fire. The Spaniards attempted a counterattack in the middle of the afternoon, but were driven back without effort, our men laughing and cheering as they rose to fire, because hitherto they had been assaulting breastworks or lying still under artillery fire, and they were glad to get a chance to shoot at the Spaniards in the open. We lay on our arms that night, and as we were drenched with sweat and had no blankets save a few we took from the dead Spaniards, we found even the tropic night chilly before morning came. During the afternoon's fighting, while I was the highest officer at our immediate part of the front, Captains Brockton and Morton of the regular cavalry, 2 as fine officers as any man could wish to have beside him in battle, came along the firing line to tell me that they had heard a rumor that we might fall back, and that they wished to record their emphatic protest against any such course. I did not believe there was any truth in the rumor, for the Spaniards were utterly incapable of any effective counter-attack. However, late in the evening, after the fight, General Wheeler visited us at the front, and he told me to keep myself in readiness, as at any moment it might be decided to fall back. Jack Greenway was beside me when General Wheeler was speaking. I answered, "Well, General, I really don't know whether we should obey an order to fall back. We can take that city by a rush, and if we have to move out of here at all, I should be inclined to make the rush in the right direction." Greenway nodded an eager assent. The old general, after a moment's pause, expressed his hearty agreement and said he would see that there was no falling back. He had been very sick for a couple of days, but sick as he was, he managed to get into the fight. He was a gamecock, if ever there was one, but he was in a very bad physical shape on the day of the fight. If there had been any one in high command to supervise and press the attack that afternoon, we would have gone right into Santiago. In my part of the line, the advance was halted only because we received orders not to move forward, but to stay on the crest of the captured hill and hold it. We are always told that 3 o'clock in the morning courage is the most desirable kind. Well, my men and the regulars of the cavalry had just that brand of courage. At about 3 o'clock in the morning after the first fight, shooting began in our front, and there was an alarm of a Spanish advance. I was never more pleased than to see the way in which the hungry, tired, shabby men all jumped up and ran forward to the hill crest so as to be ready for the attack, which, however, did not come. As soon as the sun rose, the Spaniards again opened upon us with artillery. A shell burst between Dave Goodrich and myself, blacking us with powder and killing and wounding several of the men immediately behind us. Next day, the fight turned into a siege. There was some stirring incident, but for the most part it was trench work. A fortnight later, Santiago surrendered. Wood won his brigadier generalship by the capital way in which he handled his brigadier in the fight and in the following siege. He was put in command of the captured city, and in a few days I succeeded in the command of the brigade. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. This recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 7, Part 4 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. The Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7. The War of America, the Unready, Part 4, and Appendix A to Chapter 7. The health of the troop not good, and speedily became very bad. There was some dysentery and a little yellow fever, but most of the trouble was from a severe form of malaria fever. The Washington authorities had behaved better than those in actual command of the expedition at one crisis. Immediately after the first day's fighting around Santiago, the latter had hinted by cable to Washington that they might like to withdraw, and Washington had emphatically vetoed the proposal. I record this all the more gladly because there were not too many gleams of good sense shown in the home management of the war, although I wish to repeat that the real blame for this rested primarily with us ourselves, the people of the United States, who had for years sued in military matters a policy that rendered it certain that there would be ineptitude and failure in high places if ever a crisis came. After the siege, Washington showed no knowledge whatever of the conditions around Santiago and proposed to keep the army there. This had meant that at least 3/4 of the men would either have died or have been permanently invalided, or as a virulent form of malaria was widespread, and there was a steady growth of dysentery and other complaints. No object of any kind was to be gained by keeping the army in or near the captured city. General Schaefer tried his best to get the Washington authorities to order the army home. As he failed to accomplish anything, he called a council of the division and brigade commanders and the chief medical officers to consult over the situation. Although I had command of a brigade, I was only a colonel, and so I did not attend, but the general informed me that I was particularly wanted, and accordingly I went. At the council, General Schaefer asked the medical authorities as to conditions, and they united in informing him that they were very bad and were certain to grow much worse, and that in order to avoid frightful ravages from disease, chiefly due to malaria, the army should be sent back at once to some part of the northern United States. The general then explained that he could not get the War Department to understand the situation, that he could not get the attention of the public, and that he felt that there should be some authoritative publication which would make the War Department take action before it was too late to avert the ruin of the army. All who were in the room expressed their agreement. Then the reason for my being present came out. It was explained to me by General Schaefer and by others that as I was a volunteer officer and intended immediately to return to civil life, I could afford to take risks which the regular army men could not afford to take and ought not to be expected to take, and that therefore I ought to make the publication in question. Because to incur the hostility of the War Department would not make any difference to me, whereas it would be destructive to the men in the regular army, or to those who hoped to get into the regular army. I thought this true, and said I would write a letter or make a statement which would then be published. Brigadier General Ames, who was in the same position that I was, also announced that he would make a statement. When I left the meeting, it was understood that I was to make my statement as an interview in the press, but Wood, who was by that time Brigadier General commanding the city of Santiago, gave me a quiet hint to put in my statement in the form of a letter to General Schaefer, and this I accordingly did. When I had written my letter, the correspondents of the Associated Press, who had been informed by others of what had occurred, accompanied me to General Schaefer. I presented the letter to General Schaefer, who waved it away and said, "I don't want to take it. Do whatever you wish with it." I, however, insisted on handing it to him, whereupon he shoved it toward the correspondents of the Associated Press, who took hold of it, and I released my hold. General Ames made a statement direct to the correspondent, and also sent a cable to the Assistant Secretary of the Navy at Washington, a copy which he gave to the correspondent. By this time, the other division and brigade commanders who were present felt that they had better take action themselves. They united in a round robin to General Schaefer, which General Wood dictated, and which was signed by General Kent, Gates, Chaffee, Sumner, Ludlow, Ames, and Wood, and by myself. General Wood handed this to General Schaefer, and it was made public by General Schaefer precisely as mine was made public. Later, I was much amused when General Schaefer stated that he could not imagine how my letter and the round robin got out. When I saw this statement, I appreciated how wise Wood had been in hinting to me not to act on the suggestion of the general that I should make a statement to the newspapers, but to put my statement in the form of a letter to him as my superior officer, a letter which I delivered to him. Both the letter and the round robin were written in General Schaefer's wish, and at the unanimous suggestion of all the commanding and medical officers of the 5th Army Corps, and both were published by General Schaefer. General Wood writes me, the representative of the Associated Press was very anxious to get a copy of this dispatch or see it, and I told him it was impossible for him to have it or see it. I then went in to General Schaefer and stated the case to him, handing him the dispatch, saying, the matter is now in your hands. He, General Schaefer, then said, I don't care whether this gentleman has it or not, and I left it then. When I went back to the general, told me he had given the press representative a copy of the dispatch and that he had gone to the office with it. In a regiment, the prime need is to have fighting men. The prime virtue is to be able and eager to fight with the utmost effectiveness. I have never believed that this was incompatible with other virtues. On the contrary, while there are, of course, exceptions, I believe that on the average the best fighting men are also the best citizens. I do not believe that a finer set of natural soldiers than the men of my regiment could have been found anywhere, and they were first-class citizens in civil life also. One fact may perhaps be worthy of note. Whenever we were in camp and so fixed that we could have regular meals, we used to have a general's officers' mess, over which I, of course, presided. During our entire service, there was never a foul or indecent word uttered at the officers' mess. I mean this literally. And there was very little swearing. Although now and then in the fighting, if there was a moment when swearing seemed to be the best method of reaching the heart of the matter, it was resorted to. The men I cared for most in the regiment were the men who did the best work, and therefore my liking for them was obligated to take the shape of exposing them to the most fatigue and hardship, of demanding from them the greatest service, and of making them incur the greatest risk. Once I kept Greenway and Goodrich at work for 48 hours, without sleeping, and with very little food, fighting and digging trenches. I freely sent the men for whom I cared most to where death might smite them, and death often smote them, as it did the two best officers in my regiment, Allen Capron and Buckley O'Neill. My men would not have respected me had I acted otherwise. Their creed was my creed. The life even of the most useful man, of the best citizen, is not to be hoarded if there be need to spend it. I felt and feel this is about others, and of course also about myself. This is one reason why I have always felt impatient contempt for the effort to abolish the death penalty on account of sympathy with criminals. I am not willing to listen to arguments in favor of abolishing the death penalty so far as they are based purely on grounds of public expediency, although these arguments have never convinced me. But inasmuch as, without hesitation, in the performance of my duty, I have again and again sent good and gallant and upright men to die, it seems to me the height of a folly both mischievous and mawkish to contend that criminals who have deserved death should nevertheless be allowed to shirk it. No brave and good man can properly shirk death, and no criminal who has earned death should be allowed to shirk it. One of the best men of our regiment was the British military attaché, Captain Arthur Lee, an old friend. The other military attachés were hurled together at headquarters and saw little. Captain Lee, who had known me in Washington, escaped and stayed with the regiment. He grew to feel that he was one of us and made him an honorary member. There were two other honorary members. One was Richard Harding Davis, who was with us continually and who performed valuable service on the fighting line. The other was a regular officer, Lieutenant Parker, who had a battery of Gatlins. We were with this battery throughout the San Juan fighting, and we grew to have the strongest admiration for Parker as a soldier and the strongest liking for him as a man. During our brief campaign, we were closely and intimately thrown with various regular officers of the type of Mills, Howells, and Parker. We felt not merely fondness for them as officers and gentlemen, but pride in them as Americans. It is a fine thing to feel that we have in the Army and in the Navy modest, efficient, gallant gentlemen of this type, doing such disinterested work for the honor of the flag and of the nation. No American can overpay the debt of gratitude we all of us owe to the officers and enlisted men of the Army and of the Navy. Of course, with a regiment of our type, there was much to learn both among the officers and the men. There were all kinds of funny incidents. One of my men, an ex-cowpuncher and former roundup cook, a very good shot and rider, got into trouble on the way down on the transport. He understood entirely that he had to obey the officers of his own regiment, but like so many volunteers, or at least like so many volunteers of my regiment, he did not understand that this obligation extended to officers of other regiments. One of the regular officers on the transport ordered him to do something which he declined to do. When the officer told him to consider himself under arrest, he responded by offering to fight him for a trifling consideration. He was brought before a court-martial which sentenced him to a year's imprisonment at hard labor with dishonorable discharge, and the Major General commanding the division approved the sentence. We were on the transport. There was no hard labor to do, and the prison consisted of another cowpuncher who kept guard over him with his carbine, evidently divided in his feelings as to whether he would like most to shoot him or to let him go. When we landed, somebody told the prisoner that I intended to punish him by keeping him with the baggage. He at once came to me in great agitation, saying, "Colonel, they say you're going to leave me with the baggage when the fight is on. Colonel, if you do that, I will never show my face in Arizona again. Colonel, if you will let me go to the front, I promise I will obey anyone you say, Colonel." With the evident feeling that, after this concession, I could not, as a gentleman, refuse his request. Accordingly, I answered, "Shields, there is no need, and there is no one in this regiment more entitled to be shot than you are, and you shall go to the front." His gratitude was great, and he kept repeating, "I'll never forget this, Colonel, never." Nor did he. When we got very hard up, he would now and then manage to get hold of some flour and sugar, and would cook a donut and bring it round to me, and watch me with a delighted smile as I ate it. He behaved extremely well in both fights, and after the second one I had him formally before me and remitted his sentence, something of which, of course, I had not the slightest power to do, although at the time it seemed natural and proper to me. When we came to be mustered out, the regular officer who was doing the mustering after all the men had been discharged finally asked me where the prisoner was. I said, "What prisoner?" He said, "The prisoner, the man who was sentenced to a year's imprisonment with hard labor and dishonorable discharge." I said, "Oh, I pardon him." To which he responded, "I beg your pardon, you did what?" This made me grasp the fact that I had exceeded authority, and I could only answer, "Well, I did pardon him. Anyhow, he has gone with the rest." Whereupon the mustering out officer sank back in his chair and remarked, "He was sentenced by a court-martial, and the sentence was approved by the major general commanding the division. You were a lieutenant colonel, and you pardoned him? Well, it was nervy, that's all I'll say." The simple fact was that under the circumstances, it was necessary for me to enforce discipline and control the regiment, and therefore to reward and punish individuals in whatever way the exigencies demanded. I often explained to the men what the reasons for an order were the first time it was issued, if there was any trouble on their part in understanding what they were required to do. They were very intelligent and very eager to do their duty, and I hardly ever had any difficulty the second time with them. If, however, there was the slightest willful shirking of duty or insubordination, I punished instantly and mercilessly, and the whole regiment cordially backed me up. To have punished men for faults and shortcomings which they had no opportunity to know were such would have been as unwise as to have permitted any of the occasional bad characters to exercise the slightest license. It was a regiment which was sensitive about its dignity and was very keen alive to justice and to courtesy, but which cordially approved absence of mollycoddling, insistence upon the performance of duty, and summary punishment of wrongdoing. In the final fighting at San Juan, when we captured one of the trenches, Jack Greenway had seized a Spaniard, and shortly afterwards I found Jack leading his captive around with a string. I told him to turn him over to a man who had 2 or 3 other captives, so that they should all be taken to the rear. It was the only time I ever saw Jack look aggrieved. "Why, Colonel? Can't I keep him for myself?" he asked plaintively. I think he had an idea that as a trophy of his bow and spear, the Spaniard would make a fine body servant. One reason that we never had the slightest trouble in the regiment was because when we got down to hard paying, officers and men shared exactly alike. It is all right to have differences in food and the likes in times of peace and plenty when everybody is comfortable. But in really hard times, officers and men must share alike if the best work is to be done. As long as I had nothing but 2 hard tacks, which were the allowance to each man on the morning after the San Juan fight, no one could complain. But if I had had any private little luxuries, the men would very naturally have realized keenly their own shortages. Soon after the Guasimas fight, we were put on short commons, and as I knew that a good deal of food had been landed, it was on the beach at Sobanay, I marched 30 or 40 of the men down to see if I could not get some and bring it up. I finally found a commissary officer, and he asked me what I wanted, and I answered anything he had. So he told me to look out for myself. I found a number of sacks of beans, I think about 1,100 pounds, on the beach, and told the officer that I wanted 1,100 pounds of beans. He used a book of regulation. He showed me the appropriate section and subdivision which announced that beans were issued only for the officers' mess. This did me no good, and I told him so. He said he was sorry, and I answered that he was not as sorry as I was. I then studied on it, as Bill Rabbit would say, and came back with a request for 11 pounds of beans for the officers' mess. He said, "Why, Colonel, your officers can't eat 1,100 pounds of beans, To which I responded, "You don't know what appetites my officers have." He then said he would send the requisition to Washington. I told him I was quite willing so long as he gave me the beans. He was a good fellow, so we finally effected a working compromise. He got the requisition, and I got the beans, although he warned me that the price would probably be deducted from my salary. Under some regulation or other, only the regular supply trains were allowed to act, and we were supposed not to have any horses or mules in the regiment itself. This was very pretty in theory, but as a matter of fact, the supply trains were not numerous enough. My men had a natural genius for acquiring horse flesh in odd ways, and I continually found that they had staked out in the bush various captured Spaniards, cavalry horses, and Cuban ponies, and abandoned commissary mules. Putting these together, I would organize a small pack train and worked it industriously for a day or two, until they learned about it at headquarters and confiscated it. Then I would have to wait for a week or so until my men had accumulated some more ponies, horses, and mules, the regiment meanwhile living in plenty on what we had got before the train was confiscated. All of our men were good at accumulating horses, but within our own ranks, I think we were inclined to award the palm of our chaplain. There was not a better man in the regiment than the chaplain, and there could not have been a better chaplain for our men. He took care of the sick and the wounded. He never spared himself, and he did every duty. In addition, he had a natural aptitude for acquiring mules, which made some admire. When the regiment was disbanded, proposed that we should have a special medal struck for him with, only observed, a mule peasant and chaplain regarded. After the surrender of Santiago, a Philadelphia clergyman whom I knew came down to General Wheeler's headquarters, and after visiting him announced that he intended to call on the Rough Riders because he knew their colonel. One of the General Wheeler's aides, Lieutenant Steele, who liked us both individually and as a regiment, and who appreciated some of our ways, asked the clergyman, after he had announced that he knew Colonel Roosevelt, "But do you know Colonel Roosevelt's regiment?" "No," said the clergyman. "Very well then, let me give you a piece of advice. When you go down to see the colonel, don't let your horses out of your sight, and if the chaplain is there, don't get off the horse." We came back to Montauk Point, and soon after were disbanded. We had been in the service only a little over 4 months. There are no 4 months of my life to which I look back with more pride and satisfaction. I believe most earnestly and sincerely in peace, but as things are yet in this world, the nation that cannot fight, the people that have lost the fighting edge, that have lost the virile virtues, occupy a position as dangerous as it is ignoble. The future greatness of America in no small degree depends upon the possession by the average American citizen of the qualities which my men showed when they served under me at Santiago. Moreover, there is one thing in connection with this war which it is well that our people should remember. Our people who generally love the peace of righteousness, the peace of justice, and I would be ashamed to be other than a lover of the peace of righteousness and of justice. The true preachers of peace who strive earnestly to bring nearer the day when peace shall obtain among all peoples, and who really do help forward the cause, are men who never hesitate to choose righteous war when it is the only alternative to unrighteous peace. These are the men who, like Dr. Lyman Abbott, have backed every genuine movement for peace in this country, and who nevertheless recognize our clear duty to war for the freedom of Cuba. But there are other men who put peace ahead of righteousness, and who care so little for facts that they treat fantastic declarations for immediate universal arbitration as being valuable instead of detrimental to the cause they profess to champion, and who seek to make the United States impotent for international good under the pretense of making us impotent for international evil. All the men of this kind, and all of the organizations they have controlled since we began our career as a nation, all put together, have not accomplished 100th part as much for both peace and righteousness, have not done 100th part as much either for ourselves or for other peoples as was accomplished by the people of the United States when they fought the war with Spain, and with resolute good faith and common sense worked out the solution of the problems which sprang from the war. Our Army and Navy, and above all our people, learned some lessons from the Spanish War and applied them to our own uses. During the following decade, the improvement in our Navy and Army was very great, not in material only, but also in personnel and, above all, in the ability to handle our forces in good-sized units. By 1908, when our battle fleet streamed around the world, the Navy had become in every respect as fit a fighting instrument as any other Navy in the world, fleet for fleet. Even in size, there was but one nation, England, which was completely out of our class, and in view of our relations with England and all the English-speaking peoples, this was of no consequence. Of our army, of course, as much could not be said. Nevertheless, the improvement in efficiency was marked. Our artillery was still very inferior in training and practice to the artillery arm of any one of the great powers such as Germany, France, or Japan, a condition which we only then began to remedy. By the workmanlike speed and efficiency with which the expedition of some 6,000 troops of all arms were mobilized and transported to Cuba during the Revolution of 1908 showed that as regards our cavalry and infantry, we had at least reached a point where we could assemble and handle in first-rate fashion expeditionary forces. This is mighty little to boast of for a nation of our wealth and population. It is not pleasant to compare it with the extraordinary feats of contemporary Japan and the Balkan peoples, but such as it is, it represents a long stride in advance over conditions as they were in 1898. Appendix A manly letter. There was a sequence to the round robin incident which caused a little stir at the moment. Secretary Alger had asked me to write him freely from time to time. Accordingly, after the surrender of Santiago, I wrote him begging that the cavalry division might be put into the Puerto Rican fighting, preparatory to what we suppose would be the big campaign against Havana in the fall. In the letter, I extolled the merits of the Rough Riders and of the regulars, announcing with much complacency that each of our regiments were worth 3 of the National Guard regiments, armed with their archaic black powder rifles. Secretary Alger believed, mistakenly, that I had made public the round robin and was naturally irritated, and I suddenly received from him a published telegram, not alluding to the round robin incident, but quoting my reference to the comparative merits of the cavalry regiments and the National Guard regiments and revoking them for me. The publication of the extract from my letter was not calculated to help me secure the votes of the National Guard if I ever became a candidate for office. However, I did not mind the matter much, for I had at the time no idea of being a candidate for anything. While in the campaign, I ate and drank and thought and dreamed regiment and nothing but regiment until I got the brigade, and then I devoted all my thoughts to handling the brigade. Anyhow, there was nothing I could do about the matter. I quote this sentence from memory. It is substantially correct. When our transport reached Montauk Point, an Army officer came aboard and before doing anything else handed me a sealed letter from the Secretary of War which ran as follows. War Department, Washington, August the 10th, 1898. Dear Colonel Roosevelt, you have been a most gallant officer and in the battle before Santiago showed superb soldierly qualities. I would rather add to than detract from the honors you have so fairly won, and I wish you all good things. In a moment of aggravation, under great stress of feeling, first because I thought you spoke in a disparaging manner of the volunteers, probably without intent, but because of your great enthusiasm for your own men, and second, that I believed your published letter would embarrass the department, I sent you a telegram which, with an exact from a private letter of yours, I gave to the press. I would gladly recall both if I could, but unable to do that, I write you this letter, which I hope you will receive in the same friendly spirit in which I send it. Come and see me at a very early day. No one will welcome you more heartily than I. Yours very truly, signed, R. A. Alger. I thought this a manly letter, and paid no more heed to the incident. And when I was president, and General Alger was senator from Michigan, he was my staunch friend, and on most matters, my supporter. End of chapter 7, part 4. Recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 7 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7, The War of America, The Unready, Part 5. Appendix B, The San Juan Fight. The San Juan Fight took its name from the San Juan Hill, or hills. I do not know whether the name properly belonged to a line of hills or to only one hill. To compare small things with large things, this was precisely as the Battle of Gettysburg took its name from the village of Gettysburg, where only a small part of the fighting was done, and the Battle of Waterloo from the village of Waterloo, where none of the fighting was done. When it became the political interest of certain people to endeavor to minimize my part in the Santiago fighting, which was merely like that of various other squadron, battalion, and regiment commanders, some of my opponents laid great stress on the alleged fact that the cavalry did not charge up San Juan Hill. We certainly charged some hills, but I did not ask their names before charging them. To say that the Rough Riders and the Cavalry Division, and among other people myself, were not in the San Juan fight is precisely like saying that the men who made Pickett's Charge or the men who fought at Little Round Top and Culp's Hill were not at Gettysburg, or that Upton and the Scott Greys and the French and English Guards were not at Waterloo. The present Vice President of the United States in the campaign last year was reported in the press as repeatedly saying that I was not in the San Juan fight. The documents following herewith have been printed for many years and were accessible to him had he cared to know or to tell the truth. These documents speak for themselves. The first is the official report issued by the War Department. From this, it will be seen that there were in the Santiago fighting 30 infantry and cavalry regiments represented. 6 of these were volunteer, of which 1 was the Rough Riders. The other 24 were regular regiments. The percentage of loss of our regiment was about 7 times as great as that of the other 5 volunteer regiments. Of the 24 regular regiments, 22 suffered a small percentage of loss that we suffered. 2, the 6th United States Infantry and the 13th United States Infantry, suffered a slightly greater percentage of loss, 26% and 23% as against 22%. Nominations by the President. To be Colonel by brevet, Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, 1st Volunteer Cavalry for gallantry in battle, La Gusama, Cuba, June 24, 1898. To be Brigadier General by brevet, Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, 1st Volunteer Cavalry for gallantry in battle, Santiago de Cuba, July 1, 1898. Nominated for brevet colonel to rank from June 24, 1898. Fort San Juan, Cuba, July 17, 1898. The Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C., through military channels. Sir, I have the honor to invite the attention to the following list of officers and enlisted men who specially distinguished themselves in the action at La Guasimas, Cuba, June 24, 1898. These officers and men have been recommended for favorable consideration by their immediate commanding officers in their respective reports, and I would respectfully urge that favorable action be taken. Officers. In 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry, Colonel Leonard Wood, Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt. Respectfully, Joseph Wheeler, Major General, United States Volunteers, commanding. Headquarters, 2nd Cavalry Brigade, camp near Santiago de Cuba, Cuba, June 29, 1898. The Adjutant General Cavalry Division. Sir, by direction of the Major General commanding the Cavalry Division, I have the honor to submit the following report of the engagement of a part of this brigade with the enemy at Guasimas, Cuba on June 24th, accompanied by detailed reports from the regimental and other commanders engaged and a list of the killed and wounded. I cannot speak too highly of the efficient manner in which Colonel Wood handled his regiment and of his magnificent behavior on the field. The conduct of Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt, as reported to me by my 2 aides, deserves my highest commendation. Both Colonel Wood and Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt disdained to take advantage of shelter or cover from the enemy's fire while any of their men remained exposed to it. An error of judgment, but happily on the heroic side. Very respectfully, S. B. M. Young, Brigadier General, United States Volunteers, commanding. Headquarters, 1st Division, 2nd Army Corps Camp, McKinsey, Georgia, December 3rd of 1898. Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Sir, I have the honor to recommend Honorable Theodore Roosevelt, late Colonel, 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry, for a Medal of Honor as a reward for conspicuous gallantry at the Battle of San Juan, Cuba, on July 1st, 1898. Colonel Roosevelt, by his example and fearlessness, inspired his men, and both at Kettle Hill and the ridge known as San Juan, he led his command in person. I was an eyewitness of Colonel Roosevelt's action. As Colonel Roosevelt has left the service, a brevet commission is of no particular value in this case. Very respectfully, Samuel S. Sumner, Major General, United States Volunteers. West Point, New York, December 17th, 1898. My dear Colonel, I saw you led the line up the first hill. You were certainly the first officer to reach the top, and through your efforts and your personally jumping to the front, a line more or less thin, but strong enough to take it, was led by you to the San Juan or first hill. In this your life was placed in an extreme jeopardy, as you may recall, and as it proved by the number of dead left in that vicinity. Captain Stevens, then of the 9th Cavalry, now of the 2nd Cavalry, was with you, and I am sure he recalls your gallant conduct. After the line started on the advance from the first hill, I did not see you until our line was halted, under a most gallant fire at the extreme front, where you afterwards entrenched. I spoke to you there and gave instructions from General Sumner that the position was to be held and that there would be no further advance till further orders. You were the senior officer there, took charge of the line, scolded me for having my horse so high upon the ridge. At the same time you were exposing yourself most conspicuously while adjusting the line, for the example was necessary, as was proved when several colored soldiers, about 8 or 10, 24 infantry, I think, started at a run to the rear to assist a wounded colored soldier, and you drew your revolver and put a short and effective stop to such apparent stampede. It quieted them. That position was hot, and now I marvel at your escaping there. Very sincerely yours, Robert L. Howells. West Point, New York, December the 17th, 1898. I hereby certify that on July the 1st, 1898, Colonel, then Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, 1st Volunteer Cavalry, distinguished himself through the action and on 2 occasions during the battle when I was an eyewitness. His conduct was most conspicuous and clearly distinguished above other men as follows. Number 1. At the base of San Juan or First Hill, there was a strong wire fence or entanglement at which the line hesitated under a galling fire and where the losses were severe. Colonel Roosevelt jumped through the fence and by his enthusiasm, his example, and courage succeeded in leading to the crest of the hill a line sufficiently strong to capture it. In this charge, the cavalry brigade suffered its greatest loss, and the colonel's life was placed in extreme jeopardy, owing to the conspicuous position he took in leading the line and being the first to reach the crest of that hill while under heavy fire of the enemy at close range. Number 2. At the extreme advanced position occupied by our lines, Colonel Roosevelt found himself the senior, and under his instructions from General Sumner to hold that position, he displayed the greatest bravery and placed his life in extreme jeopardy by unavoidable exposure to severe fire while adjusting and strengthening the line, placing the men in positions which afforded best protection, etc., etc. His conduct and example steadied the men, and on one occasion, by severe but not unnecessarily measures, prevented a small detachment from stampeding to the rear. He displayed the most conspicuous gallantry, courage, and coolness in performing extraordinarily hazardous duty. Robert L. Howells, Captain A.A.G.U.S.V., 1st Lieutenant 6th United States Cavalry. To the Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Headquarters, United States Military Academy, West Point, New York, April the 5th, 1899. Lieutenant Colonel W. H. Carter, Assistant Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, in compliance with the request contained in your letter of April the 30th of the board convened to consider the awarding of brevets, medals of honor, etc., for the Santiago campaign, that I state any facts within my knowledge as Adjutant General of the Brigade in which Colonel Theodore Roosevelt served, to aid the board in determining, in connection with Colonel Roosevelt's application for a Medal of Honor, whether his conduct at Santiago was such as to distinguish him above others. I have the honor to submit the following. My duties on July 1, 1898 brought me in constant observation of and contact with Colonel Roosevelt from early morning until shortly before the climax of the assault of the Cavalry Division on the San Juan Hill, the so-called Kettle Hill. During this time, while under the enemy's artillery fire at El Poso, and while on the march from El Poso by the San Juan Ford to the point from which his regiment moved to the assault, about 2 miles, the greater part under fire, Colonel Roosevelt was conspicuous above any others I observed in his regiment in the zealous performance of duty and total disregard of his personal danger, and in his eagerness to meet the enemy. At El Poso, when the enemy opened on that base with artillery fire, a shrapnel bullet grazed and bruised one of Colonel Roosevelt's wrists. The incident did not lessen his hazardous exposure, but he continued so exposed until he had placed his command under cover. In moving to the assault of San Juan Hill, Colonel Roosevelt was most conspicuously brave, gallant, and indifferent to his own safety. He, in the open, led his regiment. No officer could have set a more striking example to his men or displayed greater intrepidity. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, A. L. Mills, Colonel, United States Army Superintendent. Headquarters, Department of Santiago de Cuba, Santiago de Cuba, December the 30th, 1898. To the Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, I have the honor to make the following statement relative to the conduct of Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, late 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry during the assault upon San Juan Hill, July 1, 1898. I have already recommended this officer for a Medal of Honor, which I understand has been denied him, upon the ground that my previous letter was too indefinite. I base my recommendation upon the fact that Colonel Roosevelt, accompanied only by 4 or 5 men, led a very desperate and extremely gallant charge on San Juan Hill, thereby setting a splendid example to the troops and encouraging them to pass over the open country intervening between their position and the trenches of the enemy. In leading this charge, he started off first, as he supposed, with quite a following of men, but soon discovered that he was alone. He then returned and gathered up a few men and led them to the charge as above stated. The charge in itself was an extremely gallant one, an example set a most inspiring one to the troops in that part of the line, and while it is perfectly true that everybody finally went up the hill in good style, yet there is no doubt that the magnificent example set by Colonel Roosevelt had a very encouraging effect and had great weight in bringing up the troops behind him. During the assault, Colonel Roosevelt was the first to reach the trenches in his part of the line and killed one of the enemy with his own hand. I earnestly recommend that the medal be conferred upon Colonel Roosevelt, for I believe that he in every way deserves it, and that his services on the day in question were of great value and of a most distinguished character. Very respectfully, Leonard Wood, Major General, United States Volunteers, Commanding Department of Santiago de Cuba. Huntsville, Alabama, January 4, 1899. The Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, I have the honor to recommend that a Congressional Medal of Honor be given to Theodore Roosevelt, late Colonel 1st Volunteer Cavalry, for distinguished conduct and conspicuous bravery in command of his regiment in the charge on San Juan Hill, Cuba, July 1, 1898. In compliance with GO 135, AGO 1898, I enclose my certificate showing my personal knowledge of Colonel Roosevelt's conduct. Very respectfully, C. J. Stevens, Captain, 2nd Cavalry. I hereby certify that on July 1, 1898, at the Battle of San Juan, Cuba, I witnessed Colonel, then Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt, 1st Volunteer Cavalry, United States of America, mounted, leading his regiment in charge on San Juan. By his gallantry and strong personality, he contributed most materially to the success of the charge of the cavalry division up San Juan Hill. Colonel Roosevelt was among the first to reach the crest of the hill, and his dashing example, his absolute fearlessness, and gallant leading rendered his conduct conspicuous and clearly distinguished above other men. C. J. Stevens, Captain, 2nd Cavalry, late 1st Lieutenant, 9th Cavalry. Young's Island, South Carolina, December 28, 1898. To the Adjutant General, United States Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, believing that information relating to superior conduct on the part of any of the higher officers who participated in the Spanish-American War, and which information may not have been given, would be appreciated by the department over which you preside. I have the honor to call your attention to the part bore by Colonel Theodore Roosevelt of the late 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry in the Battle of July 1st last. I do this not only because I think you ought to know, but because his regiment as a whole were very proud of his splendid actions that day and believe they call for that most coveted distinction of the American officer, the Medal of Honor. Held in support, he brought his regiment at exactly the right time, not only up to the line of regulars, but went through them and headed, on horseback, the charge on Kettle Hill. This being done on his own initiative, the regulars as well as his own men following. He then headed the charge on the next hill, both regulars and the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry following. He was so eager in the entrenchments on the second hill that he shot and killed with a revolver one of the enemy before they broke completely. He then led the cavalry on the chain of hills overlooking Santiago, where he remained in charge of all of the cavalry that was at the extreme front for the rest of the day and night. His unhesitating gallantry in taking the initiative against entrenchments lined by men armed with rapid-fire guns certainly won him the highest consideration and admiration of all who witnessed his conduct throughout that day. What I here write I can bear witness to from personally having seen it. Very respectfully, M. J. Jenkins, Major, late 1st United States Cavalry. Prescott, A.T., December the 25th, 1898. I was Colonel Roosevelt's orderly at the Banner of San Juan Hill, and from that time on until I returned to Montauk Point, I was with him all through the fighting, and believe I was the only man who was always with him. Though during part of the time Lieutenants Ferguson and Greenwald were also close to him, he led our regiment forward on horseback until he came to the men of the 9th Cavalry lying down. He led us through these, and they got up and joined us. He gave the order to charge on Kettle Hill and led us on horseback up the hill, both Rough Riders and the 9th Cavalry. He was first on the hill, I being very nearly alongside of him. Some Spanish riflemen were coming out of the entrenchments, and he killed one with his revolver. He took the men on to the crest of the hill and bade them begin firing on the blockhouse on the hill to our left, the one the infantry was attacking. When he took it, he gave the order to charge, and led the troops on Kettle Hill forward against the blockhouse on our front. He then had charge of all the cavalry on the hills overlooking Santiago, where we afterwards dug our trenches. He had commanded that afternoon and night, and for the rest of the time commanded our regiment at this point. Yours very truly, H. E. Bardshaw. Cambridge, Massachusetts, March 27, 1902. Theodore Roosevelt, President of the United States, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, at your request, I send you the following extracts from my diary and from notes taken on the day of the assault on San Juan. I kept in my pocket a small pad on which incidents were noted daily from the landing until the surrender. On the day of the fight, notes were taken just before Grimes first fired his first gun, just after the third reply from the enemy, when we were massed in the road about 70 paces from Grimes' guns, and when I was beginning to get scared and to think I would be killed. At the halt just before you advance, and under the shelter of the hills in the evening. Each time that notes were taken, the page was put in an envelope addressed to my wife. At the first chance they were mailed to her, and on my arrival in the United States, the story of the fight, these taken from these notes, was entered in the diary I kept in that book. I make this lengthy explanation that you may see that everything put down was fresh in my memory. I quote from my diary. The tension on the men was great. Suddenly, a line of men appeared coming from our right. They were advancing through the long grass, deployed as skirmishers, and were under fire. At their head, or rather in front of them, and leading them, rode Colonel Roosevelt. He was very conspicuous, mounted as he was. The men were the Rough Riders, so called. I heard someone calling to them not to fire unto us, and seeing Colonel Carroll, reported to him, and was told to go out and meet them and caution them as to our position, we being between them and the enemy. I did so, speaking to Colonel Roosevelt. I also told him we were under orders not to advance, and asked him if he had received any orders. He replied that he was going to charge the Spanish trenches. I told this to Colonel Carroll and to Captain Dimmick, our squadron commander. A few moments after the word passed down that our left, Captain Taylor, was about to charge, Captain McBain called out, "We must go in with those troops. We must support Taylor." I called this to Captain Dimmick, and he gave the order to assault. The cheer was taken up and taken up again on the left, and in the distance it rolled on and on. And so we started. Colonel Roosevelt, of the Rough Riders, started the whole movement on the left, which was the first advance of the assault. The following is taken from my notes and was hastily jotted down on the field. The Rough Riders came in line. Colonel Roosevelt said he would assault. Taylor joined them with his troops. McBain called to Dimmick, "Let us go. We must go to support them." Dimmick said, "All right." And so, with no orders, we went in. I find many of my notes are illegible from perspiration. My authority for saying Taylor in with you, joined with his troop, was the word passed to me and repeated to Captain Dimmick that Taylor was about to charge with you. I could not see his troop. I have not put it in my diary, but in another place I have noted that Colonel Carroll, who was acting as brigadier commander, told me to ask you if you had any orders. I have the honor to be, very respectfully, your obedient servant, Henry Anson Barber, Captain, 28th Infantry, formerly of 9th Cavalry. Headquarters, Pacific Division, San Francisco, California, May the 11th, 1905. Dear Mr. President, as some discussion has arisen in the public prints regarding the Battle of San Juan, Cuba, July 1st, 1898, and your personal movements during that day have been the subject of comment, it may not be amiss in me to state some facts coming under my personal observation as Commanding General of the Cavalry Division of which your regiment formed a part. It will, perhaps, be advisable to show first how I came to be in command, in order that my statement may have due weight as an authoritative statement of facts. I was placed in command of the Cavalry Division on the afternoon of June 30th by General Schaefer. The assignment was made owing to the severe illness of General Wheeler, who was the permanent commander of said division. Brigadier General Young, who commanded the 2nd Cavalry Brigade, of which your regiment, the 1st Volunteer Cavalry, formed a part, was also very ill, and I found it necessary to relieve him from command and place Colonel Wood of the Rough Riders in command of the brigade. This change placed you in command of your regiment. The division moved from its camp on the evening of June 30th and bivouacked at and about El Poso. I saw you personally in the vicinity of El Poso about 8 a.m., July 1st. I saw you again on the road leading from El Poso to the San Juan River. You at the head of your regiment, which was leading the 2nd Brigade, and immediately behind the rear regiment of the 1st Brigade. My orders were to turn to the right at San Juan River and take up a line along that stream and try and connect with General Lawton, who was to engage the enemy at El Carne. On reaching the river, we came under the fire of the Spanish forces posted on San Juan Ridge and Kettle Hill. The 1st Brigade was faced to the front in line as soon as it had cleared the road, and the 2nd Brigade was ordered to pass in rear of the 1st and face to the front when clear of the 1st Brigade. This movement was very difficult, owing to the heavy undergrowth, and the regiments became more or less tangled up. But eventually the formation was accomplished, and the division stood in an irregular line along the San Juan River. The 2nd Brigade on the right. We were subjected to a heavy fire from the forces on San Juan Ridge and Kettle Hill. Our position was untenable, and it became necessary to assault the enemy or fall back. Kettle Hill was immediately in front of the cavalry, and it was determined to assault that hill. The 1st Brigade was ordered forward, and the 2nd Brigade was ordered to support the attack. Personally, I accompanied a portion of the 10th Cavalry, 2nd Brigade, and the Rough Riders were to the right. This brought your regiment to the right of the house, which was at the summit of the hill. Shortly after I reached the crest of the hill, you came to me, accompanied, I think, by Captain C.J. Stevens of the 9th Cavalry. We were then in a position to see the line of entrenchments along San Juan Ridge and could see Kent's infantry division engaged on our left, and Hawkins' assault against Fort San Juan. You asked me for permission to move forward and assault San Juan Ridge. I gave you the order in person to move forward, and I saw you move forward and assault San Juan Ridge with your regiment and portions of the 1st and 10th Cavalry belonging to your brigade. I held a portion of the 2nd Brigade as a reserve on Kettle Hill, not knowing what force the enemy might have in reserve behind the ridge. The 1st Brigade also moved forward and assaulted the ridge to the right of Fort San Juan. There was a small lake between Kettle Hill and San Juan Ridge, and in moving forward your command passed to the right of this lake. This brought you opposite a house on San Juan Ridge, not Fort San Juan proper, but a frame house surrounded by an earthwork. The enemy lost a number of men at this point, whose bodies lay in the trenches. Later in the day I rode along the line, and, as I recall it, a portion of the 10th Cavalry was immediately about this house, and your regiment occupied an irregular semicircular position along the ridge and immediately to the right of the house. You had pickets out of your front, and several hundred yards to your front the Spaniards had a heavily outpost occupying the house with rifles surrounding it. Late in the day and during the following day, the various regiments forming the division were rearranged and brought into tactical formation. The 1st Brigade on the left and immediately to the right of Fort San Juan, and the 2nd Brigade on the right of the 1st. This was the position occupied by the Cavalry Division until the final surrender of the Spanish forces on July 17, 1898. In conclusion, allow me to say that I saw you, personally, at about 8 a.m. at El Poso, later on the road to San Juan River, later on the summit of Kettle Hill, immediately after its capture by the Cavalry Division. I saw you move forward with your command to assault San Juan Ridge, and I saw you on San Juan Ridge where we visited your line together, and you explained to me the disposition of your command. I am, sir, with much respect, your obedient servant, Samuel S. Sumner, Major General, United States Army. End of Chapter 7. Recorded by Daisy 55. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 8. The New York Governorship, Part 1. In September 1898, the 1st Volunteer Cavalry, in company with most of the rest of the 5th Army Corps, was disembarked at Montauk Point. Shortly after it was disbanded, and a few days later, I was nominated for governor of New York by the Republican Party. Timothy L. Woodruff was nominated for lieutenant governor. He was my staunch friend throughout the term of our joint service. The previous year, the machine or stand-pat Republicans, who were under the domination of Senator Platt, had come to a complete break with the anti-machine elements over the New York majority. This had brought the Republican Party to a smash, not only in New York City, but in the state where the Democratic candidate for Chief Judge of the Court of Appeals, Anton B. Parker, was elected by 60 or 80,000 majority. Mr. Parker was an able man, a lieutenant of Mr. Hill's, standing close to the conservative Democrats of the Wall Street type. These conservative Democrats were planning how to wrestle the Democratic Party from the control of Mr. Byron. They hailed Judge Parker's victory as a godsend. The judge at once loomed up as a presidential possibility and was carefully groomed for the position by the New York Democratic machine and its financial allies in the New York business world. The Republicans realized that the chances were very much against them. Accordingly, the leaders were in a chastened mood and ready to nominate any candidate with whom they thought there was a chance of winning. I was the only possibility, and accordingly, under pressure from certain of the leaders who recognized this fact and who responded to popular pressure, Senator Platt picked me for the nomination. He was entirely frank in the matter. He made no pretense that he liked me personally, but he deferred to the judgment of those who insisted that I was the only man who could be elected and that therefore I had to be nominated. Foremost among the leaders who pressed me on Mr. Platt, who pestered him about me, to use his own words, were Mr. Quigley, Mr. Odell, then state chairman of the Republic Organization and afterwards governor, and Mr. Hazel, now United States Judge. Judge Hazel did not know me personally, but felt that the sentiment in his city, Buffalo, demanded my nomination, and that the then Republican governor, Mr. Black, could not be reelected. Mr. Odell, who hardly knew me personally, felt the same way about Mr. Black's chances, and as he had just taken the state chairmanship, he was very anxious to win a victory. Mr. Quigley knew me quite well personally. He had been in touch with me for years, while he was a reporter on the Tribune, and also when he edited a paper in Montana. He had been on good terms with me while he was in Congress, and I was a civil servant commissioner, meeting me often in company with my especial cronies in Congress, men like Lodge, Speaker Tom Reed, Greenhalgh, Butterworth, and Dolliver, and he had urged my appointment as police commissioner on Mayor Strong. It was Mr. Quigg who called on me at Montauk Point to sound me about the governorship, Mr. Platt being by no means enthusiastic over Mr. Quigg's mission, largely because he disapproved of the Spanish War and of my part in bringing it about. Mr. Quigley saw me in my tent, in which he spent a couple of hours with me, my brother-in-law, Douglas Robinson, also being present. Quigley spoke very frankly to me, stating that he earnestly desired to see me nominated and believed that the great body of Republican voters in the state so desired, but that the organization and the state convention would finally do what Senator Platt desired. He said that country leaders were already coming to Senator Platt, hinting at a close election, expressing doubt of Governor Black's availability for re-election, and asking why it would not be a good thing to nominate me. That now that I have returned to the United States, this will go on more and more all the time, and that he, Quigley, did not wish that these men should be discouraged and be sent back to their localities to suppress a rising sentiment in my favor. For this reason, he said that he wanted from me a plain statement as to whether or not I wanted the nomination, and as to what would be my attitude toward the organization in the event of my nomination and election, whether or not I would make war on Mr. Platt and his friends, or whether I would confer with them and with the organization leaders generally, and give fair consideration to their point of view as to party policy and public interest. He said he had not come to make me any offer of the nomination, and had no authority to do so, nor to get any pledges or promises. He simply wanted a frank definition of my attitude towards existing party conditions. To this reply, that I should like to be nominated, and if nominated, would promise to throw myself into the campaign with all possible energy. I said that I should not make war on Mr. Platt or anybody else if war could be avoided. That what I wanted was to be governor and not a faction leader. That I certainly would confer with the organization men, as with everybody else who seemed to me to have knowledge of and interest in public affairs, and that as to Mr. Platt and the organization leaders, I would do so in the sincere hope that there might always result harmony of opinion and purpose, but that while I would try to get on well with the organization must with equal sincerity strive to do what I regarded as essential for the public good, and that in every case, after full consideration of what everybody had to say who might possess real knowledge of the matter, I should have to act finally as my own judgment and conscience dictated and administer the state government as I thought it ought to be administered. Quigley said that this was precisely what he supposed I would say, that it was all anybody could expect, and that he would state it to Senator Platt precisely as I had put it to him, which he accordingly did, and throughout my term as governor, Quigley lived loyally up to our understanding. In a letter to me, Mr. Quigley states what I had forgotten, that I had told him to tell the senator that I would talk freely with him and had no intention of becoming a fractional leader with a personal organization, yet that I must have direct personal relations with everybody and get their views at first hand whenever I so desired, because I could not have one man speaking for all. After being nominated, I made a hard and aggressive campaign through the state. My opponent was a respectable man, a judge, behind whom stood Mr. Croker, the boss of Tammany Hall. My object was to make the people understand that it was Croker, and not the nominal candidate, who was my real opponent, that the choice lay between Crokerism and myself. Croker was a powerful and truculent man, the aristocratic of his organization and of a domineering nature. For his own reasons, he insisted upon Tammy's turning down an excellent Democratic judge who was a candidate for re-election. This gave me my chance. Under my attack, Croker, who was a stalwart, fighting man and who would not take an attack timely, himself came to the front. I was able to fix the contest in the public mind as one between himself and myself, and against all probabilities, I won by the rather narrow margin of 18,000 plurality. As I have already said, there is a lunatic fringe to every reform movement. At least 9/10 of all the sincere reformers supported me, but the ultra-pacifists, the so-called anti-imperialists, or anti-militarists, or peace at any price men, preferred Croker to me. And another knot of extremists who had at first ardently insisted that I must be forced on Platt, as soon as Platt supported me themselves, opposed me because he supported me. After election, John Hay wrote me as follows: "While you are governor, I believe the party can be made solid as never before. You have already shown that a man may be absolutely honest, and yet practical, a reformer by instinct, and a wise politician, a brave, bold, and uncompromising, and yet not a wild ass of the desert. The exhibition made by the professional independents in voting against you for no reason on earth except that somebody else was voting for you is a lesson that is worth its cost. At that time, boss rule was at its very zenith. Mr. Byron's candidacy in 1896 on a free silver platform had threatened such frightful business disasters as to make the businessmen, the wage workers, and the professional classes generally turn eagerly to the Republican Party. East of the Mississippi, the Republican vote for Mr. McKinley was larger by far than it had been for Abraham Lincoln in the days when the life of the nation was at stake. Mr. Byron championed many sorely needed reforms in the interest of the plain people, but many of his platform proposals, economic and otherwise, were of such a character that to have put them into practice would have meant to plunge all our people into conditions far worse than any of those for which he sought a remedy. The free silver advocates included sincere and upright men who were able to make a strong case for their positions, but with them and dominating them were all the believers in the complete or partial repudiation of national, state, and private debts, and not only the businessmen, but the working men grew to feel that under these circumstances too heavy a price could not be paid to avert the Democratic triumph. The fear of Mr. Bryan threw almost all the leading men of all classes into the arms of whoever opposed him. The Republican bosses, who were already very powerful and who were already in fairly close alliance with the privileged interests, now found everything working to their advantage. Good and high-minded men of conservative temperament in their panic played into the hands of the ultra-reactionaries of business and politics. The alliance between the two kinds of privilege, political and financial, was closely cemented, and wherever there was any attempt to break it up, the cry was at once raised that this merely represented another phase of the assault on national honesty and individual and mercantile integrity. As so often happens, the excess and threats of an unwise and extreme radicalism had resulted in immensely strengthening the position of the beneficiaries of reaction. This was the era when the Standard Oil Company achieved a mastery of Pennsylvania politics so far-reaching and so corrupt that it is difficult to describe it without seeming to exaggerate. In New York State, United States Senator Platt was the absolute boss of the Republican Party. Big business was back of him. Yet at the time, this, the most important element in his strength, was only imperfectly understood. It was not until I was elected governor that I myself came to understand it. We were still accustomed to talking of the machine as if it were something merely political with which business had nothing to do. Senator Platt did not use his political position to advance his private fortunes, therein differing absolutely from many other political bosses. He lived in hotels and had few extravagant tastes. Indeed, I could not find that he had any taste at all except for politics, and on rare occasions for a very dry theological, wholly divorced from moral implications. but big businessmen contributed to him large sums of money, which enabled him to keep his grip on the machine and secured for them the help of the machine if they were threatened with adverse legislation. The contributions were given in the guise of contributions for campaign purposes, of money for the good of the party. When the money was contributed, there was rarely talk of special favors in return. Each nation has its own pet sins to which it is merciful, and also sins which it treats as almost abhor. In America, we are particularly sensitive about big money contributions for which the donors expect any reward. In England, where in some ways the standard is higher than here, such contributions are accepted as a matter of course, nay, as one of the methods by which wealthy men obtain pedigrees. It would be well nigh an impossibility for a man to secure a seat in the United States Senate by mere campaign contributions, in the way that seats in the British House of Lords have often been secured without any scandal being caused thereby. It was simply put into Mr. Platt's hands and treated by him as in the campaign chest. Then he distributed in the districts where it was most needed by the candidates and organization leaders. Ordinarily, no pledge was required from the latter to the bosses, any more than it was required by the business men from Mr. Platt or his lieutenants. No pledge was needed. It was all a gentleman's understanding. As the senator once said to me, if a man's character was such that it was necessary to get a promise from him, it was clear proof that his character was such that the promise would not be worth anything after it was made. It must not be forgotten that some of the worst practices of the machine and dealings of this kind represented merely virtues in the wrong place, virtues wretched out of proper relation to their surroundings. A man in doubtful district might win only because of the help Mr. Platt gave him. He might be a decent young fellow without money enough to finance his own campaign, who was able to finance it only because Platt of his own accord found out or was apprised of his need and advanced the money. Such a man felt grateful, and because of his good qualities, joined with the purely sordid and corrupt healers and crooked politicians to become part of the Platt machine. In his turn, Mr. Platt was recognized by the businessmen, the big contributors, as an honorable man, not only a man of his word, but a man who, whenever he received a favor, could be trusted to do his best to repay it on any occasion that arose. I believe that usually the contributors and the recipient sincerely felt that the transactions were proper and subserved the cause of good politics and good business. And, indeed, as regards the major part of the contributions, it is probable that this was the fact, and that the only criticism that could properly be made about the contributions was that they were not made with publicity. And at that time neither the parties nor the public had any realization that publicity was necessary or any adequate understanding of the dangers of the invisible empire, which throve by what was done in secrecy. Many, probably most, of the contributors of this type never wished anything personal in exchange for their contributions, and made them with sincere patriotism, desiring in return only that the government should be conducted on a proper basis. Unfortunately, it was, in practice, exceedingly difficult to distinguish these men from the others who contributed big sums to the various party bosses with the expectations of gaining concrete and personal advantages in which the bosses shared at the expense of the general public. It was very hard to draw the line between these two types of contributions. There was but one kind of money contributions as to which it seemed to me absolutely impossible for either the contributor or the recipient to disguise to themselves the evil meaning of the contribution. This was where a big corporation contributed to both political parties. I knew of one such case where a state campaign, a big corporation, which had many dealings with public officials, frankly contributed in the neighborhood of $100,000 to one campaign fund and $50,000 to the campaign fund of the other side, and I believe made some further substantial contributions in the same ratio of $2 to one side for every $1 given to the other. The contributors were Democrats, and the big contributions went to the Democratic managers. The Republican was elected, and after his election, when a matter came up affecting the company, in which its interests were hostile to those of the general public, the successful candidate, then holding a high state office, was approached by his campaign managers and the situation put frankly before him. He was less disturbed than astonished, and remarked, "Why, I thought so-and-so and his associates were Democrats and subscribed to the Democratic campaign fund." "So they did," was the answer. "They subscribed to them twice as much as they subscribed to us. But if they had had any idea that you intended doing what you now say you will do, they would have subscribed it all to the other side and more too." The state official in his turn answered that he was very sorry if any one had subscribed under a misapprehension, that it was no fault of his, for he had stated definitely and clearly his position, that he of course had no money wherewith himself to return what without his knowledge had been contributed, and that all he could say was that any man who had subscribed to his campaign fund under the impression that the receipt of the subscription would be a bar to the performance of public duty was sadly mistaken. The control by Mr. Platt and his lieutenants over the organization was well nigh complete. There were splits among the bosses and insurgent movements now and then, but the ordinary citizen had no control over the political machinery except in a very few districts. There were, however, plenty of good men in politics, men who either came from districts where there was popular control or who represented a genuine aspiration towards good citizenship on the part of some bosses or group of bosses, or else who had been nominated frankly for reasons of expediency by bosses whose attitude towards good citizenship was at best one of Gallo-like indifference. At the time when I was nominated for governor, as later when Mr. Hughes was nominated and re-nominated for governor, there was no possibility of securing the nomination unless the bosses permitted it. In each case, the bosses, the machine leaders, took a man for whom they did not care because he was the only man with whom they could win. In the case of Mr. Hughes, there was, of course, also the fact of pressure from the national administration, but the bosses were never overcome in a fair fight, and when they had made up their minds to fight, until the Saratoga Convention in 1910, when Mr. Stinson was nominated for governor. Senator Platt had the same inborn capacity for the kind of politics which he liked that many big Wall Street men have shown for not wholly dissimilar types of finance. It was his chief interest, and he applied himself to it unremittently. He handled his private business successfully, but it was politics in which he was absorbed, and he concerned himself therewith every day in the year. He had built up an excellent system of organization, and the necessary funds came from corporations and men of wealth who contributed as I have described above. The majority of the men with the natural capacity for organization leadership of the type which has generally been prevailing in New York politics turned to Senator Platt as their natural chief and helped build up the organization until under his leadership it became more powerful and in a position of greater control than any other Republican machine in the country, excepting in Pennsylvania. The Democratic machines in some of the big cities, as in New York and Boston, and the country Democratic machine of New York under David B. Hill, were probably even more efficient, representing an even more complete mastery by the bosses, and an even greater degree of drilled obedience among the henchmen. It would be an entire mistake to suppose that Mr. Platt's lieutenants were either all bad men or all influenced by unworthy motives. He was constantly doing favors for men. He had won the gratitude of many good men. In the country districts especially, there were many places where his machine included the majority of the best citizens, the leading and substantial citizens among the inhabitants. Some of his strongest and most efficient lieutenants were disinterested men of high character. There had always been a good deal of opposition to Mr. Platt and the machine, but the leadership of this opposition was apt to be found only among those whom Abraham Lincoln called the silk stockings, and much of it excited almost as much diversion among the plain people as the machine itself excited anger or dislike. Very many of Mr. Platt's opponents really disliked him and his methods, for aesthetic rather than for moral reasons, and the bulk of the people have consciously felt this and refused to submit to their leadership. The men who opposed him in this matter were good citizens according to their lights, prominent in the social clubs and philanthropic circles, men of means and often men of business standing. They disliked coarse and vulgar politicians, and they sincerely reprobated all the shortcomings that were recognized by and were offensive to people of their own caste. They had not the slightest understanding of the needs, interests, ways of thought, and convictions of the average small man, and the small man felt this, although he could not express it, and sensed that they were really not concerned with his welfare, and that they did not offer him anything materially better from his point of view than the machine. When reformers of this type attempted to oppose Mr. Platt, they usually put up either some rather inefficient, well-meaning person who bathed every day and didn't steal, but whose only good point was respectability, and who knew nothing of the great fundamental questions looming before us. Or else they put up some big businessman or corporation lawyer who was wedded to the gross wrong and injustice of our economic system, and who neither by personality nor by program gave the ordinary plain people any belief that there was a promise of vital good to them in the change. The correctness of their view was proved by the fact that as soon as fundamental economic and social reforms were at stake, the aesthetic, as distinguished from the genuinely moral reformers, for the most part sided with the bosses against the people. End of chapter 8, part 1. Recording by Daisy 55.
Chapter 8, Part 2, of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Procopio. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 8, The New York Governorship, Part 2. When I became governor, the conscience of the people was in no way or shape aroused, and it has since become roused. The people accepted and practiced, in a matter-of-course way as quite proper, things which they would not now tolerate. They had no definite and clearly outlined conception of what they wished in the way of reform. They on the whole tolerated, and indeed approved of, the machine. There had been no development on any considerable scale of reformers with the vision to see what the needs of the people were, and the high purpose sanely to achieve what was necessary in order to meet these needs. I knew both the machine and the silk-stocking reformers fairly well, from many years' close association with them. The machine as such had no ideals at all, although many of the men composing it did have. On the other hand, the ideals of very many of these silk-stocking reformers did not relate to the questions of real and vital interest to our people. And, singularly enough, in international matters, these same silk-stockings were no more to be trusted than the average ignorant demagogue or short-sighted spoils politicians. I felt that these men would be broken reeds to which to trust in any vital contest for betterment of social and industrial conditions. I had neither the training nor the capacity that would have enabled me to match Mr. Platt and his machine people on their own ground. Nor did I believe that the effort to build up a machine of my own, under the then existing conditions, would meet the needs of the situation so far as the people were concerned. I therefore made no effort to create a machine of my own, and consistently adopted the plan of going over the heads of the men holding public office and of the men in control of the organization, and appealing directly to the people behind them. The machine, for instance, had a more or less strong control over the great bulk of the members of the state legislature. But in the last resort, the people behind these legislators had a still greater control over them. I made up my mind that the only way I could beat the bosses whenever the need to do so arose, and unless there was such need I did not wish to try, was, not by attempting to manipulate the machinery, and not by trusting merely to the professional performers, but by making my appeal as directly and as emphatically as I knew how to the mass of voters themselves, to the people, to the men who, if waked up, would be able to impose their will on their representatives. My success depended upon getting the people in the different districts to look at matters in my way, and getting them to take such an active interest in affairs as to enable them to exercise control over their representatives. There were a few of the senators and assemblymen whom I could reach by seeing them personally and putting before them my arguments, but most of them were too much under the control of the machine for me to shake them loose unless they knew that the people were actively behind me. In making my appeal to the people as a whole, I was dealing with an entirely different constituency from that which, especially in the big cities, liked to think of itself as the better element, the particular exponent of reform and good citizenship. I was dealing with shrewd, hard-headed, kindly men and women, chiefly concerned with the absorbing work of earning their own living, and impatient of fads, who had grown to feel that the associations with the word reformer were not much better than the associations with the word politician. I had to convince these men and women of my good faith, and, moreover, of my common sense and efficiency. They were most of them strong partisans, and an outrage had to be very real and very great to shake them even partially loose from their party affiliations. Moreover, they took little interest in any fight of mere personalities. They were not influenced in the least by the silk-stocking reform view of Mr. Platt. I knew that if they were persuaded that I was engaged in a mere faction fight against him, that it was a mere issue between his ambition and mine, they would at once become indifferent, and my fight would be lost. But I felt that I could count on their support wherever I could show them that the fight was not made just for the sake of the row, that it was not made merely as a factional contest against Senator Platt and the organization, but was waged from a sense of duty for real and tangible causes, such as the promotion of governmental efficiency and honesty, and forcing powerful moneyed men to take the proper attitude toward the community at large. They stood by me when I insisted upon having the Canal Department, the Insurance Department, and the various departments of the state government run with efficiency and honesty. They stood by me when I insisted upon making wealthy men who owned franchises pay the state what they properly ought to pay. They stood by me when, in connection with the strikes on the Croton Aqueduct and in Buffalo, I promptly used the military power of the state to put a stop to rioting and violence. In the latter case, my chief opponents and critics were local politicians who were truckling to the labor vote. But in all cases, coming under the first two categories, I had serious trouble with the state leaders of the machine. I always did my best, in good faith, to get Mr. Platt and the other heads of the machine to accept my views, and to convince them by repeated private conversations that I was right. I never wantonly antagonized or humiliated them. I did not wish to humiliate them or to seem victorious over them. What I wished was to secure the things that I thought it essential to the men and women of the state to secure. If I could finally persuade them to support me, well and good. In such case, I continued to work with them in the friendliest manner. If, after repeated and persistent effort, I failed to get them to support me, then I made a fair fight in the open, and in a majority of cases I carried my point and succeeded in getting through the legislation which I wished. In theory, the executive has nothing to do with legislation. In practice, as things now are, the executive is, or ought to be, peculiarly representative of the people as a whole. As often as not, the action of the executive offers the only means by which the people can get the legislation they demand and ought to have. Therefore, a good executive under the present conditions of American political life must take a very active interest in getting the right kind of legislation, in addition to performing his executive duties with an eye single to the public welfare. More than half of my work as governor was in the direction of getting needed and important legislation. I accomplished this only by arousing the people and riveting their attention on what was done. Gradually, the people began to wake up more and more to the fact that the machine politicians were not giving them the kind of government which they wished. As this waking up grew more general, not merely in New York or any other one state, but throughout most of the nation, the power of the bosses waned. Then a curious thing happened. The professional reformers, who had most loudly criticized these bosses, began to change toward them. Newspaper editors, college presidents, corporation lawyers, and big businessmen all alike had denounced the bosses and had taken part in reform movements against them, so long as these reforms dealt only with things that were superficial, or with fundamental things that did not affect themselves and their associates. But the majority of these men turned to the support of the bosses when the great new movement began clearly to make itself evident as one against privilege in business no less than against privilege in politics, as one for social and industrial no less than for political righteousness and fair dealing. The big corporation lawyer, who had antagonized the boss in matters which he regarded as purely political, stood shoulder to shoulder with the boss when the movement for betterment took shape in direct attack on the combination of business with politics and with the judiciary which was done so much to enthrone privilege in the economic world. The reformers who denounced political corruption and fraud, when shown at the expense of their own candidates by machine ward healers of a low type, hysterically applauded similar corrupt trickery when practiced by these same politicians against men with whose political and industrial program the reformers were not in sympathy. I had always been instinctively and by nature a Democrat, but if I had needed conversion to the democratic ideal here in America, the stimulus would have been supplied by what I saw of the attitude, not merely of the great bulk of the men of greatest wealth, but of the bulk of the men who most prided themselves upon their education and culture, when we began in good faith to grapple with the wrong and injustice of our social and industrial system, and to hit at the men responsible for the wrong, no matter how high they stood in business or in politics, at the bar or on the bench. It was while I was governor, and especially in connection with the franchise tax legislation, that I first became thoroughly aware of the real causes of this attitude among the men of great wealth, and among the men who took their tone from the men of great wealth. Very soon after my victory in the race for governor, I had one or two experiences with Senator Platt, which showed in amusing fashion how absolute the rule of the boss was in the politics of that day. Senator Platt, who was always most kind and friendly in his personal relations with me, asked me in one day to talk over what was to be done at Albany. He had the 2 or 3 nominal heads of the organization with him. They were his lieutenants, who counseled and influenced him, whose advice he often followed, but who, when he had finally made up his mind, merely registered and carried out his decrees. After a little conversation, the senator asked if I had any member of the assembly whom I wished to have put on any committee, explaining that the committees were being arranged. I answered no, and expressed my surprise at what he said, because I had not understood the speaker who appointed the committees had himself been agreed upon by the members-elect. "Oh," responded the senator with a tolerant smile, "he has not been chosen yet, but of course whoever we choose as speaker will agree beforehand to make the appointments we wish." I made a mental note to the effect that if they attempted the same process with the governor-elect, they would find themselves mistaken. In a few days, the opportunity to prove this arrived. Under the preceding administration, there had been grave scandals about the Erie Canal, the Trans-State Canal, and these scandals had been one of the chief issues in the campaign for the governorship. The construction of this work was under the control of the Superintendent of Public Works. In the actual state of affairs, his office was by far the most important office under me, and I intended to appoint to it some man of high character and capacity, who could be trusted to do the work not merely honestly and efficiently, but without regard to politics. A week or so after the speakership incident, Senator Platt asked me to come and see him. He was an old and physically feeble man, able to move about only with extreme difficulty. On arrival, I found the lieutenant governor-elect, Mr. Woodruff, who had also been asked to come. The senator informed me that he was glad to say that I would have a most admirable man as superintendent of public works, as he had just received a telegram from a certain gentleman whom he named, saying that he would accept the position. He handed me the telegram. The man in question was a man I liked. I later appointed him to an important office in which he did well. But he came from a city along the line of the canal, so that I did not think it best that he should be appointed anyhow. And moreover, what was far more important, it was necessary to have it understood at the very outset that the administration was my administration, and was no one else's but mine. So I told the senator very politely that I was sorry, but that I could not appoint his man. This produced an explosion, but I declined to lose my temper, merely repeating that I must decline to accept any man chosen for me, and that I must choose the man myself. Although I was very polite, I was also very firm, and Mr. Platt and his friends finally abandoned their position. I appointed an engineer from Brooklyn, a veteran of the Civil War, Colonel Partridge, who had served in Mayor Lowe's administration. He was an excellent man in every way. He chose as his assistant, actively to superintend the work, a Cornell graduate named Elon Hooker, a man with no political backing at all, picked simply because he was the best equipped man for the place. The office, the most important office under me, was run in admirable fashion throughout my administration. I doubt if there was ever an important department of the New York State government run with a higher standard of efficiency and integrity. But this was not all that had to be done about the canals. Evidently the whole policy hitherto pursued had been foolish and inadequate. I appointed a first-class, non-partisan commission of businessmen and expert engineers who went into the matter exhaustively, and their report served as the basis upon which our entire present canal system is based. There remained the question of determining whether the canal officials who were in office before I became governor, and whom I had declined to reappoint, had been guilty of any action because of which it would be possible to proceed against them criminally or otherwise under the law. Such criminal action had been freely charged against them during the campaign by the Democratic, including the so-called mugwump, press. To determine this matter, I appointed 2 Democratic lawyers, Messrs. Fox and McFarlane, the latter federal district attorney for New York under President Cleveland, and put the whole investigation in their hands. These gentlemen made an exhaustive investigation lasting several months. They reported that there had been grave delinquency in the prosecution of the work, delinquency which justified public condemnation of those responsible for it, who were out of office, but that there was no ground for criminal prosecution. I laid their report before the legislature with a message in which I said, "There is probably no lawyer of high standing in the state who, after studying the report of counsel in this case and the testimony taken by the investigating commission, would disagree with them as to the impracticality of a successful prosecution. Under such circumstances, the one remedy was a thorough change in the methods and management. This change has been made." When my successor in the governorship took office, Colonel Partridge retired, and Elon Hooker, finding that he could no longer act with entire disregard of politics, and with an eye single to the efficiency of the work, also left. A dozen years later, having in the meantime made a marked success in a business career, he became the treasurer of the National Progressive Party. My action in regard to the canals, and the management of his office, the most important office under me, by Colonel Partridge, established my relations with Mr. Platt from the outset on pretty nearly the right basis. But, besides various small difficulties, we had 1 or 2 serious bits of trouble before my duties as governor ceased. It must be remembered that Mr. Platt was to all intents and purposes a large part of, and sometimes a majority of, the legislature. There were a few entirely independent men, such as Nathaniel Ellsberg, Regis Post, and Alfred Cooley, in each of the 2 houses. The remainder were under the control of the Republican and Democratic bosses, but could also be more or less influenced by an aroused public opinion. The 2 machines were apt to make common cause if their vital interests were touched. It was my business to devise methods by which either the 2 machines could be kept apart or else overthrown if they came together. My desire was to achieve results, and not merely to issue manifestos of virtue. It is very easy to be efficient if the efficiency is based on unscrupulousness, and it is still easier to be virtuous if one is content with the purely negative virtue which consists in not doing anything wrong, but being wholly unable to accomplish anything positive for good. My favorite quotation from Josh Billings again applies. It is so much easier to be a harmless dove than a wise serpent. My duty was to combine both idealism and efficiency. At that time, the public conscience was still dormant as regards many species of political and business misconduct, as to which during the next decade it became sensitive. I had to work with the tools at hand, and to take into account the feeling of the people, which I have already described. My aim was persistently to refuse to be put in a position where what I did would seem to be a mere faction struggle against Senator Platt. My aim was to make a fight only when I could so manage it that there could be no question in the minds of honest men that my prime purpose was not to attack Mr. Platt or anyone else except as a necessary incident to securing clean and efficient government. In each case, I did my best to persuade Mr. Platt not to oppose me. I endeavored to make it clear to him that I was not trying to wrest the organization from him, and I always gave him in detail the reasons why I felt I had to take the position I intended to adopt. It was only after I had exhausted all the resources of my patience that I would finally, if he still proved obstinate, tell him that I intended to make the fight anyhow. As I have said, the senator was an old and feeble man in physique, and it was possible for him to go about very little. Until Friday evening he would be kept at his duties in Washington, while I was in Albany. If I wished to see him, it generally had to be at his hotel in New York on Saturday, and usually I would go there to breakfast with him. The one thing I would not permit was anything in the nature of a secret or clandestine meeting. I always insisted on going openly. Solemn reformers of the tomfool variety, who, according to their custom, paid attention to the name and not the thing, were much exercised over my breakfasting with Platt. Whenever I breakfasted with him, they became sure that the fact carried with it some sinister significance. The worthy creatures never took the trouble to follow the sequence of facts and events for themselves. If they had done so, they would have seen that any series of breakfasts with Platt also meant that I was going to do something he did not like, and that I was trying, courteously and frankly, to reconcile him to it. My object was to make it as easy as possible for him to come with me. As long as there was no clash between us, there was no object in my seeing him. It was only when the clash came, or was imminent, that I had to see him. A series of breakfasts was always the prelude to some active warfare. In every instance, I substantially carried my point, although in some cases not in exactly the way I had originally hoped. To illustrate my meaning, I quote from a letter of mine to Senator Platt of December 13th, 1899. He had been trying to get me to promote a certain Judge X over the head of another Judge Y. I wrote, "There is a strong feeling among the judges and the leading members of the bar that Judge Y ought not to have Judge X jumped over his head, and I do not see my way clear to doing it. I am inclined to think that the solution I mentioned to you is the solution I shall have to adopt. Remember the breakfast at Douglas Robinson's at 8:30. There were various measures to which he gave a grudging and querulous assent, without any break being threatened.
I secured the reenactment of the civil service law, which under my predecessor had very foolishly been repealed.
I secured a mass of labor legislation, including the enactment of laws to increase the number of factory inspectors, to create a tenement house commission, whose findings resulted in further and excellent legislation to improve housing conditions, to regulate and improve sweatshop labor, to make the 8-hour and prevailing rate of wages law effective, to secure the genuine enforcement of the act relating to the hours of railway workers, to compel railways to equip freight trains with air brakes, to regulate the working hours of women and protect both women and children from dangerous machinery, to enforce good scaffolding provisions for workmen on buildings, to provide seats for the use of waitresses in hotels and restaurants, to reduce the hours of labor for drugstore clerks, to provide for the registration of laborers for municipal employment. I tried hard, but failed to secure an employees' liability law and the state control of employment offices. There was hard fighting over some of these bills, and, what was much more serious, there was effort to get round the law by trickery, and by securing its inefficient enforcement. I was continually helped by men with whom I had gotten in touch while in the police department, men such as James Bronson Reynolds, through whom I first became interested in settlement work on the East Side. Once or twice, I went suddenly down to New York City without warning anyone, and traversed the tenement house quarters, visiting various sweatshops picked at random. Jake Reese accompanied me, and as a result of our inspection, we got not only an improvement in the law, but a still more marked improvement in its administration. Thanks chiefly to the activity and good sense of Dr. John H. Pryor of Buffalo, and by the use of every pound of pressure which as governor I could bring to bear in legitimate fashion, including a special emergency message, we succeeded in getting through a bill providing for the first state hospital for incipient tuberculosis. We got valuable laws for the farmer, laws preventing the adulteration of food products, which laws were equally valuable to the consumer, and laws helping the dairymen. In addition to labor legislation, I was able to do a good deal for forest preservation and the protection of our wildlife. All that later I strove for in the nation in connection with conservation was foreshadowed by what I strove to obtain for New York State when I was governor, and I was already working in connection with Gifford Pinchot and Newell. I secured better administration and some improvement in the laws themselves. The improvement in administration and in the character of the game and forest wardens was secured partly as the result of a conference in the executive chamber which I held with 40 of the best guides and woodsmen of the Adirondacks. As regards most legislation, even that affecting labor and the forests, I got on fairly well with the machine. But on the two issues in which big business and the kind of politics which is allied to big business were most involved, we clashed hard, and clashing with Senator Platt meant clashing with the entire Republican organization, and with the organized majority in each house of the legislature. One clash was in connection with the superintendent of insurance, a man whose office made him a factor of immense importance in the big business circles of New York. The then incumbent of the office was an efficient man, the boss of an upstate county, a veteran politician, and one of Mr. Platt's right-hand men. Certain investigations which I made, in the course of the fight, showed that this superintendent of insurance had been engaged in large business operations in New York City. These operations had thrown him into a peculiarly intimate business contact of one sort and another with various financiers, with whom I did not deem it expedient that the superintendent of insurance, while such, should have any intimate and secret money-making relations. Moreover, the gentleman in question represented the straightest sect of the old-time spoils politicians. I therefore determined not to reappoint him. Unless I could get his successor confirmed, however, he would stay in under the law, and the Republican machine, with the assistance of Tammany, expected to control far more than a majority of all the senators. Mr. Platt issued an ultimatum to me that the incumbent must be reappointed or else that he would fight, and that if he chose to fight the man would stay in anyhow, because I could not oust him, for under the New York Constitution the assent of the Senate was necessary, not only to appoint a man to office, but to remove him from office. As always with Mr. Platt, I persistently refused to lose my temper, no matter what he said. He was much too old and physically feeble for there to be any point of honor in taking up any of his remarks. And I merely explained good-humoredly that I had made up my mind, and that the gentleman in question would not be retained. As for not being able to get his successor confirmed, I pointed out that as soon as the legislature adjourned, I could and would appoint another man temporarily. Mr. Platt then said that the incumbent would be put back as soon as the legislature reconvened. I admitted that this was possible, but added cheerfully that I would remove him again, just as soon as that legislature adjourned, and that even though I had an uncomfortable time myself, I would guarantee to make my opponents more uncomfortable still. We parted without any sign of reaching an agreement. There remained some weeks before final action could be taken, and the senator was confident that I would have to yield. His most efficient allies were the pretended reformers, most of them my open or covert enemies, who loudly insisted that I must make an open fight on the senator himself and on the Republican organization. This was what he wished, for at that time there was no way of upsetting him within the Republican party, and, as I have said, if I had permitted the contest to assume the shape of a mere faction fight between the governor and the United States senator, I would have ensured the victory of the machine. So I blandly refused to let the thing become a personal fight, explaining again and again that I was perfectly willing to appoint an organization man, and naming 2 or 3 of whom I was willing to appoint, but also explaining that I would not retain the incumbent, and would not appoint any man of his type. Meanwhile, pressure on behalf of the said incumbent began to come from the businessmen of New York. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by Jason Procopio.
Chapter 8, Part 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 8, The New York Governorship, Part 3. The superintendent of insurance was not a man whose ill will the big life insurance companies cared to incur, and company after company passed resolutions asking me to reappoint him, although in private some of the men who signed these resolutions nervously explained that they did not mean what they had written, and hoped I would remove the man. A citizen prominent in reform circles, marked by the Cato-like austerity of his reform professions, had a son who was a counsel for one of the insurance companies. The father was engaged in writing letters to the papers demanding in the name of uncompromising virtue that I should not only get rid of the superintendent of insurance, but in his place should appoint somebody or other personally offensive to Senator Platt, which last proposition, if adopted, would have meant that the superintendent of insurance would have stayed in, for the reasons I have already given. Meanwhile the son came to see me on behalf of the insurance company he represented, and told me that the company was anxious that there should be a change in the superintendency, that if I really meant to fight, they thought they had influence with 4 of the state senators, Democrats and Republicans, whom they could get to vote to confirm the man I nominated, but that they wished to be sure that I would not abandon the fight, because it would be a very bad thing for them if I started the fight and then backed down. I told my visitor that he need be under no apprehensions, that I would certainly see the fight through. A man who has much to do with that kind of politics which concerns both New York politicians and New York business men and lawyers is not easily surprised, and therefore I felt no other emotion than a rather sardonic amusement when 36 hours later I read in the morning paper an open letter from the officials of the very company who had been communicating with me, in which they enthusiastically advocated the renomination of the superintendent. Shortly afterwards my visitor, the young lawyer, called me up on the telephone and explained that the officials did not mean what they said in this letter, that they had been obliged to write it for fear of the superintendent, but that if they got the chance they intended to help me get rid of him. I thanked him and said I thought I could manage the fight by myself. I did not hear from him again, though his father continued to write public demands that I should practice pure virtue, undefiled and offensive. Meanwhile Senator Pratt declined to yield. I had picked out a man, a friend of his, who I believed would make an honest and competent official, and whose position in the organization was such that I did not believe the Senate would venture to reject him. However, up to the day before the appointment was to go to the Senate, Mr. Platt remained unyielding. I saw him that afternoon and tried to get him to yield, but he said no, that if I insisted it would be a war to the knife, and my destruction, and perhaps the destruction of the party. I said I was very sorry, that I could not yield, and that if the war came it would have to come, and that next morning I should send in the name of the superintendent's successor. We parted, and soon afterwards I received from the man who was at that moment Mr. Platt's right-hand lieutenant a request to know where he could see me that evening. I appointed the Union League Club. My visitor went over the old ground, explained that the senator would under no circumstances yield, that he was certain to win in the fight, that my reputation would be destroyed, and that he wished to save me from such a lamentable smash-up as an ending to my career. I could only repeat what I had already said, and after half an hour of futile argument I rose and said that nothing was to be gained by further talk, and that I might as well go. My visitor repeated that I had this last chance, and that ruin was ahead of me if I refused it, whereas if I accepted everything would be made easy. I shook my head and answered, "There is nothing to add to what I have already said." He responded, "You have made up your mind?" And I said, "I have." He then said, "You know it means your ruin?" And I answered, "Well, we will see about that," and walked toward the door. He said, "You understand the fight will begin tomorrow, and will be carried on to the bitter end." I said, "Yes," and added, as I reached the door, "Good night." Then, as the door opened, my opponent, or visitor, whichever one chooses to call him, whose face was as impassive and inscrutable as that of Mr. John Hamlin in a poker game, said, "Hold on, we accept. Send in so-and-so," the man I had named. "The senator is very sorry, but he will make no further opposition." I never saw a bluff carried more resolutely through to the final limit. My success in the affair, coupled with the appointment of Messrs. Partridge and Hooker, secured me against further effort to interfere with my handling of the executive departments. It was in connection with the insurance business that I first met Mr. George W. Perkins. He came to me with a letter of introduction from the then Speaker of the National House of Representatives, Tom Reed, which ran, "Mr. Perkins is a personal friend of mine, whose straightforwardness and intelligence will commend to you whatever he has to say. If you will give him proper opportunity to explain his business, I have no doubt that what he will say will be worthy of your attention. Mr. Perkins wished to see me with reference to a bill that had just been introduced in the legislature, which aimed to limit the aggregate volume of insurance that any New York State company could assume. There were then 3 big insurance companies in New York, the Mutual Life, Equitable, and New York Life. Mr. Perkins was a vice president of the New York Life Insurance Company, and Mr. John A. McCall was its president. I had just finished my fight against the superintendent of insurance, whom I refused to continue in office. Mr. McCall had written me a very strong letter urging that he be retained, and had done everything he could to aid Senator Platt in securing his retention. The Mutual Life and Equitable people had openly followed the same course, but in private had hedged. They were both backing the proposed bill. Mr. McCall was opposed to it. He was in California, and just before starting thither had been told by the Mutual Life and Equitable that the limitation bill was favored by me, and would be put through if such a thing were possible. Mr. McCall did not know me, and on leaving for California told Mr. Perkins that from all he could learn he was sure I was bent on putting this bill through, and that nothing he could say to me would change my view. In fact, because he had fought so hard to retain the old insurance superintendent, he felt that I would be particularly opposed to anything he might wish done. As a matter of fact, I had no such feeling. I had been carefully studying the question. I had talked with the Mutual Life and Equitable people about it, but was not committed to any particular course, and had grave doubts as to whether it was well to draw the line on size instead of on conduct. I was therefore very glad to see Perkins and get a new point of view. I went over the matter with a great deal of care and at considerable length, and after we had thrashed the matter out pretty fully, and Perkins had laid before me in detail the methods employed by Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and other European countries to handle their large insurance companies, I took the position that there undoubtedly were evils in the insurance business, but that they did not consist in insuring people's lives, for that certainly was not an evil, and I did not see how the real evils could be eradicated by limiting or suppressing a company's ability to protect an additional number of lives with insurance. I therefore announced that I would not favor a bill that limited volume of business, and would not sign it if it were passed, but that I favored legislation that would make it impossible to place, through agents, policies that were ambiguous and misleading, or to pay exorbitant prices to agents for business, or to invest policyholders' money in improper securities, or to give power to officers to use the company's funds for their own personal profit. In reaching this determination I was helped by Mr. Loeb, then merely a stenographer in my office, but who had already attracted my attention, both by his efficiency and by his loyalty to his former employers, who were for the most part my political opponents. Mr. Loeb gave me much information about various improper practices in the insurance business. I began to gather data on the subject, with the intention of bringing about corrective legislation, for at that time I expected to continue in office as governor. But in a few weeks I was nominated as vice president, and my successor did nothing about the matter. So far as I remember, this was the first time the question of correcting evils in a business by limiting the volume of business to be done was ever presented to me, and my decision on the matter was on all fours with the position I have always since taken when any similar principle was involved. At the time when I made my decision about the limitation bill, I was on friendly terms with the Mutual and Equitable people who were back of it, whereas I did not know Mr. McCall at all, and Mr. Perkins only from hearing him discuss the bill. An interesting feature of the matter developed subsequently. 5 years later, after the insurance investigations took place, the Mutual Life strongly encouraged the passage of a limitation bill, and because of the popular feeling developed by the exposure of the improper practices of the companies, this bill was generally approved. Governor Hughes adopted the suggestion, such a bill was passed by the legislature, and Governor Hughes signed it. This bill caused the 3 great New York companies to reduce markedly the volume of business they were doing. It threw a great many agents out of employment, and materially curtailed the foreign business of the companies, which business was bringing annually a considerable sum of money to this country for investment. In short, the experiment worked so badly that before Governor Hughes went out of office, one of the very last bills he signed was one that permitted the life insurance companies to increase their business each year by an amount representing a certain percentage of the business they had previously done. This, in practice, within a few years, practically annulled the limitation bill that had been previously passed. The experiment of limiting the size of business, of legislating against it merely because it was big, had been tried, and had failed so completely that the authors of the bill had themselves, in effect, repealed it. My action in refusing to try the experiment had been completely justified. As a sequel to this incident I got Mr. Perkins to serve on the Palisade Park Commission. At the time I was taking active part in the effort to save the Palisades from vandalism and destruction by getting the states of New York and New Jersey jointly to include them in a public park. It is not easy to get a responsible and capable man of business to undertake such a task, which is unpaid, which calls on his part for an immense expenditure of time, money, and energy, which offers no reward of any kind, and which entails the certainty of abuse and misrepresentation. Mr. Perkins accepted the position, and has filled it for the last 13 years, doing as disinterested, efficient, and useful a bit of public service as any man in the state has done throughout these 13 years. The case of most importance in which I clashed with Senator Platt related to a matter of fundamental governmental policy, and was the first step I ever took toward bringing big corporations under effective governmental control. In this case I had to fight the Democratic machine as well as the Republican machine, for Senator Hill and Senator Platt were equally opposed to my action, and the big corporation men, the big business men back of both of them, took precisely the same view of these matters without regard to their party feeling on other points. What I did convulsed people at that time, and marked the beginnings of the efforts, at least in the Eastern States, to make the great corporations equally responsible to popular wish and governmental command. But we have gone so far past the stage in which we were then that it now seems well nigh incredible that there should have been any opposition at all to what I at that time proposed. The substitution of electric power for horsepower in the street-car lines of New York offered a fruitful chance for the most noxious type of dealings between businessmen and politicians. The franchises granted by New York were granted without any attempt to secure from the grantees returns, in the way of taxation or otherwise, for the value received. The fact that they were thus granted by improper favoritism, a favoritism which in many cases was unquestionably secured by downright bribery, led to all kinds of trouble. In return for the continuance of these improper favors to the corporations, politicians expected improper favors in the way of excessive campaign contributions, often contributed by the same corporation at the same time to two opposing parties. Before I became governor, a bill had been introduced into the New York legislature to tax the franchises of these street railways. It affected a large number of corporations, but particularly those in New York and Buffalo. It had been suffered to slumber undisturbed, as none of the people in power dreamt of taking it seriously, and both the Republican and Democratic machines were hostile to it. Under the rules of the New York legislature a bill could always be taken up out of its turn and passed if the governor sent in a special emergency message on its behalf. After I was elected governor, I had my attention directed to the franchise tax matter, looked into the subject, and came to the conclusion that it was a matter of plain decency and honesty that these companies should pay a tax on their franchises, inasmuch as they did nothing that could be considered a service rendered the public in lieu of a tax. This seemed to me so evidently the common sense and decent thing to do that I was hardly prepared for the storm of protest and anger which my proposal aroused. Senator Platt and the other machine leaders did everything to get me to abandon my intention. Talked the matter all over with them, and did my best to convert them to my way of thinking. Senator Platt, I believe, was quite sincere in his opposition. He did not believe in popular rule, and he did believe that big business men were entitled to have things their way. He profoundly distrusted the people, naturally enough, for the kind of human nature which a boss comes in contact with is not of an exalted type. He felt that anarchy would come if there was any interference with the system by which the people en masse were, under various necessary cloaks, controlled by the leaders in the political and business worlds. He wrote me a very strong letter of protest against my attitude, expressed in dignified, friendly, and temperate language, but using one word in a curious way. This was the word altruistic. He stated in his letter that he had not objected to my being independent in politics, because he had been sure that I had the good of the party at heart, and meant to act fairly and honorably, but that he had been warned, before I became a candidate, by a number of his business friends that I was a dangerous man because I was altruistic, and that he now feared that my conduct would justify the alarm thus expressed. I was interested in this, not only because Senator Platt was obviously sincere, but because of the way in which he used altruistic as a term of reproach, as if it was communistic or socialistic, the last being a word he did use to me when, as now and then happened, he thought that my proposals warranted fairly reckless vituperation. Senator Platt's letter ran in part as follows. When the subject of your nomination was under consideration, there was one matter that gave me real anxiety. I think you will have no trouble in appreciating the fact that it was not the matter of your independence. I think we have got far enough along in our political acquaintance for you to see that my support in a convention does not imply subsequent demands, nor any other relation that may not reasonably exist for the welfare of the party. The thing that did bother me was this. I had heard from a good many sources that you were a little loose on the relations of capital and labor, on trusts and combinations, and, indeed, on those numerous questions which have recently arisen in politics, affecting the security of earnings and the right of a man to run his business in his own way, with due respect, of course, to the 10 Commandments and the Penal Code. Or, to get at it even more clearly, I understand from a number of business men, and among them many of your own personal friends, that you entertained various altruistic ideas, all very well in their way, but which before they could safely be put into law needed very profound consideration. You have just adjourned a legislature which created a good opinion throughout the state. I congratulate you heartily upon this fact, because I sincerely believe, as everybody else does, that this good impression exists very largely as a result of your personal influence in the legislative chambers. But at the last moment, and to my very great surprise, you did a thing which has caused the business community of New York to wonder how far the notions of populism, as laid down in Kansas and Nebraska, have taken hold upon the Republican party of the state of New York. In my answer I pointed out to the senator that I had as governor unhesitatingly acted, at Buffalo and elsewhere, to put down mobs, without regard to the fact that the professed leaders of labor furiously denounced me for so doing, but that I could no more tolerate wrong committed in the name of property than wrong committed against property. My letter ran in part as follows. I knew that you had just the feelings you describe. That is, apart from my impulsiveness, you felt that there was a justifiable anxiety among men of means, and especially men representing large corporate interests, lest I might feel too strongly on what you term the altruistic side in matters of labor and capital as regards the relations of the state to great corporations. I know that when parties divide on such issues, as Bryanism, the tendency is to force everybody into one of two camps, and to throw out entirely men like myself, who are as strongly opposed to populism in every stage, as the greatest representative of corporate wealth, but who also feel strongly that many of these representatives of enormous corporate wealth have themselves been responsible for a portion of the condition against which Bryanism is in ignorant revolt. I do not believe that it is wise or safe for us as a party to take refuge in mere negation and to say that there are no evils to be corrected. It seems to me that our attitude should be one of correcting the evils and thereby showing that, whereas the populists, socialists, and others really do not correct the evils at all, or else only do so at the expense of producing others in aggravated form, on the contrary, we Republicans hold the just balance, and set ourselves as resolutely against improper corporate influence on the one hand, as against demagogy and mob rule on the other. I understand perfectly that such an attitude of moderation is apt to be misunderstood, when passions are greatly excited and when victory is apt to rest with the extremists on one side or the other, yet I think it is in the long run the only wise attitude. I appreciate absolutely what Mr. Platt had said, that any applause I get will be too evanescent for a moment's consideration. I appreciate absolutely that the people who now loudly approve of my action in the franchise tax bill will forget all about it in a fortnight, and that on the other hand, the very powerful interests adversely affected will always remember it. The leaders urged upon me that I personally could not afford to take this action, for under no circumstances could I ever again be nominated for any public office, as no corporation would subscribe to a campaign fund if I was on the ticket, and that they would subscribe most heavily to beat me. And when I asked if this were true of Republican corporations, the cynical answer was made that the corporations that subscribed most heavily to the campaign funds subscribed impartially to both party organizations. Under all these circumstances, it seemed to me there was no alternative but to do what I could to secure the passage of the bill. These two letters, written in the spring of 1899, express clearly the views of the two elements of the Republican party, whose hostility gradually grew until it culminated 13 years later. In 1912 the political and financial forces of which Mr. Platt had once been the spokesman usurped the control of the party machinery, and drove out of the party the men who were loyally endeavoring to apply the principles of the founders of the party to the needs and issues of their own day. I had made up my mind that if I could get a show in the legislature the bill would pass, because the people had become interested, and the representatives would scarcely dare to vote the wrong way. Accordingly, on April 27, 1899, I sent a special message to the Assembly, certifying that the emergency demanded the immediate passage of the bill. The machine leaders were bitterly angry, and the Speaker actually tore up the message without reading it to the Assembly. That night they were busy trying to arrange some device for the defeat of the bill, which was not difficult, as the session was about to close. At 7 the next morning I was informed of what had occurred. At 8 I was in the Capitol at the Executive Chamber, and sent in another special message, which opened as follows. I learned that the emergency measure which I sent last evening to the Assembly on behalf of the franchise tax bill has not been read. I therefore send hereby another message on the subject. I need not impress upon the Assembly the need of passing this bill at once. I sent this message to the Assembly by my Secretary, William J. Youngs, afterwards United States District Attorney of Kings, with an intimation that if this were not promptly read I should come up in person and read it. Then, as so often happens, the opposition collapsed and the bill went through both houses with a rush. I had in the House staunch friends, such as Regis Post and Alfred Cooley, men of character and courage, who would have fought to a finish had the need arisen. End of Chapter 8, Part 3.